It's lonely to be invincible. Chapter 160 to Chapter 219. Far away from the seal, the old monster's roar could still be heard. Its unwillingness and anger could be felt. The frog's heart was beating fast. It didn't dare to speak anymore. Desperado, this human is definitely a desperado. He might even be a madman. He even dares to violate the oath. Does he not know how terrifying the oath is? Even if this old demon was at its peak, if it went against the oath of the heavens and earth, it would be blasted into nothingness. Now, this human had gone against it just like that. He was simply courting death. No one could save him from the heavens or the earth. Does this human want to stay in the door of 1,000 deep caves for the rest of his life? Continue refining. Lin Fan suppressed the 3 arms here. These arms were where the old monster's demonic energy was. However, after being sealed for so long, the old monster's demonic energy was almost depleted. Not to mention, after being slashed 3 times by Lin Fan, the remaining demonic energy was most likely depleted by half. The monster body needed monster energy to maintain, and the old monster didn't want its body to be damaged. For thousands of years, it had been maintaining its body with all its monster energy. Now that it was tricked by Lin Fan, it probably wanted to die. No one would dare to violate an oath. But for Lin Fan, he had an immortal body. At worst, he would be blasted into smithereens. There was nothing to worry about. The frog originally wanted to say that the materials were precious and that it didn't have many left, but after experiencing this, it was afraid. This human must be a desperado, maybe even a madman. He even dares to violate the oath. What else is there that he doesn't dare to do? The frog opened its mouth, and the imperial cauldron of fire and wood spun out. A blue fire dragon swept out, and the frog started refining. It controlled the earth energy to form a big hand and threw the 3 arms in. Now, there was no need for Lin Fan to say anything. The frog was refining cautiously, even more serious than before. Lin Fan asked in boredom, "Your blue fire dragon is not bad. Where did it come from?" If it was before, the frog would have torn its skin off the other party, but now, it was very obedient. It was afraid that it would be stewed by this desperado if it spoke too slowly. This is the Abyssal fire. It has no attack power and can only be used for refining pills. It can maximize the integration of the medicinal efficacy, remove the impurities in the various materials, and retain the strongest medicinal efficacy. It is a relatively good innate spiritual fire for refining pills. The frog didn't dare to show off anymore. It was as if it was explaining some new knowledge. "Tell me what happened to you. How did your soul get shattered and enter this frog's body?" Lin Fan asked calmly. He suddenly realized that it wasn't bad to be serious at times. At the very least, the frog was stunned. "I don't know. One day, I went to see my wife and was traveling in the sky. Suddenly, someone hit me with a stick and I was surrounded by a group of people. They beat me until my soul was destroyed. When I woke up, I was in this frog's body," the frog answered honestly. Although this guy wasn't as strong as the people he had met in the past, he was too ruthless, so ruthless that it made people fear him. He really couldn't afford to offend him. Especially when he was still so weak. If this human suddenly went crazy and stewed him, he would really be done for. The frog said, "Hero, I heard you call me Lin Fan when you swore just now. Actually, I have a name too. Cut the crap. I'm not interested in your name. Cultivate pills properly." Lin Fan patted the frog's head. Yes, the frog was a little sad. It wanted to say its name so that Lin Fan would remember it. If Lin Fan didn't even know its name after it was stewed, then it would really die without knowing why. Now that he had 11,200 points, he wanted to try the lottery and see if he could get something good. Silver lottery, 37 consecutive draws. Let's go, 11,100 points silver lottery. Thank you for your participation, please continue to work hard. Lin Fan didn't feel anything at all. It was very normal. This was just the beginning. The chances that he missed would come later. Silver lottery, mystic class low-grade pill, dragon and tiger grade supplement pill. Not bad. He got it on the second draw. Although it was a mystic class low-grade pill, which he didn't want anymore, and he still had a lot of them in his storage ring. It was still a good improvement. Silver lottery, congratulations on drawing a bottle of Mantir high-grade medicinal pill, Liger pill. Silver lottery, thank you for your participation, please continue to work hard. 30 consecutive draws. Although he had gotten a lot of good things in the past, it would have made him ecstatic. But now, it was better to leave it for his junior brothers. Now, it all depended on whether the last 7 people could get something good. It all depended on luck if one could get something good from the lottery. Silver lottery, congratulations on obtaining a low-grade Earth-class pill, Fire Essence pill. Not bad. There was actually an Earth-class low-grade pill. It was a big improvement. It was quite useful to him. Silver lottery, Mystic class skill upgrade talisman. This is interesting. Let's see what use it has. Thank you for your participation, there was only one left. The 3 pure ones will go up, and I, Lin Fan, will go down. Please bless me with something good. Silver lottery draw, congratulations, you have obtained an eternal level buff that ignores seals. When the last lucky draw ended, Lin Fan's heart was slightly shaken. What did that mean, ignore seal, ignore all restraints and seals? He blinked to show that he was calm. But when he saw the introduction, he couldn't stay calm anymore. This was a full service for him. Undying, ignore seal. What was this trying to say? Not bad, not bad. This was a good draw. Although the ignore seal buff wasn't very useful to him. After all, he was so weak, how could he be sealed? But it was hard to say that he wouldn't face such a situation in the future. It was stable. His life from now on was stable. It seemed like he was a humanoid boss. Nobody could kill him, let alone seal him. Would he become the person that strong people didn't want to face the most in the future? Interesting. Checking the loot from the lottery, it was quite bountiful. There was a pile of elixirs, the most precious of which was the Earth-class low-grade elixir, the Fire Essence pill. There was also the Mortal-class Cultivation technique upgrade talisman, which was not bad. At the same time, the Earth-class buff that ignored seals was also a pleasant surprise. It could be considered as laying a solid foundation for his future. In the future, he would not have to fear being sealed. Mystic class skill upgrade talisman, can upgrade a Mystic class skill to Mystic low class skill. One-time use. Out of all the martial arts that he was practicing, only Cruel Blood met the requirements. Although it was only a human class upper grade, it was very helpful to him. He didn't expect that it would be a timely help. If he could upgrade this martial art to the profound class, then his strength would soar again. Upgrade Cruel Blood. He thought. Using a Mystic class skill upgrade talisman. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a surge of energy in his body. The power that belonged to Cruel Blood suddenly increased. It was many times stronger than before. Characteristics: boiling blood, intimidation, blood traces, power of blood. Side effect: death after 3 times. The side effect didn't change. It was just that the reversal of blood had turned into boiling blood, and there was an additional power of blood. Lin Fan didn't know what this power of blood was. Hero, the pill is done. The frog worked hard and finally succeeded in refining the pill. At this time, Lin Fan saw 3 pills floating out of the cauldron. He grabbed them directly. He was very happy. At this moment, the frog's heart was aching. The ice spirit earth crystal that it originally only had was long gone, but in order to successfully refine the elixir, it had to take out more spiritual herbs. Its heart was aching. Not bad, you frog. I'm interested in you. Lin Fan was very happy. He was very satisfied with both the lottery and the pill. It was just that he had to immerse himself in the lottery for a while. If he continued to draw, he would just be throwing points in. It wasn't worth it at all. The last 100 points were a bit of an eyesore. He directly drew the bronze lottery. The result was obvious. Thank you for your patronage. But for the frog, the phrase "I'm interested in you" was enough to make it tremble. I don't want you to be interested in me. To the frog, it was like a big fat pig waiting to be slaughtered. It couldn't even run away when it was in its hands. Hero, can you let me go now? The frog asked carefully. The frog said cautiously. It wished it could give itself 2 tight slaps for being greedy. Now, it had fallen into a pit, and this pit was too deep for it to jump out of. What's wrong? Do you want to leave me so badly? Lin Fan was a little unhappy. Could it be that he was really that scary? Even a frog wanted to leave him alone. The frog felt a dangerous aura shrouding it. It immediately shook its head in panic. No, hero, you misunderstood. I just feel that my strength is too low. When I'm with you, I feel inferior. Open your mouth, Lin Fan said. The frog didn't know what this guy wanted. Could it be that this guy has some special idea? The frog felt even more afraid. It then opened its mouth carefully. In an instant, 2 fingers clamped down on the frog's tongue. The frog wanted to cry out, but it couldn't resist at all. Lin Fan stretched out its tongue and looked at it carefully. That's weird. Where did you hide these things? He couldn't figure out where the frog hid its treasures. When it was concocting pills just now, he saw clearly that many of the herbs were of very high quality. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to have them. This guy really wants my treasures. Don't flaunt your wealth. I've already forgotten about this. I just wanted to show off in front of others, but I neglected my own strength. I'm really in trouble now. Hero, I really don't have any more treasures. I've used up all the pills I concocted for you just now. The frog was on the verge of crying. Ever since it became a frog, this was its most helpless moment. Hee, don't joke around. You've lived here for so long, and you're telling me that you don't have any treasures? Lin Fan didn't believe what the frog said. If you don't behave yourself, I'll stew you. How can you do this? I'm a frog that has lived for tens of thousands of years. How can you treat me like this? I've suffered all my life and now I've become a frog. I can't even see my wife. I've been stuck in this godforsaken place for tens of thousands of years. Cultivating is like searching for water in a desert. After tens of thousands of years, I've only managed to cultivate to this level. If you want to take away everything I have, you might as well kill me with a single slash. That way, I won't have any hope left. He didn't know where he got the courage to say such words to this lunatic who dared to go against his oath. Then, he sighed in his heart. It seemed like even after tens of thousands of years, the arrogance and dignity in his heart had not been worn down. Lin Fan did not move at all, as though he was stunned. The frog looked at the expression of the human in front of it and was puzzled. Could it be that what I said just now struck a chord in the human's heart? Sure enough, even though I've turned into a frog, I still have a temperament that others can't ignore. Clang, the Thai sovereign sword appeared out of nowhere. Its sharp sword intent surging out. Alright, since that's the case, I can only kill you and have a good meal. That way, this trip will be worthwhile, Lin Fan said calmly. The frog was shocked. It threw all its previous thoughts out the window and cried out. Hero, please spare my life. I'll give it to you. Don't kill me. Hero, please spare me. I'll be your slave in my next life to repay your kindness. The frog was on the verge of breaking down. This human doesn't play by the rules at all. Does he not have any sympathy? I've already made myself sound so miserable. As long as he still has a bit of conscience, he wouldn't be able to kill me. Lin Fan thought to himself. This frog is really not simple. It knows everything that I don't know. Also, it's obviously not simple to have its soul destroyed. Although this frog is a little useless, it's still pretty good for it to be able to make good pills. Forget about your next life. Just swear it in this life. Lin Fan's voice rang in the frog's ears. The frog stared at Lin Fan blankly. It was roaring in its heart. You're already at the end of your life. You'll die as long as you leave this place. What are you trying to do? But from the frog's point of view, this might be a good opportunity. Hero, I actually have a mystique called the Stealing Heaven Monster Technique. It can form a contract with you. It's even better than swearing to the heavens. I'll show you this mystique talisman. What do you think? At this moment, the frog opened its mouth, and a talisman flew out of its mouth. Lin Fan grabbed it in his hand and felt it carefully. He didn't expect there to be such a skill set. It could directly form a contract with a monster and decide the life or death of a monster pet with a single thought. And this skill set had a great benefit for the frog. That was, when he went outside, the frog could use the connection between them to absorb earth energy and cultivate. Not bad. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. It's pretty good, but I can't get out of here before I reach the Heaven Star border realm, said the frog. According to the use of this mystique, Lin Fan directly made various hand seals. In an instant, a mysterious pattern appeared under the frog's feet. At this moment, he could feel that his mind had formed a close connection with some kind of creature. Even if it was just a thought, he could kill the monster pet in an instant no matter where it was. Even its soul couldn't escape. In this situation, he directly put the frog down. He wasn't afraid that it would run away. Your behavior is very good. Okay, tell me, where are the treasures in here? Lin Fan asked. The frog felt helpless. It didn't expect that it would really form a contract with this human. However, it hid a lot of things. Although the heaven-stealing demon art could control its life and death, it wouldn't suffer any damage if Lin Fan died. In its opinion, this human violated the oath to the heavens and was already dead. As long as it left this place, heaven's wrath would come. At that time, it would be free again. Moreover, it could absorb earth energy from the outside. It was really comfortable. Master, the treasures here are basically guarded by very powerful monsters, and some of the treasures without the protection of monsters have been looted over the past tens of thousands of years. I still have a key to the door of 1,000 caves. At this moment, the frog opened its mouth and a key talisman floated out. Lin Fan grabbed it and fused it with the 3 talismans he already had. Suddenly, the talismans flowed unimpeded. What the hell is this? Lin Fan was a little puzzled. Master, I know this thing. It's the biggest treasure in the 1,000 deep caves. It can open the 1,000 deep caves and obtain all the treasures inside. But I have sneaked into that place once. There are many powerful monsters there, and there are countless Heaven Star border realm monsters. With Master's current strength, you will only be courting death if you go there. Moreover, there are all kinds of disordered spaces. The treasure is hidden in them. It's best not to go there before you break through to the Heaven Star border. Lin Fan smiled. You really know a lot. The frog raised its head proudly. That's for sure. I'm a frog that has lived for tens of thousands of years. It seems like I won't be able to get the 1,000 deep caves for the time being. Those Heaven Star border realm monsters aren't that scary, but the disordered spaces. With my strength, it will be easy for me to enter, but it will be hard for me to get out. And it seems like the 1,000 deep caves is hidden in the disordered spaces. Without the ability to break space, I really won't be able to find it. Come with me. Lin Fan grabbed the frog in his hand and dashed into the distance. I need to cultivate now, and I still have points. At the same time, I will ask the frog to refine pills for me. The Black Sea of the demonic abyss, the most dangerous place of all. There was no end to it, and it was peaceful for millions of miles. The black seawater reflected the sky and earth, forming a strange scene. At this moment, in the distance, a pure and holy golden light lit up the Black Sea. Within this pure and holy golden light, there seemed to be someone chanting scriptures. Mysterious runes floated in the air and gradually fused together. Behind the golden light, a huge, pure and holy winged human Dharma idol was formed. It was imbued with saint energy. The 9 golden demonic beasts spread their wings and turned into rays of light that swept through the heavens and earth. In the mouths of the 9 golden demonic beasts, there was a golden chain that was dragging a dazzling divine chariot. This divine chariot was white in color and engraved with all sorts of divine runes. It emitted a strange light as if it was enveloped by a divine might. And these 9 golden dragon-shaped monsters were all in the 7th or 8th stage of the Earth Star border realm. Their bloodline was very high, and they were considered royalty among the monsters. Now that they were being used to pull a carriage, it was obviously a little scary. Religious brother, if we can bring Lu Ruachan back to the Magnificent Flame sect, it will be a great contribution. It was an old man with a crooked body. He seemed to be very old, but his withered body seemed to contain some sort of terrifying power. The Magnificent Flame sect is such a backward sect. I never thought that they would have a saintess, Tian. Have you investigated the matter that I asked you to? Did any of Lu Ruochen's 18 generations come from the Saint Convent sect? The man who spoke was handsome. His golden hair was surrounded by lightning, as if every strand of his hair was a world of lightning. I've checked, but I haven't found anything yet. But since it's the saintess, someone in her generation must be related to the Saint Convent sect. The old man lowered his eyebrows. When he saw the religious brother's golden hair, his eyes lit up. This was a sign that he had cultivated the lightning sacred skill to a certain level. Seems like they have hidden themselves well. To think that someone who possesses the saintess' heavenly body would end up in such a backward sect. This is a complete blasphemy. However, a fine jade has been covered in dust and has yet to be fully developed. I have already discussed with the elders of the sect and decided to let Lu Ruochen become my dual cultivation partner. As long as I can unlock the saintess' heavenly body, I will be able to break through the Earth star border barrier and become a true heaven star border realm expert. The Holy Son burst out laughing. His face flickered with a maniacal expression, which was very different from his previous calmness. The old man prostrated on the ground. He was extremely excited. There were a total of 1,999 religious princes in the Saint Convent sect, and the lord in front of him was only ranked around 1,800. If he could have sex with the saintess, not only would he become a heaven star border realm cultivator, but he would also be able to improve by leaps and bounds in the future. It wouldn't be difficult for him to become one of the most powerful religious princes. Roar! Suddenly, the quiet Black Sea swelled up and the seawater flowed in reverse, as if something terrifying was about to come out. The 9 golden dragon-shaped beasts roared angrily. They stared ferociously at the swollen water bubble. Filthy thing. The Holy Son's cold face was filled with disdain when he sensed the commotion outside. Divine might. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the originally peaceful world. A whirlpool appeared in the sky, and lightning shrouded the whirlpool. The water bubble exploded, and a 10-meter-tall sea beast roared ferociously. Its countless tentacles slapped on the Black Sea continuously, and every slap formed a tsunami. Boom! A few meter-thick lightning struck down, covering the sea beast. When the lightning dissipated, blood and flesh floated on the surface of the Black Sea, dyeing it red. The old man looked excited. Lord Holy Son, your lightning sacred art has improved. You have reached the stage where you can shake the heavens and earth with just a word. The Holy Son didn't look proud at all. I'm still far from it. Although I can shake the heavens and earth, if I break through to the heaven star border realm, I will be much more powerful. Speed up. There are many existences in this Black Sea that even I can't afford to offend. Yes. In the dangerous place of the door of 1,000 caves, Lin Fan stood proudly on a huge black rock, staring into the distance. The cold wind blew on his face, but he didn't feel anything. Frog, refine pills for me. Whatever you can refine it for me. Lin Fan threw the frog on the ground and prepared to start earning points. At the same time, experience points are also very important now. I didn't expect that I would only have 3 million experience points left from the abyssal worm. I'm really poor. It's not even enough to improve my cultivation. Master, I didn't. The frog roared madly in its heart. You're going to die soon. Why are you still taking so many pills? Aren't you wasting my savings? But when it saw Lin Fan rush into the horde of monsters and send a message, it was so scared that it didn't dare to say anything more. If you haven't finished refining pills before I come back, I will make you into a delicacy. How can you threaten me, a frog that has lived for tens of thousands of years? The frog shouted. Its heart was already cold, but after thinking about it, it decided to endure for a while and take a step back. This guy has already broken his oath. If he goes out, he will be struck by lightning, and I will regain my freedom. Forget it. Who asked me to be so kind? You won't live for long, so I'll let you shine in your last moments. The frog opened its mouth, and the imperial cauldron of fire and wood spun out. The cyan abyssal hellfire surged and turned into a fire dragon. It painfully took out a little of its savings. It had lived for tens of thousands of years with great difficulty to obtain these treasures. It was easier said than done to obtain these treasures with a weak frog body. But when it thought about how this human would drag me down with him when he saw that I didn't refine any good pills, Lin Fan thought to himself. I still want to see my wife. How can I die here? Startling dragon palm, mace, a series of attacks were launched. For these monsters, meeting him was already a dead end. Not to mention, now that his cultivation had increased greatly, he could kill them all with just one attack. When he swung the mace, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The air exploded, and the monster's flesh and blood flew everywhere. Cruel. This is too cruel. The frog looked into the distance while concocting pills. Its heart was pounding. It didn't expect this human to be so cruel. Every move was bloody. It's the right thing for God to take me in. After all, this is too cruel. Thinking back to when I was still in my human form, I would be reduced to ashes and vomit blood occasionally when I fought against experts. How could I be like this? Lin Fan got 6,000 points. The ground was full of flesh and blood. Not a single living thing was left alive. Are you done? Lin Fan walked in front of the frog and grabbed it rudely. The frog shouted. I'm done. Master, I'm your pet after all. Can't you show me some love? Don't pinch me so hard every time. Lin Fan ignored the frog's shouts and grabbed the pill. What pill is this? This frog is very knowledgeable. It knows a lot of things, especially its ability to refine pills. It's not to be underestimated. It seems like it's an expert in refining pills when it's in its human form. This pet is not bad, but it's a little petty. But it doesn't matter. I'll teach it a lesson when it breaks through to the Heaven Star border realm and can get out of here. This is an Earthlow class pill, ice and fire triple pill. After taking it, ice will solidify and fire will smelt. It can strengthen the internal organs, temper the bones, increase the capacity of the body, and accumulate more resources. I spent all my wealth to refine this. It might not be able to refine the 9 Tribulations pill, but it's still an amazing pill. Even some Earth high-class pills can't be compared to the pills I refine. The frog raised its green head and said proudly. It had gained a lot of experience in alchemy. Every pill it refined would be amazing. If it had all the ingredients, it could even refine a divine pill while vomiting blood. Lin Fan nodded. Well, it seems like you're still useful. At least, you're more useful than a delicacy. The frog shouted. I might be a pet, but you can't insult my character. I'm not just useful. Back then, those who begged me to refine pills. Before it could finish its words, Lin Fan threw it to the side. Be quiet. He then took out the Fire Yuan pill. He wanted to see how much it could expand his body's capacity after taking these 2 pills. The frog was shocked when it felt a strong fire coming towards it. Master, why do you have the Fire Yuan pill? Lin Fan was interested. Why? Just a low-grade earth step pill is enough to shock a giant alchemy frog like you? How is that possible? The frog shook its head, but the shock in its eyes couldn't be hidden from Lin Fan. This Fire Yuan pill isn't an ordinary pill. It might be earth low class, but its ingredients can't be found in this world. Lin Fan was stunned as if he had heard some big news. You're not from this world? The frog didn't expect that it would let the cat out of the bag. It raised its head and said, yes, that's right. I learned from the humans who came in before that the world I'm in now isn't the place I used to be. It's much, much lower than the place I used to be. Back then. Clatter, Lin Fan grabbed the frog with one hand. As a pet, you should have the awareness of a pet. Stop talking nonsense. Tell me about this pill. How could these natives compare to his knowledge? He had read a lot of fantasy novels in his previous life, so he knew that there was always a higher mountain. But his cultivation was too weak now, so he was thinking too much about things that were far away. And he also knew a saying. The more you know, the faster you die. Look at this frog. It seems like it knows a lot, but it doesn't have a good ending now. Lin Fan could tell that this saying was true. The frog struggled and cried in its heart. If it really became this human's pet in the future, it would be a sin. But fortunately, it would be over soon. Although this Fire Yuan pill is a low-grade earth class pill, there is a very rare ingredient in it, and that is the geocentric heavenly fire. Where I come from, only the geniuses of the great sects with a long history are qualified to take the fire yuan pill and break through their limits. You're really lucky to be able to get such a pill, the frog said non-stop. That's all nonsense. It's useless. Lin Fan shook the frog off. He didn't expect the items to be so magical. Not bad. The frog turned around and looked at the human in front of it. It sighed helplessly. Didn't you tell me to say this? Now you're complaining that I'm talking nonsense. You really have no dignity as a pet. As soon as the pill entered Lin Fan's body, it immediately turned into a strong medicinal effect, bursting out in his body. The cold wind blew, and the flames burned. The medicinal energy split into two, forming two figures. One half of the medicinal energy turned into a snow demon with long, snow-white hair. When it opened its mouth, bone-chilling ice and snow filled the air, freezing Xiaoqian's internal organs and bones. The tip of the ice flickered with a cold light. The frog, who was watching from the outside, was shocked. What's wrong with this human? Why is he so expressionless after taking the ice and fire triad pill? Especially now that his hair has turned into a thick layer of ice. Doesn't he feel any discomfort? At this time, Lin Fan was completely immersed in his body. The snow demon appeared, and the other half of the medicinal effect turned into a fiery red fire demon. Every strand of its hair was made of flames. When it opened its mouth, endless flames would burn everything. The ice and snow melted, but not only did they not extinguish the flames, they merged with each other, forming a white and red Tai Chi pattern. First heaven, second heaven, third heaven, it kept repeating. His bones creaked as if they were undergoing a mutation under the effect of the pill. The frog was dumbfounded. At least show some expression. The ice and fire triad pill might not make people wish they were dead, but the pain is still there. Most people would be sweating and groaning after taking this pill, but to the frog, there was nothing wrong with this guy. It was as if he was taking an ordinary pill. However, the frog was still optimistic about the ice and fire triad pill. It might only be an Earthlo-class pill, but it had endless uses. It could make the most mysterious human body undergo great changes. The thought of being a master of alchemy but not being able to take pills made Lin Fan's heart ache. He hated the guy who sent him into the frog's body. At least give him a chance and send him into the body of a monster with a bit of bloodline. With his current body, if he were to consume a medicinal pill, the immense medicinal energy would cause his body to explode. Even the lowest grade mortal tier medicinal pill would cause his body to explode. Now that he was in the 7th stage of the Earth Star border realm, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch as the pills he refined were consumed by others. Not bad. Lin Fan could feel the changes in his body. His organs and bones seemed to be covered with a layer of ice and fire, emitting a faint glow. His potential had also been developed. Frog, you're pretty good. The frog was very proud. That's for sure. There's no such thing as a waste pill when I make a move. But in his heart, he was also muttering, even if this is not a useless pill, you are still useless. You are going to die anyway. As for hiding in the door of 1,000 caves for the rest of his life, that was simply impossible. There was no earth energy to absorb. Unless he hid there and slowly died of old age, or if he was unlucky, he might be discovered by a powerful monster and be swallowed by it. Right now, the only thing he could do was swallow the fire essence pill, expand his body's capacity once again, and then consume the 3 spirit python rising dragon pills. This old demon was pretty decent. His core demonic energy was strong indeed. However, Lin Fan wondered if the other party would fall for it if he were to scam it once more. But then again, the chances of that happening were pretty low. Without much thought, Xianxia swallowed the pill. The frog watched as the human swallowed the fire essence pill. Its heart was pounding. It felt that this human was too ferocious. He even dared to swallow this pill. The pain he would have to face later was unimaginable. He had once seen someone who swallowed this fire essence pill. Instantly, his body was engulfed in raging flames, and his whole body became a flaming man. Either he couldn't bear the pain and directly dispersed the pill's power, or he used his strong willpower to persevere. And at this moment, the scene that Lin Fan was facing was exactly what the frog had imagined. When the pill rolled into his stomach, all the medicinal efficacy exploded violently. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt amidst the misty medicinal efficacy. The scorching heat swept across his body, hitting every part of his body. Even his cells were constantly rupturing. What a strong medicinal efficacy! What a strong effect! If not for the fact that he had no sense of pain, he would have already screamed. Lin Fan looked at the situation inside his body and sighed in his heart. The mist dissipated, and the medicinal efficacy exploded. The scorching heat spread from the inside to the outside. The frog pushed it away fiercely. The scorching heat made it howl. In its eyes, this human was already wrapped in a ball of flames. His entire body was on fire. This guy is completely courting death. When the disciples of the big sects take this fire essence pill, they will water their bodies with ice spirit spring water to resist the heat. Although it will greatly reduce the efficacy of the pill, at least they can endure it. It muttered in its heart, but when it saw that the human was still expressionless, it really didn't want to say anything. Could it be that this guy doesn't feel any pain? At least frown and let this frog see your painful expression. But now, the situation was too different from what the frog had imagined. Lin Fan's hair had been burned, his eyebrows had turned into nothingness, and even his skin was cracked by the scorching flames. But his body had undergone a huge change. His blood was constantly boiling under the scorching flames. His cells were constantly exploding and reforming again. The cycle was endless. Before the efficacy of the pill dissipated, his body was constantly strengthening. Time passed, second by second. The efficacy of the fire essence pill gradually dissipated. Lin Fan opened his eyes, and 2 flames spurted out. There were 2 balls of flames burning in his pupils, and then they gradually dissipated. His hair continued to grow, and it was glossier and tougher than before. It's indeed a powerful pill. Its capacity has increased by at least several times. Right now, he only felt that his body was hungry, and he urgently needed to replenish himself. He held the 3 spirit python soaring dragon pills in his hand and swallowed them. The vast medicinal efficacy directly exploded in his body. The frog had been standing there the whole time. From the previous shock to the current stupefaction, it dared to swear to the heavens that it had never seen someone so cruel to itself. After the fire essence pill unlocked one's potential, it needed to be nurtured for a while. But this guy actually swallowed 3 spirit python soaring dragon pills directly. Isn't he afraid that his body will collapse? Every cell in his body was greedily absorbing the huge medicinal efficacy, constantly enriching and changing. Lin Fan roared excitedly in his heart. In such a short period of time, his cultivation base had improved to such a level. It was absolutely unprecedented. Boom, Lin Fan's body shook violently, and a vast amount of earth energy burst out, forming a gust of wind. The frog's front claws clutched the rock tightly. Its small eyes were filled with shock. He's too strong. To what extent has this human cultivated his foundation? I'm afraid that even the geniuses of the major sects aren't as strong as him. He didn't dare to imagine that there was actually someone who could cultivate to such a level just by relying on his own ability. If he was nurtured, how strong would he become? Lin Fan clenched his fist. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more and he would be able to build up his foundation completely. Furthermore, that fire yuan pill just now had probably raised his body's limit to its peak. Some of the pill's power had even been wasted because his body had reached its limit. I won't be able to open up a wider field. Not bad at all. The only thing left is to increase my experience points. Then, I'll earn some more points to activate the second divine art of the magic of the 7 gods. By then, I'll be able to defeat Jun Wutian with my full strength as an Earth Star Border Stage 6 cultivator. It won't be a problem for me to open up the 11th peak and nurture my own force. Lin Fan grabbed the frog in his hand and smiled weirdly. Frog, what do you think of me now? The frog was already stunned. It immediately roared, amazing, truly amazing. You are the only person that I, the frog, admire in tens of thousands of years. As long as you continue to work hard, it won't be difficult to become the strongest in the world in the future. I, the frog, am so lucky to have found a master like you. The frog squeezed out a few drops of frog tears as it spoke. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. The path of cultivation must be lonely. This frog's alchemy skills are not bad, but that's not the most important thing. What caught his eye was that this frog could shout 666. How could there not be witnesses to the growth of every powerhouse? Remember, you have to shout 666 in the future. Master, what does 666 mean? The frog was confused. Why? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Or do you want to be eaten by me? Lin Fan squeezed the frog slightly, making it cry out. Master, 666. Master is 666. The cold wind was like a knife, blowing at the frog's green face. Its small eyes stared at the entrance of the cave. It was already desperate. Does this human really want to stay in the door of 1,000 caves for the rest of his life? 5 days have passed. Why hasn't he left yet? At the same time, it couldn't figure out why this guy's earth energy was so thick. Even when he encountered demonic beasts, this human relied on the strength of his physical body and directly used that extremely crude mace to smash the other party into pieces. In the frog's opinion, this was just too cruel. Over the past 5 days, Lin Fan had been cultivating and circulating his earth energy. His experience points had been increasing continuously. For others, they needed to absorb earth energy to cultivate, but Lin Fan found that he didn't need to. He could increase his experience points as long as he didn't move his earth energy. This was a good discovery. It wouldn't be difficult for him to cultivate in the door of 1,000 caves for the rest of his life. Even if his earth energy was depleted, he could just stab himself with his sword and recover to full HP in 10 seconds. The frog had been waiting for a long time. Finally, it saw the human coming out. It wanted to say, Master, let's go out for some fresh air. But on second thought, it realized that it wouldn't do. It would easily expose its true purpose. But freedom is really precious. How can I become a pet in the hands of such a cruel human? This will make me feel very insecure. Let's go and kill some monsters. Lin Fan grabbed the frog and dashed off into the distance. After cultivating for 5 days, Lin Fan's experience points had increased by 1 million. Now, it had reached more than 5 million. The plus sign was already glowing, indicating that he wanted to increase his cultivation. But my foundation is still not enough. I need to earn more points and unlock the second divine power of the magic of the 7 gods. Then, I will have a strong foundation and directly increase my cultivation to the 6th stage of the Earth Star Border realm. When I return to the sect, I will beat up those peak leaders one by one. But 5 experience points per second for the door of 1,000 caves is a bit slow. I have to continue experimenting. The frog was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Why do you want to kill monsters? They didn't provoke you. You're a complete lunatic, a complete lunatic. As for the monsters in the door of 1,000 caves, they could feel a killing intent coming from afar. At the same time, their hearts were pounding as if something bad was about to happen. Another 5 days later. The frog looked at its surroundings. This place had become a bloody hell. The ground was covered in blood and flesh. Every time it breathed, a strong smell of blood assailed its nostrils. It was so choking that tears almost came out of its eyes. Its 4 short claws began to tremble uncontrollably. In the past 5 days, he had witnessed too much terror. A group of harmonious and friendly beasts was working hard for the next generation. But suddenly, a human appeared from the side and attacked them with the mace, the root of all evil. The mace smashed down, causing the earth to shake. After the dust dissipated, the only thing that was imprinted in his eyes was the blood-colored mist. Why did he have to be so cruel? The demonic beasts were working hard for the next generation, but this human had ruthlessly hammered the demonic beasts to death, and even hammered them into pieces. It was a tragic sight. Master, 666. The frog stood up, waved its front paws, and roared excitedly, Master, 666. Master is too powerful. These demonic beasts are simply courting death. Instead of bowing to Master and waiting to be chopped, they actually dared to act so arrogantly. They deserved to die. Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He had accumulated enough points. 100,000 points was enough to level up the magic of the 7 gods. As for the frog, it was indeed not bad. After training it, it was able to use what it had learned. It might not be satisfactory, but it was enough for the current situation. Level up the magic of the 7 gods. Points-100,000 Magic of the 7 gods, Level 2, Mad God of the Heavens. The moment he leveled up, a powerful force erupted with Lin Fan as the center. The powerful earth energy was like a blade, shattering all the rocks around him. The frog, who was shouting 666, immediately retreated when it felt the extremely powerful force. What's going on? Where did such a powerful force come from? A drop of sweat rolled down from the frog's green forehead. Under its vigilant gaze, the human seemed to have gone berserk all of a sudden. A vast force swept out, forming an earth energy storm of dozens of feet. The storm continued to expand, destroying everything in its path. So powerful. What the hell is this human? He's only in the 5th stage of the Earth Star border realm, but he's so powerful. This is impossible. The frog was very knowledgeable and had seen many strange things in the past. However, this scene had left it speechless. Even an Earth Star border stage 7 like me would be torn to pieces if I were to enter this Earth energy storm. The frog had been shocked many times over the time it spent with this human. It was as if this human didn't know pain or fatigue. He had a special fondness for demonic beasts, and he would not stop until he killed them. The Earth energy storm that was formed was completely beyond the strength of an Earth Star border stage 5. Ah! Suddenly, a roar broke out from the Earth energy storm. A beam of light shot up into the sky, and the Earth energy storm that was slowly expanding exploded in an instant. The strong wind made the frog unable to open its eyes. The frog raised its claws to cover its eyes. So powerful, so powerful. Where did this force come from? What's in this human's body? Could it be that there is a god inside? In an instant, the Earth energy storm seemed to have been sucked back by some kind of force. It shrank until it finally shrank to the human's forehead. But then, something happened that made the frog dumbfounded. Surprisingly, a circular array pattern with all sorts of protruding edges had appeared on the back of this human. At the same time, a beam of light flashed out from the human's forehead, which then expanded continuously. Strands of hair stood on end as a violent power burst out from the human's forehead. Is this a god? The frog was shocked. Horror could be seen in its eyes. At this moment, Lin Fan felt that his body was filled with endless power. His forehead seemed to be about to split open, as if a god was about to come out. Mad God of the Heavens! With a furious roar, his hair, which had stood up, gradually turned from black to red, as if it had been dyed with blood. A red figure kept expanding, and it looked like a mad god with bulging muscles. It was holding a mace and a frying pan in its hands, roaring angrily as it floated behind Lin Fan. Then, it gradually dissipated and merged back into the human's forehead. Suddenly, lines of blood appeared from the corner of his eyes, extending all the way to his chin. Is this power? Lin Fan could feel the blood within his body starting to boil. His black pupils were slowly turning red as well. Frog, have you forgotten what you should say? The frog had been in a state of shock. Hearing Lin Fan's words, it immediately reacted and waved its claws. 666, Master, you are so 666. Lin Fan smiled as if he was looking down on the frog. There's still a chance for you to shout 666. Burst out, my power. Experience points 5000000. Cultivation, Earth Star Border Stage 6, plus, boom, an even more violent power burst out, and the surrounding giant rocks kept cracking under the impact of this power. The cracks on the ground spread like a spider web. Bang, the rock under the frog's feet cracked instantly, causing it to cry out in shock. It then stabilized its body, but its eyes were filled with shock. This is no longer a human. This was the only thought in its mind. It didn't expect that this human's cultivation would increase, and his power was so strong that it shouldn't be something that an Earth Star Border Stage 6 should have. Haha. Lin Fan laughed. All of this was earned through hard work. He kept killing and cultivating, and finally, all of his strength was unleashed. Lin Fan then retracted all of his aura, returning it back to his body. Come, follow me to another place. It's time for me to leave. Lin Fan made a grabbing motion, and earth energy turned into a giant hand. He grabbed the frog and rushed towards the seal. He wanted to see if this old monster was really retarded. It's a bit desolate. The 8 demon sealing monuments were still there when Lin Fan arrived at the sealed area, but it felt much more desolate than before. The frog didn't know what this human was doing here, but its heart was completely excited. This human is going to leave. Could it be that the stronger a person is, the more conceited he is, he's not even afraid of heaven's wrath? Old monster, are you dead? Lin Fan shouted, looking at the flashing lights. Silence, silence. The old monster in the seal didn't make a sound. Suddenly, a gloomy and angry voice came from the sealed area. How dare you come back? Then, the roar grew louder and louder. How dare you come back? Despicable. Shameless. You will die without a burial place. Haha, only death awaits you for breaking your oath. Do you want to let me out now? It's too late. The old monster had never been deceived like this. Not only did he lose his source of demonic energy, but his dignity as an expert was also trampled on. This was intolerable. Lin Fan's face was calm. I apologize for what happened before. I hope you can trust me one more time and let me chop you again. Your demonic power is of great use to me. Believe me, as long as I cut you again, I will definitely let you out. I, Lin Fan, am also an expert in the 6th stage of the Earth Star Border realm. I will not go back on my words. The frog remained silent. Even a frog wouldn't believe such words. As for the old monster, it was even more so. The scene quieted down again. The frog was puzzled. Does this old monster really want to trust me again? Is there something wrong with his brain after being sealed for so long? Suddenly, a word exploded in his ears like a clap of thunder. Get lost. The old monster was completely furious. He didn't expect that this human would really treat him as a fool and even dare to come and ask questions. Good, a man of few words is indeed worthy of being called an expert. Lin Fan grabbed the frog and turned to leave. Then, he stopped. The next time you hear my voice, you will be a pill. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. The old monster roared. Human who broke his oath, heaven's wrath will deal with you. The frog turned its head and looked at the seal. It couldn't help but sigh. This is a sad story. At the entrance of the door of 1,000 caves. Looking at the human in front of it, the frog was very excited. It then squeezed out 2 drops of tears. Master, go ahead. I will cultivate well and reach the Heaven Star Border realm as soon as possible. I will leave this place and look for you. Very obedient. Lin Fan rubbed the frog's green head. I want something from you. Are you willing to give it to me? I'm willing, I'm willing. I'm Master's frog. I can even give myself to Master. What else can't I give Master? The frog's only thought was to let this human leave as soon as possible. It wanted to be a free frog. I want your green abyssal hellfire. Lin Fan spoke up. He then thought of something, you don't have to give it all to me. Just 1 strand is enough. He also thought that this frog would refine pills for him in the 1,000 deep caves. If he took all of the cyan abyssal flames, it would be too much. Although he would have some use for it, a wisp of it was more than enough for him. The frog felt suffocated when it heard Lin Fan's words, but it heaved a sigh of relief when it heard the latter part. If I give all of the cyan abyssal flames to this human, how will I refine pills when I reach the Heaven Star Border realm? Moreover, if this human leaves the 1,000 deep caves and is exposed to the air, he will incur the wrath of heaven. It would be a waste to give him the cyan abyssal flames. But I can still accept a wisp of it. The frog opened its mouth, and a wisp of cyan abyssal flames floated out. Lin Fan grabbed the wisp of cyan abyssal flames with his 5 fingers and absorbed it into his body. Oh, by the way, after I leave, you must refine pills well. If you slack off the next time I come, I will chop you into pieces, Lin Fan said. I have to give this frog a task. After all, its alchemy ability is pretty good. The frog nodded immediately. Master, don't worry. I will definitely refine more pills and wait for your return. However, it was cursing in its heart. Come back my ass. Heaven's wrath will turn me into ashes if I go out. What's wrong with this brain of yours? Why aren't you afraid? Just as Lin Fan was about to raise his leg and step through the door, he suddenly stopped. The frog was also taken aback. Is he regretting his decision? Shout 666 again to send me off, Lin Fan said with a smile. The frog heaved a sigh of relief and immediately cheered up. Master, 666, this is for you. When the human figure disappeared in front of it, the frog also heaved a sigh of relief. He finally left. But suddenly, a head poked through the light screen of the inner door. Frog, you must refine pills well, do you hear me? The frog almost fainted when it heard this voice, but it immediately nodded. Don't worry, I will do my best to refine pills for Master. After making sure that the human had left, the frog sat down on the ground and touched its face with its front paws. It sighed and finally left. Then, it took a deep breath. Through a mysterious connection, a large amount of Earth star border energy was transmitted over to it. It knew that the human had left, but he should be in the Thousand Deep Cave. As long as he leaves the Thousand Deep Cave, Heaven's wrath will befall him. This is courting death. There's nothing I can do about it. Lin Fan was in a good mood after coming out of the Thousand Deep Cave. The keys to the door of 1,000 deep caves are in my hands. In the future, only I can enter the Thousand Deep Cave. When I reach the Heaven Star border realm, I will come back here and collect the Thousand Deep Cave. This trip out of the sect was really cool. I'm very satisfied with the improvement of my strength. Lin Fan then headed straight into the distance. Outside, when Lin Fan came out of the Thousand Deep Cave, the world suddenly changed. A large mass of dark clouds appeared out of thin air, forming a whirlpool. Lightning bolts were rolling on the dark clouds like snakes. A majestic heavenly might roared out. Lin Fan looked up. Hey, Heaven's wrath is here. Then, he put the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River and Cyan Abyssal Hellfire into his storage ring. Heaven's wrath wants to destroy the storage ring I got from the lottery? It's just a dream. Lin Fan opened his arms and welcomed Heaven's wrath. Hurry up, I'm very busy. Boom, a bolt of Heaven's wrath came down and drowned Lin Fan instantly. A deep pit appeared, and Lin Fan's figure had long disappeared, turning into ashes. In the Thousand Deep Cave, the frog was greedily absorbing the earth energy. Suddenly, the earth energy was interrupted. After 3 seconds, the frog jumped up and down. I'm free. I'm free. It was really excited now. It was so aggrieved to be someone's pet. It had no freedom at all. The frog sat on the ground, wiping its eyes with its front paws. It was so excited that tears were coming out. All of a sudden, the connection that had been severed in his body resurfaced. The frog opened its eyes wide. Its face was blank. How is this possible? 2 days later. Lin Fan was a little tired after such a long journey. He then took out the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River and flicked his finger. The Cyan Abyssal Hellfire started burning under the cauldron. Soon, the water started boiling. Whoosh, Lin Fan took off his clothes and jumped in, heaving a sigh of relief. It's so comfortable. All my fatigue is gone after soaking in it. Cultivation required hard work, but one also needed to know how to enjoy life. If one only knew how to improve one's cultivation, one would be no different from a machine. The biggest gain this time was probably the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River and the Cyan Abyssal Hellfire. Together, they were simply divine weapons. The clear and nutritious water, coupled with the Cyan Abyssal Hellfire, could create a hot spring. It was really comfortable to soak in the hot water. Far away, a few figures could be seen jumping on the branches, each of them carrying a child on their shoulders. These figures were dressed in black, but it was still unable to conceal their blood-curdling bodies. Although they were all wearing black veils, it was unable to conceal their beauty. Lord, we have gained a lot this time. We will be rewarded handsomely when we return to the sect. If we weren't afraid that the magnificent flame sect would find us, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. We would have killed the parents of these children and taken them away. Even now, we still have to steal them. But at least we have completed our mission. We will bring these children back to the sect and train them. What do you think will happen when these children kill their parents? Ha 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 ha. Sweet voices could be heard in the forest. But no matter how beautiful their voices were, they couldn't hide their devilish words. There's someone over there. One of the women in black said. Let's go and take a look. Lin Fan closed his eyes, getting ready to have a good rest. This is a form of spiritual enjoyment. Piak. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the surroundings. 12 exquisite figures could be seen descending from the sky. Their tight-fitting black clothes made their beautiful parts jiggle. Ioyo, little brother, you're really in the mood to bathe here. You really know how to enjoy life. Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked at the figures in front of him. A smile could be seen on his face. Ladies, what are you doing? I'm not wearing any clothes. The appearance of the 12 figures added a lot of beauty to the quiet forest. But in his opinion, the sky was a little dark. I don't like your aura. Lin Fan was still leisurely soaking in the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river. He looked at the children on the women's shoulders. You guys are really in a good mood. You actually took the children out for a walk? For the 12 women, it was already very strange to see someone bathing in a cauldron in the forest. Moreover, the cauldron was exuding a faint power. It was obviously not an ordinary thing. Even the flame that was ignited by nothing was burning under the cauldron. All of this made them vigilant. At this time, the child on the shoulder of a woman woke up and couldn't help but cry when he found himself in a strange environment. I want to go home, I want my mother. Water Scorpion, look after these children, the leading woman said sternly. Yes, madam. After receiving the order, the black-robed woman called Water Scorpion raised her 5 fingers, and strands of astral energy threads tied up the 12 children. Then, she moved them to an ancient tree. Looking at the crying children, she felt irritated, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. All of you, shut up, or I'll cut off your tongues. The crying children showed a look of horror when they heard this. They sat there shivering, their heads lowered, and their bodies twitched. So, you stole these children. Lin Fan looked at the people in front of him, then at the leading woman's finger. The black lines are a little familiar. I seem to have seen them somewhere. I have an impression of them. You are from the divine religion? You have a good eye. The leading woman walked out. Her tall and slender body was enough to attract everyone's attention. Divine Religion's assassination branch, Shuizhu. Who are you? Lin Fan smiled. He didn't expect the Divine Religion to be the first one he met after coming out of the Thousand Deep Cave. He remembered Mingyu, but unfortunately, that guy was already dead. If he wasn't dead, he would have definitely blown him up with a punch. In this vast land, since I'm not from the Divine Religion, then who do you think I am? Lin Fan cupped the boiling water with both hands and washed his face. You're a magnificent flame sect disciple, Shuizhu said coldly, her voice filled with killing intent. Lin Fan didn't reply to them. Instead, he looked at the 12 children and said gently, Children, close your eyes. What's going to happen next isn't something you can see at your age. Be obedient and close your eyes. When you open them, you'll be able to see your mother. When the frightened children heard the voice of this big brother, their trembling and young hearts seemed to be comforted. One by one, they obediently closed their eyes. What a group of obedient children. Lin Fan smiled and then stood up from the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river. The boiling water slid over his well-defined muscles, shining with a masculine luster under the illumination of his eyes. He took out a robe from his interspatial ring and draped it over himself as he muttered to himself. Actually, I don't kill women, but I will never show mercy to women with evil hearts. Lin Fan held on to the edge of the cauldron and jumped out. Water droplets slid down the soft soil as if they weighed 1,000 kilograms. Every drop of water was equivalent to the strength of a body tempering stage 7 or 8. How could the soft soil withstand it? 10 breaths. What did you say? Shuizhu said in a low voice. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a gust of wind blow in front of her, followed by the sound of an explosion. Her eyes suddenly flashed with fear, and she turned her head slightly. That man, she didn't know when, had appeared behind her, and the scene that was imprinted in her eyes was the scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. Weak, you're too weak. Even a woman needs to train her body. How weak are you to be blown up with one punch? Lin Fan's voice rang in her ears. Even though she was an Earthstar Border Stage 5 cultivator, she couldn't see the figure of the other party. Bang, sonic booms kept ringing in his ears, and his subordinates, who were originally standing there, exploded one by one. Blood dyed the ground red. She had led her subordinates to abduct children, and the results were bountiful. When she saw someone appear, she had wanted to toy with him for a bit before torturing him to death. But now, she was stunned, because this harmless-looking human was currently violently torturing and killing her subordinates. She trembled. Her body started to tremble. It wasn't fear, but anger. What is this guy doing? They actually dared to torture and kill her followers. These were all her followers. You're too weak. I don't even need to use my mace. I can kill all of you with just my fists. How dare you appear in front of me? You're courting death. Lin Fan punched out. Earth energy surged, and a divine religion disciple exploded. How can a weak body withstand such a powerful punch? Shuizhu roared. Stop. Stop right now. We are the divine religion, the holy disciples. How dare you kill them? I want you dead. Blood. Just as she was about to activate her big move and spit out a word, she realized that a pair of arms had wrapped around her neck and were placed in front of her. A gentle voice rang in her ears, blood what? Shuizhu's heart skipped a beat. She felt as if she was facing a demon. Who are you? She said with difficulty. Violent body. Just then, a horrifying scene occurred. The arm, which was originally an ordinary person's arm, suddenly swelled up. Blue veins, like tree roots, attached to the skin. A wave of power came and directly flipped her body over. Following that, two rough arms grabbed her slender waist and pressed her against his pitch-black chest. His arms tightened and a wave of intense pain assaulted her. Damn it. Ah. The rough arms kept tightening. To Shuizhu, she felt as if her waist was going to be crushed. You despicable bastards, I hate people like you the most. You steal innocent children away from their families. Do you know how much these children need a mother's love? Poochie, Shuizhu opened her mouth slightly, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from her body, staining her black veil red. She looked like she was in pain. Let go. Lin Fan's strength kept increasing, and the muscles on his back bulged like hills. Cracking sounds could be heard. Shuizhu could feel her ribs breaking. Even with her earth energy, she couldn't stop it. She screamed in pain, and her face turned red as if she was going to die at any time. You are destroying a harmonious family and the stability of the Magnificent Flame sect. As a disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect, I will kill all those who destroy it. My second move, hugging his sister. Bang, the sound of something shattering rang out. All of Shuizhu's internal organs were ruptured at this moment. That originally slender waist of hers had become even slimmer. Lin Fan tossed the corpses aside. He no longer cared about the riches of these fellas. What sort of treasures could these weak fellas have? At this moment, he looked into the distance. Xianxia had been watching over the children, but she was dumbfounded when she saw the tragic scene in front of her. The adults didn't even have a chance to resist and died tragically in the hands of the other party. Her legs started to tremble, and she didn't even have the strength to run away. When she saw the terrifying man walking towards her, she didn't know where she got the courage from, but a dagger appeared in her hand, and she placed it on the child's neck. Lin Fan walked over step by step. His pitch-black body that was like a small mountain gave Water Scorpion an incomparable shock. Be obedient and give me the dagger. The child is innocent. Lin Fan stretched his huge, black hand in front of Xianxia and said gently, Don't worry, I don't kill women. Xianxia looked at the terrifying figure in front of her, and when she saw his gentle face, she moved the dagger away with trembling hands and gave it to the other party. Crack, in her eyes, the other party clenched his fist, and the dagger broke and turned into dust. Come, give me your hand, I'll help you up, Lin Fan said with a smile. He had to be friendly to girls. Xianxia had killed many innocent people, but facing the man in front of her, she suddenly felt like the innocent person she had killed before. Patter, her soft, white palm fell on the huge, black palm. As if she felt warmth, her frightened expression gradually dissipated, and she revealed a very reluctant smile. Before she could finish her words, Water Scorpion felt a huge force, and her whole body was thrown into the sky. Lin Fan looked at the figure in the air, clenched his fist, and his earth energy surged. He punched out, and the powerful earth energy swept out. The surrounding ancient trees trembled, and leaves fell. Bang, there was an explosion in the air. Lin Fan came to the place where the pile of flesh and blood was. He inserted his 10 fingers into the ground, and his earth energy spread out. The earth began to tremble and collapse, covering all the flesh and blood. Now that the children were here, he couldn't bury a bloody scene in their young hearts. Returning to his normal form, he washed away all the blood on his body, changed his clothes, came to the children with their eyes closed, and said gently, "Children, you can open your eyes now." The 12 children opened their eyes, looked around, and then looked at Lin Fan. "Big brother, where are those big sisters?" Lin Fan said with a smile, "They went to find a new world." "Where is your home?" "I'll send you back." The children felt that their big brother was a good person, and their previously scared hearts calmed down. 3 Leaves Town, it's not too far away. Lin Fan brought the group of children and walked into the distance. He learned from the children that their hometown was 3 Leaves Town. Luckily, they were familiar with the Magnificent Flame sect, or else they wouldn't know where to go. But the divine religion is getting more and more active. They even dare to walk under the sun. I must tell Master about this when I return to the sect. What kind of people are supporting the divine religion to be so active, and why can't the sect get rid of them? It's not as simple as I thought it would be. But I'm not afraid of any of this. No matter how powerful you are, I'll just smash you with my fist. Big brother, I'm hungry. After walking for several hours, a little boy sucked on his finger and said in a childish voice, "Are you hungry?" Lin Fan looked at the children. To him, walking for a few hours wasn't tiring at all. But to the children, it was tiring. A wild beast appeared in front of him. Lin Fan grabbed it directly. The beast struggled. "I'm just passing by. Why are you catching me?" "Big brother, you're amazing." Seeing Lin Fan stretch out his hand, and a huge white palm flew out, the children cheered excitedly. Lin Fan smiled. "The frog might not be by my side, but it's good to have a group of children around. Alright, you kids are in luck. Let me make you a barbecued meat that you've never eaten before." Lin Fan smiled and took out his pan. With a flick of his finger, the cyan abyssal hellfire landed on the ground. He then took out some spices and spread them in the pan. He cut up the beast's meat and placed it on the pan, piece by piece. Sizzle, the meat sizzled in the pan. Oil could be seen coming out of the meat, and a mesmerizing aroma filled the air. The children surrounded the pan, staring at it. Some of them were even drooling, as if they couldn't wait to eat. Magnificent Flame sect. Deep in the sect, a group of elders could be seen talking to each other. Tiansu and Huarong weren't the only 2 elders in a sect. There were 9 top elders in the sect, but they were usually cultivating in the depths of the sect and rarely showed themselves. As for those who maintained the order of the sect, they were ordinary elders. These elders were all inner sect disciples who had gone through layers of tests to become ordinary elders. They were in charge of the affairs of the sect's disciples. Now, the 8 top elders were looking at the Grand Master. There must be a reason why the Saint Convent sect's religious brother wants to bring Lu Ruochen to the Saint Convent sect. An elder whose entire body was withered and his skin was like the bark of an old tree, covered in densely packed lines, said. This was Elder Kun Mu, one of the top elders of the sect. He cultivated an extremely profound cultivation technique, and now, he had fused all of his essence, energy, and spirit together. It was hidden deep within his body, but if it exploded, it would be earth-shattering. Patriarch, that old man, Tiansu, grounded 3 peak leaders just because of a dead disciple. Our Magnificent Flame sect is already lagging behind the other sections. Now that he's restricting 3 talented disciples by himself, many disciples are disappointed. The old man who was sitting there said. Patriarch Xianxia, the magnificent flame sect's leader, Xianxia. Huarong stared at him. Gulian, what are you talking about? Aren't you the one who supports Jun Wutian? Are you trying to get the Grand Master to punish Xianxia? Even if there were 10 or 100 of them, they wouldn't be able to fight against Xianxia, let alone 3. Gulian's face darkened. It was already known that he supported Jun Wutian, but now that he's being suppressed by Xianxia, he doesn't even dare to step out of the sect. This is ridiculous. Is he trying to force the core of the sect to leave? Huarong, as an elder of the sect, how can you not think for the sect and only care about your personal feelings? If Xianxia forces the 3 peak leaders to leave the magnificent flame sect, you and Xianxia will have to take full responsibility. Gulian looked around. Isn't that right? The other elders kept quiet. They had their own candidates, and no matter what Jun Wutian did, it had nothing to do with them. They looked at the Grand Master, waiting for his decision. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. It's inevitable that Xianxia would be impulsive after losing his disciple. After some time, when he has thought things through, he will naturally stop. What we need to discuss now is why the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect is here. As the #1 sect in the world, the Saint Convent sect has already come here. Now that the religious brother is here, I'm afraid it's not that simple. The Grand Master said after a moment of silence. The elders around him looked old, but he looked middle-aged. As the Grand Master, everything he did was to make the magnificent flame sect stronger. Xianxia once told me that Lu Ruochen's disciple has a special bloodline. It doesn't seem like it would appear in the magnificent flame sect. I think the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect is here to pick her up personally. I'm afraid that they know what kind of bloodline Lu Ruochen has. Sigh, I'm ashamed of my position as the sect leader. When Emperor Yanhua was still alive, even though our sect was weak, we were still able to take on the Saint Convent sect head-on. But now, we are treading on thin ice. They only sent a religious son, but we. Before he could finish his words, he could only sigh. The other elders felt the same way. They might not have seen Emperor Yanhua in person, but they knew how domineering he was. When the magnificent flame sect was just established, the Saint Convent sect sent a few elders to congratulate us on the surface, but they were secretly investigating us. During the sect's establishment ceremony, those elders spoke rudely, and Emperor Yanhua suppressed them on the spot. Even when the Saint Convent sect's holy leader came to save them, his clone was killed on the spot. How majestic and domineering was that, an elder said. He might not have seen Emperor Yanhua in person, but the incident was engraved in his heart. But Grand Master, you don't have to blame yourself. All these years, the Grand Master has been encouraging the magnificent flame sect to become stronger. Now, the magnificent flame sect is thriving. In less than 100 years, we will definitely catch up to the Saint Convent sect. The few elders who had been silent all this while spoke up. Just then, the sky split open, and a figure could be seen walking out. So what if the religious brother is here? You guys are really regressing. Lu Ruochen was born with a rebellious bone, and now that the Saint Convent sect wants her, we let them take her away. Can't the magnificent flame sect even afford one person? Xianxia appeared in front of everyone. Gulian, who had been badmouthing Xianxia, kept quiet. He didn't want to argue with Xianxia. Xianxia, you're finally here. Have you thought things through? Huarong asked with a smile. As long as I've thought things through. After all, the dead can't come back to life. Xianxia looked into the distance. Thought things through? Impossible. I'm just here to see you guys dawdling. You don't have the demeanor of a Grand Master or an elder. As long as the 3 of them dare to step out of the sect, I will kill them. He then turned to Gulian. If you want to protect Jun Wutian, then fight with me. But I promise that I will not show mercy to anyone who dares to stop me. As soon as he finished his words, Xianxia disappeared from the place. Gulian was so angry that his face turned red. He raised his hand in anger. Look at him. How arrogant. How lawless. Does he still have the responsibility of an elder? How is it? Is it delicious? Lin Fan gave the children a piece of barbecued meat. Yummy. The children had never eaten such food before. Each and every one of them ate until their mouths were covered in oil. And this small matter had brought the relationship between Lin Fan and the children closer. It was getting late. It was time to set off. They were supposed to reach the sect tomorrow, but it seemed that they would have to wait until the day after tomorrow. Kids, let's go. I'll send you back. Lin Fan stood up and kept his work. These were necessities for life after leaving the sect. Even if they died, they couldn't lose these things. At night, they were still some distance away from 3 Leaves Town. Considering the children, they could only stay here and rest for the night. They would set off the next day. In the dead of night, a few figures could be seen at the collapsed area. It's here. Shuizhu and the rest's aura disappeared here. Damn it, who killed them? Could it be the Magnificent Flame sect? Lord, my condolences. A disciple came to a man in a black robe. The man in a black robe raised his hand and crushed the disciple's head. He didn't even have a chance to think. Human cauldron, how dare you kill my human cauldron? As long as I know who it is, I'll kill you. The man in a black robe said in a deep voice. His angry voice could be heard in the forest. Some of the beasts scattered in fear when they heard him. The next day. 3 Leaves Town. Lin Fan stood at the entrance of the town. The adults were frantically searching for their children, but when they saw that the children were back, they cried tears of joy. Thank you, Lord. Thank you for sending the children back. The mayor was an old man. He was very grateful. You're welcome. As a Magnificent Flame sect disciple, I have to protect you. Lin Fan said. At this moment, he felt relaxed. He didn't feel that he was cruel to his enemies. After all, he was fighting evil. The children who were carried by the adults looked at Lin Fan, who was about to leave, and shouted out in their childish voices. Big brother, thank you. Standing under the sun, Lin Fan turned around with a smile and waved his hand. Little kids, be good. The Magnificent Flame sect's mountain gate was grand and majestic. Every disciple guarding the gate was extremely proud of it, as they were responsible for notifying the others of any danger as soon as possible. The 2 disciples stood there meticulously. Even if the wind and rain hit them, they would not move an inch. Suddenly, a ray of golden light came from afar. When the 2 disciples saw the ray of golden light, they were shocked. They left their positions immediately, wanting to sound the alarm to inform the sect that there was an enemy attack. However, before they could even take 2 steps, the ground began to tremble violently. The stone steps seemed to be unable to withstand this force and began to crack. We're finally here. I didn't expect the Magnificent Flame sect's mountain gate to not have changed much. It's still so shabby. The 2 disciples, who had yet to react, were just about to scold the newcomer when they heard those words. However, when they saw the creature in front of them, they were so shocked that their faces turned pale, and their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. 9 enormous golden demonic beasts in the shape of dragons stood on the stone steps and flapped their wings. Their huge golden eyes were filled with a ferocious might. These 2 disciples had never seen such a gigantic demonic beast before. The beasts breathed out from their nostrils, forming a strong gust of wind that blew the 2 disciples off their feet. The beasts opened their mouths, revealing their sharp teeth. They yawned. Haha, look, these 2 disciples have peed their pants. This is interesting. The blonde religious brother laughed. Lord Religious Brother, these disciples have never seen the might of a golden dragon before. It's normal for them to be frightened. Of course. The golden dragon's bloodline is noble, but it can only pull a cart. The religious brother laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain. Just then, the old man took a step forward and said in a hoarse voice. The religious brother of the Saint Convent sect is here. Is this how the Magnificent Flame sect treats their guests? The religious brother of the Saint Convent sect is here. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you. Several figures rushed out from the sect. Before they arrived, their voices had already swept over. A ray of red light appeared in the sky and a figure appeared. As one of the top elders in the sect, Huarong was the only one who came to welcome the religious brother since no one else was willing to come out. The elders who followed him were all ordinary elders in the sect, which was to show how much they valued the religious brother. Elder Huarong, long time no see. The saint smiled. Then, he patted the head of the golden dragons. The golden dragons spread their wings and flew into the distance. They were free to go. Please. Elder Huarong's cultivation was much higher than the religious brothers, but he was like a prince in the Saint Convent sect. Since he was here, it was only right for an elder like him to receive him. Just as he was about to walk into the sect, his gaze stopped on the destroyed stone steps. He shook his head slightly, feeling an indescribable helplessness in his heart. If the magnificent flame sect becomes stronger and surpasses the Saint Convent sect, who would dare to be so presumptuous? The two disciples who were guarding the entrance left in embarrassment. They felt that they had embarrassed the sect, and they were filled with grief and indignation. Many disciples surrounded the golden-haired man and whispered to each other. That's the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect. I saw him a year ago. He's indeed powerful. Yeah, the Saint Convent sect is the world's #1 sect. Their disciples are indeed extraordinary. I feel that he's even more powerful than Senior Brother June. Did you guys see the 9 huge beasts just now? I heard that each of them is in the Earth Star Border Stage 8. They are extremely powerful in our sect, but to the Saint Convent sect, they seem to be used to pull carriages. As expected of a major sect. Their power is extraordinary. The war between our sect and the Sunshine sect stopped suddenly because of the Saint Convent sect's interference. Who did you hear this from? I heard it from the senior brothers in the inner sect. It seems that the Sunshine sect has infringed on the Saint Convent sect's interests. Wow, the words and actions of a major sect can affect the war between two sections. When can the Magnificent Flame sect reach such a level? The Magnificent Flame sect's roads need to be renovated. They are far inferior to the Saint Convent sects. Our roads are inlaid with gold and jade, and they are magnificent. The religious brother shook his head at everything he saw as he walked, as if he had come to a remote and desolate place. He was filled with disdain. Huarong smiled without saying a word. He was the one who received the disciples of the major sects every time they came. He was already used to these words. Come to think of it, if Tiansu was the one to receive the religious brother, he would be a corpse by now. Inner disciple. Sister, the religious brother is here. Luyu was so excited that she was at a loss of what to do. She then held her sister's hand and said, Sister, if you leave the Magnificent Flame sect, will you bring me along with you? Lu Ruochen looked at her sister, deep in thought. She then nodded. Hearing her sister's affirmation, Lu Ruochen felt like she was floating. She then thought of something. Sister, before I leave the sect, I want to take revenge. That guy is dead, but Qin Shan is still here. Lu Ruochen did not say anything. She just wanted to leave the Magnificent Flame sect and go to the Saint Convent sect. That was where she belonged. Staying in the Magnificent Flame sect would only delay her. Alright, pack up and follow me to meet the religious brother. Heaven's Retribution Peak, Heaven's End Peak, and Great Emperor Peak. The 3 peak leaders did not come out. Their peaks were destroyed by Elder Tiansu with one slap, and the Patriarch helped them repair their peaks. Since then, they had been staying in their peaks. To them, it was a great humiliation. They had lost their face in front of so many disciples, but Elder Tiansu was like a mountain to them. His strength was unfathomable. Even if they became Heaven Star Border cultivators, they would still not be a match for Elder Tiansu. Now that the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect was here, all the more they did not want to come out. They had already met the religious brother once. He was arrogant and did not put them in his eyes just because he was the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect. At times, they would also feel that this was the weakness of the sections. Against the strong sects, they had no way of resisting at all. They even heard that the religious brother wasn't the strongest among the religious brothers in the Saint Convent sect, and there were many who were stronger than him. This was something they didn't dare to imagine. Just what kind of grand sect was it to have so many powerful disciples? Time ticked by. On the high platform in the main hall, the saint sat there with a bored look in his eyes. Elder Huarong, the cultivation of these disciples is too weak. The battle is so boring. Even the heaven origin palm used by the winning disciple is incomplete. How can they use it as their trump card? Even the outer disciples in the Saint Convent sect would look down on this skill. Lin Fan said with a frown. The religious brother did not give any face to the disciple and pointed it out in a loud voice, as if he was not afraid of being heard. The face of the disciple who won turned green and white. He was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. He could only leave with his fists cupped. As soon as he finished speaking, two beautiful figures walked over slowly. All the disciples of the sect looked at them. Senior Sister Lu. The disciples below the stage knew that the religious brother was here to bring Senior Sister Lu back to the Saint Convent sect. When the religious brother saw Lu Ruochen, a smile appeared on his face. Ruochen, you're finally here. Lu Ruochen walked over to the religious brother and bowed. Greetings, Lord Religious Brother. Ruochen, there's no need to be so polite. Come, take a seat. I came from the Saint Convent sect to bring you back to the Saint Convent sect. The religious brother smiled and looked to the side. This is? She's my younger sister. Lu Ruochen looked at Lu Yu. Lu Yu could not wait any longer. She went up to the religious brother immediately and said in a sweet voice, Lu Yu greets Lord Religious Brother. I've always heard about you from my sister. Now that I've met you, I'm so happy. I feel like you're the sun and moon in the sky, shining so brightly that no one can compare to you. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the religious brother burst into laughter, as if he did not expect someone to say such a thing. He was in a good mood. Great. Since you're Ruochen's younger sister, let's go to the Saint Convent sect together. I'm afraid you won't want to return to the Magnificent Flame sect anymore. Thank you, Lord Religious Brother. Lu Yu was overjoyed. Huarong grabbed the handle of his chair. Anger was burning in his heart, but he knew that he had to hold it in. He could not embarrass himself. But he did not expect that there would be such a disciple in the Magnificent Flame sect. He had completely thrown the sect to the back of his head. Just as they were talking, a disciple on the stage had already won. He knew that the religious brother had come to the Magnificent Flame sect to show off his strength. He might be unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Just as he was about to step down from the stage, the religious brother spoke. Wait a moment, the religious brother said. Religious brother, what can I do for you? The disciple might be weak, but he would not embarrass the Magnificent Flame sect. Thus, he asked politely. You just performed the 9 heavenly wind blade skill, but seeing that you only have the first 6 stages, I'll give you the complete one. A martial art manual flew over, but the disciple did not catch it. It fell to the ground. Why? Do you think it's too valuable? It's all right. This is only a martial art that outer disciples learn in the Saint Convent sect. You don't have to worry about it. The religious brother said. To him, this disciple probably thought that the martial art was too valuable. But if that's the case, then he would be gravely mistaken. Thank you, religious brother, for your kindness, but I don't need it anymore. The Magnificent Flame sect does not lack martial arts. The disciple cupped his fist and left the stage. The religious brother's face turned ugly. He did not expect that an ant-like disciple would reject his kindness. Lord Religious Brother, he doesn't know what's good for him, Lu Yu said. You haven't even left the sect, but you're already standing on the Saint Convent sect's side. Elder Tiansu stood on top of a mountain, looking at the protruding soil in front of him. There was a black stone on the soil. My good disciple, Master will definitely take revenge for you. Tiansu said, looking at the tombstone. He was the one who carved the words on it. But all of a sudden, as if he had sensed something, his expression changed drastically. That emotionless expression of his suddenly revealed a look of shock. He looked at the mountain gate as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Without any hesitation, he turned into a ray of light and flew away. The Magnificent Flame sect mountain gate. Lin Fan looked up with a smile on his face. I'm finally back in the sect. I wonder how my junior brothers are doing. Suddenly, he felt that someone had appeared behind him, and it was coming towards him. Courting death. He didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him. With his current strength, no matter how fast the other party was, he wouldn't be able to escape from his senses. Boom, a punch with unparalleled might burst forth and landed on the figure's body. Aya, my good disciple, what are you doing? Lin Fan was taken aback. When he saw the figure that was sent flying by him, he immediately went up to help him up. Master, what are you doing? Why did you appear behind me without saying a word? I thought it was someone who wanted to take revenge on me. He didn't expect that his master would play this trick. But luckily, his master has a high cultivation, so his punch didn't kill him. Xianxia was so excited that he couldn't believe it. He wanted to hug his disciple, but he suddenly remembered that he was a master, and he had to maintain his dignity. He stood up and coughed lightly. Disciple, you're not dead? Xianxia asked. Master, your words hurt my heart. I just came back from the outside, and I'm still alive and well. Why are you looking forward to my death? Lin Fan was confused. Mo Xianxia from the Mo family said that you died in the Thousand Deep Cave. Xianxia said. Master, he is a fool. How can you believe his words? But it was really a narrow escape. I was captured by the divine religion, but I don't know what kind of outrageous things that guy did, but he was struck to death by lightning. After that, I went deep into the Thousand Deep Cave to cultivate. Lin Fan said. But he didn't expect that Mo Xianxia would really come to the sect and deliver the news of his death. Not bad, interesting. Xianxia was at a loss for words. He was too emotional. Good, good. It's good that you're fine. But, when he caught sight of Lin Fan's cultivation state, his face drained of color. Disciple. How did you raise your cultivation state so quickly? Naturally, Lin Fan knew that there was no way his cultivation base could escape from his teacher's eyes. Teacher, you still haven't figured it out yet. Come, let's talk as we walk. Inside the sect. Luyu took the initiative to stick to the religious son. Her eyes were filled with adoration. Mr. Religious Son, can you help me teach someone a lesson? I was bullied by him twice in the sect. If I go to the Saint Convent sect, I will never be able to come back. I can't take this lying down. Oh. There's such a thing? The saint smiled faintly. Although this woman did not have the saintess physique like her elder sister, it would be an extremely joyous experience if they could have a threesome. What's his name? Xianxia. Luyu hurriedly said. Lu Ruochen, who had been sitting at the side, frowned. She did not expect Luyu to be so close to the religious son. She even wanted to cause trouble before leaving the sect. The religious son might have a high status, but the magnificent flame sect would not allow anyone to step on it. If she went overboard, it would be hard to deal with. Where's Xianxia? The religious son asked. In the crowd, Lu Qiming and the rest knew that Xianxia had special feelings for senior brother Lin. Hence, they had been taking care of Xianxia ever since his death. Luckily, Xianxia was friendly to them and listened to them. When the religious son mentioned Xianxia's name, they immediately pulled Xianxia back, stopping him from going out. I'm here. But Xianxia, who was in a daze, shouted out loud, not knowing what was going on. Huarong frowned. He looked at Luyu angrily. Religious son, what's the meaning of this? The religious son smiled. Elder Huarong, I don't mean anything. It's just that this person injured Miss Luyu. Miss Luyu will follow me to the Saint Convent sect, and I'm afraid that she won't be coming back. Let Xianxia apologize to Miss Luyu. Seeing that Xianxia had the religious son's support, Luyu became bolder. Xianxia, kneel down and kowtow to me. She scolded. Xianxia looked at the figure on the stage and shook his head. My brother said that he doesn't want to see you alive and kicking for the third time. I'm going to beat you to death. Insolent. How dare you? The saint's son roared in anger. Xianxia stared at the religious son angrily. You're the one with the guts. I'm going to punch you to death. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They did not expect Xianxia to be so daring. But when they remembered that Xianxia was in a daze, they understood what was going on. Luyu laughed maniacally in her heart. How dare he scold the religious son? Nobody in this world can save him. Let's go to hell together with him. Good, good. I didn't expect the magnificent flame sect to have such a daring disciple. Let's see who can save you today. The religious son stood up and looked at Huarong. Elder Huarong, don't worry. I won't take his life. But how can a disciple humiliate the religious son of the Saint Convent sect? My stupid brother is always so daring. What are you unhappy about? At this moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. Hearing this voice, Lu Qiming and the rest felt that it was familiar. They were excited and looked around. Junior brother, please make way. Let me go up. Lin Fan pushed aside the disciples in the crowd and walked up to the stage slowly. Seeing Lin Fan, Qin Shan got excited. Brother. Lin Fan wanted to touch Qin Shan's head, but he was too high up. Squat down. Qin Shan squatted down obediently. Satisfied, Lin Fan patted Qin Shan's head. Lu Qiming and the rest were overjoyed. Senior brother Lin. They didn't expect their senior brother Lin to be alive. The surrounding disciples were shocked too. They knew that Lin Fan was dead, but they didn't expect him to come back. However, some disciples were disappointed. So what if he came back? After all, the religious son is so powerful. He's not someone we can fight against. Perhaps only the 10 peak masters would be able to fight against this successor. When Lu Yu saw the person who had come, she immediately felt a faint pain on her face. Recalling the past, the ball of anger in her heart was completely ignited. Seeing Lin Fan return, Huarong heaved a sigh of relief for the disciples of the 3 peaks. You're the religious son of the Saint Convent sect? Lin Fan looked at the golden-haired man on the stage. That's right. Who are you? The religious son stood proudly. Who are you? Lin Fan shook his head and ignored him. He waved his hand. Come down and let me punch you to death. Lord Religious Son, his name is Lin Fan. His master is Elder Tian Su. He's arrogant and despotic. He beat my sister up too, Lu Yu said. Hearing that Lin Fan beat up Lu Ruochen, the religious son could no longer suppress his anger. After all, Lu Ruochen was his cultivation partner. She wasn't someone that others could touch. Good, good. Are you challenging me? The Holy Son said sternly. No, you're not qualified for me to challenge you. I just want to beat you to death. Lin Fan shook his head. Arrogant, arrogant. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. They didn't expect senior brother Lin to be so arrogant in front of the religious son of the Saint Convent sect. How brave is he? Ha 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 ha. I've seen many arrogant people, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. Good, let's see what you're capable of. But before that, let me see what you're capable of. The religious son laughed and let out a roar. A dragon's roar seemed to echo from afar. In the dazzling sky, a huge golden figure could be seen. A golden dragon broke free from its chains and swooped down. It obeyed the religious son's order and swallowed the person who dared to provoke the religious son. The disciples raised their heads. They were all stunned by the gigantic demonic body. After all, it was simply too huge. Furthermore, a violent aura enveloped the entire area, causing some of the disciples' hearts to tremble. They didn't even have the slightest bit of courage. Have you guys had breakfast? Lin Fan looked at the surrounding disciples and asked. The disciples were stunned. They didn't know what senior brother Lin was talking about. It seems like none of you have. Alright, let's help senior brother sharpen his blade to slay the dragon. Lin Fan snorted. Just as the golden dragon was about to attack him, he clenched his fingers into a fist and unleashed a barrage of astral energy. There was a loud boom. The gigantic golden dragon let out a wail as it was hit by Lin Fan's punch. Its gigantic body rolled on the stage, and Lin Fan grabbed its tail to prevent it from crashing into other junior brothers. At this moment, the crowd fell silent. What did they just see? With just a single punch, senior brother Lin was able to kill this gigantic demonic beast. Get out of the way. Lin Fan shouted at the dumbfounded disciples. Hearing this, the disciples all moved away. Lin Fan then flung the dragon off the stage. Its gigantic body landed on the ground, causing a tremor. Drag it down and chop it up. Senior brother will treat you guys to dragon meat. Lin Fan then looked at the religious son on the stage and waved. Come down and let me kill you. P.S. Thank you Warsky666 for tipping me 10,000 Chidian coins. Thank you. The disciples in the audience looked at their senior brother Lin in shock. Then, they looked at the huge monster and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. That was an Earthstar Border Stage 8 monster. It was invincible, a powerful monster that could kill them with a single breath. But now, it was killed by senior brother Lin with a punch of absolute strength. How spectacular was this? Senior brother is mighty. The disciple who refused the religious brother's reward shouted hoarsely. His cultivation might not be high, but his voice was loud enough to cover the entire venue. He looked at the figure on the stage with fiery eyes, and his body and mind began to tremble. This is the senior brother of the sect in my heart. The Magnificent Flame sect might be weak, but it's not something that others can trample on at will. Smashing the golden dragon with one punch. Such power was earth-shattering, and it made people yearn for it. You're very good, senior brother can see it. Lin Fan flicked his finger, and a skill set flew out. This is a Mystic Class low-grade Tiger Roar Blade skill. Practice it well and support the sect in the future. The disciple immediately stepped forward and received it respectfully with both hands. His face was red as he shouted, "Thank you, senior brother, for the skill." A Mystic Class low-grade skill set was something that ordinary disciples dreamed of. After breaking through to the body-tempering realm, they could obtain a Mystic Class skill set. In the future, if they wanted to obtain more skill sets, they could only rely on completing the sect's missions and buying them with wealth. For ordinary disciples, this amount of wealth was already very large. He had lost count of how many people he had killed and how many skill sets he had collected during his trip to the Thousand Deep Cave. He had piled them all up in his storage ring, which took up a lot of space. The surrounding disciples were envious of him, but they knew that this disciple deserved it because he had refused the religious brother's reward and defended the dignity of the sect's disciples. If it were them, they might not be able to resist the temptation and accept the religious brother's gift. Tiansu stood on a mountain far away, smiling happily. He realized that his disciple had changed a lot since he went out. Lin Fan now had the awareness of being a senior brother in the sect. His every word and action was dignified, and he had a clear sense of reward and punishment, winning over the hearts of the people. But what he couldn't figure out was what kind of opportunity his disciple had. He was obviously only in the 6th stage of the Earthstar Border realm, but he could burst out with such power. He killed an Earthstar Border Stage 8 monster with one punch. This kind of strength was really unimaginable. Meanwhile, he could tell with a single glance that his disciple's foundation was deep, deep like the ocean. Even when he was young, he felt inferior and couldn't compare at all. In the stands, Lu Yu's cherry-red lips were agape, her beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. Her expression turned ferocious as she screamed in her heart. How could this be? How could he be so strong? An Earthstar Border Stage 8 monster was suppressed by a single punch. What kind of power is this? What kind of power is this? Lu Ruochen sat there calmly, but her heart wavered. He might be able to suppress the golden dragon, but he was just pulling the religious brother's chariot. The religious brother of the Saint Convent sect was not so simple. She might not know what kind of opportunity Lin Fan had obtained, but it wasn't wise to show off as soon as he came back. Even now, she only looked at him in a higher light. Good, good. I didn't expect the Magnificent Flame sect to have a disciple like you. You're really brave. Do you think that you can be so presumptuous in front of me just because you suppressed a golden dragon? The religious brother was furious. He couldn't take it anymore and looked at Lin Fan proudly. The golden dragon was a monster that pulled the Saint Convent sect's chariot, but it also belonged to the Saint Convent sect. Now that it was suppressed by someone in the Magnificent Flame sect, it was a slap to the Saint Convent sect's face. Lin Fan put his hands behind his back and looked at the religious brother in disdain. He then turned to the disciples below the stage. What are you guys looking at? Hurry up and kill it. I don't want to eat dragon meat when it's over. As soon as Lin Fan said this, a commotion broke out among the disciples. Then, dozens of disciples stood up. Senior brother, please wait. We'll bring this beast to the kitchen immediately. The golden dragon was huge, and it weighed more than 10 tons. The dozens of disciples let out a low growl, and earth energy erupted from their bodies. Each of them carried a part of the beast, but it was a little strenuous. Seeing this, the other disciples quickly joined in and lifted the golden dragon's carcass. Senior brother said that we have to eat dragon meat, so we have to eat dragon meat. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. He then looked at the religious brother. Did you not understand what I said just now? Do you think that I'm being disrespectful by asking you to come down? Alright then, please come down and let me beat you to death. Arrogant. A loud roar could be heard as the religious brother floated down from the stage. His eyes were burning with anger. How dare you? You're the first person who dares to speak to me in such a manner. You deserve to die for killing my golden dragon, but for the sake of the magnificent flame sect, I'll only cut off one of your arms and spare your life. The religious brother said proudly, emitting a majestic aura. Sizzle, tiny lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere and circled around his body. Lightning runes could be seen in his golden eyes. It was as if there was a world of lightning in his eyes, emitting a majestic aura. Huarong naturally did not want to see this happen. Just when he was about to stop the religious brother, the old man beside the religious brother spoke in a hoarse voice. Elder Huarong, the Saint Convent sect's reputation is not to be trampled on. The religious brother has already given us enough face by only cutting off one of his arms. Does the magnificent flame sect really want to challenge the Saint Convent sect's dignity? The old man spoke calmly, but his withered body emitted a monstrous aura. His words even brought out the dignity of the Saint Convent sect to stop Elder Huarong's actions. Huarong's face fell, and he finally stopped. Tiansu had been observing the situation, so he definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. Since he hasn't come out yet, he must be very confident in his disciple. Forget it. Let's see how capable this disciple of mine is. Sir Holy Son, this man has a strong foundation. Don't be fooled by his cultivation state. The elderly man could tell Lin Fan's true nature with a single look. So what if you have a strong foundation? Are you telling me that I don't have a strong foundation too? Arrogant and conceited. Just because you have some fortuitous encounters, you think you can overestimate your own abilities? As the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect, I should teach these rising stars a lesson and let them understand that the sky is too high for them to touch, and that the light of the sun and the moon is not something that a grain of rice can compete with. The religious brother said coldly. His aura kept increasing, and the lightning bolt that was originally as thick as a thumb grew to the size of a dragon. Liu could feel the aura that Lord Holy Sun was giving off. Her little mouth opened wide, and her face was filled with admiration. She then said softly, "Big sister, Lord Holy Sun is really strong. That arrogant fellow will be trampled under Lord Holy Sun's feet, and his arrogance will vanish instantly." She nodded. It's not easy for an ant to shake a tree. The religious brother is kind. It's already a great favor for him to only cut off one of his arms. How noble is the religious brother? How can he humiliate him? If he knows how to endure, he might become a pillar of the magnificent flame sect in the future, but that will only be in the magnificent flame sect. Elder sister is right. She knew that it was thanks to her elder sister that she was able to be brought to the Saint Convent sect by the religious brother. Therefore, she did not dare to be impudent in front of her elder sister. She then looked at the arena with hatred in her eyes. She was looking forward to the scene where that detestable guy would be trampled by the religious brother like a stray dog. Elder Huarong looked at Lu Ruochen and her sister with anger in his eyes. I didn't expect the magnificent flame sect to raise these two traitors. Lu Ruochen could feel the dissatisfaction in Elder Huarong's eyes. She smiled. She was no longer a magnificent flame sect disciple, but a Saint Convent sect disciple. Therefore, she did not need to be respectful to Elder Huarong. Lin Fan took out his mace and shook it lightly. You're strong, but that's all there is to it. He smiled. Violent body, cruel blood, god of inner pool, in the eyes of all the disciples, senior brother Lin had undergone a huge change. His body grew to 3 meters tall, giving them a huge shock. And that was not all. A torrential amount of blood chi burst forth from senior brother Lin's body. In fact, they could even feel their blood qi being pulled out of their bodies and rushing out of their bodies. This shocked them, but they could only suppress it. I didn't expect this to be the power of blood energy. Lin Fan felt like he had gained control of a mysterious power. It was as if he could absorb the blood energy of the weaker disciples into his body as long as he wanted to. Elder Huarong was taken aback. He did not expect Tiansu to impart the magic of the 7 gods to his disciple, and he even activated the first god. He then realized that this was the reason why Tiansu was so confident. But these skill sets might be powerful, but they also have side effects on the body. A dragon's roar could be heard, and a dragon-shaped earth energy could be seen coming out of Lin Fan's body. The divine art of startling dragons level 2. Lin Fan clenched his fists. He could feel that his body was filled with boundless energy. It might be powerful, but it was not his strongest state yet. Religious brother, I thought you were strong, but now, I feel that you're really weak. 10 breaths to finish you off. What? The religious brother frowned. He did not expect Lin Fan to be so powerful. He could not help but put his guard up. Lin Fan's lips curled into a smile. With a bang, he disappeared from the stage without a trace. Just how did my disciple cultivate? Tiansu was shocked. He did not expect Lin Fan to reach such an unbelievable level in just a month. The religious brother was furious. 10 breaths? Dream on. Holy lightning prison. A thunderous roar burst out from the holy sun's mouth as the lightning energy in his body exploded. Streaks of lightning covered the entire arena like snakes. When the spectating disciples sensed this terrifying lightning energy, they all backed off. They could feel death approaching them just from the aura alone. Just then, a figure appeared. Countless lightning bolts could be seen circling Lin Fan, making crackling sounds. But to Lin Fan, it was useless. He swung his mace at the religious brother. Lightning. I'm afraid you've never felt real lightning before. Lie down. The mace came down with endless power. The religious brother's face fell. He did not expect Lin Fan to be able to move freely in his holy lightning prison. Presumptuous. The religious brother shouted and opened his fingers, sending a pair of lightning palms at Lin Fan. Annihilation of God. Boom, a loud explosion rang out as the two powerful forces collided, forming a strong gale. The gale was so strong that none of the disciples could open their eyes. Even though they had already retreated a few dozen feet, they still felt as though their bodies were going to be torn apart by the force. The arena was shrouded in dust, and the lightning was still crackling. No one dared to go near, and no one knew what was going on. How is it? Did senior brother win? I don't know, but he's really powerful. I feel like he could kill us with just a touch of the lightning. Senior brother Lin will win for sure. I believe in him. Pfft. He came to the magnificent flame sect to show off, but none of the 3 peak leaders dared to come out. If it wasn't for senior brother Lin, who knows what the religious brother would have done to the magnificent flame sect. No matter the result of this battle, I will support senior brother Lin. Only someone like senior brother Lin can make the magnificent flame sect stand tall in front of the other sects. We are not afraid of death, but we are afraid of losing our backbone. Lu Yu laughed. She might not have seen the final outcome, but she believed that the religious brother would be the one to die. He might be lying on the ground like a dead dog now. Lu Ruochen looked solemn. She was shocked. The Saint Convent sect's skill sets are indeed powerful. The sacred skill that the religious brother used is unparalleled. It's much more powerful than some of the skill sets of the magnificent flame sect. Maybe I'll be able to learn a powerful skill set when I go to the Saint Convent sect. A big sect is indeed a big sect. A small sect like the magnificent flame sect can't be compared to them. The religious brother had once promised her that he would give her a great opportunity when she arrived at the Saint Convent sect. Now that the opportunity was about to arrive, even if her heart was as calm as still water, she couldn't remain calm in the face of this great opportunity. Just then, a lazy and disdainful voice could be heard from the dust. It seems like I overestimated you. In just 4 breaths, you're already like a dead dog. Weak, so weak. A gust of astral wind swept out, blowing away all the dust. The situation on the stage immediately shocked everyone. Boom, the mace landed on the ground with a loud thud. Lin Fan stared at the figure. The religious brother of the Saint Convent sect is only SOSO. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me with such a cultivation? If you weren't a guest, you would be a pile of flesh and blood by now. When Lu Ruochen, who was originally calm and collected, saw this scene, she stood up abruptly. Her expression was incomparably rich, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't believe that the saint, who was as powerful as a god, had been defeated. And the guy she looked down on had actually suppressed the godlike Lord Saint. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Lord Saint. Lu Yu sat on the ground with a thud. Her eyes flickered with fear. Impossible. How could this despicable guy be a match for the Holy Sun? It was the same for Elder Huarong. He did not expect this kid to be able to suppress the religious son of the Saint Convent sect. Isn't he only an Earth Star Border Stage 6 cultivator? Are there really monsters that can suppress cultivators who are a few levels higher than them? The mystery of the human body was that it had boundless potential and could expand one's capacity. However, everyone had a limit. Even those monstrous geniuses could at most jump 2 realms, but this brat actually jumped 3 realms. What kind of might was this? At this moment, Lin Fan realized that Tian Su wasn't a fool. He knew that Lin Fan was extraordinary, and it seemed like he was right. However, when he looked at the old man beside him, he discovered that the old man was completely unfazed. He didn't seem to have much of a reaction because of this matter. This kid is not bad, but he has made a grave mistake. If the religious son had chopped off one of his arms, he might have been able to keep his life. But now, it's too late. The old man said in a hoarse voice, as if he was describing the outcome. The surrounding disciples stood rooted to the ground. Then, they clenched their fists tightly and roared with reddened necks. Senior brother is mighty. Your divine might is matchless and unparalleled. Haha, this is so satisfying. The high and mighty religious son of the Saint Convent sect was suppressed by senior brother in 4 breaths. How proud is he? As a disciple of the same sect, my blood is boiling. So what if he's the religious son? Senior brother is here. Do you think he can do as he pleases? When will I be able to be like senior brother Lin and step on all these people who came to the magnificent flame sect? Suddenly, the body trembled. The stones on it turned into dust as if they were hit by a terrifying force. A voice that sounded like that of a devil could be heard. Good, very good. You have completely angered me. Magnificent flame sect disciple, it is your honor to be able to injure me. Crackle, the original silver lightning dissipated, and from within the body, a purple lightning danced like a swimming dragon, coiling around the saint's body. Crack, the sound of bones cracking could be heard as the saint wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. The half of his body that had been smashed into a bloody mess was also undergoing a transformation at this moment. His flesh and blood had actually turned into lightning, twisting continuously as though his entire body was made out of lightning. Do you know why the Saint Convent sect is the strongest sect in the world? Although the magnificent flame sect has a vast territory, it is still a small sect. Let me tell you now. Because of bloodline. Everyone in the Saint Convent sect, from the sacred leader to the ants, has a noble bloodline that you weaklings don't have. What I want to tell you is that my bloodline is the sacred body of lightning. Ah! The religious sun roared into the sky, and the entire world seemed to be affected by him. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, forming a giant whirlpool. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, covering the religious sun. A powerful force could be felt, and all the disciples took a step back. In front of them was a world of lightning, and the religious sun was like a god, a true god of lightning. Such a powerful force. Senior brother should be able to withstand it. All the disciples were worried. They did not expect the religious sun to not use his full strength. Now that the religious sun had unleashed his full strength, all their hopes were shattered. A sense of helplessness filled their hearts. Some disciples were unwilling to accept it. Is the gap between us really so big? Bloodline was a distant word to them. Very few people in the Magnificent Flame sect had ever talked about bloodline, because the Magnificent Flame sect did not have any bloodline. Even if they did, they would have to cultivate and fuse the bloodline of a beast into their bodies to form a beast bloodline. But compared to the Saint Convent sect, the difference was like heaven and earth. It was like the difference between an emperor and a beggar. They might be humans, but the difference in status was undeniable. Lu Yu, who had suffered a huge blow, regained her composure when she felt the violent force erupting from the religious son's body. A sinister smile could be seen on her face. As expected. How could the religious son be suppressed so easily? He just did not use his full strength. Looking at the scene below, the old man nodded in satisfaction. The religious son might be one of the weakest among the religious sons in the sect, but that's because he has yet to reach the Heaven Star border realm. If he reaches the Heaven Star border realm, his bloodline will be fully activated, and his body will be able to sense the heavens and earth. Now that the religious son is enraged, no one can stop him. But don't worry, the religious son knows what he is doing. He will definitely spare this disciple's life. But if he cuts off one arm, he might get two more. Lin Fan stood there, letting the lightning surround him. A smile could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. This is getting interesting. He walked towards the world of lightning step by step. It would be a pity if the religious son of the Saint Convent sect doesn't have some ability. Under the crowd's gaze, senior brother Lin walked towards the religious son. Countless lightning bolts swept towards him, turning into a lightning dragon that could devour the sky. But I still say the same thing. You don't know what real lightning is. Piak, Lin Fan raised his hand and grabbed the lightning dragon that was swimming in front of him. He clenched his fist and destroyed it instantly. Your lightning is like a toy. It's not worth mentioning. Haha, you're talking big. You're still putting up a strong front. Since that's the case, let me show you the true power of the sacred body's lightning. World of lightning. The holy sun roared, and a purple god of thunder formed from lightning appeared. It roared towards the sky, and a lightning dragon coiled around its hand. The destructive power spread out, causing all the disciples to be shocked, and a sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. The power of lightning is the most overbearing and arrogant divine power in the world. Any mortal who dares to challenge its divine power will be turned into ashes. The religious son opened up his arms, and the lightning in his palms gathered together. In the whirlpool in the air, lightning bolts could be seen, growing stronger and stronger. Go to hell! The religious son roared. He pressed his palms down, and the lightning god reached out its giant palm towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked calm as he stared at the religious son. You have the power of your bloodline, but you don't know how to build up your foundation and rush to breakthrough. In my eyes, you're not qualified to be my opponent. Lin Fan raised his hand and blocked the lightning god's giant palm. A strong force hit him, and he took a step back. Ha 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 ha. Let's see how you're going to block it. The religious son laughed arrogantly. He looked at Lin Fan as if he was looking at an ant. There was still a gap between their cultivation levels. But if that was all, then he was underestimating Lin Fan. Tiansu had been observing the situation. If anything went wrong, he would save his disciple immediately. He was already prepared when the religious son used the power of his bloodline. My disciple has done well enough. She has done something that no other magnificent flame sect disciple could do. No matter what the outcome was, he was proud to have a disciple like Lin Fan. Seeing that his disciple was being pushed back by the lightning palm, he knew that his disciple had reached his limit. But just as he was about to make a move, a shocking scene took place. Mad God of Tianzhong. Just 4 words exploded in the air. Others might not know the meaning of these 4 words, but he knew. The magic of the 7 gods, the second god, and also the strongest god among the 7 gods. Mad God, Lin Fan could feel that the energy within his body that could not wait to burst forth was already starting to complain to him. Religious son, you have never experienced what is called power. Feel it now. Boom, a beam of light shot up into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds in the sky. In the eyes of the crowd, senior brother Lin's appearance changed. A boundless power engulfed the entire heaven and earth. That violent power suppressed their souls. The floating black hair started to change from the roots. Every time it spread, the power would increase until it reached the ends of the hair. His fiery red hair looked like a blood-colored demon. Blood tattoos could be seen at the corner of his eyes, extending all the way to his lower jaw. His blood-colored eyes were staring at the sky. It was a terrifying sight. A blood-colored mad god appeared behind Lin Fan. He swung the mace and frying pan in his hands at the god of lightning, turning the god of lightning into dust in an instant. Lin Fan took a step forward. It was as if the sky had collapsed, giving off a heavy pressure. Raising his hand, Xianxia tore a huge hole in the world of lightning with a light flick. Lin Fan took a step forward. His red hair turned into a red shadow, and he appeared in front of the religious sun in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan seemed to have traveled through time and space. Before the religious sun could react, his head was lifted up by a giant palm. Can you feel it? This is what power is. Lin Fan looked down at the religious sun, his blood-colored eyes filled with boredom. Your bloodline is nothing in front of me. There's nothing to show off. Even without bloodline, a magnificent flame sect disciple can crush you like an ant. I can crush you like a dog. Lin Fan's arrogant voice could be heard. Some of the disciples below the stage grabbed their heads. It was as if their blood was about to burst out of their bodies. They couldn't take it anymore. Senior brother is invincible. Even without relying on his bloodline, he could squash a noble saint like an ant. Tiansu stood there blankly. With his current level of experience, there was nothing that could shock him so much. But at this moment, he was completely dumbfounded. He was even talking to himself. What kind of monster is my disciple? In just a month, he managed to unlock the second god of the magic of the seven gods. How is this possible? What kind of potential is supporting my disciple? Looking at the scene before him, his hands began to tremble. It was not out of fear, but out of excitement, complete and utter excitement. Impossible. The saint held out malevolently as he struggled continuously. Countless thunderbolts boomed out and struck Lin Fan's body. He refused to believe that this was the case. As the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect, how could he be beaten up by a disciple from a remote sect? And now, he was being held in Lin Fan's hand in shame. Bang! Lin Fan punched the religious brother's abdomen lightly. The religious brother bent over, and the clothes on his back exploded as if they were hit by earth energy. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the anger in his eyes started to fade as if he was going to lose consciousness. Alright, I'll send you to heaven. You're too weak, and I'm tired of playing with you. Lin Fan clenched his fist, and violent earth energy gathered. If he punched the religious brother, he would definitely explode in an instant. Seeing this, the old man was so angry that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His withered body kept expanding, and the energy in his body spread to his limbs and bones. The withered body kept growing, and a strong old man appeared. At the same time, a thunderous aura could be heard. Brat, how dare you! The old man turned into a ray of light and charged at Lin Fan. The religious brother is so noble. How dare you lay your hands on him? You deserve to die. I didn't expect you to be the strongest. You might only be in the 9th stage of the Earth Star border realm, but you're much stronger than the religious brother. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and glanced at them casually. Alright, I'll use you to test how strong I am now. It just so happens that I don't have anyone to practice with. He then turned to Huarong and looked into the distance. No one is allowed to make a move. This old man is mine. Presumptuous. Holy fist of light. The old man roared, and countless rays of light appeared behind him. Like a waterfall, they curved from his back and covered his fist. Hard body skills? I like it. It's much more practical than these fancy special skills. Lin Fan smiled. It was a very comfortable smile. He had finally met another person who trained in hard body skills. This old man was too much. He knew that hard body skills had many side effects, so he directly condensed all his chi and blood to prevent his body from being damaged. However, all of this was just the self-protection of the weak. Experts did not need protection. So what if their bodies were destroyed? 10 seconds later, they would be able to sweep through everything once again. The mace in his right hand did not falter in the slightest when facing the old man's punch. With a loud rumble, it collided head-on with the old man's fist. Brat, put down the saint's son and I'll spare your life. The old man roared and his aura became even stronger. As the Holy Sun's servant, he naturally had to protect the Holy Sun. However, he did not expect the situation to change so quickly that even he could not react in time. Haha, if you can beat me, then we'll talk. Lin Fan laughed maniacally. His chi and blood were boiling. He swung his mace down and collided with the old man's holy white fist. A huge wave of energy swept out. The arena suffered from the impact and started to crack. This was the power produced by the collision of two powers. Elder Huarong felt that this had gone beyond his expectations. He wanted to stop Lin Fan, but a voice rang in his head, stopping him. If you dare to stop my disciple from fighting to his heart's content, I'll break your legs. Tian Su's words made Huarong feel helpless. How can senior brother be like this? How can he let his disciple do as he pleases? What should I do if something happens to my disciple? However, he knew that senior brother Tian Su was not afraid of anything. When he was young, he often said, even if the sky falls down, I'll still die. What else can I be afraid of? The old man felt the power transmitted by the mace, and his face was very dignified. He didn't expect this guy to be so strong. He was obviously in the 6th stage of the Earth Star Border Realm, but he could burst out more power than the 9th stage of the Earth Star Border Realm. I can't let him live. I can't let him stay in the Magnificent Flame sect. I must kill him. The Saint Convent sect was able to stand tall and become the strongest sect in the world not only because of their strength, but also because the Saint Convent sect would assassinate any genius that appeared in the sect. Even if I have to stay in the Magnificent Flame sect forever, I must kill Lin Fan. Kid, let go of the religious brother. The old man scolded. All right. Lin Fan chuckled. Raising his left hand, he grabbed the saint and smashed it at the elderly man. A strong astral wind blew over. Initially, the elderly man had wanted to retaliate. But when he narrowed his eyes, he realized that the saint was being used as a weapon. He was forced to retreat tens of feet away. Bastard, how dare you use the religious brother as a weapon? The old man did not expect this Magnificent Flame sect disciple to be so despicable. If not for his quick reaction, he might have killed the religious brother with his punch. The strong are unscrupulous. Everything has its use. It's just that it's easy to overlook it. Lin Fan swung his arm and smashed the saint onto the ground. With a loud explosion, rocks flew everywhere and the ground cracked. Look, what a good weapon. Not only does it have fresh blood, but it is also very flexible. You don't use it because you haven't felt how strong it is. Boom, Lin Fan took a step forward, and the ground cracked. A shadow could be seen on the ground. The old man's face turned serious. Troublesome. This is too troublesome. I have met countless enemies, but I have never met such a despicable opponent. How dare he use the religious brother as a weapon? Just as he was thinking about it, the mace came at him again. Bastard, you're courting death. Holy light fist. The old man shouted and threw a punch. Rays of white light could be seen, and there seemed to be a winged angel flying out of the punch, trying to capture all the demons. Human body sweep. Lin Fan flipped his left hand and grabbed the religious brother's legs, throwing him at the old man. The religious brother's head swayed in the wind. The wind was so strong that the shape of his face started to change. The old man wanted to dodge, but the mace suddenly disappeared. He realized that Lin Fan was holding a huge cauldron and was coming at him. Bang, his fist landed on the gigantic cauldron, and a deafening explosion rang out. But all of a sudden, a gust of astral wind pressed down on him from the left. When he came to his senses, his face turned pale with fright. If he had punched out, he would have killed the saint's son. Bang, the old man vomited a mouthful of blood. The religious brother's body collided with his waist, and he could feel his internal organs churning as if they were going to explode. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think. He hugged the religious brother, who was covered in blood, and retreated while enduring the pain. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. I finally got the religious brother. Drip, the sound of blood dripping could be heard. Old man, what are you trying to do? Do you know that your religious brother lost a leg because of you? Lin Fan had not expected his weapon to be snatched away by the old man. But he was impressed by the old man's viciousness. The old man did not know what was going on, but when he saw the item in Lin Fan's hand and looked at the religious brother, his eyes widened and he roared. "How dare you do this?" He realized that the saint was missing a leg, and there was still blood flowing out of it. Immediately, he took out a pill and had the saint consume it to stop the bleeding. At the same time, the medicinal power of the pill burst forth within the saint's body. At the same time, he was already seriously injured after being hit by the cauldron. At this moment, he couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. "This has nothing to do with me. Don't think that I'm a pushover and you can push all the blame onto me. If you hadn't snatched my weapon, it wouldn't have been destroyed. All of this is your fault. If you dare to frame me again, I'll turn you into a meat patty." Lin Fan was furious. It's hard to be a good person. Kind-hearted people are often framed. This has nothing to do with me. If the old man didn't snatch my weapon, it wouldn't be missing a leg. The disciples below the stage were completely dumbfounded. Senior brother Lin is too violent. I thought that senior brother will lose, but it seems like senior brother is the one who suppressed the Saint Convent sect disciple on the stage with his strength. Other than the great Emperor Yanhua, no one had ever seen such glory before. Alright, it's time to send you guys off. Lin Fan was prepared to kill both of them here. No matter how powerful the Saint Convent sect is, I won't let them off just because of this. Even if I'm attacked afterwards, I'll fight. Dignity isn't earned through cowardice, but through killing. If a battle with so many deaths can ensure that the magnificent flame sect will exist forever and no one will dare to bully them, then everything will be worth it. Those who are afraid will eventually be bullied. They might even dare to jump a few times. Just then, Elder Huorong's voice could be heard. Stop. But why would Lin Fan listen to him? His eyes were filled with killing intent. He turned into a ray of red light and charged towards the two. Elder Huorong's face changed. He appeared on the stage instantly and blocked Lin Fan's punch. He then turned to Lin Fan and shook his head, signaling him to stop. Just then, another voice could be heard in Lin Fan's head. Disciple, forget it. Master supports your actions, but the sect will not allow you to kill the Saint Convent sect disciple. Lin Fan took in a deep breath. His mind wasn't clear and he really wanted to vent. Elder Huorong was shocked by his disciple's strength. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, how powerful would he be if he was given more time? However, he could not allow his disciple to kill the religious brother, or else it would cause a disaster. Coward, Lin Fan said in a low voice. He then stood there, not looking at the two anymore. He was thinking to himself, as soon as I break through to the Heaven Star border realm, I'll definitely go to the Sunshine sect and Saint Convent sect and turn them upside down. Forget it. The higher-ups of the Sunshine sect are cowardly, not daring to offend the #1 sect in the world. But one day, I'll make them understand that cowardice will only lead to a slow death. Only by being strong will no one dare to offend you. Huorong looked at the tall man with blood-red hair and eyes. His heart, which had not moved for a long time, trembled. He could not even imagine what kind of person Tian Su's disciple would be when he grows up. Lin Fan might have received the punch easily, but he could feel the power in the punch. It was too terrifying. Just activating the second god was already so powerful. If all 7 gods were activated, how terrifying would he be? I'm afraid that no one in the magnificent flame sect would be able to withstand a punch from me. I don't want to think too much about it. I have to settle the matter in front of me first. I feel that I'm the most pitiful one among the top elders. No matter what happens, I have to be the one to solve it. Religious brother, please don't take it to heart. Elder Huorong said. The religious brother had long lost consciousness, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. The old man's face was terrifyingly cold. Of course. It's the magnificent flame sect's fortune to have such a disciple. I will report this matter to the sect when we return. Lin Fan nodded his head and said, of course. The religious brother is injured. Let me take a look at him, Elder Huorong said with a fake smile. There's no need for that. The Saint Convent sect will take care of it. The elder rejected him directly. He did not need any goodwill. He then summoned the remaining 8 golden dragons over. The 8 golden dragons covered the sky above the magnificent flame sect. It's our religious brother's fault for what happened today. I'll come again in the future. He then turned to Lu Ruochen. Miss Ruochen, let's go. Now, in the stands. Lu Ruochen's face had long been frozen. Her beautiful face was extremely terrible right now. She had not expected this disciple of hers to be this strong. He wasn't this strong a month ago. But given the current situation, she wasn't an idiot. She knew that she couldn't be impudent. She then walked to the old man's side and bowed slightly. However, she didn't dare to look at Lin Fan directly. Sister, wait for me. Lu Yu did not want to stay in the magnificent flame sect for a long time. Now that her sister was leaving, she had to leave as well. When she saw the religious brother, who was like a god in her heart, being beaten up so badly by this despicable guy, she was extremely disappointed. What a piece of trash. To think that he was the religious brother. He was so domineering just now. The old man picked up the holy sun and the severed leg, and was about to return to the top. But at this moment, Lu Yu stood up. She was excited to leave the magnificent flame sect, but thinking of what had happened, she could not swallow it down. Especially now that she had to go to the Saint Convent sect, and she did not know when she would be able to come back. Thus, she threw out some harsh words. Lin Fan, you're strong, but the Saint Convent sect won't let you off for treating the religious brother this way. You're just a country bumpkin who got rich overnight. You don't know that there's always someone better out there. I, Lu Yu, will be going to the Saint Convent sect soon. When I get there, I will receive the most powerful skill sets. In less than 3 years, I will leave you behind and reach a height that you will never be able to reach. Before she could even finish her sentence, Lu Yu's neck was gripped by a gigantic hand. She was then lifted up high. Lin Fan's bloodshot eyes were filled with a look of bewilderment. What are you trying to say? Lin Fan didn't know how to deal with his confusion, but Lu Yu's words had enlightened him. When he's confused, he could only vent. Let go of me. Lu Yu held her legs up. Her beautiful face gradually turned red. Lin Fan was strangling her. Seeing Lu Yu being lifted up by Lin Fan, the surrounding disciples remained calm. Lu Yu used to be a disciple of the magnificent flame sect, and because of her beauty, she naturally attracted their admiration. But now, they finally understood that Lu Yu had betrayed the magnificent flame sect and wanted to join the Saint Convent sect. No matter how beautiful she was, they wouldn't care. Lu Ruochen didn't expect her sister to be so stupid. How dare she be so arrogant at this moment? Does she not understand the situation? But this was her sister. She couldn't just sit by and watch. Please let go of my sister. If you come to the Saint Convent sect in the future, I will definitely treat you well. My sister has already joined the Saint Convent sect with me, so she can be considered as half a disciple of the Saint Convent sect. Lu Ruochen said softly. But the latter half of her sentence was a warning. My sister is already a disciple of the Saint Convent sect, and you have to think carefully about what you want. As soon as she finished her sentence, Lin Fan swung his arm and threw Lu Yu into the air. He no longer looked at Lu Yu, but at Xianxia. Little brother, have you seen beautiful fireworks before? Big brother, I haven't. Xianxia shook his head. Alright then, I'll let you have a good look today. Lin Fan smiled. Lu Ruochen did not know what Lin Fan was talking about. But at least the other party had understood the meaning behind her words. At least, he had some self-awareness. But suddenly, a powerful aura rose. Lu Ruochen's face changed, and she screamed, "How dare you!" Bang! Countless disciples stared at the sky, wondering how Lu Yu would react. But suddenly, when they saw the blood-colored mist erupting from the sky, they were completely dumbfounded. Little brother, is it beautiful? Xianxia shook his head. Big brother, it's not beautiful. Lin Fan sighed. That's true. It's too dirty, and it affects the beauty. He then looked at Lu Ruochen. What did you just say? Lu Ruochen's face turned pale, as if she couldn't believe it. She then reacted and said angrily, "You killed my sister, What's wrong?" Lin Fan nodded his head calmly, then let out a smile. "Actually, I also want to blast you to death." I wonder if you're willing to give me a chance to perform. Huarong stood at the side, stunned. He didn't expect Tian Su's disciple to be so violent. He killed Lu Yu just because of a disagreement, and he didn't even leave her corpse intact. Is this just for my little brother to see fireworks? What kind of brain does he have to be to think of something like this? Within Lu Ruochen's body, it was as though a volcano was about to erupt. However, she forcefully endured it and retreated to one side. Lowering her brows, she said coldly, "All right, she's courting death. She can't blame anyone else." However, 10 years later, I'll return and seek guidance from senior brother Lin. 10 years is too long. I'll go to the Saint Convent sect in half a year and step on you in the beautiful place you yearn for. I'll let you stay there forever. How's that? Does senior brother dote on you? Lu Ruochen held back her anger. Thank you for doting on me, senior brother. Ha ha ha. Junior sister, you don't have to be so courteous. Towards a beauty like you, senior brother will always take special care of you. Hurry up and scram. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll kill you here. Lin Fan's expression was indifferent, as if he was talking about something very normal. The elder glared at Lin Fan and carried the religious brother up the golden dragon chariot. Lu Ruochen followed closely behind. The golden dragon spread its wings and disappeared into the sky. At this moment, the silent crowd burst into cheers. Everyone looked at Lin Fan passionately. Elder Huarong looked at Lin Fan and nodded. Great. Go back. Your master misses you. No, it's not over yet. Lin Fan then took a step forward as a torrential aura burst forth from him, sweeping towards the three peaks as he spoke word by word. Jun Wutian, Wan Zhongtian, Zhan Hongdi, get over here. A torrential aura surged, causing the three peaks to tremble. P.S. Thank you, Elder Yi Jianmu, for your 50,000 Qidin coins. I'll find a chance to make it up to you. P.S. Thank you, Elder Liao Qiu, for your 10,000 Qidin coins. Thank you. P.S. Thank you, Yu Xing'e, for your 10,000 Qidin coins. Thank you. The disciples were shocked. Senior brother Lin had unleashed his power and defeated the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect. They thought it was over, but senior brother Lin still wanted to suppress the three peaks. Some time ago, news of senior brother Lin's death had spread to the sect. Originally, it wasn't anything earth-shattering, but the assassins who had assassinated senior brother Lin were 4 first-class inner disciples. First-class inner disciples had a high status in the sect, and they were considered the mainstay of the sect. To send a first-class inner disciple out of the sect to assassinate a fellow disciple, the mastermind behind the scenes must be extraordinary. Now that senior brother Lin had returned, he naturally had to get to the bottom of this matter. To any disciple, there were too many things happening in the sect this year, and every single one of them was a big deal. A powerful aura enveloped the three peaks as a domineering voice resounded in the ears of all the disciples. The three peaks that were initially calm suddenly erupted with 3 powerful auras, stirring up the clouds and shaking the heavens and earth. 3 rays of light came from afar. Lin Fan, don't go too far. Wan Zhongtian roared in rage. His emotions were not anger, but his heart was filled with indignance and helplessness. What did this have to do with him? Previously, he was suppressed by Elder Tian Su, and he did not dare to leave the sect. He had to stay in Zhongtian Peak to cultivate. The religious brother of the Saint Convent sect came to the sect to show off his power. Even though he was on par with him, so what? The Saint Convent sect was still the Saint Convent sect, the #1 sect in the world. He would only be humiliating himself if he came out. But he had seen everything that had just happened. Lin Fan had grown, and he was no longer the person he could crush easily. Even the religious brother was suppressed by a single punch. Even I might not be a match for him. Anger could be seen in Jun Wutian's eyes. In terms of strength, he was stronger than the religious brother, but the sect was too weak. Even if he could suppress the religious brother, he did not dare to be too presumptuous. Lin Fan's lawlessness and suppression of the religious brother had left an indelible impression in their hearts. There was only one thought in their minds now. Lin Fan had grown, and it was impossible to suppress him. Even without Elder Tian Su's reputation, no one in the 10 peaks would be able to gain the upper hand in terms of strength, Not to mention the fact that Elder Tiansu was backing him up. Damn it, they didn't know when this guy had appeared in their line of sight. Their dignity was actually being challenged by someone else, and he was even suppressing them to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. Lin Fan placed his hands behind his back and looked at them proudly. You guys are finally out. Now that he had unleashed his full combat power, if he didn't establish his prestige in the sect, it would be a waste of his outburst this time. Although his cultivation was only in the 6th stage of the Earth Star border realm, his combat power was no longer inferior to them. In fact, he was even stronger than them. The 11th peak would establish itself. This was a reality that no one could stop. Zhang Hongdi's face turned cold. He might be suppressed by Tiansu, but it didn't mean that anyone could suppress him. He took a step forward, and the Iron Blood War flag flew in the air. A murderous aura swept across the entire area. It was as if a fierce war had just broken out in his eyes. Sounds of battle filled the air. In the eyes of the disciples, Zhang Hongdi was the god of war. Just the fighting intent that he emitted was enough to instill fear in their hearts. Lin Fan, I have never met you before. There is no enmity between us. What are you trying to do? Zhang Hongdi's voice was loud and clear like the rumbling of a war drum. To an ordinary disciple, just his voice alone was enough to make their blood boil. It was hard for them to resist. But to Lin Fan, this was just a small trick. Indeed, we have never met, but it's a pity that only the 3 of you are in the sect now. Today, I just want to know who instructed those 4 people to do this. Lin Fan said calmly. How can you be so unreasonable? You don't even have any evidence, yet you blame it on the 3 of us. If no one admits it, are you going to kill the 3 of us? Zhang Hongdi harumphed coldly. As the peak leader of the Great Emperor Peak, he had never suffered such humiliation. How could he be questioned by a junior in front of so many disciples? If this news were to spread, how would he be able to threaten the disciples? Lin Fan grinned and stared at the 3 with his blood-red eyes. You're right. Either I kill one of you today, or I'll kill the 3 of you. Hearing this, the disciples were shocked. They did not expect senior brother Lin to be so domineering. They were the peak leaders of the 3 peaks, and they were no ordinary people. Elder Huarong had been trying to stop this, but he could feel an aura locking onto him. He already knew who this aura belonged to. Who else could it be other than Tiansu? Lin Fan had no idea what Tiansu was trying to do. Does he really want to watch the sect suffer losses and disciples die in front of him, or perhaps, he was paving the way for his precious disciple to establish his prestige? And the target of this prestige was the 3 peak masters. Wan Zhongtian, who had been silent all this while, was screaming in his heart. All he wanted was to be the peak leader and rule over his junior brothers, being the superior senior brother. He knew that his cultivation was the lowest among the 10 peaks. He had to use his full strength even when facing the religious brother, and he might not even win, let alone Lin Fan, who suppressed the religious brother with a punch. Lin Fan, I might have some conflict with you, but it's just a small conflict. I will never send someone to kill you. I hate Lu Ruochen for betraying the sect and joining the Saint Convent sect. What a waste of my eyes. Wan Zhongtian took a step forward, looking weaker than before. He no longer had the will to fight Lin Fan. He might not have been there, but he had seen everything. No one could compare to Lin Fan's ferocious might, especially when he grabbed the religious brother and smashed him into a bloody mess. Wan Zhongtian did not want that to happen. He did not think that the 3 of them would be able to suppress Lin Fan if a conflict broke out. Instead, he had a feeling that the 3 of them would be completely annihilated by Lin Fan. They might not be killed, but they would definitely embarrass themselves in front of the disciples. With Elder Tiansu's support, it wouldn't be difficult for Lin Fan to become the 11th peak leader. By then, what else could he use to fight Lin Fan? Zhang Hongdi looked at Wan Zhongtian with disdain. Wan Zhongtian, you are a coward. Wan Zhongtian was unhappy and even a little embarrassed. He was indeed scared, but as a peak leader, how could he admit it in front of so many disciples? I'm not scared, it's the truth. I, Wan Zhongtian, am a man of indomitable spirit. Even if I lose, I will never send someone to assassinate a fellow sect member. This is shameful and hateful. Lin Fan smiled and looked at Wan Zhongtian. He raised his finger and said, "Stand aside. You have no business here anymore." Wang Zhongtian heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his fists. "Thank you for your trust. I, Wang Zhongtian, am not that kind of person." Lin Fan shook his head. "You're thinking too much. It's not that I trust you, but you're too cowardly. With your cowardice, you wouldn't dare to do it even if I gave you 10 guts. You." Wang Zhongtian gritted his teeth. He wanted to say something, but he didn't dare to. "Why?" Lin Fan stared at him coldly. "Do you think that I'm slandering you? If you're not convinced, you can continue standing here. Killing 2 or 3 is the same. It doesn't matter if there's 1 more or 1 less. It's just that you're too cowardly. I'm afraid that killing you will dirty my hands. If you don't want to die, then scram. If you dare to say anything else, I'll kill you first." Lin Fan spoke arrogantly. Disdain could be seen in his eyes. He did not take Wang Zhongtian seriously at all. He used to think that Wang Zhongtian was strong, but now, he was just SOSO. He could kill a religious brother with 1 punch. Perhaps he could smash Wang Zhongtian into pieces with half a punch. Tiansu stood on the peak. The soil beside him bulged slightly, and a figure could be seen. "Tiansu, your disciple is very arrogant, but we know that you're using the 3 of them to establish the 11th peak in the sect. We won't object to this, but you have to compensate Jun Wutian, Zhan Hongdi, and Wang Zhongtian." Tiansu looked at Tiansu coldly. The old man's body was yellow in color. He seemed to have cultivated some skill set that allowed him to become one with the earth, using the earth's energy to cultivate. "Compensate?" Tiansu shook his head. "Earth Emperor, you're thinking too much. All my compensation is for my disciple. No one else has the right or ability to take it from me. As for making use of the 3 peak leaders? You're too naive. Today, one of the 3 peak leaders will die in the sect." The Earth Emperor's face fell. "Tiansu, what are you trying to do? They're the pillars of the sect, the candidates for the patriarch. It's useless even if they're candidates. They sent their fellow sect members to kill my disciple. His death date has long been decided." Tiansu stroked his beard. His deep gaze covered everything. "The patriarch will not allow it." The Earth Emperor said. "It's not up to anyone. Go back and tell senior brother that I'll leave the sect with my disciple if I don't see any blood today. The world is so big. Do you think I have nowhere to go? I was ambushed, and I can't even take revenge. This old man has had enough of a sect like this a long time ago. This is not something you should say with your current status." The Earth Emperor's face fell. He did not expect Tiansu to say such words. If Tiansu were to leave the sect, it would be a huge loss to the sect. "Status? I'm not interested in being an elder. 60 years ago, if senior brother didn't ask me to stay and help him, I would have left long ago." He then raised his hand. "Go and tell senior brother what I said. This is the bottom line I'm giving him. As for what happens next, let him decide for himself. Today, one of the 3 peak leaders will die." The Earth Emperor disappeared. Tiansu was still standing on the peak, not moving an inch. Everyone in the sect who was from the same generation as Tiansu knew that he would be like Lin Fan when he got angry. Previously, when senior brother Lin suppressed the religious brother, their blood was boiling with excitement. However, the current situation made them feel pressured. Senior brother Lin should be able to fight against Jun Wutian and Zhan Hongdi, a disciple said softly. The 2 peak leaders were extraordinary. Even the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect would not be able to handle the 2 of them. Now that senior brother Lin was facing the 2 of them alone, it was unimaginable. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man sighed with a complicated look on his face. "I didn't expect an ordinary disciple from a few months ago to reach such a level in such a short time," Feng Qing said. Feng Qing chimed in from the side, "Yeah, I didn't expect him to grow to the point where he can stand on equal footing with the 10 peak masters. Lu Daoxing cultivated in the Great Emperor Peak. Now that senior brother Zhan was provoked, he should have been furious. But now, his heart was filled with complicated emotions. At that time, he also wanted to nurture this outstanding disciple of his. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, this disciple of his had already reached a level that he could never hope to reach. Even if he met this person, he would have to respectfully address him as senior brother Lin. Jun Wutian had been suppressing his anger for a long time. His aura was not weak at all. Lin Fan, are you really going to be so arrogant? Lin Fan shook his head. Arrogant? No, I think you have misunderstood. Jun Wutian, I once promised an old man that I would avenge him. What did you say? Jun Wutian's face darkened. Whoosh, the Tai sovereign sword, human sovereign sword, and earthly sovereign sword were stabbed into the ground, emitting a supreme aura. Do you recognize this? Lin Fan asked calmly. 3 sovereign swords. Jun Wutian was shocked when he saw the 3 sovereign swords. He killed the 3 elders of the Imperial Sword Pavilion to obtain the transformation into god swordsmanship and the 3 sovereign swords. But after searching for a large area, he did not find them. Lin Fan did not expect this kid to obtain them. Thinking about how this kid had grown so much in such a short time, Lu Daoxing's heart sank. Could it be that he grew so fast because of these opportunities? Lin Fan chuckled. That initially calm aura of his exploded forth, causing the surrounding space to turn blurry as though it couldn't withstand the ripples of this aura. Looks like you still recognize them. You've killed the 3 elders of the Imperial Sword Pavilion for nothing. Before they died, they've already given these to me. Today, I'll fulfill my promise and kill you right here and now. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of the sect were shocked. Even Huarong's expression changed greatly as he stared at Jun Wutian in disbelief. Could it be that he was the one who killed the 3 elders of the Imperial Sword Pavilion? Sensing the doubtful gazes, Jun Wutian's expression turned sinister as he shouted angrily, "Don't slander me. When have I, Jun Wutian, ever done such a thing?" Suddenly, Lin Fan disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Jun Wutian. He swung his mace at Jun Wutian's waist. It doesn't matter whether I've done it or not. But, you must die today. I, Lin Fan, am not someone who goes back on his words. You're courting death. Jun Wutian shouted. In an instant, he sent a palm strike at the mace. Jun Wutian's expression changed when he felt the immense force. He did not expect Lin Fan to be so strong. Lin Fan's attack was like a tidal wave that came crashing down on him. Zhan Hongdi, how long are you going to watch? This guy wants to kill us in the sect today. Zhan Hongdi turned into a ray of light and disappeared from Lin Fan's sight. He had witnessed the battle between Lin Fan and the religious brother. Lin Fan was extremely powerful. If he did not use all of his strength, he would be dead for sure. He did not expect Lin Fan to witness the scene of him killing the elders of the Imperial Sword Pavilion. If this was true, not only would Lin Fan kill him, even the sect would not let him live. No matter how great his potential was, or even if he could become the sect leader in the future, it would be useless. Kill. The killing intent in his heart was formed. He was determined to kill Lin Fan. Even if Elder Tiansu was here, if he and Zhan Hongdi could kill Lin Fan with their own hands, the sect would not sit idly by even if Elder Tiansu made a move. After thinking it through, there was still a chance for him to live. But he hated the fact that the 4 trash couldn't even kill a single person. Instead, they allowed him to come back. How detestable, I can't die here. For the sake of becoming the sect leader, I have been planning for so many years. How can I let my halberd sink into the sand? Skyless Tao, heaven and earth. In an instant, Jun Wutian's aura underwent an earth-shattering change. Huarong was suppressed by Tiansu. He could only watch the scene unfold before him. When he felt Jun Wutian's aura, he was shocked. This is the great Tao of the Heaven Star Border, which means that Lin Fan is half a step into the Heaven Star Border realm. Earth Star Border cultivators could only absorb earth energy to strengthen themselves, but after breaking through to the Heaven Star Border realm, they could absorb heaven and earth energy. Even their every move could cause a phenomenon. The magnificent flame sect's upper echelons were powerful, but their disciples were unable to surpass those powerful sections. They were considered to be lacking in talent. Now that Jun Wutian was on the verge of breaking through to the Heaven Star Border realm, the magnificent flame sect was overjoyed. Boundless energy could be felt from Jun Wutian, shaking the heavens and earth. It was a force to be reckoned with. I didn't expect Jun Wutian to have made it this far. Out of the 10 peak leaders, 7 have gone out to look for opportunities to break through. It seems like Jun Wutian is one step ahead of everyone else and has broken through to the Heaven Star border realm. But now that he is in trouble, if he can make it through, he will still be the leader of the 10 peak leaders, suppressing senior brother Zhan. Lin Fan, you've completely angered me. A sect is a sect. Even if Tian Su is backing you up, you can't be so lawless. Today, I, Jun Wutian, will use my position as the leader of the 10 peaks to let you know that external forces are just external forces. You can't rely on them. Suddenly, Jun Wutian opened his arms, gathering heaven and earth energy. A pair of earth energy hands covered the entire arena and slapped towards Lin Fan. You're just spouting nonsense. Lin Fan did not move an inch. He raised his finger and stabbed it into the ground. The 3 sovereign swords started to shake, as if it was being summoned. Transformation into God Swordsmanship, Level 2. Given Lin Fan's current situation, the second level was already a piece of cake for him. There wouldn't be a situation where he couldn't hold on due to his lack of earth energy. Whoosh, the 3 swords rose into the sky, giving off a dazzling light. This was not light, but sword intent that covered the entire sky. Towering sword intent filled the sky. Some of the spectating disciples used swords, but the swords in their hands could not stop shaking. They tried their best to suppress the sword intent, but they could not calm the swords down. Jun Wutian, I will use the transformation into God Swordsmanship to kill you today to fulfill my wish. Lin Fan took a step forward and raised his hand. Sword energy covered the sky and went straight for Jun Wutian. You're courting death. Jun Wutian roared. The giant palm became even more violent. You will never understand exactly how powerful the people you are facing are. Lin Fan raised his hand and punched out at the earth energy palm. A loud explosion rang out as the earth energy palm crumbled instantly. How is this possible? Just how strong is this kid? Huarong exclaimed in disbelief. Even if the magic of the 7 gods is powerful, it can't be so invincible. However, he did not know how strong Lin Fan's brute force skill was. The earth energy in Lin Fan's body was like a raging dragon that could overturn rivers and seas. Every attack from Lin Fan was powerful enough to smash an ordinary Earth Star Border Stage 9 expert into pieces. 10 Directional Annihilation. Just then, Zhan Hongdi let out a roar and charged at Lin Fan. Boundless battle intent surged, wanting to kill Lin Fan. It's not your turn yet. Just you wait. Lin Fan struck again, and a raging dragon roared. Startling dragon palm, Zhan Hongdi's killing move, formed by his boundless battle intent, was shattered by Lin Fan's palm. His face fell. How is this possible? How can this kid be so strong? At the same time, Lin Fan stared at Jun Wutian. How is it? The transformation into God Swordsmanship is a powerful skill set that you wanted. Now that you have experienced it for yourself, how does it feel? Jun Wutian was covered in blood. He could not withstand the transformation into God Swordsmanship, and his earth energy was shattered. It was useless even if he was on the verge of breaking through to the Heaven Star Border realm. He was still in Earth Star Border Stage 9 if he did not break through. Impossible. How can I, Jun Wutian, lose to you? Jun Wutian roared. His hair was disheveled, and he no longer looked like the leader of the 10 peaks. His eyes were bloodshot. Abruptly, that crazed expression disappeared without a trace. His entire person emitted a sharp light that sliced through the heavens and earth. Even the clouds were sliced open by it as it flowed against the current. Great, great. The world only knows that I, Jun Wutian, can suppress the 9 peaks with my palms, but no one knows that I can cut them down with my sword. Very good, you forced me to this point. Today, I will show you what the real sword Dao is. In an instant, an extremely powerful sword intent erupted from Jun Wutian. A grey longsword broke out of his body, greedily absorbing the Earth Star energy. Even the space around the sword intent began to distort, as if it was about to collapse. Huarong's face fell. He did not expect Jun Wutian to have mastered the nothingness instant kill sword intent. Suddenly, Lin Fan laughed. Sword Dao, huh? Interesting. Die. Jun Wutian glared at Lin Fan coldly. His eyes gradually turned gray, close to the color of nothingness. Buzz, the space shook, and Jun Wutian disappeared. It was not because he was blinded by his speed, but because he really disappeared, as if he had merged with the space. Huarong stared into the distance and shouted. Tiansu, hurry up and save your disciple. Once the nothingness instant kill sword intent appears, your disciple will not be able to withstand it. Master, there's no need. Lin Fan said softly. Suddenly, he raised his left hand. Lin Fan's pitch-black palm turned into a dragon claw, and the dragon claw grabbed the sword that appeared out of thin air. Playing with swords in front of me is courting death. Lin Fan shouted. He closed his right hand and slammed it towards Jun Wutian. Bang, Jun Wutian's eyes widened in disbelief. An invincible force surged towards him, causing his expression to change drastically. He was thrown out from the void. Piak, Lin Fan stepped on Jun Wutian's head. You can go and die now. Stop. A loud voice could be heard coming from the sect. Elder Gulian thought that Jun Wutian could kill Lin Fan, but he did not expect his halberd to be in Lin Fan's hands. Now that he was in danger, he rushed out to save Jun Wutian. Lin Fan laughed. He did not have much strength in his foot, but because of Jun Wutian's words, he used all his strength to step on Jun Wutian's head. Jun Wutian's head exploded like a watermelon. Blood spurted out, dyeing the entire arena red. Ah! How could you be so cruel to kill a fellow disciple? Today, I'm going to clean up the sect. Gulian was enraged. He did not expect Jun Wutian to be dead. He was the disciple that he had always supported, and he was going to be the next patriarch in the future. But now, he was killed by Lin Fan. How could he accept this? How could he ignore it? But just as Gulian was about to make his move, a figure appeared in front of him. Are you tired of living? The figure said coldly. You. Seeing Tiansu, Gulian was furious. He stopped his attack. He did not have the confidence to fight Tiansu, but he could not watch Jun Wutian die in vain. Tiansu, if you continue like this, the sect will be destroyed because of you. Gulian said angrily. Tiansu ignored Gulian and raised his hand. From Jun Wutian's corpse, a mystical energy could be felt. Seeing this, Huarong felt helpless. It's another evil skill set, the soul-searching skill, and it's being used in front of so many disciples. How am I going to find the right direction? But Lin Fan still stared at the sky. Images started to appear. The fact that Jun Wutian killed the 3 elders of the Imperial Sword Pavilion and sent 4 first-class inner disciples to assassinate them was exposed. When the surrounding disciples saw this, their hearts froze. They had not expected their senior brother Jun to have done so many bad things in the past. The 3 elders of the Imperial Sword Pavilion were loyal to the Magnificent Flame sect, but Jun Wutian killed them mercilessly. Just as Elder Tiansu was about to stop, he realized that something was wrong with the image. He flicked his finger and pulled out the image. In the image, Jun Wutian was kneeling on the ground, and a black figure was standing in front of him. The face of the black figure was blurry, and Lin Fan could not see it clearly. This is... Huarong's face fell, as if he had thought of something. Crack, in the blink of an eye, the entire world changed. The sky that was originally filled with dark clouds was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds. Above the dark clouds, a crack had even appeared. A terrifying aura swept across the sky. All the disciples could not take it anymore. They lay on the ground, sweating profusely as if they were about to die. A giant hand moved the clouds and grabbed towards the arena. The black fingernails were like the palm of a devil. Lin Fan looked up. Jun Wutian's earth energy giant hand was like a toy in the face of this giant hand, not even worth mentioning. How dare the divine religion put their hands on the Magnificent Flame sect? Tiansu bellowed. He turned into a ray of light and shot into the sky. A strong aura exploded from him, causing space to crack. The giant hand flicked its 5 fingers, causing 5 meteors with long black tails to appear. They carried an aura of death as they shot toward the sect. Impudent. Tiansu raised his hand. It was a simple action, but it was as if he was supporting the heavens and earth. He squeezed his fingers and crushed the 5 black meteorites, turning them into nothingness. "Senior brother, he's here to steal the corpse." Huarong roared and fiercely attacked the ground. However, the ground was suddenly covered by a layer of black mist, directly blocking Huarong's attack. Black tentacles inexplicably appeared, directly binding Jun Wutian's corpse, wanting to pull it into the abyss below. Seeing the storage ring on Jun Wutian's finger, Lin Fan made up his mind and used dragon soaring to the 9 heavens. He grabbed the finger and snatched the storage ring away. The tentacle did not expect someone to snatch it away. It whipped at Lin Fan, and a strong aura swept across the area. Lin Fan felt that he had nowhere to hide. Just as Lin Fan was about to be hit by the tentacle, Huarong appeared beside him and suppressed the tentacle with his palm. "Move aside. This is not something you can get involved in." Huarong pushed Lin Fan aside, looking serious. Seeing that the corpse was taken away, Tiansu frowned. The black hand in the sky kept retreating, wanting to return to the sky and leave the magnificent flame sect. "Humph, you can come and go as you please. Do you think the magnificent flame sect is weak?" Tiansu disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, a white line could be seen in the sky. The white line was a crack in the sky, and it cut the black hand in half. With just a thought. It was one of Tiansu's most powerful skills. It was so powerful that it could cut the sky and earth apart. The gigantic black hand continued to move towards the magnificent flame. Sect disciples. Facing the gigantic hand, all the disciples felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on them. Struggle before death. Stay. Tiansu's long white beard kept extending into the sky. When it reappeared, it had wrapped around the black hand. Suddenly, a ray of light could be seen on the white beard. It kept shrinking, and the black hand shrank until it disappeared. Baisu wanted to enter the crack in the sky to find out what was going on, but it was too late. The crack closed, and peace returned to the world. At this moment, all the aura disappeared. The disciples were covered, but fear was written all over their faces. They felt as if they had walked on the edge of death. Huarong came up to Tiansu. "Senior brother, how dare the divine religion lay their hands on the magnificent flame sect?" He escaped. "If we were any later, we would have found his location and destroyed the divine religion." Tiansu looked into the sky. This should be the guardian of the divine religion. He's willing to take such a huge risk to bring Jun Wutian's body away. It seems like there's more to this than meets the eye. Huarong didn't say anything else. There were still many disciples around, and it wasn't the right time to talk about this. At the same time, the auras that were bursting out from the depths of the magnificent flame sect gradually calmed down. Just then, Elder Tiansu looked at the arena. Jun Wutian killed the 3 elders of the Imperial Sword Pavilion, murdered a fellow disciple, and colluded with an evil sect. He should be killed. From now on, the Heaven's Retribution Peak shall cease to exist. As soon as he finished his sentence, the majestic Heaven's Retribution Peak was destroyed by a single slap. It was his first time seeing his master in action. He was too powerful. But he believed that with his hard work, it was only a matter of time before he became stronger than his master. But this wasn't the end yet. "Zhang Hongdi, what do you want to say?" Lin Fan looked at him. Zhang Hongdi was at a loss. He didn't know what to do, and his aura dissipated. He cupped his fists, admitting that he was inferior to Lin Fan. "Senior brother Lin, please," before he could finish his sentence. Zhang Hongdi felt goosebumps all over his body. When he regained his senses, he realized that a strong force was coming at him. Bang, a punch landed on his abdomen, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He bent over and supported himself on the ground, coughing nonstop. His neck and face were all red. He felt as if his body was going to explode. "Remember, if you dare to be impudent again, it won't be like this. If you're unhappy, challenge me openly. I'll spare your life on account that we're from the same sect. But if you dare to assassinate me, you'll end up like Jun Wutian." When the spectating disciples saw this scene, all of them felt a sense of suffocation. They witnessed an unbelievable scene. Senior brother Lin suppressed the religious brother with one punch, stomped Jun Wutian to death, and made Zhang Hongdi and Wang Zhongtian unable to fight back. His aura was enough to make one's blood boil. Domineering, invincible, he was too strong. Just then, Lin Fan cupped his fists at his master. Master, I want to establish the 10th peak and name it Invincible. Lu Qiming and the rest felt their blood boiling. They looked at each other and cheered, Senior Brother Lin is invincible. We support you when you establish the 10th peak. We support you. Zhang Long cheered too. At this moment, some of the other disciples also understood that Senior Brother Lin's status had truly grown, and he was no longer someone that ordinary people could topple over. Perhaps, the only ones who could topple Senior Brother Lin were the remaining 7 peak masters. As for Zhan Hongdi and Wan Zhongtian, they were no longer qualified. They had lost in front of Senior Brother Lin, and there would be no chance for them to make a comeback in the future. Elder Ge Lian wanted to stop Lin Fan, but when he thought about how Jun Wutian, whom he supported, had done such a thing, he felt ashamed. Killing the 3 elders of the Imperial Sword Pavilion, assassinating a fellow disciple, and being associated with an evil sect were all serious crimes. If not for the fact that this matter was exposed, the Magnificent Flame sect would have been annihilated if Lin Fan were to inherit the position of patriarch in the future. If any senior brother thinks that I, Lin Fan, am incapable of establishing the 10th peak, you can challenge me. Hearing this, everyone shook their heads. Who would dare to challenge me? The aura that Lin Fan had just displayed was enough to scare them. Tiansu nodded his head in satisfaction. It seems that my disciple is ready. Senior brother, it's against the rules to establish the 10th peak before becoming a first-class inner disciple. Huarong was the most law-abiding elder in the sect. Thus, he had to remind Lin Fan, regardless of whether it was useful or not. You won't achieve great things if you stick to the rules. Tiansu took a glance at Huarong. Too law-abiding. He has been living by the rules all his life. But Tiansu knew that the sect needed people like him. At least, there would still be rules. Huarong shook his head. He did not say anything else, but he still felt that it wasn't good. How can I make the sect stronger without rules? Tiansu looked deep into the sect and said. Senior Brother Patriarch, is it all right for my disciple to establish the 10th peak? Not long later, a voice could be heard from deep within the sect. All right. Just then, Tiansu's robe fluttered in the air. He looked at Lin Fan. Disciple, Master will personally make the 10th peak for you, the one and only peak of the sect. Lin Fan was elated. It was good to have a strong teacher. At least before he became the strongest, he could enjoy the feeling of having a big boss protecting him. He knew that without Tiansu as his master, the chances of him being so arrogant in the sect would be 0, and the chances of him leaving the sect to roam the world would be 100%. But now, it was no longer a problem. He had a big goal. Now that his master was protecting him, he would protect his master when he became the strongest, and he would let his master do whatever he wanted. With this goal in mind, Lin Fan was filled with motivation. He wanted to increase his cultivation to a higher level. Just then, the scene changed. All the disciples were shocked. Elder Tiansu is going to refine the 10th peak personally. How majestic and exciting is this? The existing peaks were created by the sect elders or patriarchs using their strength. They were the most ordinary peaks, but now that Elder Tiansu was going to refine them personally, they had no idea how powerful it would be. The guardian of the divine religion has come at the right time to bring the materials for my disciple. Elder Tiansu's white beard shook, and the arm that was being suppressed flew out. He pointed his finger, and a ball of fire shot out. It expanded rapidly, turning into a blazing flame that dyed the sky red. Such a strong flame. It's even stronger than the cyan abyssal fire. It seems like Master is very rich. Lin Fan sighed. It feels great to have a powerful and rich master. The sealed arm started struggling as it was being burned by the flames. It was as if it was trying to break free. But even if it was in its true form, it wouldn't be able to defeat Tiansu, let alone this arm. Lin Fan raised his hand and clenched his fist. It was as if a layer of heaven and earth had been peeled off. Energy from heaven and earth flowed into the arm, and the black gas disappeared, turning into a colorful white mist. Even the arm started to change. It was as if it had changed its physical form, turning into a mountain rock. Huarong watched from the side. He was shocked. I didn't expect senior brother Tiansu to be so powerful. Even I don't have this ability. A ray of green light shot across the sky. There was an emerald green material in the light. This is the Azure Sky Spirit Stone. Huarong's face fell. This was a priceless treasure, a material used to refine heaven-class treasures. This Azure Heaven Spirit Stone was something his senior apprentice brother had obtained from a secret realm a long time ago. He only had one, and he had never been willing to use it. Who would have thought he would use it to refine a mountain for his apprentice? What a waste, what a waste. Another expanse of star sand shot out. Every grain of star sand flickered with luster. It was as if there was a world inside. One after another, materials flew out. Huarong was shocked. What kind of wealth was this? Was it just for the sake of refining this mountain? Lin Fan stood there. Although he could see the shapes of these materials clearly, he did not know what these treasures were. But since his teacher had made it, it was definitely not something ordinary. Far off in the distance was a spherical object, within which lightning flickered, sand and pebbles flew about, and multicolored light shot out in all directions. All sorts of unimaginable scenes were taking shape inside. Senior brother, you're... Huarong wanted to ask. Are you going to use up all your wealth? But he knew that senior brother's wealth was not limited to this. Before Lin Fan became an elder of the sect, senior brother loved to enter secret realms. At the same time, he loved to kill and rob. Many disciples of the surrounding sects hated Tiansu to the core. Now that so many years had passed, Lin Fan might have forgotten about it. But just then, Huarong could no longer hold it in and started trembling. Elder Tiansu pinched his finger, and a drop of blood filled with the power of heaven and earth shot out. It exploded and turned into a strong power of heaven and earth that fused into the ball. Done. With a loud roar, the sphere suddenly exploded, emitting 5 colored rays of light. The rays of light pierced through the void, directly piercing in all directions, like a waterfall, covering everything. That's the essence of life. Huarong was dumbfounded. If this drop of blood was injected into an ordinary person's body, he or she would be able to break through to the Heaven Star Border realm in an instant. It might be the weakest Heaven Star Border realm, but it was still a miracle. But from now on, those who were forcefully brought up by the blood would only be able to stay in this realm for the rest of their lives. The colorful light shrunk and disappeared. When the crowd saw the scene in front of them, they were dumbfounded. It was as if they were in a dream. The peak was so steep that it pierced through the clouds. Exotic flowers and plants covered the entire peak. Even from so far away, one could smell the fragrance of the flowers. With just a sniff, one could feel that one's spirit, energy, and energy had been boosted. Their fatigue was gone. At the same time, the 9 heavens Milky Way came crashing down from the top of the peak. Birds appeared out of thin air and circled the peak, making it look like a celestial peak. At the entrance to the mountain peak, there were steps floating in the void. These steps had no roots, as if they were being dragged by a giant hand. With a loud boom, the peak fell into the deep abyss, becoming Lin Fan's 10th peak. What kind of spectacle is this? The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded. They had never seen a peak like this before. The other 9 peaks were like beggars compared to this one. They were shabby and ordinary, nowhere near as spectacular as this one. Huarong turned to Tiansu. Senior brother, you're too. You used so many treasures to refine this peak? Tiansu nodded his head in satisfaction. He then turned to Huarong. How can my disciple be so shabby? If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want the other disciples to feel unbalanced, this wouldn't be the case. Unbalanced, isn't this peak good enough? If the other 7 peak leaders were to come back, they would probably vomit blood. Compared to this peak, what are their peaks? They're just stones on the side of the road. Wan Zhongtian looked at the peak. He wanted to kneel down. How rich and beautiful is this? I'm so envious. If I had a peak like this, I would stay in it forever. Lin Fan's jaw dropped. Lin Fan's jaw dropped. Gorgeous. Amazing. He was speechless. Disciple, hurry up and refine it. This will be your main peak from now on. Tiansu reminded. Thank you, Master. Lin Fan snapped back to reality. He was so touched that he was about to cry. How am I supposed to live like this? Without hesitation, Lin Fan covered the entire peak with his palm. However, there was a huge obstacle when he tried to refine it. It was as if it was too big and too strong, and the refining process was too slow. Master, I can't refine it. Master will help you. Xianxia pushed his palm out, and a huge amount of refining energy could be felt, entering Lin Fan's body. Suddenly, the refining speed increased. In the blink of an eye, the entire peak was refined. Boom, a strong earth energy could be felt from the peak, and the peak was filled with vitality. Lin Fan could feel a mysterious connection between his body and the peak. It was as if he could change the peak with just a thought. From now on, this was his peak. He even felt that he could use the peak's energy to strengthen himself if he were to fight in the sect. So powerful, so powerful. Suddenly, he thought of the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River. The river water in the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River was good stuff. He too had been refining it, and every drop was equivalent to the strength of a body tempering stage 7 or 8. If he could build a body tempering pool on the peak, he could give it to the outer disciples. Lin Fan waved his hand, and the river water in the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River gushed towards the peak. I didn't expect my disciple to have such a treasure. But it seems to belong to the Xianxia sect. Did my disciple kill his enemies and take it? Not bad, not bad. Huarong turned to Xianxia. Senior brother, the Xianxia sect has already minded our own business. It's not good to start a fight. Why? The Magnificent Flame sect is suppressed by the Saint Convent sect, but the Xianxia sect? It's just killing people and taking their treasures. Did we not do that in the past? Huarong sighed. That was all in the past. I was taught by my senior brother. Now that I think about it, it's too late for regrets. Lin Fan might not be as powerful as Master, who could create a mountain with a wave of his hand, but it wasn't a problem for him to open up a body tempering pool. The body tempering pool is completed. It will be open for free for all outer disciples to cultivate. However, a drop of water is equivalent to a body tempering stage 7 or 8, so please act according to your capabilities. Lin Fan said calmly, but his voice was heard by every disciple. To the outer court disciples, this was simply a piece of shocking good news. When they were in the body tempering realm, they had to temper their bodies. But the method of tempering their bodies was too painful and bloody. Now that they had senior brother's body tempering pool, it was much better, and the effect was even better than that. At this moment, the outer sect disciples were truly rooting for senior brother Lin. After all, he was doing it for their own good. Lin Fan knew that it wasn't easy for the outer disciples to cultivate. To become a powerful sect, not only must they be strong, they must also have strong disciples. By then, even an ordinary disciple would be able to destroy the Saint Convent sect's pride. And this was the last step. Lin Fan stretched out his finger and swiped at the sky. The cliff of the mountain fell off, and 2 words were carved on it. Invincible. This will be the Invincible Peak from now on. This name suits me well. Everything is done. I'm satisfied. Master, it's done. Lin Fan said. Xianxia nodded. Disciple, the construction of the peak will depend on you. Master might be able to do everything for you, but you won't feel any sense of achievement from managing the peak. Disciple understands. Lin Fan nodded. If I can't change the Magnificent Flame sect's current situation, I'll start by changing the peak. Lin Fan was full of confidence and motivation. His peak was formed, and he was now the peak leader of the 10th peak. His life had undergone a huge change. He would have his own territory in the future, and he could even fight for the position of sect leader. Senior brother, are you all right? Lu Daoxing came to senior brother Grand Emperor's side. Zhang Hongdi didn't say anything more. He looked at the silhouette over there, his eyes flashing with anger. Then, he snorted coldly and left the arena, returning to Great Emperor Peak. He did not expect Lin Fan to be so ruthless. Even Jun Wutian was killed with a single stomp. At the same time, the gap between his strength and Lin Fan's is so huge. How am I going to make a comeback in the future? cultivate like crazy. I must get back the face I've lost today. Senior brother Zhan. Fong Qing came to senior brother Lu's side. Senior brother Grand Emperor, Lu Daoxing sighed, shaking his head. If senior brother Grand Emperor can rise to the top after this defeat, his cultivation will rise to new heights. If not, the Great Emperor Peak will perish. Fong Qing looked at the Great Emperor Peak, which was one of the 10 peaks. He did not expect such a thing to happen. To him, the 10 peak leaders were extremely powerful. Jun Wutian had defeated Zhang Hongdi with a single stomp, and now, he was suppressed by someone else. To an arrogant person, being suppressed twice in a row must have turned into a demon in his heart. Just as senior brother Lu had said, if he could overcome the demon in his heart, he would rise to new heights. If not, the Great Emperor Peak would cease to exist. Wan Zhongtian no longer had the strength to fight back. He wasn't afraid of those who were strong, but he was afraid of those who were ruthless. Right now, Lin Fan was an existence that he was afraid of. The 10th peak had been formed, and the atmosphere had been formed. Wan Zhongtian took a glance at the enviable Invincible Peak before turning into a ray of light and disappearing. But to him, the other 7 peak leaders might not be convinced. Jun Wutian might be talented, and he was able to suppress the other 9 peaks, but every dog has its day. No one knows who's stronger or weaker. Lin Fan was in a good mood. He waved his hands like a senior brother. Junior brothers, if you're interested, you can follow me to the Invincible Peak. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples were extremely excited. They had long wanted to go to the Invincible Peak to see how magnificent the peak that Elder Tiansu had refined was. Now that senior brother Lin had invited them up, how could they not be excited? The fragrance of those exotic flowers and plants could be smelled even from such a distance away. Moreover, they were full of vigor and fatigue. If they were to enter the mountain, what kind of scene would that be? Will senior brother Lin replace Jun Wutian as the leader of the 10 peaks? That goes without saying. Senior brother Lin has already defeated Jun Wutian, and his title as the leader of the 10 peaks is already in his hands. I wonder what the 7 peak leaders will think when they return and see this. So many big changes have happened in the sect recently. It really feels like a lifetime has passed. My cultivation is now at body tempering stage 9. If I enter the body tempering pool that senior brother Lin mentioned, I might be able to hone my body to perfection and step into the Earth Star border realm. I will be able to pass the test and become an inner disciple. Congratulations, congratulations. I'm still at body tempering stage 8, but with the help of senior brother Lin's body tempering pool, I'm confident that I can make it to body tempering stage 9. Come, let's follow senior brother Lin. Under Lin Fan's invitation, a large group of disciples followed behind. Lu Qiming and the rest were overjoyed. They didn't expect senior brother Lin to reach such a stage. It was really like when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. However, in the crowd, a girl stood there, staring blankly at the figure in the distance, and then left quietly. She did not even attract anyone's attention. Senior brother, it's not good for you to raise your disciple like this. Huarong said, standing beside Tiansu. What's not good about it? I think it's good. The 10th peak, the Invincible Peak. Not bad. He's powerful and invincible. The Magnificent Flame sect will become an invincible sect because of him. Senior brother, you think too highly of your disciple. Just him alone? Huarong did not believe it, nor did he want to believe it. A powerful sect doesn't depend on one person, it's... No, junior brother, your cultivation is too weak. You have yet to feel that state. When one's cultivation reaches a certain level, even a weak sect can become one of the top sects because of one person. I believe that my disciple can reach that level. Tiansu said confidently. Senior brother, you've reached that state? Huarong's face changed. Reached? Tiansu laughed. I haven't felt it yet. That state might be one step away, but it's like heaven and earth. Alright, there's nothing else for us to do. Senior brother patriarch must be furious now. There must be a reason why the divine religion is taking such a risk to take Jun Wutian's corpse away. He then turned to Gulian. Jun Wutian, whom you support, is a traitor of the sect. I hope that you won't choose the wrong person in the future. As soon as he finished his words, he disappeared from the spot. Gu Lian's face turned pale. He had invested a lot in Jun Wutian, but now, it was all gone. He was heartbroken, but there was nothing he could say. If not for the fact that Jun Wutian was dead, it would have been a disaster in the future. As for what Tiansu said, he could still accept it. If he couldn't, he would have fought with Tiansu decades ago. As Lin Fan stepped on the floating stone steps, ripples spread out from his feet. The Invincible Peak, which was originally quiet, suddenly became lively. Exotic beasts could be heard calling out, as if they were welcoming the peak leader back. The disciples looked around as if they had entered a grand garden. To them, only after entering the Invincible Peak would they know what a peak was. Compared to senior brother Lin's peak, the other 9 peak leaders' peaks paled in comparison. Stepping on the stone steps was like climbing into the sky. They stepped into the palaces at the peak of the mountain. This is a spiritual monkey. This is a white deer. The disciples followed behind and realized that there were many beasts on the left and right. They seemed to be intelligent and were looking at them. They seemed to be talking to them. Are they welcoming us? Is that the body tempering pool? A disciple shouted as he pointed to a huge pool halfway up the mountain. There were many beasts cultivating in the pool, making it look like a perfect cultivation ground. Lin Fan might not have said a word, but he could see everything around him. I thought it was good enough, but it seems like I've underestimated my master's love for me. How could a mountain that was refined with so many precious materials be ordinary? All the way to the peak, Lin Fan stood there and looked into the distance. There was no end in sight. White clouds covered the distance continuously. He felt as though his vision had improved because of this. The surrounding disciples went to take a look as well. They even saw many strange things that they had never seen before. A drop of Elder Tiansu's natal blood essence contained so much energy that it could easily turn an ordinary mountain into a paradise on earth after refining it. Lu Qiming could not take in all of it. Senior brother Lin, you've finally come this far. He smiled. Lin Fan looked at the huge peak. It would be such a waste if he was the only one here. Junior brothers, you guys should move to my peak from now on. The earth energy here is very dense, and it's very useful for cultivation. He would never forget his junior brothers who were on good terms with him. Also, Qin Shan, who is a lunatic, might go crazy and beat someone to death if he stayed in the inner sect. It would be a good choice to let him stay at the Invincible Peak. Most importantly, I'm afraid of being alone at night. If I have someone to accompany me, I'll be more daring. Lu Qiming and the rest were so touched that they almost cried. They knew that their senior brother did not abandon them. Junior brother Zhang, you guys have broken through to the Earth Star border realm? Lin Fan took a closer look and realized that Zhang Long and Huang Fugue had broken through to the Earth Star border realm, and Lu Qiming and the rest were in body tempering stage 9. Senior brother Lin, if not for the pill that helped us cleanse our bodies, it would have taken us a long time to break through to the Earth Star border realm. Zhang Long smiled. Yin Xiaotian and Gao Dazhuang were inseparable. They were excited to see that their cultivation had increased so quickly. They might not have broken through to the Earth Star border realm yet, but to them, it was already very fast. They had skipped a few realms in just a month. Junior brother Lu, if you guys use the body tempering pool, it won't take long for you guys to break through to the Earth Star border realm. Lin Fan did not expect the gold essence pill to be so useful. But there were also some pills that he had given them. They would be able to cultivate faster with half the effort. Lin Fan's cultivation was not slow either, but he had to prepare a lot. He had to make sure that every cell in his body was full, and he had to use points to level up his skill sets. When he breaks through to the next stage, his achievements would be unimaginable. Lin Fan took out the pills that he got from the corpses from his storage ring and gave them to Lu Qiming and the rest. When Lu Qiming and the others caught sight of these pills, they were all stunned as they waved their hands, not daring to accept them. After all, if these pills were of the human class, it would still be alright. But the mystic class pills were the true riches for them. It was already difficult for them to exchange for one with their wealth, let alone Lin Fan who had so many of them. Take it. With our relationship, why would we care about these pills? Furthermore, these pills are no longer of much use to me, Lin Fan said. To him, these human and mystic class pills were nothing more than candies. He could casually pop them and savor the taste. Mystic high-class pills could help Lin Fan reach the peak of the Earth-Star border realm, but Lin Fan's foundation was too strong now. Mystic class pills were useless to him. Only Earth-class pills were useful to him. When some of the spectating disciples caught sight of this scene, their eyes were filled with jealousy. They did not expect senior brother Lin to give so many pills to the disciples. What kind of treatment is this? If Lin Fan gave them the pills, they would probably do anything to support senior brother Lin forever. Just then, a disciple rushed over. Senior brother Lin, the dragon feast is ready. Lin Fan laughed. Great. I'll treat all the junior brothers to a good meal today. Everyone was jealous of the pills, but they were still excited when they heard that there was a dragon feast. Eating an Earth-Star border Stage 8 beast was something that they had never dared to dream of. At the same time, in an evil place, it was like a world of blood. A sea of blood was raging, and blood dragons could be seen on the surface of the sea. They roared and slapped the surface of the sea, turning it into a puddle of blood. The endless sea of blood seemed to be filled with the cries of vengeful beasts. It was a terrifying sight. Space seemed to be torn apart by a pair of giant hands, and a pair of giant legs could be seen, stepping into the bottomless sea of blood. The crack grew bigger and bigger, as if some terrifying creature was about to come out. Until a giant blood-red figure stood in the middle of the sea of blood like a giant. Damn it, he's dead. The giant spoke with a terrifying aura, causing the sea of blood to rumble. Magnificent flame sect, Tian Su, I'll definitely extract your soul to nourish my blood-refining hell. Suddenly, a huge bump could be seen on the giant's skin. It burst open, and countless tentacles could be seen dancing in the air. A headless corpse could be seen in the middle of the tentacles. I didn't expect him to be killed. Damn it, damn it. The blood-red giant roared in a low voice, emitting boundless rage. Its lantern-sized red eyes gradually calmed down, after which countless tentacles wrapped around the corpse and flew it into the boundless sea of blood, after which it threw the corpse into the sea. Jun Wutian's corpse floated on top of the sea of blood. The sea of blood that had calmed down suddenly started boiling again. Countless tentacles could be seen coming from all directions, attaching themselves to Jun Wutian's corpse. A large amount of blood could be seen coming from the sea of blood. Looking at the situation before him, the blood giant was extremely satisfied. He then raised his gigantic hand, causing countless living beings to fly out from his palm. Each and every single one of them was wrapped in a red light, making them look extremely small and insignificant. At the same time, a series of tragic cries rang out from within the red light. Divine religion, you guys are the devil. The magnificent flame sect will not let you off. Everyone in the red light was a citizen of the magnificent flame sect. Among them, there was no lack of powerful cultivators. But now, they were wrapped in the red light and could not fight back at all. Blood sacrifice reversal art. It opened its mouth, and countless blood-colored magical symbols flew out, each one of them like a blood-colored world. They surrounded the entire hell of blood refinement, creating a heaven-defying spell formation that even gods and ghosts could not fathom. Jun Wutian, you can't die. Even if you're neither human nor ghost, you can't die. The blood-colored giant took a look, then tore open another crack and left. Invincible Peak, Lin Fan came to the secret chamber. This was the place that his teacher had prepared for him. It could block out all external disturbances and allow him to cultivate in peace. Lu Qiming and the rest had already gone back to pack their things. They would move into the Invincible Peak tomorrow. By then, they would be in charge of the management of the Invincible Peak. What he needed to do was to continuously increase his cultivation and make himself stronger and more invincible. Jun Wutian's body was taken away, but Lin Fan took his storage ring. Lin Fan was extremely obsessed with wealth, and he would never waste it. As the leader of the 10 peaks, he must be very rich. Don't disappoint me, Lin Fan mumbled. He went to check the storage ring to see what was inside. When he saw what was inside, he was stunned. A look of joy could be seen on his face. The pills were piled up like a mountain, sending chills down his spine. Terrifying, he has actually accumulated so many elixirs. I'm afraid there are more than 10,000 bottles of human-class elixirs, and each bottle has 10 pills. That's hundreds of thousands of human-class elixirs. Where did this guy get so much wealth from? Could it be that he wants to establish his own sect and establish his own sect? There were 13,000 bottles of human-class pills. Most of them were middle-class human-class pills, and there were more than 3,000 bottles of high-class pills. Rich. He's really rich. It's impossible for a single person to have so many pills. He either killed someone and robbed them, or someone else gave them to him. It's impossible for him to have killed someone and robbed them. After all, those who were killed by Lin Fan weren't weak. It's impossible for them to have so many human-class pills. There's only one possibility. Someone is supporting him from behind, giving him so many pills to buy people's hearts. Lin Fan continued to check. There were 1,000 bottles of mystic-class pills. 100 high-class pills, 200 middle-class pills, and 700 low-class pills. He's the richest among the richest. If I take all these mystic-class pills out and exchange them for wealth, it would be an astronomical figure. Could it be that the divine religion is supporting him from behind the scenes? If that's the case, then the divine religion is definitely not an ordinary organization. They must be very powerful. But it makes sense. If the divine religion wasn't powerful, they would have been eradicated by the Magnificent Flame sect a long time ago. There are also some earth-class pills, but there are only a few bottles. It seems like they are for my cultivation. Lin Fan continued to check. Nothingness instant kill, earth-class middle-class skill set. Lin Fan took a look at the skill set and threw it aside. Trash. Even if you manage to learn it, I will trample you to death. What a waste of points. Body of 10,000 beasts. Hee hee. Looking at the name of the skill, Lin Fan could not help but chuckle out, interesting. Cultivating the bloodline of the 10,000 beasts to strengthen your body and cultivate the 10,000 beasts' godly body. If I knew that you were cultivating this skill, I wouldn't have thought so highly of you. To think that you would look down on your own bloodline. Trash. Lin Fan looked around. To others, Jun Wutian's wealth might be shocking, but to him, it was nothing much. But Jun Wutian isn't useless. At least I have 6 bottles of earth-class pills. Lin Fan took out the pills and sat down cross-legged. He swallowed them and started to refine the pills. In an instant, the huge amount of pills went on a rampage in his body. His cells were absorbing the pills greedily, making them stronger and stronger. But even after swallowing all the pills, the cells in his body were still not full. Obviously, the capacity of his body had reached a very high level. I can't keep up with my cultivation speed if I don't use my earth energy. 5 experience points for each cultivation is too little. I should upgrade this skill set. Lin Fan opened his eyes and took out the small notebook he had prepared earlier. He started experimenting and deducing the skill set. Since I have chosen to create my own skill set, I will continue down this path. In the dangerous door of 1,000 caves, the frog had been cultivating. Huge amounts of Earth Star border energy were constantly being transmitted to it through the mysterious connection, but it was interrupted frequently during this period of time. It was intermittent. What's wrong with this human? Or is there something wrong with my stealing heaven demon art? Why is the earth energy interrupted from time to time? The frog hid in the dark and crawled on the ground, cultivating the skill set to strengthen itself. But if it was interrupted frequently, something bad would happen. The interruption of earth energy was very harmful to the body. Here it comes again. The earth energy can be connected again. What's going on? Why is it interrupted again? This won't do. There must be something wrong with this stealing heaven demon art. What secret art of the #1 demon sect in the world? It's a complete fake. You cheated me of my elixirs. Wait until I succeed in cultivating it. When I return, I will definitely demand an explanation from you. A few days later. The disciples guarding the entrance of the Magnificent Flame sect cheered up. In the distance, a few silhouettes could be seen rushing over. Especially the white-robed man, he was so dazzling that no one could ignore him. Although he had concealed his aura, the aura he emitted caused the disciples guarding the mountain gate to tremble in fear. "Greetings, Senior Brother Xianxia." The two disciples guarding the entrance immediately went up and greeted Xianxia respectfully. They bowed deeply to show their utmost respect. They could feel that Xianxia's cultivation had improved. He was giving off an unfathomable aura, making him even more mysterious. If they didn't look at him with their eyes, they might not even be able to see him. Aha! Xianxia nodded his head proudly. The two followers behind him were also dressed luxuriously. The medallions on their waists revealed their identities. First-class inner disciples. At this moment, one of the inner sect disciples raised his hand and 2 pills flew out. With a cold expression, he said, "This is a gift from Senior Brother Xianxia." The 2 disciples guarding the entrance caught the pills. They could feel the strong effects of the pills. They were excited. "Thank you, Senior Brother." Xianxia did not stay any longer. He entered the sect and flew towards the Elder's Mountain. But all of a sudden, he stopped in midair. The 2 first-class inner disciples who were following behind Lin Fan stopped in their tracks as well. When they looked over, they were stunned. That was because in their eyes, a dazzling mountain peak that looked like a paradise came into view. "Whose mountain is this? How could it be like this?" His words were cut off midway, because in his opinion, Senior Brother Xianxia's mountain was simply incomparable to it. Invincible Peak, how arrogant. Even Senior Brother Xianxia would not dare to come up with such a name. Another inner disciple said with disdain. To him, Xianxia was digging his own grave. But he was surprised. Who does this mountain belong to? They've been out of the sect for a few months. Did something happen to the sect? Or did someone become the peak leader? If that was the case, then the meaning behind it would be extraordinary. The 10 peaks were the candidates for the sect leader. Now that there was another peak, did they want to compete for the position of the sect leader? Xianxia's eyes shone with a divine light. "Go and see who it is. I still need to report to the elders." "Yes." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. He had just returned to the sect, but he had something to report. He did not care about the Invincible Peak. He was just curious about who could create the 11th peak. After Senior Brother Xianxia left, the disciples of the 2 sects started chatting. How arrogant. Does the Invincible Peak really think that it's invincible? Wang Xinkong was tall and slender. He had a heroic look on his face, and he carried a long sword on his back. He looked like a peerless swordsman, but his tone was arrogant. He looked at the Invincible Peak with disdain. "I don't know. But we'll know who is so arrogant when we take a look," Xianqing said curiously. His face was green. Because he was cultivating a cultivation technique, he had not cultivated it to perfection, so his complexion did not change. "Let's go and take a look. Indeed, it's even more magnificent than the Yunxiao Peak." Wang Xinkong's expression was cold as he walked towards the peak. He channeled his Xianqing earth energy to his feet to see how the stairs were doing. To his surprise, the stairs did not budge even after he channeled his earth energy into them. What are these stairs made of? They're so hard. Even the black gold mystic stone can't compare to them. The black gold mystic stone had a wide range of uses. It was usually used to refine weapons. However, with his cultivation, even the black gold mystic stone would shatter under the pressure of the earth chi. However, the stone steps were not affected at all. There was not even a trace. And why are these stairs floating? How are they formed? Even Senior Brother Xianxia doesn't have the strength to support these stone steps day and night. Wang Xinkong felt that there was something wrong with the Invincible Peak. What happened to the sect after leaving for a few months? Just who was it that had spent so much money to build such a mountain? Look, are those beasts over there? Xianqing pointed to the distance. There were a few beasts crawling on the walls, breathing earth energy. They might not have high cultivation, but they knew how to absorb earth energy from the peak. This was already a strange sight. Beasts below the Earth star border would never cultivate on their own. Even Heaven star border beasts did not know how to cultivate. Yet, such a weak beast could actually cultivate. This was simply unbelievable. Wang Xinkong's eyes shone. He wanted to know what was going on, but he shook his head. No, they're not beasts. They're just wild beasts. But that's not right. Wild beasts only have instincts. How can they cultivate? The two continued to walk up the peak. When some disciples passed by and saw the two, they were shocked. They're senior brother Yun Zhao's men. Could it be that senior brother Yun Xiao is back from his training? Greetings, senior brothers. The disciples greeted them respectfully. They were just outer disciples who came to Lin Fan's place to use the body tempering pool to cultivate. Now that they met a first-class inner disciple, they had to be respectful. Wang Xinkong looked at the disciples with an arrogant expression. The dignity of a senior brother was nowhere to be seen. Let me ask you, who is the peak master of this mountain? Senior brother, the peak leader of the Invincible Peak is senior brother Lin. A skinny disciple said. I'm asking for your full name. Wang Xinkong snorted coldly, not putting these outer sect disciples in his eyes. Instantly, a bolt of lightning exploded in the hearts of these disciples, causing their blood to boil. They had the urge to kneel on the ground and kowtow. Lin Fan. One of the disciples still wanted to say something, but was cautiously stopped by the other disciple. Wang Xinkong and Xianxia exchanged glances. They had no idea who this Lin Fan was. Since when did the sect have a disciple like him? Not only that, he even created a mountain peak. Could it be that there was a disciple who had endured until now and suddenly rose to prominence? Impossible. Even if there was such a disciple, it was impossible for him to establish a peak. Unable to figure it out, the two of them simply ignored the outer disciples and proudly climbed up the mountain. After the two of them left, the outer sect disciples could not help but heave a sigh of relief. However, their tone was still filled with dissatisfaction. Too overbearing. Just because we are not satisfied with our answers, you use your power to suppress us. How is that the responsibility of a senior brother? Junior brother, why didn't you let me tell them about senior brother Lin just now? The disciple who wanted to say something asked. They are senior brother Yun Zhao's men, Wang Xinkong and Xianxia. These two are arrogant and arrogant. With their temperament, they will definitely offend senior brother Lin. At that time, senior brother Lin can suppress them and let them know how it feels to be bullied. This disciple was meticulous and knew how to make use of others' strength. Although he could not vent his anger, senior brother Lin could. The other disciples nodded. They felt that junior brother Lin was smart to think of this. Who do you think this Lin Fan is? Wang Xinkong was puzzled. Along the way, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. The strange flowers and plants were colorful. The fragrance of the flowers that entered their noses made them feel that they were not ordinary. Unexpectedly, they had a miraculous effect on them. I don't know. We will know when we get up there. Xianxia looked at the waist of the mountain. There were many disciples gathered there, and all of them were sitting in a pool. And there was an endless stream of disciples. To him, this place was more popular than Yunxiao Peak. Lu Qiming and the rest were very busy these days. Senior brother Lin had established a new peak, and he needed more manpower. These manpower could only be picked from the outer disciples. There were even inner disciples who wanted to join the Invincible Peak. Just then, Lu Qiming saw the two walking towards the main hall. He immediately stood up and shouted, "Stop, no one is allowed in there." Wang Xinkong and Xianxia stopped and looked in the direction of the voice. When they saw Lu Qiming, they looked at him with disdain. He's a body-tempering stage 9 disciple. They were initially wary of the Invincible Peak, but they were all gone after seeing Lu Qiming. The person guarding the peak is only in body-tempering stage 9. If they knew about this, they would laugh their heads off. The disciples guarding the Yun Xiao Peak were all in the Earth Star Border stage 3. Lu Qiming stopped the two. When he saw their faces, he was shocked. He did not expect them to be Wang Xinkong and Xianxia. He might be an outer disciple, but he knew that they were from Yunxiao Peak. But he was now part of the Invincible Peak, and he was under senior brother Lin. He had been entrusted with the responsibility of managing the Invincible Peak. How could he allow someone to do as he pleased? The two might be first-class inner disciples, and they were under senior brother Yun Xiao, but he was not afraid of them at all. Please stay here. This is the main hall of the Invincible Peak. Those who are not from the Invincible Peak are not allowed to enter. Lu Qiming said. Are you talking to me? Wang Xinkong frowned. As soon as he finished his sentence, an aura could be felt coming towards Lu Qiming. Don't tell me you don't even know how to call me senior brother? He scolded Lin Fan on the spot, disregarding the fact that Lin Fan was from the Invincible Peak. Lu Qiming frowned and took a few steps back. He could feel an immense pressure on him. Who dares to cause trouble on the Invincible Peak? Zhang Long rushed over after noticing the commotion. He did not expect anyone to cause trouble on the Invincible Peak. His heart sank when he saw the two. They're from Yunxiao Peak. Wang Xinkong and Xianxia looked at each other and shook their heads in disdain. A bunch of mobs. You. Lu Qiming flew into a rage. He did not expect to be humiliated in the Invincible Peak. Senior brother Lin was cultivating in the secret chamber, and he could not be disturbed. At this moment, Lu Qiming took a step forward with his head held high. Since senior brother Lin was not around, they had to support the Invincible Peak. Wang Xinkong, Xianxia, as disciples of Yunxiao Peak, are you here to cause trouble? Lu Qiming scolded. Wang Xinkong did not care about the crowd at all. He said calmly, we came back from our trip with senior brother Yunxiao and found out that there's such a peak. We thought that it must be someone powerful, but it turns out to be a bunch of mobs maintaining order on the peak. What a pity, what a pity. The disciples in the queue looked at each other. What is Yunxiao Peak trying to do? Are they going to start a war with the Invincible Peak? They're the leaders of Yunxiao Peak. Now that they're back, I'm afraid senior brother Yunxiao is back too. Why do I feel that there's something wrong with them? This is senior brother Lin's Invincible Peak. Don't they know what senior brother Lin has been doing recently? Wang Xinkong and Xianxia are famous for being arrogant in the sect. Other than the elders and senior brothers, they have never been nice to us. I didn't expect them to be so arrogant as to cause trouble at the Invincible Peak. If senior brother Lin comes out from his seclusion, they will be in deep trouble even if they don't die. I've never entered a mountain peak in my life because I can't stand the arrogance of these people. They are arrogant and despotic to us disciples, but they treat the elders and senior brothers of the sect differently. They are all people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Now that senior brother Lin has established a mountain peak, the first thing he did was to build the body tempering pool to help us cultivate. Lu Qiming and the rest's faces darkened. They did not expect the two to come to the Invincible Peak and humiliate them. If it was in the past, they might have tolerated it. But now, they could not tolerate it. Because if they tolerated it, they would be embarrassing the Invincible Peak. Wang Xinkong, Xianxia, don't be too presumptuous. This is the Invincible Peak. Even if your Yunxiao Peak leader is here, he wouldn't dare to act like you. Lu Qiming scolded. Wang Xinkong and Xianxia looked at each other, and laughed as if they had heard a funny joke. Ha 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 ha. What did you say? Even senior brother Yunxiao wouldn't dare to act like this. Are you trying to make us laugh to death? Go, get Lin Fan out. Our senior brother Yunxiao wants to know who is so capable to build the Invincible Peak. Aren't you afraid of being crushed by the word invincible? Lu Qiming was full of disdain. If the disciples who run the peak are so weak, how weak must the peak leader be? You're courting death. Lu Qiming shouted and threw a punch at Wang Xinkong. He knew it was like throwing an egg against a rock, but he was not afraid. You're overestimating yourself, said Wang Xinkong disdainfully. He waved his hand, but to Lu Qiming, it was like an attack of 10,000 caddies. He was sent flying backward until he slammed into a stone pillar, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His aura withered. How dare a mere body tempering stage 9 attack me? You're courting death. Is this how you treat your senior brother? Today, I'll teach you a lesson so that you know your place. Wang Xinkong said casually with his hands behind his back. He was like a sharp sword, and his sword intent was so sharp that it felt like he could kill anyone. How dare you? Zhang Long, Huang Fugue, Yin Xiaotian, and Gao Dazhuang shouted and attacked. But to them, the four of them were not even worth mentioning. They raised their hands and put them down, and the four of them charged at Lin Fan. Ignorant fools. Wang Xinkong glared at the four of them. An Earth Star Border Stage 8 is not something these ants can handle. I'm going to kill you. Seeing this, Xianxia roared, and his aura could be felt. Wang Xingkong had been training with senior brother Yun Xiao, and his cultivation had risen to the Earth Star Border Stage 8. He had long regarded himself as the strongest after the 10 peak leaders. Now that these disrespectful disciples had come to provoke Lin Fan decided to teach them a lesson even though he wouldn't kill them. Otherwise, how would he be able to intimidate the other disciples in the future? Xianxia's earth energy surrounded him as he took the attack head-on. Crack, a sharp ray of light shot towards him as soon as they touched each other. Xianxia's earth energy cracked, and his body fell heavily onto the stone pillar. Overconfident. Wang Xingkong said coldly. The surrounding disciples did not expect Wang Xingkong to be so powerful. He only raised his hand twice and took a step forward, and he managed to suppress them. They had to admit that Yun Xiao peak was powerful. Especially in terms of strength below the peak leaders, Yun Xiao peak was still the strongest. In terms of peak leaders, Jun Wutian used to be the strongest among the 9 peaks. But this time, Yun Xiao peak leader had returned. No one knew how much he had improved, but he should have become stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have returned. Just then, Wang Xingkong and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. When they saw the expressions on the disciples' faces, they smiled too. Did you guys come here to join the Invincible Peak? I think you should go to Yun Xiao Peak. At least you can learn something there. Wang Xingkong felt that these disciples were ignorant. How could there be so many people joining such a weak peak? Just then, the disciples started whispering to each other. We're doomed. We're doomed. Do you think these two will survive? They should. After all, they're in the sect. Senior brother Lin said that he wouldn't kill his fellow disciples in the sect, but I'm afraid they'll be better off dead than alive. It's not wise for the two of them to be so arrogant here. If I were them, I'd ask the Yun Xiao Peak Master to save them. It's too late. What do you mean? Look, senior brother Lin is out. Wang Xingkong and Xianxia looked at the disciples' expressions and whispers. They had no idea what they were talking about, but they could tell that they were shocked. As for who the Invincible Peak leader was, they were not afraid. He was just teaching a few disrespectful disciples a lesson. What could he do to them? Senior brother Lin, shouted Lu Qiming excitedly. However, he was so excited that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The fact that a body-tempering Stage 9 dared to fight against an Earth Star Border Stage 8 was enough to earn everyone's respect. Amazing. When Lin Fan came out of seclusion, he was initially in a good mood. But at this moment, that good mood had vanished completely. Instead, he was filled with a sense of wonder. He racked his brains. Why was that? Could it be that I wasn't strong enough previously, or that I attracted too much jealousy, which led to someone daring enough to cause trouble at the Invincible Peak? This courage was worthy of praise. With a flick of his finger, several pills flew out. Take them. Stabilize your injuries. This elixir was obtained from Jun Wutian, and its effects were pretty good. Wang Xingkong and Xianxia looked at the figure in front of them. They had never thought that there would be such a talented person in the sect. But since Lin Fan was a peak leader, his status was naturally higher than theirs. But that did not mean that he could make them submit to him. He still had to show basic etiquette, and he would not let anyone get hold of him. Greetings, senior brother Lin. We are from the Yun Xiao Peak, and we are senior brother Yun Zhao's men. Senior brother Lin, these disciples have no respect for us. We taught them a lesson just now. Please don't, said Wang Xingkong proudly. But before he could finish his sentence, Lin Fan raised his hand and interrupted him. Lin Fan walked up to them and stood in front of them. He looked at Wang Xingkong and asked expressionlessly, "Does it feel good?" Huh? Wang Xingkong was confused. What does he mean? What does he mean by feeling good? What do you mean, senior brother Lin? Don't speak. Answer me. Lin Fan interrupted him again. Does it feel good? Xianxia, who was standing at the side, took a step forward. He was unhappy. He had just returned from his training outside, and his cultivation had improved greatly. Furthermore, the Invincible Peak was newly built. If he wanted to gain a foothold among the 10 peaks, he had to befriend senior brother Xianxia and the other peak leaders. Senior brother Lin, we. Suddenly, before Xianxia could finish his sentence, he felt a terrifying force coming towards his face. When he reacted, he was hit hard, and he turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. He flew through the mountains like a cannonball and landed on the square of the sect. He sank deep into the ground and lay there motionlessly. The disciples who were passing by the square suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet shake. They were shocked, not knowing what was happening. Some of the disciples looked at the mountain peaks in the distance and were stunned for a moment. What's going on? Why did someone fly from such a faraway mountain and crash into the ground? What's going on? A brave disciple ran to the edge of the pit and looked into it. He realized that someone was lying there, and it seemed like all his bones were broken. His limbs were dangling, and he was not moving at all. On the Invincible Peak, Lin Fan spoke again. Let me ask you. Does it feel good to hit my people? All the disciples held their breaths in shock. So domineering. Xianxia was sent flying by a slap from senior brother Lin. I don't know if he's dead or alive. Wang Xinkong was on high alert. He took a step back, but after taking a step back, the Invincible Peak leader took a step forward and stared at him. Suddenly, a drop of sweat rolled down Wang Xinkong's forehead. This drop of sweat was filled with fear. At that moment, there was a mountain peak. Perhaps it shouldn't be called a mountain peak, but a mountain peak made up of countless withered branches. Each of the withered branches was as thick as a person, and they intersected with each other like coiled snakes. From afar, it gave off the feeling that there was no life in this place. Withered Peak, where the sect's top elder, Ku Mu, was. Yin Xiao looked as though he had just received a huge piece of news. Lin Fan is so strong. To think that he could kill Jun Wutian and defeat Zhang Hongdi and Wan Zhongtian consecutively. And to think that Jun Wutian did so many things behind the back of the sect. I didn't expect you to improve so much during this trip. I'm afraid you'll be able to break through to the Heaven Star border after going into seclusion for a period of time. Yun Xiao obviously didn't care about his cultivation. Elder, how strong is Lin Fan? If it were me, how would I win? Suddenly, Kumu opened his eyes. They were shining brightly, as if he wanted to see through Yun Xiao. With your current strength, you have a 50-50 chance of winning. When Yin Xiao heard this, he obviously didn't dare to believe it. He had trained hard for so long and his strength had increased a lot. He was even confident that he could defeat Jun Wutian. He didn't expect that he would only have a 50% chance of winning. However, at this moment, Elder Gu Mu's words made Yun Xiao speechless. If he uses the power of the Invincible Peak, he can suppress you with a flip of his hand. Elder Kumu said calmly. But if you break through to the Heaven Star border, the difference between you and him will be like heaven and earth. You won't stand a chance at all. Phew. Yun Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. At least there's still hope. But suddenly, he was shocked. Oh no. What's wrong? Kumu asked. Wang Xingkong and Xianxia went to the Invincible Peak. They were too arrogant after their breakthroughs. I'm afraid they have already caused trouble before they know the origin of the Invincible Peak. Elder, I'll take my leave first. Yun Xiao could not wait any longer. He turned into a ray of light and flew towards the Invincible Peak. But Elder Kumu's voice could still be heard. Remember, don't get into a conflict, or you'll follow in their footsteps. In the sky, Yun Zhao's body trembled when he heard Elder Kumu. His dazzling and proud aura disappeared, and he became ordinary again. He believed in Elder Kumu's words. He thought that he would be able to suppress Jun Wutian and become the leader of the 10 peaks after his training. But now, it seemed that the sect was not what he thought it would be. Just then, when he saw what was happening on the Invincible Peak, he could not help but blurt out. Please be lenient. On the Invincible Peak, Lin Fan grabbed Wang Xingkong's head and punched him in the stomach. The strong force penetrated through Wang Xingkong's body, causing his internal organs to rupture. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his mind was in a mess. The surrounding disciples did not react at all, as if they already knew what would happen. But when they heard the voice coming from the sky, they realized that senior brother Yun Xiao had arrived. No one knew what senior brother Xianxia was going to do. Is he going to fight with senior brother Lin for the two of them? Lin Fan looked at the figure that was rushing over from the void. Who are you? Xianxia descended from the sky. The dazzling aura he had when he was at the entrance of the mountain was long gone. Instead, he looked ordinary. Xianxia Peak's Peak Master, please show mercy. The two of them deserve to die for offending you. However, since we're from the same sect, please spare their lives. He could not see Xianqing. When he sensed the aura from afar, he did not expect Xianqing to be already there. Yunxiao Peak Leader. Lin Fan looked at Yunxiao, then at the half-dead Wang Shinkong. I've said it before. I won't kill any disciple on account that we're from the same sect. But since he dared to cause trouble in the Invincible Peak, he can't escape punishment even if he's spared from death. Let him kneel at the entrance of the Invincible Peak for 7 days. Yunxiao looked at Wang Shinkong. Then please let me help him recover. Once he recovers, I will let him kneel at the entrance of the Invincible Peak. Lin Fan shook his head. He will kneel like this without taking any pills. I will let this matter go after he survives 7 days. If not, he deserves it. But if he recovers or takes any pills, I will kill him regardless of whether he is in the sect or not. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan threw Wang Shinkong to the foot of the Invincible Peak. Yunxiao did not expect Lin Fan to be so overbearing. But Elder Gu Mu's words rang in his ears. He moved his finger, and a white lotus floated out. The white lotus emitted a white mist, and within the mist, there was a snowstorm. It was obviously not an ordinary item. This is the 3-leaf white lotus from Snow region. Take it as an apology. Lin Fan raised his hand and grabbed the 3-leaf white lotus. Then, with a surge of earth energy, he crushed the 3-leaf white lotus into dust. You. Yunxiao was stunned. He did not expect Lin Fan to destroy the 3-leaf white lotus. Remember, you came to cause trouble on the Invincible Peak and beat up my people. You will not be forgiven with just an apology. Don't do it again. Flatten the Yunxiao Peak. Lin Fan placed his hands behind his back and turned to leave. He completely ignored Yunxiao. Lu Qiming and the rest swallowed the pills, and their injuries were healed. They looked at Yunxiao and continued to work on the disciple recruitment. As for the disciples, they were extremely excited. They felt that Lin Fan was too overbearing. He was also protective of his people. In their eyes, the 3-leaf white lotus was a divine item, but senior brother Lin had casually crushed it without giving them any face. It was truly impressive. Yunxiao left with an expressionless face. As for Wang Shinkong, he was kneeling at the foot of the peak, vomiting blood. It was hard to say if he could survive the 7 days. In the inner hall, Lin Fan sighed and looked at his right hand. I just squeezed it lightly, and a treasure is gone. This right hand is very precious now. I've read every chapter and book review carefully. I've adopted an attitude of absorbing some of the good ideas, so everyone has posted their own chapters or book reviews. Some people mentioned that there was a problem with the seal. Originally, this kind of problem didn't exist, but in order not to affect everyone's reading senses and worries, I made a patch. The problem with the style won't change. Maybe in the recent chapters, I don't feel that the style of the past is strong. Actually, I have my own concerns. Just think of the main character as someone with 2 personalities. In the sect, he uses his absolute power to tame all the disciples. In front of your family, you will never be as slutty as you are outside, right? You will all be very sensible and upright. But outside the sect, you will return to your original character, so don't feel that the taste has changed. As for the problem with the female main character, to be frank, I don't really like to write books with female main characters. Usually, I will forcefully suppress them and hammer them to death. But considering the reading senses of some readers, there will be some, but it's just some. As for confirming the relationship, I'm not sure when. Undying body, completely undying. If the body is blasted into powder, the main character can choose to revive in the place where the powder floats. If the body is blasted into nothingness, within the area, he can choose to revive. There will be no pain, but there will be touch and taste. It's just that when a feeling is about to produce pain, it will disappear. that's it. At the same time, there will be spiritual immunity and spiritual confusion immunity. There will be no situations where the main character is beaten into an idiot. There is also the problem of foundation. Most readers can understand this, but when I read the comments, there are some who don't understand, so let me explain. The simplest explanation is that people of the same age, same gender, same height, but someone can fight several people at once and even be knocked unconscious with one punch. Although it's the same, the degree of training is different, and the strength is also different. When a teenager goes against an adult, some teenagers can kill an adult. That's also caused by the difference in the accumulation of foundation. It's not easy to cross between realms. For example, a 3 or 4-year-old child will never be able to defeat an adult, unless they have the help of a gun. Oh, by the way, in today's chapter, someone said that there were 2 retarded questions. Let me explain here. Maybe I didn't write it well and didn't write it clearly. It's just that the 2 of them returned from training with Xianxia, and their cultivation has increased to the 8th stage of the Earth Star Border realm. The 10 peak leaders were originally in the 9th stage of the Earth Star Border realm, so they are the first under the peak leaders. They were surprised that Nameless Peak was established out of nowhere. They knew the seniority of the peak leader, but they didn't care about the disciples of the peak leader. Normally, they would just teach a few disciples a lesson. It would be like a senior brother teaching a junior brother a lesson, and nothing would happen. At the same time, they have different identities. Also, they are Xianxia children. On the surface, they would do their best to deal with Lin Fan, but in their hearts, they wouldn't acknowledge it. That's why I don't agree that they're retarded. I can only say that they're full of confidence and think highly of themselves. It's normal for them to think that I'm a higher-up and teaching ordinary disciples a lesson. At the same time, I'll also ask for monthly tickets. Monthly tickets and subscriptions are both very important. It was magnificent, and the peak was so tall that it reached the clouds. It was as if the 10 peaks were the leaders. Wang Xinkong knelt down at the bottom of the floating stone steps. His blood was boiling, and his face was red. He was filled with grief and despair. Even senior brother Xianxia could not save him, and he could not believe that the peak leader of the Invincible Peak would imprison him here for a few disciples with low cultivation. Where are my senior brothers? Where are the elders of the sect? He was in the 8th stage of the Earth Star Border realm, the strongest under the 10 peaks, and a disciple who would be the mainstay of the sect in the future. But now, he was punished to kneel here and let the passing disciples watch. Where would he put his face in the future? How could he deter the disciples of the sect? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. If I leave here, what can he do to me? Wang Xinkong's eyes flickered with a look of struggle. Just as he was about to lift his knees, a voice sounded in his mind. Kneel, or even I can't save you. Xianxia sat on the Xianxia peak with a complicated feeling in his heart. He thought that he would be able to suppress the other 9 peaks after he improved his cultivation, but he did not expect this to happen. He did not expect the peak leader of the Invincible Peak to be so powerful. Even with his current cultivation, he could not subdue the peak leader. Senior brother Xianxia, save me! Wang Xinkong screamed with bloodshot eyes. Even though he was an Earth Star Border Stage 8 expert, he couldn't bear the injuries in his body. If not for his cultivation, he would have died long ago. I can't save you. You've made a huge mistake. The peak leader of the Invincible Peak dared to kill Jun Wutian, and suppressed Zhang Hongdi and Wan Zhongtian. Even I don't have the ability to subdue him now. Yun Zhao's voice was calm, and her words were transmitted into Wang Xinkong's mind. Hearing this, Wang Xinkong's pupils constricted. His hand started to tremble, and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. What? The Invincible Peak leader killed Jun Wutian from the Heaven's Retribution Peak and suppressed Zhang Hongdi and Wan Zhongtian, 2 powerful peak leaders. How is this possible? However, these words came from senior brother Yun Zhao's mouth. He already believed it. If that was really the case, he was afraid that he could only kneel here for 7 days. Raising his head, fear flickered on his pale face. Looking at the mountain peak that was as vast as the sea, endless regret rose in his heart. If Lin Fan had known that this would happen, he would have investigated the situation. He would not have been so confident and rashly climbed the Invincible Peak. But it was too late to say anything now. Some disciples who were cultivating in the body-tempering pool on the Invincible Peak came down from the peak. They were shocked to see Wang Xingkong kneeling on the ground, but they shook their heads and left. They knew what happened on the Invincible Peak, but they did not expect that someone would dare to cause trouble on the Invincible Peak. That person was courting death. Senior brother Lin was already being merciful by not killing him on the spot by kneeling on the ground. However, to them, there was another meaning that was worth pondering. Wang Xingkong was senior brother Yun Zhao's disciple, but even senior brother Yun Xiao could not save them. It was obvious that senior brother Yun Xiao was afraid of senior brother Lin. If not, senior brother Yun Xiao would definitely save the two of them instead of watching them kneel here. The top elders of the sect already knew about this, but they did not agree to it. They even thought that it was a good thing for the sect's disciples to improve their cultivation. But now, it seemed that the two of them were brainless. Invincible Peak, Inner Palace. Lin Fan was in a good mood. After a few days of hard work, he had finally succeeded in bringing a movable earth body to a new height, from mystic lower grade to mystic upper grade. Ultimate Great Demon Technique, increase the strength of the body, embryonic demon body, demon domain, experience points +7. Mystic High Grade. The Mystic Creation Guide was filled with a large amount of data on the white page. The last row of data was about the skill set. However, Lin Fan had a feeling that something was wrong with his cultivation. The skill set seemed to be going astray, as if it was heading towards the path of a demon. The skill set that he created in the past was so righteous, and one could tell that it was a godly skill set for a righteous person. But now, it was weird. However, when he used the skill set, it felt very comfortable. There was nothing wrong with it, as if it was made for him. Forget it, I'm not going to think about it anymore. It took me so much effort to upgrade the skill set to a high-grade mystic high grade. I'm so lucky, but I don't have the Earth Creation Guide. If I did, I might be able to upgrade it in one go. Lin Fan pondered for a while. After upgrading the skill set to a high-grade mystic high grade, the capacity of his body had increased by quite a bit. Originally, he had consumed pills to replenish his energy, but now, it was not enough. Points were the most important thing now. He still had to collect more skill sets. If he were to rely on the lottery, it would depend on his luck, and he might not get anything. At this moment, Lin Fan's target was Master. This was the only way to solve this problem. I'll get some skill sets from Master, cultivate in the sect for a period of time, accumulate some experience points, and get some points out of the sect. Then, I'll be able to become stronger. Lin Fan's train of thought was clear, and his goal was clear. Lu Qiming was testing the disciples outside. Since the Invincible Peak was established, many disciples wanted to join the Invincible Peak, but there were too many disciples joining, so they could only be selected through tests. At the same time, the expenses of the Invincible Peak would gradually increase. After all, they had to take care of the pills that the disciples needed for their cultivation. Senior brother Lin. Lu Qiming rushed up to Lin Fan when he saw him. Although he was beaten up, he was still full of energy. Qin Shan, on the other hand, was sitting on a rock far away with a rabbit in his hand. He was having a great time playing with it. Junior brother Lu, I'll leave the matters of the Invincible Peak to you. Keep these pills well and choose one of the palaces to place them in. Lin Fan raised his hand, and countless pills piled up on the ground. A strong smell of medicine filled the air. The eyes of the disciples who were queuing up almost popped out of their sockets when they saw the pills. To them, there were way too many pills. Lu Qiming and the rest were shocked too. They had never seen these pills before. If they were to be exchanged for money, how much would they be worth? Looking at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Fan smiled. It feels good to use other people's money to show off. At least, it proves that Jun Wutian is not useless. He's still useful. Lin Fan did not stay any longer. He bent his knees and jumped into the distance. This jump was extremely far, as if he could jump to the edge of the world. Sigh, I can only walk in the air after breaking through to the Earth Star Border Stage 7. It won't be like this then. Lin Fan glided in the air like a rock spreading its wings. There were 9 stages of the Earth Star Border realm, and each stage had its own power. But when it came to Lin Fan, strength was the most important thing. No matter how amazing your special skills are, I can still smash you with one punch. Lu Qiming came back to his senses, but Lin Fan had already left. He looked at the pills on the ground and swallowed his saliva. He kept them in his storage ring, feeling excited. So this is the wealth of the Invincible Peak. The disciples in the queue were overjoyed to see so many pills. The wealth of the Invincible Peak is too great. I wonder how many disciples can cultivate with so many pills. However, if they were to know that their senior brother Lin had a huge pile of yuan crystals in his storage ring, who knew what they would think? These are all rare resources, and they are worth a lot. Very soon, a mountain peak appeared in front of him. It was an ordinary and plain-looking mountain peak. In terms of appearance, it could not be compared to him. However, in his eyes, this mountain peak was not simple. Streams of chaotic energy wrapped around the mountain peak. When his feet landed on the mountain peak, he could clearly sense a different feeling coming from the mountain peak. Master is indeed my master. I can tell that he's not ordinary even though he's a reserved person. But now is not the time to care about this. I'm here to ask Master for something. Disciple, why are you here instead of at your Invincible Peak? Lin Fan asked before he could see Lin Fan. Your disciple missed you so much that I came to pay you a visit. Lin Fan's face was filled with smiles as he walked up to the cliff of the mountain before him. Tiansu stood at the top of the mountain and looked into the distance. He then turned around and looked at his disciple. He was very satisfied with his disciple. He felt that he was lucky to have found a direct disciple like Lin Fan. Everything about him was to his liking. Even his cleverness was the same as when he was younger, but he was much better than when he was younger. Master, what are you looking at? Lin Fan stood behind Tiansu and asked curiously. After all, there was nothing in front of him other than a line in the sky. I'm looking at the heaven and earth. Tiansu said calmly. With his cultivation, he could sense the heaven and earth with just a thought, but he still could not see the heaven and earth clearly. Lin Fan's cultivation was not high enough, so he could not understand what Tiansu was talking about. He helped Tiansu up. Master, come and sit. Your disciple will help you relax. Disciple, tell me what you want. How can Master not satisfy you? Tiansu shook his head and smiled, but he still sat on the stone bench in the pavilion. Master, I'm fine. I'm just here to help you relax. Lin Fan squeezed Tiansu's shoulders and smiled. This massage technique is taught to me exclusively. After all, I have been to massage parlors in my previous life. I must learn the essence of this technique. Tiansu relaxed and squinted his eyes. He was in a good mood. This was the first time he experienced the harmonious atmosphere between master and disciple. Master, are you comfortable? Yes. There's something even more comfortable. Master, wait a moment. You'll feel better after soaking in the hot spring. Lin Fan took out the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River and flicked his finger. The cyan abyssal flames fell into the cauldron and started burning. Disciple, it seems like you've gained a lot from this trip. The cyan abyssal flames is a magical fire for refining pills. It's a pity that you're using it to boil water. Tiansu laughed. Master, isn't this fire for use? I don't know how to refine pills, so this is the only use I have. Lin Fan took care of his master diligently and helped Tiansu up. Master, come in and take a bath. It will help your blood flow. Tiansu smiled and shook his head. He accepted his disciple's service happily. Not bad. I didn't expect my disciple to know how to enjoy life. But the water is a little weak. Tiansu laughed and raised his finger. It was as if he was manipulating the energy of heaven and earth. From afar, a water dragon could be seen flying towards Lin Fan. Master will help you refine it. The imperial cauldron of Heavenly River is not bad, but the water in it is too weak. Lin Fan looked over and was dumbfounded. I didn't expect my master to be so powerful. He can capture a river of water with just a grab. Terrifying. Lin Fan stood at the side and watched attentively. I'm so lucky to have Tiansu as my master. The water dragon flew over. From afar, it looked like it was 10,000 meters tall, but as it got closer, the water dragon seemed to have left the river and turned into a tiny water dragon. It was very real. Even the scales were so clear. Under the scorching sun, they emitted a faint glow. The water dragon seemed to have lost its spirituality and collapsed with a loud bang, turning into rain and falling back into the river. The tiny water dragon circled in the air and roared. Then, it went straight down and entered the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt that his connection with the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river had become stronger. Disciple, the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river is a treasure of the Oceanus sect. You have erased a part of the imprint, but the most fundamental imprint is still there. If you meet Xianxia of the Oceanus sect in the future, he can take back the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river at any time. But today, Master will help you get rid of this hidden danger. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiansu slammed his palm into the boiling imperial cauldron of the heavenly river. He raised his arm and pulled out a black dragon. The black dragon was faintly discernible. It had been sleeping in the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river. Now that it was awakened, it let out an angry roar. Tiansu, how dare you erase the imprint? I bang, before it could finish its sentence, Tiansu clenched his fist and turned the dragon into nothing. At this moment, Lin Fan realized that his connection with the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river had reached an unprecedented level. In a sect far away, an old man shrouded in a vast river suddenly opened his eyes. Anger could be seen flickering in his eyes. Damn it, Tiansu, that old bastard. How dare he erase my imprint? But after a moment of anger, his face darkened. He was the one who made this treasure, and it was taken by a disciple. This meant that this disciple was killed by the magnificent flame sect. The moment the evil dragon appeared, Lin Fan could sense a horrifying power emanating from its body. Even though he could escape with his current strength, it would be impossible for him to subdue it. Lin Fan was afraid that he would never be able to do so. Teacher is awesome, teacher is domineering, teacher is mighty. When he saw this scene, he immediately started to bootlick. He definitely had to make his teacher feel good. Tiansu smiled. Alright, disciple, your flattery doesn't work on me. But now that the hidden danger of the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river has been removed, and I've just obtained the power of a river for you. Now, a drop of water from the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river is equivalent to an Earth Star border stage 1. If it weren't for the fact that you weren't strong enough to control it, it wouldn't be a problem for you to reach stage 4 or 5. Lin Fan opened his mouth wide. His heart almost jumped out of his chest. A drop of water is equivalent to an Earth Star border stage 1. This is too scary. Thank you, Master. But Master, since you've already refined it, please help your disciple refine this as well. Without waiting for his teacher to say anything, he quickly took out the mace and the tentacles of the abyssal worm that he collected last time. These tentacles were indestructible. If he refined them with the mace, then their destructive power would definitely be stronger. There are a lot of good things here. When Tiansu saw the sharp black tentacles of the abyssal worm, he couldn't help but nod. He opened his hand and melted the mace with the tentacles. After continuous refinement, the mace took shape very quickly. At this moment, the mace was still silver white, but the protruding steel needles were black. They were sharper than before, and they looked a little scary at first glance. Even the strongest earth energy would be smashed by these black needles with a single strike. Master, you're amazing. Lin Fan was excited. He quickly massaged his teacher's shoulders. Now that my strength has increased greatly, I feel that I'm going to develop to an incredible level. And after the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river is refined, it'll feel more exciting to soak in it in the future. Tiansu smiled. His disciple's praise was very useful. He then came out of the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river. Disciple, tell me, why are you looking for me? If I still can't see through my disciple, then I'm really a useless teacher. Master, I'm here to ask for some skill sets. I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, so I want to learn some skill sets to enrich myself. Lin Fan said with an embarrassed look on his face. Disciple, your skill sets are not enough? Tiansu asked with a weird look on his face. Teacher, this is truly not enough. Right now, these few skills of mine have already been cultivated to perfection. As for the other skills, they have reached a bottleneck as well. Given your current strength, there's no way for me to continue raising them. Lin Fan replied honestly. What he said was the truth. The violent mace, cruel blood, violent body, and mountain quake energy were all at the maximum level, while the magic of the seven gods, transformation into god swordsmanship, and the divine art of startling dragons were still at the second level. The points needed for the later levels were too huge, and at the same time, he felt that the skill sets were not very comprehensive. So it's necessary to get some skill sets from my master to improve my foundation. What kind of skill set do you need? Since his disciple had asked, he naturally had to satisfy him. Hearing that his teacher had agreed, he did not hesitate at all. Teacher, I need a hard body technique. Moreover, it has to be an extremely strong hard body technique. It has to be hard to cultivate, or it has to be extremely torturous. These are not problems. Xianxia was taken aback. Disciple, are you trying to make me send you off? Scram, no. Xianxia yelled at Lin Fan. Master, don't be like this. You can just give me one, as long as it's suitable. How could Lin Fan return empty-handed? Once he got the skill set, he would cultivate in the sect for a period of time to increase his experience points before leaving the sect to roam around. Xianxia looked at his disciple. He wanted to scold him in his heart. His disciple was good at everything, but he felt that there was something wrong with his disciple's brain. He was different from ordinary people. His skill set might be strong, but he could be crippled or even killed if he was careless. My disciple can give me as many as I have. Isn't he afraid that something bad will happen? Here you go. I might consider it if it's any other skill set, but don't mention this skill set ever again. Xianxia waved his hand, and a skill set floated in the air. When Lin Fan caught sight of this skill, he could not wait to grab it in his hands. Extreme Destruction Broken Body. Once cultivated to the maximum level, one will be able to triple their strength temporarily at the cost of death. Good skill set. If all of them are like this, I'll take as many as I can get. But as Lin Fan flipped through the skill set, he realized that something was wrong. There were 3 levels in the skill set, but the last 2 levels were missing. It seemed like they were torn off. Master, this skill set is incomplete. Did you tear off the last 2 levels? Looking at the situation, Lin Fan was stumped as well. Right now, he did not know if he could use his points to comprehend the skills that he had torn apart. Xianxia looked at his disciple and waved his hands. There's nothing else. This is the only skill set I have. Just take it if you want it. Don't give it back to me. Yes, of course, but you have to give me the last 2 levels too. Master, my good master, you can't be like this. It'll be terrible if I can't learn anything from it. Lin Fan said anxiously. I don't know if my points can be increased regardless of these factors. If I can only learn the first level and not learn the rest, won't I suffer? Xianxia glared at his insensible disciple. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Master is afraid that I'll feel bad if you die after you've cultivated to the peak. Go back. I'm going into seclusion. Xianxia waved his hand, and an invincible force enveloped Lin Fan and sent him away from the peak. Master, you can't do this to me. Lin Fan said, feeling dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, he was back at the invincible peak. Lin Fan sighed. I have the immortal body, so I can cultivate as I please. But my master doesn't know about it. It's a sin. Do you want to spend 60,000 points to learn Extreme Destruction Broken Body? Yes. Lin Fan said without hesitation. Insufficient points. I know that I don't have enough points, but I still want to have the dream of learning it. Lin Fan kept the skill set and announced that he was going into seclusion. I spent 5 million experience points on Earth Star Border Stage 6, so I should spend 6 million on Earth Star Border Stage 7. Once I have accumulated enough experience points, I'll go out and earn points to learn skill sets. I'll draw the lottery immediately. None of the skill sets in the sect are suitable for me. Since I have the immortal body, I must make use of it to start a life of defiance. When I become the strongest, I will have skill sets that kill 1,000 of my enemies and 800 of my own. By then, everyone will be afraid of me. Lin Fan entered his secret room and went into seclusion. In a mountain range far away, a huge spiritual boat could be seen flying across the sky, leaving a long shadow behind as it flew towards the magnificent flame sect. A group of disciples could be seen on the spiritual boat. They were scattered all over the boat, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Senior brother, we'll reach the magnificent flame sect in 10 days. Just then, a disciple stood respectfully in front of a man. He had his head lowered, and his eyes were shining with passion. This was one of the 108 gods sons of the Sunshine sect. He had a high status and was powerful. 10 days. It's a little slow, but it's all right. The man nodded and closed the paper fan in his hand. A smile could be seen on his face, and it was as if a god's country could be seen in his eyes. The disciple beside him did not speak, but he was furious. Their purpose for coming to the magnificent flame sect was simple. A magnificent flame sect disciple had killed their disciples, and the sect was enraged. They heard that the death of an important person might be related to the magnificent flame sect disciple. According to the sect's instructions, it was best for the magnificent flame sect to hand over the disciple so that they could bring him back to the sect. However, they had not arrived at the magnificent flame sect yet, so they had no idea what was going on. However, they couldn't just let the Sunshine sect disciples be killed off. As one of the 108 gods sons of the Sunshine sect, he was the leader of the Sunshine sect. If the magnificent flame sect did not give him a reasonable explanation, this matter would not be resolved so easily. 10 days later, the magnificent flame sect had been peaceful. The incident at the Invincible Peak had passed, and Wang Xinkong had made it through. However, the amount of blood he vomited was unbearable to look at. The place where he was kneeling was covered in blood. When he left, he was warned to clean up the blood before he could leave. For Wang Xinkong, this was simply a humiliation. However, his opponent's invincible might was crushing down on him. What else could he say? He could only clean up the bloodstains and stagger back to Yunxiao Peak to heal his wounds. 2 disciples were standing guard at the entrance of the sect. Suddenly, they looked up and saw a gigantic object descending from the clouds. The disciple's face fell, and he hurriedly rang the alarm bell, causing the sound of the bell to echo throughout the sect. This is the Sunshine sect's spiritual boat. Why are they here? It had been some time since the Sunshine sect came to the magnificent flame sect. Could it be that the Sunshine sect is here for revenge? The entire appearance of the spiritual boat could be seen. It was pitch black, and the entire sect was shrouded in its shadow. Yunxiao Peak. Yunxiao stood on the peak, looking into the distance. He could feel a familiar aura. Why is Fu Daxing here? He couldn't be more familiar with the aura on the spiritual boat. Fu Daxing was one of the 108 gods sons of the Sunshine sect. He was a powerful cultivator. Yunxiao had met Fu Daxing once in a dangerous place when he was training. They fought for a treasure, but it ended in a draw. The treasure was split in half, and the fight ended in a draw. So why would Fu Daxing come to the magnificent flame sect? In the sect, a few figures could be seen. They were not the top elders, but the ordinary elders. When they heard the alarm bell, they came out to see what was going on. On the spiritual boat. Senior brother, we are here. A disciple said. Fu Daxing opened his eyes. His voice was calm, but there was a majestic aura in it. Let's go down. At the entrance of the mountain, one of the elders stared at the spiritual boat in the sky, frowning. 8-winged spiritual boat. This is the treatment that the Sunshine sect's god's son receives when he travels. What is the Sunshine sect's god's son doing here? Another elder said, could it be that he's here to show off? That won't happen. If they were here to flaunt their prowess, it wouldn't just be a god. There would definitely be elders. Just then, a few figures could be seen disembarking from the divine boat. Leading the group was Fu Tianqing. He opened his paper fan, his long hair fluttering in the wind. Silently, he stepped on the ground. Seeing the group at the entrance, he smiled and closed his fan. I'm godson of the Sunshine sect, Fu Tianqing. I have something to discuss with the magnificent flame sect. Oh, it's the Sunshine sect's godson. Apologies for not welcoming you earlier. May I know what brings you to the Magnificent Flame sect? An elder walked up and asked. The war between the Magnificent Flame sect and the Sunshine sect had ended not long ago. Previously, Elder Xianxia of the Sunshine sect had come to the Magnificent Flame sect, but he had left in anger after being humiliated. Now, another god's son had come. What was he up to? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Fu Daxing went straight to the point, not beating around the bush. The Magnificent Flame sect's disciples killed our disciples in the Thousand Deep Cave, including our elite disciples. The elders of the Magnificent Flame sect are paying attention to this matter. I'm here on behalf of the Magnificent Flame sect to demand an explanation. As soon as he finished his words, the elders' faces changed. They didn't expect that the Sunshine sect's god's son would come for this matter. The ordinary disciples looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what was going on, especially when they heard about the Thousand Deep Cave. They seemed to remember that senior brother Lin had come back from the Thousand Deep Cave. However, they didn't speak. They were waiting for the elders to answer. May I know the name of the disciple you were talking about, God's son? One of the elders asked. I don't know. Fu Daxing shook his head with a smile. It's not good if you don't know the name. There are countless disciples in our sect. Finding one is like finding a needle in a haystack. Besides, what proof does the Sunshine sect have to say that the Magnificent Flame sect did it? After all, the Thousand Deep Cave is accessible from all directions. An elder heaved a sigh of relief. Coming to look for someone without knowing the disciple's name? Isn't he crazy? That's not a problem. We just need to gather all the Earth Star Border Realm disciples here. I have a junior brother here who happened to be at the scene and saw his face. Fu Daxing said calmly. Junior brother, tell me about it. Just then, a disciple in a yellow robe walked out with a gloomy face. He cupped his fist at Fu Daxing before turning to the Magnificent Flame sect elder. That day in the Thousand Deep Cave, that person killed several of my senior brothers. I saw it with my own eyes, and he admitted that he's a Magnificent Flame sect disciple. This is the portrait I drew. Take a look. The man in the yellow robe took out a scroll and unfolded it. Everyone from the Magnificent Flame sect looked at the scroll. They looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. God's son, is this portrait still human? It's just a black pancake. How are we supposed to argue? Before Fu Daxing could speak, the man in the yellow robe spoke. After he transformed, his whole body turned black. That's all. Hearing this, the elders already knew who it was, but they pretended not to know. If that's the case, it's hard for us to identify him. We don't have such a disciple in the Magnificent Flame sect. It seems like the Sunshine sect has made a mistake. Impossible. The man in the yellow robe shouted. The scene was still fresh in his mind. Even now, he could still see it when he closed his eyes. He would never forget that cruel face and bloody methods. If not for him, he would have died in the hands of that terrifying demon. The elders shook their heads. Without a clear portrait, we won't be able to find him. God's son, please return. What are you all doing? Is there another guest? Just then, a voice could be heard. After Lin Fan finished his cultivation, he went to the sect's hall of pills to spend all his wealth on pills. Just as he was passing by, he saw so many people gathered around. His interest was piqued. After cultivating for 10 days, Lin Fan had accumulated 6 million experience points, which was enough for him to increase his cultivation. However, his foundation wasn't strong enough, so he decided to leave the sect to earn some points. The elders' faces changed when they heard the voice. They didn't expect that the disciple the Sunshine sect was looking for would come by himself. When the man in the yellow robe saw Lin Fan, he pointed at him and shouted. It's him, senior brother, it's him. As soon as Lin Fan arrived, the disciples made way for him and greeted him respectfully. Senior brother Lin. Yeah. Lin Fan nodded. Then, he realized that the man in the yellow robe was pointing at him. Who are you? The yellow-robed man looked a little crazy as he roared, it's him. He's the one who killed our senior brothers in the Thousand Deep Cave. It's him. Even if he turns into ashes, I will remember him. Senior brother, quickly take him down. Don't you remember? You killed my senior brothers in the Thousand Deep Cave. You didn't expect it, did you? You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Ha ha ha. Lin Fan was confused. He looked at the man in the yellow robe strangely. Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Quibble. You still want to quibble? The man in the yellow robe roared. He was so agitated that he started dancing. The elder didn't expect Lin Fan to come out, but it seemed that Lin Fan didn't know anything. That's good. He then said, God's son, there's something wrong with this disciple of your sect. You can't just listen to his words and frame our sect's disciples. Furthermore, he is the peak leader of the Invincible Peak. If you don't have sufficient evidence, even if the Sunshine Sect's sect leader comes in person, he won't be able to speak without thinking. However, Lin Fan's brows were tightly knitted at this moment. He was really thinking. He said, I've been to the Thousand Deep Cave, and I've killed a lot of people there. But I don't have any impression of you. If you can be more specific, maybe I can remember. Stop pretending. Luo Jingyi, my senior brother Luo was killed by you. Have you forgotten? Don't think that I will forget you just because I haven't transformed. It's you, the man in the yellow robe roared. Oh, I remember. Luo Jingyi, you should have told me earlier. I still remember him. It's just that I can't remember an ant like you for even a second. Lin Fan remembered. He then smiled and said, Remember, my name is Lin Fan. I'm not completely black. As for the black you mentioned, I think it's like this. The surrounding elders' expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect Lin Fan to admit it himself. Suddenly, there was a change in the scene. Lin Fan used violent body and turned into a 3-meter-tall giant, appearing in front of everyone. His huge body shocked everyone. Patter, Lin Fan placed his hand on the man in the yellow robe's head and smiled. Is this what you see? The man in the yellow robe's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with fear. He screamed as if he had seen a ghost. It's him. This is what he looks like. Senior brother, he killed senior brother Luo and the others. Fu Daxing, who was standing to the side, didn't expect things to be so simple. He then smiled. I didn't expect to find the murderer of my junior brothers so easily. You have to give the Sunshine Sect disciples an explanation for this. Lin Fan turned around. I didn't find it. I admit it. I, Lin Fan, will never hide in front of an ant. The Thousand Deep Cave is a dangerous place. Life and death are up to the heavens. Is there a problem with me killing some enemies? Or is the Sunshine Sect really so weak that you only know how to cry and complain? If you really have the ability, you can come and take revenge at will. Kill, assassinate, seduce, whatever you want. Are you satisfied with this explanation? If Lin Fan was an ordinary disciple, the elders would definitely reprimand him. But Lin Fan was the disciple of the Invincible Peak leader, Elder Tian Su. They did not have the guts to reprimand him in front of so many disciples. The surrounding disciples held their breaths. They did not expect Lin Fan to be so overbearing. He killed a Sunshine Sect disciple, and instead of covering it up, he admitted to it and even provoked them. They could understand why Lin Fan killed Sunshine Sect disciples openly. But they did not understand what he meant by seducing them. But they could not help but feel their blood boiling. All the Sunshine Sect disciples deserve to die. Damn it. How dare you speak so arrogantly after killing my senior brothers? Senior brother Fu, you must take revenge for them. The man in yellow robe shouted. But as soon as he finished his words, the giant hand that was on his head grabbed him and lifted him up. Shut up. I didn't expect that there would be fish that slipped through the net. Why didn't you find a place to drag out an ignoble existence and pray that you won't see me for the rest of your life? You actually came looking for us. Do you want to accompany your senior brothers? Lin Fan stared at the man in yellow robe. He felt helpless. If not for the divine religion, I wouldn't have let them escape. Not only did I kill Luo Jingyi and the rest, but I also killed dozens of disciples, such as Yingxing. The smile on Fu Daxing's face disappeared. Instead, he looked at Lin Fan coldly. Good, very good. Is the magnificent flame sect so arrogant now? Just then, a voice could be heard. Fu Daxing, life and death are unpredictable. Could it be that the Sunshine sect can't take it anymore? Who is it? Fu Daxing squinted his eyes and saw a ray of light coming from afar. Yun Xiao, it's you. Yun Xiao nodded. Uh-huh. It's been a year since we last met. I thought that you would have improved a lot, but you're still at the same place. Fu Daxing wanted to mock Lin Fan, but he was stunned when he felt Yun Xiao's aura. You broke through so quickly? He said in disbelief. It's not that I broke through quickly, but you're too slow. Yun Xiao shook his head. He then turned to Lin Fan and nodded. Lin Fan is the peak leader of my sect's Invincible peak. At the same time, he killed a Sunshine sect disciple in a dangerous place. It's reasonable. Life and death are unpredictable. Plus, the Sunshine sect has done this many times. Could it be that you've forgotten that you joined forces with a few others to attack me in that dangerous place all those years ago for the sake of fighting over a treasure with me? Fu Daxing's face turned pale. After all, he was exposed in front of everyone. How could he keep his face? Lin Fan looked at Yun Xiao. What did this guy want? Was he here to speak up for him, or was he going to change the topic and target him? But now, he did not want to waste any more time. He threw the man in the yellow robe towards Fu Daxing. Are we still going to fight? Fu Daxing stretched out his hand to catch the yellow-robed disciple. However, he could feel a strong force piercing through his body. He took a few steps back and his face turned solemn. This guy is stronger than me. Seeing this, Yun Xiao shook his head. There were a total of 108 God's sons in the Sunshine sect. But in terms of cultivation, only the top 30 God's sons could compete with or even be stronger than them. As for the rest, it was impossible. Even though he had defeated many God's sons with a flip of his hand. The magnificent flame sect's peak leader's condition was very difficult. Even Earth Star Border Stage 9 was not enough. Fu Daxing might be in the Earth Star Border Stage 9, but his cultivation was only average among the Earth Star Border Stage 9. When Lin Fan was in the Earth Star Border Stage 8, he knew that Fu Daxing had accumulated enough cultivation to be on par with him. However, Fu Daxing seemed to have used up all his potential when he was in the Earth Star Border Stage 9, and Lin Fan had pulled away from him. There was a huge gap between them. Good, very good. Fu Daxing knew that he would have to return empty-handed. Since the magnificent flame sect is not willing to give me an explanation, I will have to report to the Patriarch and let him make the decision. Goodbye. What the hell is this? You came and you want to leave? Don't come if you are not mentally prepared. Lin Fan frowned. He was unhappy. Fu Daxing is so weak that he wants to go back after seeing that the situation is not right. If we weren't in the magnificent flame sect, I would have gone up to him and killed him. Fu Daxing stopped in his tracks. His face turned ugly. He came here prepared, but when he saw Yun Xiao, he realized that his old rival had become so powerful. Not only was it a blow to him, but it was also a blow to him. The yellow-robed man did not expect things to end like this. Senior brother Fu, he's the one who killed our senior brothers. He shouted angrily. Fu Daxing did not say anything and brought the group back to the divine boat. Lin Fan looked up at the divine boat. It's time for me to leave the magnificent flame sect. These guys came to find trouble with me, but now they want to return to the magnificent flame sect after suffering such a small blow. How can I let them leave? I have an idea. Seeing how Fu Daxing came and left in a hurry, the surrounding elders were speechless. It seems that the appearance of the two peak leaders has suppressed Fu Daxing to the point that he has nothing to say. If the person who came is an elder of the Sunshine sect, this matter will not be easy to solve. By then, the magnificent flame sect will need the help of the higher-ups. Just then, Yun Xiao looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, Yun Xiao, admit that we are evenly matched. But in the future when I step into the Heaven Star Border realm, I will openly challenge you in the sect. I will suppress the other 8 peaks and become the leader of the 10 peaks. Yun Xiao said calmly and confidently. When the disciples heard this, they looked at each other. They didn't expect senior brother Yun Xiao to say such words to senior brother Lin. They were afraid that there would be a fierce battle between the 10 peaks in the future. Let's talk about it when you break through to the Heaven Star border. Lin Fan ignored Xianxia and headed straight for the mountain. When no one was paying attention to him, he changed his direction and chased after the 8-winged spiritual ark that was already far away. I was already planning to leave the Magnificent Flame sect, but I did not expect the Sunshine sect's godson to come and leave in a hurry. How can I let them leave so easily? Since I'm leaving the Magnificent Flame sect, I might as well make a good start. Also, this is a godson. He must be very rich. Now that I have a big business, if I don't get rich from looting corpses, I can't just accumulate wealth. However, I won't do anything to them in the Magnificent Flame sect's territory. After all, if the Sunshine sect's godson dies in the Magnificent Flame sect's territory, it might cause some trouble. So I'll follow them all the way to the Sunshine sect's territory and then suppress them completely. Good idea. Not a problem indeed. Tiansu opened his eyes. Feeling that his disciple had left the Magnificent Flame sect, he was filled with anticipation. I wonder what kind of surprise my disciple will give me when he returns. Soon after, he felt another 2 auras leaving the Magnificent Flame sect. Zhang Hongdi and Wan Zhongtian could no longer sit still on the peak. They felt that the distance between them and the Magnificent Flame sect was too great. If they stayed on the peak, the distance between them and the Magnificent Flame sect would only get bigger and bigger. Yin Xiao went back to the peak and went into seclusion. It's hard to break through to the Heaven Star border, but it's not impossible. I've gone out to train, and I've accumulated enough. I'm just a little bit away from breaking through, but this little bit is a world of difference. He then looked at the Invincible peak. Lin Fan, it won't be long before I break through to the Heaven Star border. By then, we will be untouchable. However, he also thought about the other 6 peak leaders. They are still outside the Magnificent Flame sect. I wonder how strong they will be when they return. I'm afraid they might even be Heaven Star border cultivators. In the forest, Lin Fan looked up. His gaze pierced through the clouds. He could feel that the 8-winged spiritual ark was above him, and it was moving fast. But even so, he had to follow it to the end. Violent body, in an instant, Lin Fan turned into a ray of black light and dashed forward. Some low-level beasts were resting when they felt a gust of wind in front of them. They woke up abruptly, but after looking around, they didn't see any intruders. After a while, they lay down to rest again. On the 8-winged spiritual Arkansas Fu Dashing grabbed the body of the ark with a gloomy face. Damn it, I didn't expect it to be like this. He was unwilling to accept it. He thought that it would be a simple matter, but it seems like he was overthinking it. The person he was looking for had become the peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect, and Yin Zhao's cultivation was so much higher than his. He couldn't accept it. Luo Jingyi's death might have angered the Magnificent Flame sect, but they wouldn't send him to the Magnificent Flame sect. It was because of Su Tianxi, the disciple who was said to be the reincarnation of a god. Su Tianxi disappeared in the Thousand Deep Cave, and the Magnificent Flame sect sent him to the Magnificent Flame sect to look for him. From the looks of it, the Magnificent Flame sect's Invincible peak leader must be the culprit. When I return to the Magnificent Flame sect, I will report this matter to the Magnificent Flame sect. But at this moment, they didn't know that a figure was following them from below, as if he had been watching them. Lin Fan didn't expect the 8-winged spiritual ark to be so fast. If not for his speed, he wouldn't have been able to catch up. He had decided that everything on the spiritual ark was his. No one was allowed to take it away. I'll let you guys live a little longer. As long as we are out of the Magnificent Flame sect's territory, I'll make sure that all of you go to heaven. But it's tiring to chase after them. It'll be disappointing if I don't get a lot of rewards. If anyone were to know what Lin Fan was doing, they would definitely be shocked. Isn't he a lunatic? The dense forest was a paradise for demonic beasts. Originally, it was quiet and peaceful, with the occasional roar of demonic beasts resounding throughout the world. In this dense and boundless forest, a sonic boom resounded. Looking down from the sky, one could see that in this boundless forest, there was a red light rapidly moving forward, as if it had split the entire forest into 2. Such a huge tremor caused the demonic beasts to panic. They didn't know what it was that was running amok in their forest. A hurricane could be seen in the Death Desert. It was about to cause a sandstorm. But suddenly, a red ray of light flashed past, and the hurricane was destroyed. Everything returned to normal. In the boundless sea, a red ray of light could be seen. Waves could be seen everywhere, forming a huge tsunami. Day and night reversed, and several days passed. The red ray of light slowed down until it came to a stop. A huge black figure with red patterns on its body could be seen. It looked like it had just come out of a steamer. White mist could be seen coming out of it, and it was panting heavily. Beads of sweat could be seen dripping down its body. This 8-winged spiritual ark can really fly. It's not slowing down at all. I've miscalculated. I didn't expect that it wouldn't even give me a chance to stop. I've been running for 5 days and 5 nights. No matter how thick my earth chi is, it won't last. Damn it. I let the prey escape from me. Damn it. He was feeling bitter. He had been running at full speed, breaking the speed of sound. His body was heating up due to the friction with the air. He was running with his life on the line. Since the Sunshine sect had come knocking on their door, they would definitely not let them off. Initially, Lin Fan wanted to wait until the Sunshine sect left the Magnificent Flame sect's territory before killing them. But now, it seemed like he was overthinking. If he had known earlier, he would have killed them earlier. Even if I have a grudge with them, I'll just be killed. What's the big deal? Eh? At this moment, Lin Fan raised his head. That target that was about to leave into the distance had suddenly stopped in the void, as though it was no longer moving forward. This is a rare opportunity. I can't let it go. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan took out the Tai Sovereign sword and stabbed himself with it. Only then would he be able to continue the chase. On the 8-winged spiritual ark. Senior Brother Fu, if we don't teach the Magnificent Flame sect a lesson, they might think that we're easy to bully. A ferocious-looking disciple looked at the extremely small village below, his eyes flashing with raging flames. Fu Daxing looked calm, but he was furious in his heart. Go and kidnap all the children in the village. Those guys from the Hall of Beasts are in need of research materials. Combining humans and beasts to create a new weapon of war is a good idea. If we succeed, we won't need disciples to join the battle anymore. We just need the children of the Magnificent Flame sect. Fu Daxing said, his eyes shining with madness. After hearing this, the disciple with the hideous face also laughed out loud. Later on, we will capture all the women in this village for Senior Brother's cultivation. No need. Fu Daxing waved his hand. These women do not have any cultivation. They are not of much use. You guys can split them among yourselves. Remember to be clean and do not leave anyone alive. Don't worry, Senior Brother. This place is surrounded by forests, and there are many demonic beasts. If we trigger a demonic beast rampage, it won't be a problem to flatten this small village. Fu Daxing nodded his head in satisfaction. The 8-winged spiritual ark had been flying for 5 days and 5 nights now. They were far away from the Magnificent Flame sect now, and this place was so secluded that no one would be able to find them. Along the way, Fu Daxing was filled with anger. His junior brothers were the same. They kept reporting to Fu Daxing about the situation below, such as the existence of any villages. But those villages were in communication with the outside world. If they were to act rashly, they might attract trouble. But now that the village was isolated from the outside world, it was time for them to act. In the village, the villagers lived a peaceful life. They would leave early and return late every day. The first thing the children did after waking up was to wash up and kneel in front of a portrait. They would pray devoutly and light up incense. Grandpa Yanhua, please protect our village from the attacks of the beasts. This prayer came from every household, forming a mysterious power that enveloped the sky above the village. When some of the monsters passed by the village, they could feel a power threatening them, causing them to not dare to get close to the village and avoid it from afar. The children who were playing in the village were laughing non-stop. But suddenly, the children raised their heads. They discovered that above their heads, there was a huge black shadow looming over them. Mother, someone is coming down from the sky. The children cried out, and the village women and the strong men who were busy at home all came out. When they saw what was above their heads, looks of terror appeared on their faces. Ha ha ha. Senior brothers, leave the children and kill the rest. As for the women, you guys can do whatever you want with them. The hideous man laughed in the sky. A cruel look could be seen on his face. Senior brother, you can actually keep the young ones and bring them back to the sect for the demonic beast hall to continue researching. Who knows, they might even be able to fuse with some kind of demonic beast and form a unique war beast, another disciple said with a smile. There's no need for that. These ant-like middle-aged men are mature, and their aura is mixed. They are not as pure as the children. Pata, the group descended from the sky and landed on the ground. Their Sunshine Sect disciple robes fluttered in the wind, forming a murderous aura. Village chief, who are they? The villagers asked. As for the old man who was addressed as the village chief by the villagers, his body was bowed, but his eyes were bright and full of expression. Although he was old, he exuded a kind of sharpness. Faced with these things, he was calm and composed, as if he had seen many great things in his youth. But when he saw what the people were wearing, the village chief's face changed. They were dressed in black robes with crimson flames embroidered on them. This is the uniform of the Sunshine Sect. The village chief was knowledgeable. He took a few steps back and said in a low voice, "Women and children, hide in your houses. Adults, gather." Hearing the village chief's order, the villagers' faces changed. They quickly told their wives and children to hide while they stood behind the village chief with weapons in their hands. Gao Husheng led his senior brothers into the village. He looked at the houses around him with disdain. I didn't expect the magnificent Flame Sect to have such a backward village. How poor. Seems like there's nothing for me to take later. I can only use this to vent my anger. The village chief looked at the people in front of him and scolded them. How dare you Sunshine Sect people come here? Old man, you know that we are from the Sunshine Sect? Seems like I can't let you live. Gao Husheng sneered. He looked at the villagers as if they were ants. All of a sudden, a mighty aura burst forth, shrouding all of the villagers within it. To the villagers, they immediately felt a huge pressure. Their bodies felt as heavy as 1,000 caddies, as if they were about to be pressed to the ground. There were even some villagers whose legs were trembling. They suddenly felt a sense of fear. Facing these people, they felt a sense of helplessness. Realizing that the villagers were afraid, the village chief could not help but sternly say, "All of you, show me your spirit." Back then, Emperor Yanhua revolted from our village. God knows how many heroes have walked out from it. Are you descendants trying to humiliate your ancestors? Hearing the village chief's words, a flame was ignited in the hearts of the villagers. This flame might not make them stronger, but it made their hearts stronger. That's right. Their village had a history that was more than 100 years ago. It was a very long time ago, but their history had been passed down. They did not use it to gain glory from the magnificent Flame Sect. Instead, they isolated themselves from the rest of the world and lived quietly on this piece of land. Now that the Sunshine Sect disciples were here, they were not afraid at all. Hearing this, the Sunshine Sect disciple frowned. Senior brother Gao, Emperor Yanhua came to this village, Gao Husheng glared at him. So what? It's been more than 100 years, and Emperor Yanhua is long dead. Look at this village, it's so old and dilapidated, and no one cares about it. What are we afraid of? If we are afraid of places that Emperor Yanhua passed by, then we can forget about invading the magnificent Flame Sect. Senior brother is right. The Sunshine Sect disciple nodded. He then turned to the villagers and laughed. Hand over the women and children, and we'll give you a quick death. Bull*T, you dog. If not for your Sunshine Sect leader kneeling in front of Emperor Yanhua for 3 days and 3 nights, do you think you would still be alive today? The village chief scolded. Bull*T, you're full of nonsense. Gao Husheng sneered. Since that's the case, I'll trample you to death first, then I'll deal with you guys slowly. Don't hit my grandpa. Just then, a child ran out of the house with a wooden sword in his hand, rushing towards Gao Husheng. Seeing this, the village chief's face changed. Come back. Hee, kid, I'll strangle you first. Gao Husheng smiled cruelly. He stretched his hand out, grabbing the child. That hand was like the hand of a demon that had reached out from the darkness, and it had already locked onto the tiny creature. Stop. The village chief was shocked, as if he did not dare to face what was about to happen. The villagers closed their eyes as well, not daring to see what was about to happen. Poochie, a ray of light shot out, as if something had been cut open. At the same time, a voice could be heard. There was a sense of helplessness and luck in the voice. I've finally caught up to you. Do you know how hard it was for me to chase after you? Fortunately, you finally stopped. He originally thought that these guys knew that he was chasing after them, so they wanted to stop and wait for him, or that the 8-winged spiritual arc ran out of fuel. But it seems like I was thinking too much. They weren't waiting for me, they were just trying to kill me. Look at their perverted faces. They must be trying to vent their anger. But it's a pity that I managed to catch up with them. 5 days and 5 nights? Was this something anyone could accept? If it were someone else, they would have vomited blood by now. However, after this incident, he was even more confident that he would become a true powerhouse. Only those with great perseverance could become a true powerhouse. As for those super aptitudes or inheritances, they were all set aside. Wait till you can be like me, chasing after a bunch of experienced babies for 5 days. It's you. Gao Huxing's eyebrows shot up when he saw the figure that had appeared, and he roared angrily. Lin Fan stared at him. Don't you feel that you're missing something? Or did my sword skills improve so much that you don't feel any pain? What did you say? Gao Huxing roared. But suddenly, he felt that he was missing something. A wave of pain suddenly surged into his heart. When he saw the flash of blood on his wrist, he immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! My hand, my hand. Sigh, slow reaction. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Fan flicked his wrist and sent out a wave. Then, he patted the head of the dumbfounded brat beside him. Kid, your wooden sword isn't good enough. Stand aside and watch. The village chief came over and pulled his grandson back. He looked at Lin Fan gratefully. Are you all right? The villagers quickly gathered around. They were scared to death just now. They thought that the Sunshine Sect disciples had killed the grandson of the chief. They heaved a sigh of relief that he was out of danger. But when they turned to look at Lin Fan, they were confused. They had never left the village before, and they had no idea what the outside world was like. All they knew was from the village chief. He's a magnificent flame sect disciple. The village chief looked at Lin Fan. There's no mistaking his aura. The villagers gasped. Chief, he's a magnificent flame sect disciple. Are we safe now? Bastard, you actually dared to injure me. Gao Huxing glared at Lin Fan. The anger in his heart had completely exploded. The pain of losing his hand was unbearable. The heart-wrenching pain was transmitted to his brain. It was unbearable. 1, 2. There's still one more. Where's your senior brother Fu? Lin Fan counted the number of people present. Then, he raised his head and looked at the divine boat in the sky. His lips curled into a smile. Looks like he's up there. That's good too. I'll deal with you guys first before I go up and deal with your senior brother. Did you hear what I said? I'm asking you, how dare you hurt me? Gao Huxing roared. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Lin Fan looked at the Sunshine Sect disciples in front of him. These are my points, I can't let them go wrong. But the other party's words made me feel helpless. Are you Sunshine Sect people idiots? Why do I only ask you the same thing every time I kill you? Do you dare or not? I've already cut you down, and you're still asking me if I dare? Are you retarded? Forget it. Let's end this. Bang, the ground where Lin Fan and Lin Fan were standing on cracked open, and a figure appeared around them. Violent body, I don't even need to use violent body to deal with these guys. It's just that my palm is too small, and it's not easy to grab them. Gao Huxing let out a low growl. Suddenly, a hand appeared on his head. Just when he wanted to fight back, he realized that the hand had grabbed his head and lifted him up. Go and tell your senior brother to wait for his death. Lin Fan lifted Gao Husheng up high and took out his mace. He swung it at Gao Husheng, but something unexpected happened. The black needle on the mace pierced through Gao Husheng's body, pinning him to the mace. It was as if he had been pierced by a hedgehog. The surrounding Sunshine sect disciples gulped at the sight of this, as if they had seen something horrifying. What the hell is this? It's stuck. Lin Fan frowned. Lin Fan grabbed the corpse and pulled it off the mace. Then, he swung his arm and the corpse shot into the sky like a cannonball towards the eight-winged spiritual Arkansas. Then, he looked around and suddenly saw a figure that looked so familiar. It was the man in the yellow robe, the one who painted himself into a black pancake. Lin Fan hated him a lot. The man in the yellow robe saw Lin Fan, and he tried to avoid eye contact with him. He did not expect Lin Fan to appear here like a lunatic, and he even chased after them. But how is this possible? The eight-winged spiritual arc is so fast. How did he catch up with us? Before he could think too much, he suddenly realized that the guy had disappeared. When he reappeared, he was standing right in front of him. In his eyes, that black hand directly grabbed his head. Instantly, his feet left the ground, and he was lifted up by someone. "Let me go." The man in the yellow robe struggled. Lin Fan swapped his mace for a frying pan. It would be bad if the frying pan still stuck to it. Raising his right hand up high, he stretched out his right hand and held the frying pan in his hand. He growled, "Remember, if you don't have the painting skills, don't draw people casually. I'm not He Bing. Look at my face clearly and remember it." Bang! Lin Fan smacked the man in the yellow robe into the air. He did not care about the man's name anymore. To him, there was no need to remember the names of weaklings. The villagers looked at the scene in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. One of them turned his head. "Chief, is he really a magnificent flame sect disciple?" The other half of what he wanted to say was why this person was so cruel. The chief stared at the man in the yellow robe, as if he was trying to remember him. He did not listen to the villagers at all. "He's too powerful. He's too powerful. This is how you should treat the Sunshine sect's trash." If he wasn't old and weak, he would have taught them a lesson. On the eight-winged spiritual Arkansas, Fu Dashing stood there, waiting patiently. Suddenly, a loud sound could be heard. The clean deck was now covered in blood. Fu Dashing squinted his eyes. "Isn't that bloody figure junior brother Gao?" Bang! Another sound could be heard. Another body flew down from below and rolled on the deck. "What's going on?" Fu Dashing's expression changed. Just as he was about to take a step forward to see what was going on, he saw corpses flying up from below and landing on the deck. These were all his junior brothers from the same sect. How could something like this happen when they went to plunder such a small village? Lin Fan cleaned up all the corpses on the ground and looked at the eight-winged spiritual arc in the sky. He squatted down and shot up into the clouds towards the eight-winged spiritual Arkansas. Bang! Lin Fan landed on the deck and looked around. The eight-winged spiritual arc is not bad. It's huge. "Hey, what are you looking for?" Lin Fan saw Fu Dashing standing at the bow of the ark and asked with a smile. Hearing the voice, Fu Dashing's heart skipped a beat. When he saw the face of the person, he was shocked. "It's you. Why are you here?" Fu Dashing could not believe his eyes. This guy was in the Magnificent Flame sect. How could he be here? Did he follow me all the way here? But it's impossible. How could a human be able to keep up with the speed of the eight-winged spiritual arc? He must be exhausted after so many days. That's a good question. I ran here. How is it? Are you scared? Lin Fan stretched his neck. My hard work has finally paid off. I might not be out of the Earth region, but it doesn't matter anymore. I can't wait any longer. Only by killing all of these fellows here would he be able to release his soul. Alright, you're too weak. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Die. With a frying pan in his left hand and a mace in his right, Lin Fan disappeared from the spot. A red ray of light could be seen. Cruel blood activated. Magic of the seven gods activated. Lin Fan unleashed his full power. You're courting death. Fu Dashing roared. A strong aura could be felt from him. He kept his fan and struck out with his palm. Yin-Yang Kingdom. Fu Daxing's hair danced in the wind, and his eyes shone brightly. A yin-yang kingdom could be seen flying out of his body. The kingdom seemed to be made of crystals, and there were 2 figures in each crystal. They were performing a yin-yang union, and their postures were constantly changing. It was as if they were following a certain trajectory in the world. Damn you! Stay in my kingdom forever. When you return to the Sunshine Sect, I'll make you wish you were dead. Lin Fan could feel a mysterious aura surrounding him. This aura was able to arouse his desires. What the hell? Lin Fan swung his mace at Lin Fan. No matter how many postures you have, it's all a single hit. How could this be? Fu Daxing's face fell. When he was in the Magnificent Flame Sect, he had already sensed that Lin Fan was powerful. Therefore, he had used his strongest attack and summoned the god country that he had painstakingly cultivated. But now, he realized that the god country could not withstand the immense force and was showing signs of cracking. Fu Daxing's face fell. Crack, the god country started to crack, and every single crystal started to crack. How dare you show such an obscene scene in front of a righteous person like me? Go to hell. Lin Fan took a step forward and threw the frying pan at Fu Daxing. Fu Daxing was shocked. He raised his palms, and the god country shrank into his body. Don't be too presumptuous. Do you really think that everyone can bully me? Just as the frying pan was about to hit Fu Daxing, he realized that there was a force protecting Fu Daxing. The frying pan did not seem to affect him at all. Fu Daxing took a step forward, and a strange aura could be felt. Suddenly, a faceless puppet appeared in front of him. The moment the puppet appeared, the sky turned dark. Do you know why I'm not improving? Let me tell you now. It's because I've obtained the ancient life and death puppet. I've been refining it day and night, and it's now one with me. Fu Daxing was lucky to have entered a dangerous place during one of his training. He had gone through countless dangers, but he did not expect to stumble into a hidden treasure. There was nothing in the hidden treasure except for a palm-sized puppet floating in the air. This was the life and death puppet. No one knew how the life and death puppet was made or where it came from. But when Fu Daxing controlled the puppet, he knew how to use it. The ancestor of the puppet was an almighty being in ancient times. He had countless servants and was feared throughout the world. A second substitute, or rather, an incarnation. There were 2 choices. The first was a pure puppet. The second was an incarnation. Everything the puppet cultivates would belong to the puppeteer, and the puppeteer would be able to absorb all the energy the puppet cultivates. But the only side effect was that if the puppet cultivates the puppet and dies suddenly, the puppeteer would be severely injured. Therefore, Fu Daxing did not use it. Instead, he kept refining it. He wanted to find an almighty being who was as powerful as him and use the puppet to make it his second incarnation. At that time, the higher the cultivation level of the 2, the more feedback they would receive in the end. Instantly, Lin Fan felt as though he was being sucked in by some sort of energy. He was stunned as well. He realized that there was something strange about this puppet. Ha ha ha. Do you feel that you are losing control of your body? I was going to give this to the religious brother of the Saint Convent sect, but who knew that you would be so powerful that I could not resist you? I can only give this puppet to you. From now on, you will forget who you are and only listen to me. Fu Daxing's eyes shone with madness, but he could not bear to part with the puppet. There was only one life and death puppet, and it would be gone once it was used up. But it was a good thing to use it on the peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect, just not as good as the Saint Convent sect. Rise. Life and death. I shall be the master. All of a sudden, the initially faceless wooden puppet appeared with a face that was exactly the same as Lin Fan's. It then grew larger and larger as it floated in the void. In the sky, the wind and clouds moved. A beam of light pierced through the clouds and landed on the ground. In the village, all the villagers raised their heads and looked at the situation in the void. Chief, what's the situation now? The villagers asked. They didn't know what was going on. The village chief's face was solemn. He could feel an evil aura appearing in the air. What the hell? Lin Fan was curious about these new things. Looking at Fu Daxing's excited expression, Lin Fan felt a little weird. Is this guy crazy? His body was indeed a little heavy, but that was all. Suddenly, Lin Fan felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck out from within that chaotic mind of his. A mysterious and tyrannical force pierced through, wanting to devour his soul. However, as soon as this energy touched his soul, it instantly vanished without the slightest effect. The world gradually returned to normal. Ha ha ha. Fu Daxing burst into laughter. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the puppet red. The puppet shone brightly and shrunk back into Fu Daxing's body. At this moment, Fu Daxing looked at the motionless Lin Fan and walked towards him. He wanted to raise his hand and slap Lin Fan to the ground, but he shook his head in the end. What a lucky thing. You actually managed to force me to use this life and death puppet. However, don't worry, I can't bear to hit you. If I hit you, it would be the same as hitting me. I won't break my clone. Lin Fan looked at Fu Daxing blankly. He did not feel uncomfortable, but Fu Daxing suddenly let his guard down and even walked up to him arrogantly. That's weird. Storage ring? Since you're my second clone, you don't need these anymore. Give them to me. Fu Daxing looked at the storage ring in Lin Fan's hand and wanted to snatch it away. But suddenly, Fu Daxing's face changed. Goosebumps rose all over his body. Are you *king crazy? Lin Fan swung the frying pan in his hand towards Fu Daxing's head. Bang! With a loud bang, Fu Daxing's body was sent flying and landed heavily on the deck. Lin Fan's head tilted to the side as well. It was like a chain reaction. How is this possible? You. Fu Daxing felt like his brain was about to explode. But at this moment, he had no time to think. He looked at Lin Fan in fear. Impossible. My life and death puppet cannot fail. How can you still have your own consciousness? Fu Daxing's eyes shone with fear. He did not expect things to turn out this way. This is the life and death puppet. After refining it, Lin Fan found out about its origin. It's a legendary item passed down from ancient times, and it can control others. If not for the fact that the life and death puppet lost more than half of its power, Lin Fan would be able to turn a Heaven Star border cultivator into his second clone. You're connected to me? Lin Fan went silent for a moment. He then raised his head, raised his right hand and slapped his face. Bang! A loud sound could be heard. Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood from the slap. But he kept his eyes on Fu Daxing, not knowing what was going on. Fu Daxing seemed to have been hit by an invisible force. His body flew to the side and landed on the deck, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the situation, Lin Fan's eyes widened. Interesting. I'm hitting myself, and yet you want to endure it? Just who in the world created this life and death puppet? Isn't he way too imaginative? Impossible. How can this be? How can my life and death puppet have such a problem? This is impossible. Fu Daxing was dumbfounded. What is going on? What went wrong? Why can't I control my opponent? Instead, my opponent is hitting itself, and I'm getting hurt. But to verify the situation, Lin Fan raised his hand again and slapped himself. Even though he did not feel any pain, the force of the slap would still injure him. Pooey! Fu Daxing flew to the side and spat out a mouthful of blood. Aren't you courting death? He could not imagine how daring Fu Daxing was to feel the same way as him. What did you do to my life and death puppet? Damn it! Fu Daxing roared. Enduring the pain, he charged towards Lin Fan. He flipped his palm and the strength of the God Country was unleashed, landing on Lin Fan's chest. Bang! Lin Fan did not retaliate. Instead, he took a step back. To Fu Daxing, it was as if there was a pair of invisible hands pulling him back. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. How can this be? How can this be? Fu Daxing hugged his head. He could not believe that this was real. What is going on? Where did I make the wrong move? Interesting. I've never seen this toy before. Lin Fan felt that the world was getting more and more interesting. There are so many different things in this world. He then took out the 3 sovereign swords. Seeing Lin Fan's actions, Fu Daxing's face changed. What are you doing? Lin Fan took the Tai sovereign sword and stabbed it towards his foot. Ah! Fu Daxing let out a heart-wrenching scream. Does it hurt? Lin Fan pulled out the Tai sovereign sword and asked curiously. You. Fu Dadian did not expect Lin Fan to be so cruel. Stop. Stop. He roared in anger. Pfft, another slash came. The pain was transmitted to Fu Daxing's heart and mind. It's neither painful nor itchy, but I didn't expect you to scream so loudly. It seems like you're too spoiled and can't even endure this little pain. Learn from me, this pain is nothing, there's more pain to come. Lin Fan laughed. Even though it would not leave any wounds on Fu Daxing's body, the mental pain would kill him. Screams could be heard everywhere. The villagers below the 8-winged spiritual arc could feel their legs turning to jelly after hearing the screams. Just what is happening up there? Just who is it that is emitting such miserable cries? The villagers were also shocked. The huge 8-winged spiritual boat gave them a great sense of oppression. If the people who came to rescue them died on the boat, they would not have a good ending either. Just then, Fu Daxing's face changed. Seeing Lin Fan placing a sword on his neck, Fu Daxing kneeled on the ground. Please, I beg you. I'm begging you, please don't, I was wrong, please don't, we'll mind our own business in the future, I can give you countless resources, if you die, I'll die too, I'll listen to whatever you say, please I beg you. No, Lin Fan slit his neck. I want to see if this guy will die. Ah. Fu Daxing looked up. His eyes were filled with blood. His body was trembling uncontrollably. An unbearable pain struck his brain. It felt like his brain was going to explode. Bang! Bang! Fu Daxing banged his head on the deck as if he could not bear the pain. I can't die. I can't die, he shouted. Boom! At that moment, he felt like his brain was going to explode. His eyes rolled and he stopped breathing. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked at Fu Daxing, who was lying motionless on the deck. He mumbled to himself. Is this guy really in so much pain? He's too weak. Forget it. Maybe this is the tragedy of the weak. Only the strong can withstand the pain. Now that everything is settled, it's time to collect the loot. So poor. You call yourself a god's son, yet you only have a bottle of Earth-class pills. How can you live up to your status? Lin Fan took a look at Fu Daxing. He did not expect Fu Daxing to only have a bottle of Earth-class pills, and it was only Earth-class inferior-class pills. How embarrassing. Lin Fan kicked Fu Daxing aside. But then he thought of the life and death puppet. Lin Fan was interested. He quickly grabbed Fu Daxing's body. Where exactly is it hidden? Could it be inside my body? If that's the case, I can only cut open my stomach and find it. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared on Fu Daxing's chest, and a palm-sized life and death puppet rolled out. However, the life and death puppet had signs of cracking. Holding it in his hand, he looked at it carefully. Please don't let it be useless. This fellow is so poor. This is the only good thing he has. If it's useless, then this chase is really not worth it. Suddenly, Lin Fan wrapped the life and death puppet with his energy to see if he could refine it. Suddenly, he felt a connection with the life and death puppet. It works. It really works. This is supposed to be a one-time use item, but it still works. Could it be that Fu Daxing only managed to use half of the life and death puppet's power because of his own condition? Lin Fan thought to himself. He thought that perhaps this was the real situation. Return. The life and death puppet turned into a ray of light and entered Lin Fan's body. But what surprised Lin Fan was that the life and death puppet was absorbing his energy. It was as if it was trying to make up for the lost energy. I see. Fu Daxing is so weak because he did not activate the life and death puppet when he got it. That's why he needed a huge amount of energy to refine it. But now, Lin Fan managed to take advantage of him. Now that the life and death puppet had been successfully refined and activated, all he needed to do was inject energy into it. When it was full, he would rewind and absorb as much as he wanted. He could guarantee that he would be full. Lin Fan continued to check. Yin Yang Dual Cultivation. This was Fu Doshan's cultivation method. It was a mid-earth class cultivation method, and it was of a decent grade. It was not easy to get a heaven-class skill now, but he was lucky enough to get 3, the magic of the 7 gods, the transformation into god swordsmanship, and the divine art of startling dragons. Perhaps Master might have a heaven middle grade 1, but only a powerful sect like the Saint Convent sect would have a heaven high grade 1. If it was before he established the Invincible Peak, he might not be interested in it. But now that he had a huge business, he had no choice but to accept whatever pills he had. No matter what grade they were, he would not reject them. However, he wasn't interested in the yin-yang dual cultivation. When he opened it, he saw that it was a pornographic book. It was an eyesore. However, it was impossible for him to throw it away. If he allowed such an evil martial art to fall into the hands of others, it would be a form of irresponsibility to the vast number of women who were afraid of heights. Forget it, I'll keep it for the time being. When I have nothing to do, I can take it out and use it as a porn book to pass the time. It wasn't a bad idea to scavenge the other corpses. Although the grade of the pills wasn't high, he could bring them back to the sect for his junior brothers to consume. There were also some cultivation techniques that he could bring back to the sect. Anyway, as long as it's useful, I'll take it. Lin Fan allowed the life and death puppet to absorb as much energy as he wanted. Soon, the earth energy in his body was depleted, and the puppet wasn't full yet. Especially after refining the life and death puppet, Lin Fan found out that it was a treasure made by an elite in the ancient times. The Puppet Patriarch. This elite's title was powerful enough, but Lin Fan didn't take it to heart. Even if this elite appeared in front of him now, it would only be a tragedy for him. It's indeed a treasure. Since that's the case, I'll let you absorb until you're full. I'll control it the next time I meet someone suitable. Lin Fan took out the Tai Sovereign sword and killed himself. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan's earth energy was replenished, and the life and death puppet started absorbing crazily again. Time and time again. It was only after more than 30 times that the life and death puppet was completely full. How ruthless. If all the energy was released, even a Heaven Star Border elite would be smashed into pieces. No wonder it's so useful. It turns out that the conditions to activate it are so harsh. It wasn't easy for Fu Dashing to refine the life and death puppet and fill it with energy at the same time. I didn't expect that I would benefit from it. What goes around comes around, and it's my turn now. I've worked so hard for my entire life, but in the end, it's all for someone else. I must send this 8-winged spiritual arc back to the Sunshine Sect. After all, the Magnificent Flame Sect is so generous that we won't covet such things. But before that, he still had to meet with the villagers. The villagers lifted their heads and stared at the spiritual arc in the air. They had no idea what was going on. "Chief, someone's coming down." A villager shouted. "It's him. He's the one who saved us just now." Lin Fan descended rapidly. When he was about to reach the ground, he slowed down and landed on the ground without a sound. He looked like an elite that had just descended. "May I know if you're the Magnificent Flame Sect's Lord?" The chief went up to Lin Fan. Lin Fan placed his hands behind his back. He didn't speak much, maintaining the mysterious demeanor of an elite. After hearing these words, the villagers looked at each other and revealed expressions of joy. This was especially true for the child who was holding the wooden sword. His innocent eyes shone brightly. "I want to be a hero like Big Brother in the future. Lord, please don't blame him. He's my grandson." The chief smiled. "It's okay. It's good for children to have dreams." Lin Fan waved his hands and looked at the kid. "Not bad, kid. What's your name?" "I'm Xianxia," the kid said excitedly. Lin Fan was stunned. "Why do I feel like I've heard this name in a movie in my previous life?" "This is for you." Lin Fan raised his hand, and a book flew into the kid's hand. The kid seemed to be literate. Looking at the 3 big words on the book, he could not help but read it out loud. Body Refinement Art. Lin Fan turned around and placed his hands behind his back. He leaped up and headed towards the 8-winged spiritual Arkansas. A voice could be heard. "Kid, I have high hopes for you. I hope to see you in the Magnificent Flame Sect 10 years later." The kid looked up. He could only see Lin Fan's silhouette in his bright eyes. Lin Fan's silhouette might be getting smaller and smaller, but in the kid's eyes, it was getting bigger and bigger. I'll definitely be there. At this moment, Lin Fan's silhouette finally left a deep impression in the kid's heart. I forgot Lord's name. The village chief panicked. He even forgot to ask for Lin Fan's name. But as soon as he finished his words, a voice could be heard from the sky. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, who was already on the 8-winged spiritual arc, slapped his thigh. I forgot to say my name. He immediately shouted, leaving his name behind. The village chief patted his grandson's head and smiled. Take good care of the things that Lord left for you. Leave the village and look for Lord in the magnificent flame sect. Grandpa, I will. The child grasped the sect's cheap goods tightly in his hands. His childlike eyes emitted an infinite radiance. On the 8-winged spiritual Arkansas, Lin Fan stood at the bow of the ark, looking at the things in front of him. How do I drive the 8-winged spiritual ark? Lin Fan touched a small dot on the screen, and with a loud boom, the spiritual ark started moving. It sped up and flew into the distance. Just then, Lin Fan saw the manual at the side. He took a closer look and understood it after a while. So this is how it should be used. Good, not bad. As a magnificent flame sect disciple, he would never covet other people's belongings. He had to return it to its rightful owner. Moreover, he had the obligation to send these fellows who died in a foreign land back home. After making some adjustments, Lin Fan sat cross-legged and started cultivating. I will leave when I reach the Sunshine Sect's territory. What's the point of stealing from the magnificent flame sect? I should steal from the Sunshine Sect. But the Sunshine Sect is too small, and they might not be rich enough. But there are so many experience points waiting for me there. That's a real life. 5 days later, Lin Fan opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to stab himself. 10 seconds later, he woke up with full strength. I'm at the Sunshine Sect's territory. Lin Fan stood at the edge of the 8-winged spiritual arc and looked down. He then went to the control panel and looked around. He found a control switch. There was a lifelike skull engraved on the switch, and below it were 2 blood-red words. Danger. With a loud slap, Lin Fan pressed down. Instantly, the 8-winged god arc shook violently, but it calmed down soon after. Adjust the time and location. He then looked around the screen. Sunshine Sect, destination. Heroic Soul Monument, detonation site. You didn't even fill it with materials before going out. How stingy. I'm afraid that the explosion won't be bright enough. Forget it. Since I'm generous, I'll replenish your energy. Lin Fan took out some of the yuan crystals he got from the abyssal worm's stomach from his storage ring and stuffed them into a hole on the side. Yuan crystals fell down one by one. After replenishing the energy, the 8-winged spiritual arc was full of energy. Lin Fan grabbed a handle and fiercely pushed it upwards. Advance at full speed, release your brilliance. Boom, the 8-winged spiritual arc, which was already extremely fast, turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Lin Fan stood at the edge and looked at it with satisfaction. Then, he jumped down. In an instant, a strong wind came, tearing Lin Fan's body apart like a wild beast. But Lin Fan didn't feel anything. He opened his arms, and his nostrils swelled from the strong wind. He took a deep breath and showed a satisfied look. I smell the scent of welcome. In the forest, a beautiful figure could be seen running in a panic. With a leap, she could cover a huge distance. She was even faster than a cheetah. But just as the beautiful figure disappeared, a few more figures appeared. They were dressed in black robes with red flames embroidered on them. They looked at the escaping prey with a mocking smile on their faces. Qin Mubing's face was pale. She looked back at the Sunshine Sect disciples from time to time. All she wanted now was to get rid of the Sunshine Sect disciples. But she knew that her hopes were slim. The Sunshine Sect disciples were much stronger than her. Her companions were killed by them, and she could only run for her life under the protection of her companions. She was a spy in the Sunshine Sect. She belonged to an organization formed by ambitious people in the Magnificent Flame Sect. She hoped that she could gather information about the Sunshine Sect's every move and report it back to the Magnificent Flame Sect so that everyone would know what the Sunshine Sect's next move would be. This time, her team had discovered that the Sunshine Sect had kidnapped a large number of children to conduct inhumane experiments with beasts. They wanted to report this back to the organization, but they did not expect that there would be a traitor among them. There were already elites from the Sunshine Sect waiting for them. No, I must live. If not, the traitor will continue to hide in the organization. Xianxia gritted her teeth, determination in her eyes. She continued to run forward. Suddenly, she felt a chill coming from behind her. Her heart tightened. She had experienced life and death situations often. She twisted her body and dodged the attack. A white ray of light streaked across her cheek, cutting through her skin. Looking ahead, it was a white spear that was as white as snow, pierced into the ground. Mysterious frost skill. She knew about this skill set. Her companions had all died under this skill set. They were turned into ice sculptures and then shattered by the other party. The ice spear suddenly melted, and a layer of ice and snow covered the ground, spreading out. At a glance, it immediately became a world of ice and snow. Even the towering trees were covered in ice. How could this be? Xianxia stepped on the ice and realized that it was as if the ice had a mind of its own. It froze her feet, covering her feet with a thick layer of ice. She could not even move a single step. Run, keep running. Why aren't you running? At this moment, 3 figures came from afar, standing proudly on a very thin branch. I thought you would run to your organization, but I didn't expect that you would want to shake us off alone. You want to shake us off with just the strength of an Earth Star Border Stage 6? You must be dreaming. Majestic Winter Trio. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered with despair. She did not have the slightest ability to resist against these 3 people. Moreover, she already knew who they were the moment she saw their techniques. The Majestic Winter Trio of the Sunshine Sect might not be the godson of the Sunshine Sect, but they were not to be underestimated. They were in the 7th stage of the Earth Star Border realm, and they practiced 3 complementary skill sets. As long as they were together, they would be able to unleash a devastating force. Mysterious Frost Art, and Mysterious Water Art. Their organization had already done a thorough investigation. When facing these 3 people, even if they were at the same cultivation level, they would have to retreat. Now that she was only in the 6th stage of the Earth Star Border stage, she was only able to escape here because they treated her as prey. This Magnificent Flame Sect girl is so pretty. It would be a pity to kill her. Just then, a short man with a ball of water wrapped around his body said. Greed could be seen in his eyes. Hee hee. Every year, we would snatch the Magnificent Flame Sect's women from the underworld. But compared to this, there's nothing we can do. Tight clothes and a curvy body. Just looking at her already makes my blood boil. I can't take it anymore. The Majestic Winter Trio did not hide their intentions at all. They said it out loud. Xianxia's face turned paler and paler. She knew that the Sunshine Sect people were like beasts. If she were to fall into their hands, she would suffer a fate worse than death. Tell me where your organization's base is, and I might spare your life. One of them laughed sinisterly. This woman before them was already their prey. Trying to escape from their hands was simply a fool's dream. Don't even think about it. Impossible. I won't tell you even if I die. Xianxia said sternly. She secretly circulated her earth energy, trying to break the ice under her feet. However, the Majestic Winter Trio saw all of this. Stop struggling. This is Mystic Frost. You're overestimating yourself if you think you can break free with your strength. Xianxia was in the 6th stage of the Earth Star Border stage. But when her earth energy landed on the ice, it was useless. It was as if her earth energy had been neutralized. Not even a ripple could be felt. Since you don't want to tell us, then there's nothing we can do. Let's go first and turn her into a slave. By then, she will have to tell us obediently. Good idea. I've been waiting impatiently for a long time. The Majestic Winter Trio guffawed. One of them raised his finger and a water python surged towards Xianxia. Let me tear your clothes off and let you stand naked in front of us. We'll only be more excited when we see each other. Despicable. Shameless. The Sunshine sect will be destroyed by us one day. Qin Mubing said, struggling. However, on this icy ground, 2 ice shackles suddenly extended out and shackled her wrists, flattening them. Am I really going to die here? I have never experienced love before. God, please save me. Qin Mubing looked up in despair. Tears rolled down her cheeks. God is just my last prayer. I have to rely on myself. What is this? But at this moment, Qin Mubing realized that there was a fireball diving down from the sky, and it was flying towards her. What is this? Qin Mubing was dumbfounded. She could not believe her eyes. There's no use looking up at the sky. We are the sky here. The majestic winter trio laughed. But suddenly, they heard a loud explosion. When they looked up, they saw the fireball coming down from the sky. What's that? One of them cried out in surprise, as if he couldn't believe it. The fireball came closer and landed on the ground. Boom, a violent roar resounded and the entire mountain forest shook violently. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions and blew up a large amount of dust. What is that? How can it cause such a huge impact? The majestic winter trio covered their eyes. Their robes fluttered in the wind. On the other hand, Qin Mubing, whose feet were frozen, had to bear the brunt of the strong wind. Her 2 impressive wonders were swaying from the strong wind. So shy. Qin Mubing blushed. She tried to cover her embarrassment with her hands, but her hands were locked. She could not move at all. She could only look at the fireball curiously. She did not know what it was. The dust in the surroundings dissipated, leaving only the huge crater with dust. It was impossible to see what exactly was there. To them, the scene in front of them was too terrifying. The crater had expanded to its limit. It crushed the ground. They did not know what it was that could cause such a scene. I'm really convinced by my own skill. A voice came from the crater. To Qin Mubing and the majestic winter trio, they could not believe it. How could it be a person, descending rapidly from a height of several tens of thousands of zhang? His body was set ablaze by the strong winds. A few seconds before he landed, he decisively stabbed himself with his sword. This was to save time. When he landed on the ground, he would revive on the spot. He felt that he was completely convinced that he could think of this kind of operation. What is it? Qin Mubing looked at the center of the dust. She wanted to see what it was. Was it an illusion or was it real? Suddenly, her pupils constricted because in the dust, a blurry figure appeared. She was sure that it was a person. Just then, another voice could be heard. I'm in luck. I've just landed, and I've already met some people. What luck? The majestic winter trio looked at each other. They were sure that it was a person, but they did not know who it was or what the benefits meant. Qin Mubing prayed in her heart. He's here to save me. He must be here to save me. But more or less, she could not believe it. After all, she was in the Sunshine sect. Normally, the magnificent Flame sect would not appear here. If someone from the organization came to save me, it would not be like this. Could it be that he's a Sunshine sect disciple as well? Qin Mubing could see the figure walking over, and the dust dissipated gradually. Qin Mubing opened her eyes wide. She wanted to see who it was, but suddenly, she let out a scream. She turned her head to the side and closed her eyes. Pervert. Lin Fan walked out of the deep pit. When he heard a woman's voice, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He suddenly remembered that he had fallen from the sky, and his earth energy had spontaneously combusted, burning away his clothes. Now he was standing here naked. When the majestic winter trio saw the naked figure, their pupils constricted. They could not help but look at the thing that the man had. A look of shame flashed across their faces. At the same time, the 3 of them had an idea. They had to chop off the man's thing. They would not allow anyone to be stronger than them. Forget it. They're going to die anyway. So what if they saw it? Lin Fan took a look. There were 3 Earth Star Border Stage 7 and 1 Earth Star Border Stage 6, and they seemed to be enemies. But this was the Sunshine Sect's territory. He would not show mercy. He walked up to Qin Mubing, grabbed her chin, and turned her head around. Answer me. Which sect are you from? He only wanted to know which sect this girl was from. As for the other three, he could tell that they were from the Sunshine Sect. Their legs were bowed and they looked wretched. Needless to say, they were from the Sunshine Sect. As for this girl, she might be pretty, but as long as she wasn't from the Magnificent Flame Sect, he would crush her. Qin Mubing blushed. Her heart was pounding. This was her first time seeing a man's body. But she did not want to think too much, as the situation did not allow her to think too much. After going through countless life and death battles, Qin Mubing's mentality had already matured. When the other party asked this question, her mind started to work quickly. This person might be from the Magnificent Flame Sect, the Sunshine Sect, or even the Truyang Sect. The Magnificent Flame Sect did not have many organizations in the Sunshine Sect, and the Sunshine Sect was close to the Truyang Sect. If she said that she was from the Truyang Sect, the other party might believe her. But I'm from the Magnificent Flame Sect, Qin Mubing said firmly. Pride could be seen in her eyes. Even in such a dangerous situation, she would not want to pretend to be from another sect. But the words that came out of the other party's mouth surprised her. So you're from the same sect? Then we're on the same side. Lin Fan did not expect to meet someone from the Magnificent Flame Sect as soon as he landed. It seems like this girl is lucky to meet me in such a dangerous situation. She's not fated to die yet. Qin Mubing did not expect that the other party was from the Magnificent Flame Sect. She heaved a sigh of relief. But just then, she whispered, "Can you put on your clothes?" Lin Fan took a glance at her and put on his clothes quietly. I didn't expect to meet someone from the Magnificent Flame Sect. What a pity, I lost some wealth. The Majestic Winter Trio looked at each other and sneered. To think that someone from the Magnificent Flame Sect would come knocking on my door. Lin Fan took a glance at the three. He did not want to waste his breath on these guys who were going to turn into points. He was in the Sunshine Sect's territory, and he was unfamiliar with the place. He had to find out more about the situation and find the best place to earn points. Qin Mubing heaved a sigh of relief, but when she thought of the Majestic Winter Trio, she shouted at Lin Fan. Run! These three are the Majestic Winter Trio from the Sunshine Sect. They're very powerful. You're not their match. Don't die for nothing. She believed that the man who appeared out of nowhere was very powerful. But no. Matter how powerful he was definitely not a match for the Majestic Winter Trio. God knows how many of their companions had died in the hands of the Majestic Winter Trio. Even their vice-captain, an Earthstar Border Stage 8 cultivator, was killed by the trio. An enemy who could kill someone stronger than him was terrifying. To Qin Mubing, this man was not an ordinary person. He was the real deal. But as soon as she finished her sentence, she froze. The man placed his hand on her head. Woman, don't judge anyone with your short-sightedness. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. These three guys are very weak. I only need 3 punches to kill them. Qin Mubing was stunned. Seeing the man walking towards the Majestic Winter Trio, she couldn't help but shout. Don't die. They're really powerful. You'll die. The Majestic Winter Trio laughed. Kid, this woman is right. You're just going to die. We're really strong. Her vice-captain was an Earthstar Border Stage 8 cultivator, but he was killed by the 3 of us. We're the ones who can kill people stronger than us. Lin Fan raised his head. You're so arrogant just because you can kill people 1 stage higher than you. I, an Earthstar Border Stage 6 cultivator, will be proud if I can kill a Stage 9 cultivator. It's over. How can he be so arrogant? Qin Mubing fell into despair once again. She did not want the Magnificent Flame Sect disciples to die in the hands of the Majestic Winter Trio. The aura of the man in front of her was indeed strong, but he was still a far cry from the vice leader. Brat, you're too arrogant. The Majestic Winter Trio shouted. One of them unleashed his aura, and a few water dragons could be seen flying towards Lin Fan. Be careful. These water dragons can't be destroyed. If you break them, they will turn into countless more water dragons. Qin Mubing reminded. She had seen this move countless times. To her, there was no way to counter it. Her companions could only break the water dragons, but the broken water dragons would turn into countless more water dragons and attack from all directions. They would entangle the people and strangle them to death. Lin Fan laughed. He was too lazy to use any weapons. To these weaklings, it was just a warm-up. Lin Fan clenched his fist. There was no violent aura or earth energy, and he punched out. In an instant, the originally calm air seemed to have been struck by something. It suddenly trembled and caved in, transforming into a blast of astral energy that shattered all the water dragons. However, the blast of astral energy didn't stop there. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of that person. Bang, that person's body suddenly bent over. A mass of violent energy directly penetrated into his body and came out from his back. How is this possible? The man opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Poochie, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from the man's mouth. With a cracking sound, the skin on his chest suddenly ruptured, revealing a black hole. The edges of the black hole continued to spin, shredding the surrounding flesh into pieces. The black hole grew larger and larger until his entire chest was exposed. Blood instantly sprayed out, dyeing the entire ground red. With a loud thud, the man fell to the ground. He probably wouldn't even know what had happened until his death. Qin Mubing's hopeless face suddenly turned to horror. Her eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost. How is this possible? He killed such a terrifying being with just one punch. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. I told you, I'll deal with you in 3 punches. You guys are too weak. I can't even raise my spirits. Lin Fan's expression was calm and composed. He then glared at the other two. Before they could even react, he took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. To others, these 3 fellows were quite strong. But to him, they were too weak. His goal was to kill the elites of the Sunshine Sect and turn the Sunshine Sect upside down. As for these 3 guys, they were just here to give him some points and riches. Bastard! Only 2 of the majestic Winter Lords were left. They roared in anger, but one of them felt his body being hit by an attack he couldn't defend against. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels ruptured in an instant. Even his protective stellar energy was unable to withstand the other party's attack. The second. Qin Mubing was dumbfounded. In her eyes, the man's figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he punched again and killed one of the majestic winter trio. He's so strong. What kind of strength is that? He's only in the Earth Star Border Stage 6. None of the people in the organization that she had met before were as strong as Lin Fan. Even her leader had told her that the majestic winter trio was very strong. Even she didn't want to face them alone. Because the skill sets of the 3 complemented each other, they could form a unique battlefield. To them, this was the best place to use their strength. To others, not only would they have to face the 3 of them, but they would also have to face this dangerous battlefield. But now, to her, the 3 of them did not even have the chance to use their skills. They were suppressed by this man. Ah! How dare you kill them? Just you wait. Only one person was left. His face was filled with fear as he screamed his lungs out. However, the fear in his heart suddenly burst forth. He did not expect this guy to be so strong. With just 2 punches, he had killed his companion. Just what kind of strength was this? I can't fight him head-on, so I have to escape. I can only inform the sect to send elites to kill him. If I'm too late, I will die here too. You want to leave? Dream on. When Lin Fan saw that the short figure was trying to leave, he reached out with his hand and grabbed onto the other party's ankle. The guy who had already leapt high into the air realized that this person was grabbing onto his ankle. He let out a sharp cry, but a huge force hit him and his body fell to the ground. When he wanted to help, he realized that this guy was stepping on him. Crack, the bones in his body seemed to have shattered. The ground cracked under the force of gravity. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes turned lifeless. He was unwilling to die. He did not expect to be suppressed by Lin Fan so easily. He did not even have the chance to use his strongest power. In total, the three of them had collected more than 1,000 points. They were quite satisfied. What the hell is this? So weak. What a waste of time. Lin Fan squatted down and took their storage rings. Qin Mubing stood there in a daze. The ice and snow had disappeared. She had regained her freedom, but she was completely stunned by the scene in front of her. He's so powerful. He's so powerful. I have never seen such a powerful person before. The majestic winter trio were powerful elites, but they were being toyed with by this man. They didn't even have a chance to retaliate. How powerful is this man? Lin Fan took a look at Qin Mubing after he was done. There's no point in staying here. I should go around and look for more opportunities. I wonder how the 8-winged spiritual arc is doing. I wonder how magnificent it will be when I reach the Sunshine Sect. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Qin Mubing stood there. When she saw the figure walking forward and was about to leave, she immediately followed him. Please wait for me. 2 figures walked in the Sunshine Sect's territory, and the 3 corpses were lying there quietly. Why are you following me? We're not going the same way. Lin Fan looked around. If not for the fact that she was from the Magnificent Flame Sect, he would have killed her as well. I'm Qin Mubing. May I know your name? Qin Mubing followed behind Lin Fan carefully. She thought that she would die in the hands of the majestic winter trio, but the man who descended from the sky saved her. Now, she wanted to know who Lin Fan was. At the same time, she had a plan. She wanted to recruit Lin Fan into her organization. With such an elite in their organization, they would have more protection in the Sunshine Sect's territory. Lin Fan. Lin Fan answered simply. Qin Mubing repeated the name after hearing it, as if she was trying to remember it. But she realized that Lin Fan did not seem to be interested in her at all. He kept shaking his head and looking around. Why did you come to the Sunshine Sect? It's a secret. Then where are you going now? Qin Mubing followed behind Lin Fan like a little tail. She kept asking questions, as if she was trying to get closer to Lin Fan. Piak, Lin Fan stopped and looked at Qin Mubing. Why are you following me? Qin Mubing hesitated for a long time. Then, as if she had thought of something, she said seriously, I hope that you can join our organization to investigate the Sunshine Sect. Organization? Lin Fan laughed, then shook his head. Woman, you'd better not have such thoughts. Because I'll destroy your entire team. Qin Mubing did not understand what Lin Fan meant. Instead, she said, don't worry. Even if you say we will be destroyed, we will not regret it. Because we are prepared to sacrifice ourselves. We are not afraid of death. Lin Fan shook his head. I don't know what to say to these guys. I have no interest in organizations at all. I feel like my hands are tied. If I develop feelings for them, I will be restricting myself. But I can't just walk around aimlessly in the Sunshine Sect. How long have you been in the Sunshine Sect? Lin Fan asked. I've been here for 3 years, Qin Mubing answered honestly. 3 years. That's a long time. It's not easy to survive in someone else's territory until now. What's the name of your organization? What does it specialize in? Lin Fan was curious about this organization. He had never heard of such an organization when he was in the Sunshine Sect. Qin Mubing shook her head. I can't tell you that. You will know if you join our organization. Lin Fan smiled. To think that she has a little secret. But forget it. It's useless to me. I just want to become stronger and stronger until I'm invincible. Do you have a map of the Sunshine Sect? Yes. Qin Mubing rummaged through her storage ring. There were too many things in it. She then took it out. This is the map of the Sunshine Sect. We paid a huge price to get it. Lin Fan opened it up and took a look. Every single place had a label. These labels were pretty interesting. Dangerous, very dangerous, extremely dangerous, these were the 3 levels of danger. At the same time, the elites of the Sunshine Sect were marked clearly. Great. Give me the map. Without waiting for Qin Mubing's consent, Lin Fan kept the map in his storage ring. With the map, it would be more convenient for me to move around. Ah. Qin Mubing was stunned. But thinking that Lin Fan had just saved her life and allowed her to pass on the information, she did not say anything. The map might be precious, but it would be useful as long as it was in the hands of the magnificent flame sect. Gulp, Qin Mubing blushed. She was hungry. Under the ancient tree, a beast had died a horrible death. However, her attention was not on the beast, but on the boiling cauldron that was giving off a fragrant aroma. When the man took out the cauldron, she could feel a terrifying aura coming from it. The aura made her feel hopeless. She had only felt this from the elites of the Sunshine Sect. Once, when the organization was destroyed, the elites of the Sunshine Sect took out a stone hammer. The hammer looked simple, but when it smashed down, the entire world seemed to lose its color. The ground within a few hundred miles cracked under the hammer. She would never forget that scene. If not for someone saving them, they would have died there. This cauldron. Qin Mubing was shocked. She did not dare to finish her sentence as she was really frightened. Lin Fan did not seem to care at all. He turned the pan in his hand. This is the Imperial Cauldron of Heavenly River. I snatched it. It's useful. I'll use it when I'm outside. Qin Mubing really didn't know what was going on with this man. She could feel that this cauldron was very powerful. Even she might not be able to withstand it. However, such a treasure was used to cook food. It was such a waste. Just then, Lin Fan stretched the pan towards her. Try it. This is my secret pan-roasted meat. It tastes pretty good. All beasts like it. Thinking of the beast that liked to eat his roasted meat, Lin Fan regretted it a little. She liked his food so much, but he killed her. I'm so sorry. Qin Mubing looked at the delicious meat in the pan. She swallowed her saliva and tasted it. The meat melted in her mouth, and the taste exploded in her mouth. It's so fragrant. Thank you. It's been a long time since I've had such delicious food. Qin Mubing thanked Lin Fan. Ever since she came to the Sunshine Sect, she had not had such delicious food. Usually, she would have a simple meal since she knew why she came to the Sunshine Sect. How could she waste her time on food? Have some soup. It tastes pretty good. Lin Fan took out a spoon from his storage ring and passed it to her. Qin Mubing didn't expect this powerful man to care so much about food. If such a powerful man could really join their organization, he would definitely be welcomed. As she ate, she stole glances at Lin Fan. To her, being able to eat such a sumptuous meal was truly a blessing. You really don't want to join our organization? Actually, you can consider it. Our organization is really good, and we all share the same ideals. Qin Mubing spoke again. If she could pull this man into the organization, it would be a great thing for the organization. Lin Fan smiled. Hurry up and eat. I have to leave after that. Oh. Qin Mubing didn't say anything more. She started eating, but she didn't wolf down her food. She looked more like a young lady from a big family. Soon, Qin Mubing was full. She leaned against a tree in satisfaction and took out an iron token from her storage ring. This is for you. If you meet people from the organization with this token, they will help you unconditionally because they know that you're one of them. Lin Fan took the token. There was a flower carved on it, but he didn't know what it was. Do you think your organization will help me if I can't even solve the problem myself? Qin Mubing blushed in embarrassment. I just hope that if you meet people with this token in the future, you can help them. Alright, goodbye. Lin Fan stood up and kept the Imperial Cauldron of Heavenly River. He then left. Just then, a voice rang in Qin Mubing's ears. Woman, don't wear such tight clothes in the future. It gives people the urge to tear them apart. Qin Mubing looked at the disappearing figure in the distance. She felt a little regretful, but after hearing this, she blushed. Pervert. However, she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with the tight clothes. Wearing it wouldn't affect her movements. But the words were transmitted in her mind. Could it be true? When she thought of the way the majestic winter trio looked at her, she couldn't help but shiver. She wanted to change her clothes. But thinking of her dead companions, she couldn't help but feel sad. No, I have to go back now. That traitor must have gone back. I have to inform the leader. Just then, Lin Fan took out the map and looked at it carefully. He chose a place that was the closest to him. 6 Mysterious Regions Cave. Dangerous. It was guarded by an Earthstar Border Stage 9 cultivator from the Sunshine Sect. The 6 Mysterious Regions Cave was a dangerous place for the Sunshine Sect. However, the method of entry was different from that of the Magnificent Flame Sect. The Magnificent Flame Sect's dangerous places could be entered at will, but the Sunshine Sect controlled all the dangerous places. Anyone who wanted to enter would have to pay a fee and be escorted in by the guards. When they came out, they would also be escorted out by the guards. Furthermore, those who entered would have to hand over 10% of the items they obtained. Interesting. It seems as though I've thought of something incredible. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Then, as though he had thought of something, he grinned widely and burst out laughing. Haha, I'm such a genius. Wait for me, I'm coming now. Instantly, Lin Fan turned into a ray of light and dashed into the distance. The 6 Mysterious Regions Cave. Seems like this is the beginning of my journey in the Sunshine Sect. In a desolate valley, there were countless holes in the ground. Usually, no one would be there, but there was a hole that was glowing brightly. Leader, we met the Majestic Winter Trio. Other than me, everyone else is dead. A middle-aged man said with a face full of pity, as if he had not expected such a thing to happen. A slim figure stood in front of the middle-aged man. She had short hair and an exquisite face. Hearing what the middle-aged man said, her body trembled, as if she had not expected this to happen. The surrounding members reacted the same way. Jin Ming, what's going on? How did the Majestic Winter Trio find out about you? One of them shouted. There was a scar on Jin Ming's face. He used to look ferocious, but now, he looked helpless. We don't know. We were heading in that direction, but we did not expect the Majestic Winter Trio to be waiting for us. In the end, we were surrounded, and I was the only one who managed to escape. After saying his piece, Jin Ming lowered his head in guilt. However, excitement could be seen in his eyes. You're lying, leader. He's a traitor. Just then, a figure appeared. Qin Mubing had rushed back to expose the traitor. Hearing her voice, Jin Ming was in disbelief. How did you manage to escape from the Majestic Winter Trio? But as soon as he finished his sentence, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. He immediately dashed out of the cave. Trying to escape? Dream on. Qin Mubing appeared at the entrance of the cave and sent Jin Ming flying with a slap. Leader, he's a traitor. He colluded with the Majestic Winter Trio. He's a dog of the Sunshine Sect. We were betrayed by him. Qin Mubing said. Killing intent could be seen in her eyes. If not for this guy, my companions would not have died. Jin Ming was shocked. How is this possible? How could the Majestic Winter Trio let you go? They didn't let me go. The Majestic Winter Trio was killed. I bet you didn't expect me to come back alive. Qin Mubing's heart was burning with anger. Out of the 13 people, other than her and this traitor, the rest were all killed. You dog. We saved you when you were being chased by the Sunshine Sect. I didn't expect you to be a traitor. Haha. Jin Ming laughed. Madness could be seen in his eyes. I didn't expect you to find out. That's right, I'm a traitor. But I fought for the Sunshine Sect. I didn't expect you to escape. But soon, you will follow in my footsteps. In an instant, as if he had consumed poison, his eyes rolled back and he breathed his last. You're lucky. Qin Mubing looked at Gao Ming's corpse, gritting her teeth. Mubing, you're all right. The team leader heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Mubing. His companions were the same. But thinking about the death of their companions, they were sad. I'm fine. I was about to be caught by the Majestic Winter Trio, but someone saved me and killed them at the same time. Qin Mubing was shocked as she recalled the scene. Too strong. Too strong. The team leader was stunned. You mean the Majestic Winter Trio was killed by the person who saved you? Qin Mubing nodded. Yeah. 2 punches and a kick. The majestic winter trio didn't even have the chance to unleash their full power before they were defeated. Leader, you have no idea how strong that man is. I wanted to recruit him into our organization, but he wasn't interested and left. 2 punches and a kick. An expression of disbelief surfaced on the captain's exquisite face. Just how powerful must one be to achieve this? Even if she met the majestic winter trio, she wouldn't be able to defeat them. After all, their skill sets were too strange. Team leader, his name is Lin Fan. I think we will meet him in the future. It's a disaster for the Sunshine sect to have such an elite. Qin Mubing said excitedly. But then, her face turned gloomy. But they're all dead. The team leader patted Qin Mubing's shoulder. We were prepared for this when we joined the organization. But it's not worth it to die in the hands of a traitor. Leader, let's go. This place isn't safe anymore. Qin Mubing said. Yeah. The team leader nodded and ordered the team to move. The 6 mysterious regions cave. Lin Fan walked along the road, and there were many Sunshine sect disciples passing by. But he did not recognize the magnificent Flame sect disciple beside him. But in his eyes, these passers-by were all points. Their hearts were restless, and they wanted to start a massacre right now. But he held it in. It's not wise to start a massacre now. These are just small gains, and the real wealth is yet to come. Soon, he reached the entrance of the danger zone. It was sealed, and there was only one entrance, which was guarded by a Sunshine sect disciple. Those who wanted to enter the danger zone would have to pay a certain fee to enter. But Lin Fan was not in a hurry. He watched from afar to see what was going on. When he figured out what was going on, it would be time for him to take action. Just then, there were people chatting beside him. Lin Fan listened to them quietly. When the two left, Lin Fan started to ponder. So the elite guarding the 6 mysterious regions cave has left temporarily. What a pity. But never mind, time waits for no man. Lin Fan did not think too much and walked to the front to queue up. The people in front were allowed in, and Lin Fan counted them carefully. Every time 20 people entered, the disciple guarding the entrance would enter, as if he was sending them in, and he would only come out after some time. Piak, just when Lin Fan was thinking about this, a hand landed on his shoulder, and an arrogant voice could be heard. Move aside, let me stand in front. Lin Fan looked at the other party. He's dressed well, and he looks arrogant. Seems like he's a fat piece of meat. What are you looking at? Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the Wu family, and I'm queuing in front of you. What are you unhappy about? Wu Jia said arrogantly. Lin Fan chuckled. Then, he stepped aside and spread his hands. Please. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Wu Jia took a step forward, looking at Lin Fan in disdain. He would never care about someone like Lin Fan who had no background. Very soon, it was their turn. Wu Jia, who was in front of Lin Fan, waved his hand and took out his wealth. Then, he swaggered in. Lin Fan also took out the wealth he got from the majestic winter trio, paid some fees, and walked in. At that moment, the guards sealed the entrance. It's full. We'll open it after we've sent them in. All of you, wait here obediently. This was a rule set by the Sunshine sect. No one dared to disobey it. At this moment, the guard walked to the front and waved at the crowd. Follow me. Don't wander around. If you fall into the abyss, no one will save you. Lin Fan followed behind. At this time, the person in front also stopped. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be a small flying boat floating there. Below the flying boat was an endless abyss. At a glance, one could not see the bottom. There was only darkness. At the same time, a beast-like roar came from below. The guards boarded the flying boat, and those who wanted to enter the danger zone also boarded it. Remember, you can only stay in the 6 mysterious regions cave for 10 days. If you exceed 10 days, we will not let you out. The guard said calmly, as if he had said this many times before. Hurry up, we all know the rules. Why are you always so slow? Wu Jia shouted. The flying boat flew above the abyss, heading towards the other side. 10 days? That's too long. I can't wait. Initially, Lin Fan had wanted to let this group of people enter while he killed the guard and replaced him as the receptionist. But now, if they were to enter for 10 days, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be exposed within these 10 days. This is making me feel helpless. Lin Fan thought about it and decided to focus on the benefits in front of him. 10 days is too long. I can't wait. If I don't get anything in the end, it will be a huge loss. Just then, Lin Fan took out his mace. It's time to work. I'll earn as much as I can. You are not allowed to take out your weapon before entering the danger zone. The guard scolded seeing Lin Fan take out his mace. Wu Jia turned around unhappily. Are you an idiot? Didn't you hear what I said? Mace? What are you trying to do? Lin Fan laughed and swung the mace in his hand, smashing Wu Jia's head. Blood splattered all over the faces and clothes of the people around him. I don't want to do anything. I just want to kill you all. You. The guard was shocked. However, in the blink of an eye, a boundless force slammed into him. His eyes flickered with terror as his head was smashed into a pulp. If it weren't for the fact that his clothes were of some use, his entire body would have been smashed to smithereens. Ah, he's killing someone. What are you doing? Damn it. You actually want to kill us and rob us of our wealth? The screams were very loud, but the roar that came from the abyss directly drowned out the screams. All body-tempering realm cultivators are here to train. What a waste of slots. To his surprise, there were body-tempering realm cultivators here. Dozens of points are not enough. Luckily, the rest are Earth Star border realm cultivators. I might only be in stage 1 or 2, but I'm not a greedy person. I'll take whatever comes my way. Lin Fan passed through the darkness and arrived at the other side. He was the only one standing on the flying ship. With the help of the light, he started to loot the corpses. Regardless of the cultivation of these people, Lin Fan had to loot the corpses, even if it was a mortal-class pill. Damn. I can't believe I came up with such a good idea. Lin Fan was very excited. This flying ship should be called the pig slaughtering ship or the hell ship. After looting everything, Lin Fan used the water in the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River to wash the blood and corpses into the abyss. But he did not forget the guard's clothes. He put them on and controlled the flying ship to return to where he came from to kill more pigs. The people outside had been waiting impatiently for some time. What's going on? Why are they so slow? They're not back yet? They're back, they're back. It's our turn now. Lin Fan walked out of the cave with a smile on his face. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. I've just changed shifts, so it's my turn now. Those who want to enter the danger zone, hurry up and pay. This flying ship can carry 30 people at a time. Why haven't I seen you before? The man in front asked curiously. I'm new here. Lin Fan smiled. That's not right. You're not a newcomer either. The man continued. He felt that it was weird that he had never seen Lin Fan before. Are you going in or not? Lin Fan frowned. If you're not, get out of the way and let the people behind you in. Do you know that you're hurting everyone's chances? You might get a treasure if you go in now, but the treasure will be gone the next second. The people behind shouted. The one in front, are you going or not? Get lost if you're not going. Stop wasting our time. Hurry up, we still need to enter the 6 mysterious regions cave to look for treasures. Don't waste our time. The man shook his head. He was confused, but he still paid the fee and went in. The 30 people were all gone. Lin Fan looked at the people who were still queuing and smiled. Please wait for a while. I'll be back soon. When Lin Fan led the group in, the people queuing outside started discussing. The guards this time are pretty good. Yeah, they're very polite to us. If we find any treasures in there, we'll be rewarded. Lin Fan controlled the flying ship. The 30 people on the flying ship were a little crowded, but they were about to enter the 6 mysterious regions cave, so they didn't mind. Suddenly, Lin Fan stopped the flying ship. He was in a good mood seeing these lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Why did you stop? Could it be that there's something wrong with the flying boat? Someone shouted in a complaining tone. Just then, Lin Fan took out his mace and smiled at the crowd. Why did you take out your weapon? Drive the flying ship. We're going to enter the danger zone. Lin Fan smiled. Welcome to the pig slaughtering ship. I'm your captain, Lin Fan. Now, let me kill you. Just when the crowd was confused, Lin Fan picked up his mace and started attacking them. In an instant, blood and flesh flew all over the place. It was a horrible sight. At the same time, cries of pain could be heard coming from the abyss. Awesome. It's hard to describe how I feel now. My points kept increasing. I've collected a few thousand points and a lot of storage rings. Moreover, there was still a large group of people waiting outside. There was no need to talk about these days. If they worked for 10 days or half a month, their wealth would be heaven-defying. But that's impossible. These aren't renewable resources. If I kill all of them, no one will come. Forget it. I'll change to another place. There are many places like this in the Sunshine Sect anyway. I'll have plenty of opportunities to show off. After cleaning up the pig slaughtering boat, he returned to kill as many pigs as he could in the shortest time possible. Outside. You're back so soon? The people waiting to enter the danger zone gasped when they saw Lin Fan. To let you enter the danger zone earlier, I have to speed up. I don't want to waste your precious time. Pay up, and I'll send you to your destination. Lin Fan smiled. The crowd smiled and paid the fees in satisfaction. To them, the 6 Mysterious Regions cave was the best place to increase their strength. When I become stronger, I'll go to another danger zone to train. The 6 Mysterious Regions cave is limited after all. A man laughed. I heard that there are many danger zones in the Magnificent Flame sect. It'll be great if we can go there. Don't worry. There will be a chance. When we take over the Magnificent Flame sect, all the danger zones there will be ours. Not only will the danger zones be ours, even the women will be ours. Creak, the flying ship came to a stop. Lin Fan turned around and took out his mace. Welcome to the pig slaughtering ship. I'm your captain, Lin Fan. Now. Die, all of you. In a split second, the mace exploded. Boundless energy swept across the area, crushing all of them. Suddenly, the sky changed. Cruel, bloody, and more violent. Lin Fan felt bad, but he had an irresistible desire for points and looting. He might be able to loot corpses in the Magnificent Flame sect, but not in the Sunshine sect's territory. But time is of the essence. When the elite guarding the 6 Mysterious Regions cave returns, he will realize that I'm fishing in troubled waters. By then, there will be an earth-shattering battle. By then, I'll be able to kill the elite, and this trip will be worth it. Lin Fan used the Imperial Cauldron of Heavenly River to wash the blood and corpses off the flying boat into the abyss. The treasure of the Oceanus sect is indeed useful. Not only can it be used for bathing, but it can also be used to make soup. It can also be used to clean up the crime scene and cover up my crimes. I must pay a visit to the Oceanus sect when I have the chance. But before that, I need to finish my trip to the Sunshine sect. Outside, the Sunshine sect disciples were chatting and waiting. To them, the 6 Mysterious Regions cave was a great place to train. It was vast and boundless. Even after so many years, there were still many treasures hidden in the cave. These treasures were hidden everywhere, waiting for their fated ones to come to them. Some people found treasures in a short time, while others spent 10 days in there and found nothing. There were too many situations like this. But even so, the enthusiasm of the disciples could not be dampened. After all, everyone thought that they were in luck. A figure could be seen walking out of the cave. Lin Fan walked out with a sincere smile on his face. Sorry for the long wait. Those who need to enter the cave, please pay the fee, and I will send you in personally. They realized that the guards in this dangerous place were very different from the ones in the past. Their attitude was too good. The guards in the past were all very cold. When they looked at them, they all said, "If you want to go in, hurry up and don't waste time." Just then, a man nodded in satisfaction. You're not bad. You can have these extra treasures. I hope you can maintain this attitude. Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands. No need. Just keep them. I never accept gifts. What is mine will never run away. The man looked at Lin Fan. He felt that the guard was crazy. He didn't even want the treasures. Looking at the 30 of them walking towards the black hole, Lin Fan turned his head and let out a bright smile. This was a good idea. He only hoped that he could play for a few more days. He then walked towards the black hole. 3 days later, Lin Fan sat there and tapped his fingers on the table. He looked at the people queuing in front of him and shook his head. He couldn't remember how many times he had sailed the pig slaughtering boat in the past 3 days, but when he checked his points, it had already reached 150,000. This was a huge sum of money, a fortune that he had never accumulated before. Just as he was immersed in the wonderful feeling of accumulating points, the people in the queue started to grumble. Will you let us in or not? We've been standing here for a long time. Even if there are only a dozen of us, you can't just let us in. That's weird. There are usually so many people coming to the 6 Mysterious Regions cave. Why are there so few today? I don't know. Maybe they are all resting. But will they let us in or not? Lin Fan looked at the people in front of him and shook his head. Not yet. There are too few of us. It's not worth it. What do you mean it's not worth it? We're here to enter the danger zone. We'll pay the fee. Why won't you let us in? Do we have to wait until there are enough people? There was a tall lady with a rose tattoo on half of her face. There was a skull on the rose, which affected her beauty. When the surrounding people saw this woman, they also took a step back. Obviously, they also knew who this woman was. Yes, we have to wait until there are 30 people before we can enter. Lin Fan nodded and continued tapping the table. What went wrong? Did I kill all the Sunshine Sect people in the past few days? Up until now, no one was queuing up anymore. But luckily, there were quite a number of people who came out of the danger zone. Lin Fan drove the pig slaughtering boat to pick them up and killed all of them along the way. He even got a few Earth middle-class pills. Obviously, some of the people he killed were lucky enough to get treasures from the danger zone. Bang, the Rose Lady slammed her hands on the table. I'll give you one last chance. Are you going to send us in or not? Or you will regret it. Seeing the Rose Lady's anger, the people behind felt a chill down their spines. This lady is scary. She's ruthless. If anyone falls into her hands, they will definitely die a horrible death. Moreover, they knew that this Rose Lady had cultivated an extremely powerful cultivation technique that could instantly suck a man dry, causing him to die while he was at the peak of his happiness. Therefore, to many people, she was a rose with thorns. She was not to be messed with. The guard might be a Sunshine Sect disciple, but the Rose Lady was not simple either. She had a lot of connections. It was said that she had a connection with the elite guarding the place, but no one knew if it was true or not. But to them, it was true. After all, the fact that the Rose Lady told the Sunshine Sect disciple that he would regret it was enough to prove that she was going to use her connections to suppress the disciple. But they were also gloating. This guard must have a hole in his brain. Why does he have to wait for everyone to arrive? There are only a dozen of us here. Is that not enough? 11 body-tempering realm cultivators and 1 Earth Star border realm cultivator. How am I supposed to let you guys in? What a waste of time. Let's wait. Lin Fan was too lazy to even move. Now that I'm rich, my points have increased too. It would be a tragedy if I don't have more than 1,000 points. Just when the Rose Lady was about to lose her temper, the people behind her spoke up. We paid the entrance fee too. No matter how little it is, it's still a fortune. It's just a waste of time for us to wait here. Besides, there's no one here. What's wrong with moving around? Why bring trouble to yourself? Lin Fan knocked on the table. When he heard this, his eyes lit up. He took a look at the man who spoke and stood up suddenly. A bright smile could be seen on his face. You're right. Alright, come in then. The people in the queue heaved a sigh of relief. They did not expect that they would be moved just like that. Humph. The Rose Lady snorted coldly. The coldness in her eyes intensified. If the guard dares to reject her again, she wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Come in. Lin Fan came to the entrance. Satisfied, the group of people walked in and boarded the flying boat. Looking at the empty grounds outside, Lin Fan shook his head helplessly. Initially, he had thought that he could have fun for a few more days. But to think that he would have killed all of them already. After some time, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. Lin Fan tidied his collar and returned to his seat. He sat down and mumbled to himself. They're all rushing to reincarnate. What a waste of time. Forget it. I'll wait for a few more days. If the elite guarding this place still doesn't come, I'll change to another place. There was no one in the spacious area. It was no longer as prosperous as it was a few days ago. It was hard to even see a living person. Is the 6 Mysterious Regions cave going to decline just like that? Buluo City, Mayor's Mansion. A plump man dressed in luxurious clothes stood in front of a man respectfully. Lord Qianji, what's the sect's latest mission? He was the mayor of Buluo City. He held a high position and controlled the lives of countless people in the city. Now, he was facing the elite guarding the 6 Mysterious Regions cave. In terms of status and cultivation, the elite guarding the 6 Mysterious Regions cave was higher than him. Thus, he had to treat him with respect. Earth Star Border Stage 9. He was only one step away from the Heaven Star Border realm. However, due to his age, he could not become a god's son. He could only become an elder of the sect. Even so, he was still someone that the mayor could not afford to offend. Hostile organizations have infiltrated your territory. You need to be on high alert and capture all suspicious people. Remember, it's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. This is a mission given to me by the sect, and it's also a mission given to you. Qianji said. Yes, Lord. Don't worry. I will definitely find out who these organizations are. Qianji placed his hands behind his back. Did the Majestic Winter Trio come to look for you? No. The mayor shook his head. He had never seen the Majestic Winter Trio. How could that be? Qianji frowned. The Majestic Winter Trio left the sect long ago to hunt down these organizations. They should have contacted you long ago. Did something happen? Lord, I don't think so. The Majestic Winter Trio are very powerful, especially when they are together. Those organizations don't have the ability to kill them. I think they must have found out something and didn't have the time to look for me. The mayor said hurriedly. He had seen the Majestic Winter Trio before, and they were very powerful. However, his heart ached when he thought about how the Majestic Winter Trio had taken a fancy to his new concubine and played her to death. After all, he had never had the chance to play with her before. Qianji did not say anything more. He looked into the distance. Remember, the sect is in urgent need of children. If you can't take them from the Magnificent Flame sect, take them from every household. Lord, why do we need so many children recently? If we take them from every household, I'm afraid that it will cause a commotion. The mayor's face fell. Sacrificing for the sect is an honor. Whoever dares to reject it will be killed. As soon as he finished his words, the mayor could feel the killing intent coming from Lord Qianji. He lowered his head immediately, not daring to be impudent. Yes, I understand. Lord, I have recently recruited a group of guards, and I would like to ask for your permission to enter the 6th realm of the 6 Mysterious Regions cave. The mayor said. There were 6 realms in the 6 Mysterious Regions cave. The first 5 realms were open to the public, and one could enter as long as they paid a fee. However, the 6th realm was the final place for training. It was only for Sunshine Sect disciples. Ordinary Sunshine Sect people were not allowed to enter. Sure. Qianji nodded. There weren't many treasures left in the 6th realm. Most of them were taken by the Sunshine Sect disciples, so it didn't matter anymore. In order for more people to enter the 6 Mysterious Regions cave, Lin Fan would also enter the cave and take out some of the pills and skill sets that the sect had given him and hide them in various places. This way, he would be able to accumulate wealth for the sect. It was just that no one knew about this. The mayor smiled and tried to please Qianji. Lord, I have recently taken in a concubine, and I'm keeping her for you. Thank you. Do what you need to do, and the sect will not mistreat you. Xianxia said with a smile. The mayor immediately knelt on the ground. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for the sect. The next day, Xianxia walked on the main road in a majestic manner while the governor of Buluo City followed behind him. Behind him was a group of energetic guards, all of whom were extremely excited. The mayor had informed them that they were going to enter the 6th region of the 6 Mysterious Regions cave. They were looking forward to it. They were not Sunshine Sect disciples, so they were not qualified to enter the 6th region. But now, with Lord Xianxi's permission, they could enter the treasure land that only Sunshine Sect disciples were allowed to enter. They could train and search for treasures there. If they were lucky, they might find something great. They would be able to shine in front of the mayor and gain his favor. At that time, glory, splendor, wealth, and rank would all come flying to them, and they would truly reach the pinnacle of life. The city lord was following behind Lord Xianxia. He sighed in his heart. His new concubine was really dead. She died a horrible death. Her body was cut into countless pieces. Even her head was cut in half. At the same time, the most terrifying thing was that his concubine's brain was sucked dry. It's terrifying. Lord, do you smell something? The mayor was taken aback. He sniffed the fragrance coming from afar. Xianxia frowned. He had no idea where the fragrance came from. Seeing that Lord Xianxia was not interested in this matter, the mayor did not ask further. Lord, the existence of the 6 Mysterious Regions cave has brought great benefits to Buluo City. Many people come from afar just to enter the 6 Mysterious Regions cave. Lord Xianxia, being in charge of the 6 Mysterious Regions cave, will definitely bring the most contribution to the sect. Xianxia smiled proudly. He had been guarding the 6 Mysterious Regions cave for a long time. After all, he was even willing to put Earth middle-class pills into the cave. Those who entered the cave were naturally overjoyed to find such high-grade pills. But when the people outside knew that there were even Earth middle-grade pills in the 6 Mysterious Regions cave, there would definitely be more people coming, hoping that they would be the next ones to find the treasures. But not long later, Xianxia stopped in his tracks. His face changed. What's going on? In front of him, it was extremely empty. There was not even a single living person. If there was anything strange, it would be the huge cauldron standing there. The fragrance that he had smelled earlier had also come from there. Lord, this. The city lord was stunned. Was this still the 6 Mysterious Regions cave in his memory? In his mind, this place used to be packed with people. Countless people lined up here just to enter the danger zone. But now, there was not even a soul in the 6 Mysterious Regions cave. What was going on? Who is it? Come out. Xianxia shouted as he stared at the cauldron. Lin Fan was brewing a delicious soup. It was too boring here. If it wasn't for the points, he would have left long ago. When he saw someone coming, he immediately perked up. Please wait a moment. You can enter the danger zone after paying the fee. Lin Fan looked at the soup in the cauldron and hesitated for a moment. He decided that it would be better to send these guys to the slaughtering boat first. He didn't expect that after waiting for so long, so many people would finally come. Look, I can't imagine. The quality of this batch is too high. Compared to the ones I've encountered before, it's much higher quality. Fee, enter the danger zone. Xianxi's eyes turned sharp and his killing intent exploded. Speak. Who are you? Feeling the killing intent, Lin Fan's eyes shone with excitement. This killing intent is so strong. It's definitely not something those weaklings can compare to. The city lord could not help but laugh. Is this guy an idiot? This is Master Xianxia, the guardian of the 6 Mysterious Regions cave. Is he blind to have to pay the fee? Kid, do you know who you're talking to? This is Lord Xianxia, the guardian of the 6 Mysterious Regions cave. How dare you collect fees from him? Don't you know how stupid you are? The city lord scolded. However, he was still doubtful. Is this brat crazy? Even the master knows him. Master, I think this guy, Before the city lord could finish his words, he realized that Lord Xianji's aura had changed. His vast and boundless aura suppressed everyone, making them feel as if there was a heavy stone pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to even breathe. "Who the hell are you?" Xianji scolded. Lin Fan looked at the man in front of him. He was so excited that his voice started to tremble. "You're Xianji, the Earthstar Border Stage 9, the one guarding this place? Who the hell are you?" Xianji did not expect that someone would infiltrate the place he was guarding while he was away. Looking at the situation now, it must be this guy's doing. Smell of blood. He could smell the blood in the air. It might be thin, but to him, no smell of blood could escape his nose. What had happened while he was gone? I'm not familiar with this guy. He's from those organizations. How dare he come to me on his own accord? Clang, the city lord realized that something was wrong. The person in the distance might be an enemy. He waved his hand, and the guards behind him took out their weapons. "Catch him." With a single command, the eyes of the guards shone with a ferocious gleam as they charged towards Lin Fan. Spears, broadswords, axes, and all sorts of other weapons shone brightly. These guards were all in the Earthstar Border realm. The strongest among them had even reached Earthstar Border Stage 3. Xianji did not move. He was observing Lin Fan. Since this guy is so confident, I'll let these ants test him. Since he dares to infiltrate this place, he must be very confident. Not bad. I wanted to treat you guys to a bout of slaughter, but it seems like there's no need for that. I'll treat you guys to a good meal then. Lin Fan smiled and raised his finger. The delicious soup in the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river floated up. It was refined by Lin Fan. Every drop of it had the strength of an Earthstar Border Stage 1. Have a good taste. Boom, the soup that was floating in the air was hit hard. It turned into a ray of light and flew away. As soon as the guards came into contact with the soup, they felt a strong impact on their bodies. Blood spurted out of their mouths. They were all dead. How could this be? The city lord opened his mouth wide. These were the guards he recruited. Every single one of them was an Earthstar Border realm cultivator. But now, they were all killed by someone else. Lin Fan placed his palm on the edge of the imperial cauldron of the heavenly river and stared at Xianji. "I've been waiting for you here alone for a long time. Now that you're finally here, it's time for me to finish you off and move to another place." Xianji remained calm. However, there were many white threads of light surrounding his body. These threads extended continuously and covered his surroundings. The huge rocks that were blocking his way were cut by the threads, leaving only a small gap between them. "Which organization are you from?" Lin Fan shook his head. "I'm not from any organization. I'm here to kill you. I've been waiting for you. Alright, let's cut the crap. Let's fight." Bang! Bang! His clothes instantly burst open, and his bulging muscles continuously appeared. His body also instantly grew taller, and in an instant, he turned into a 3-meter-tall giant. Under the blazing sun, his pitch-black body emitted a strange luster. Just then, blood tattoos could be seen on his pitch-black body. "You're not weak. You're even stronger than the god's son that I've met. I'll fight you with all my might then." Lin Fan's aura continued to grow, and his pitch-black hair gradually turned blood red. Xianji frowned. He could feel the power that Lin Fan was emitting. This power made him fearful. At the same time, he could feel the blood in his body being pulled. Lord. Feeling the violent power, the mayor's heart skipped a beat. His legs started to tremble, and the blood in his body started to tremble. Just then, a voice could be heard in the mayor's ears. "Weaklings are not allowed to exist in my battlefield." Lin Fan's blood-red eyes shone with excitement. He could feel the immense power within Xianji's body. Xianji was even more powerful than Fu Daxing. Indeed, the Sunshine Sect's elder Xianji did not disappoint me. I can finally have a good fight after leaving the sect. Power of Blood, this was a special ability that Lin Fan gained after leveling up Cruel Blood. It was also a special ability that he had never seen before. He could feel that this special ability was terrifying. Indeed, the blood of the dead guards seemed to be drawn by something as it flowed out of their bodies. Like a blood snake, it slithered on the ground and gathered under Lin Fan's feet. Ah! Save me! Just then, the mayor screamed in fear. He realized that his eyes were bloodshot, and he could not see anything clearly. Blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and dripped onto the ground. The blood then flowed towards Lin Fan's feet. Xianxia ignored the mayor. His face was solemn. What kind of monster is this? What kind of skill set does he have? Even I can feel my blood boiling, as if it was going to burst out of my body. If not for my powerful cultivation, I would have ended up like the mayor. Indeed, the power of blood is powerful. It actually made my blood boil. Now that the ants are gone, let's start the fight. Boom! Lin Fan disappeared from where he was, and his blood-red figure could be seen everywhere. I don't care who you are. How dare you cause trouble in my place? You shall die. Xianxia shouted and pulled at the air with his fingers. Split. Countless white threads spread out in all directions. They were so dense that it was as if they were going to cover the entire sky. They then shrunk and headed towards Lin Fan. Bang, bang, an explosion could be heard in the air. Lin Fan increased his speed to the maximum. He swung his mace and frying pan crazily at the threads, destroying them and opening up a path for Lin Fan. Envelop. In an instant, the silk threads around Lin Fan started moving crazily, coming up to Lin Fan's head and forming a thick, white net. The mace came in contact with the net, but it was blocked by a strong resistance. You're only in the 6th stage of the Earth Star Border realm. I'm very interested in your skill set, but the gap between our realms is too huge. Pierce through. Xianxia stretched his hands out. Countless silk threads could be seen twisting on each of his fingers. The tips of the threads shone brightly, trying to pierce through Lin Fan's body and tear him apart. Lin Fan raised his left hand and the frying pan flew towards Xianxia's head with a ferocious force. Puke! The silk threads on Xianxia's fingers pierced through Lin Fan's body and entered his body. Bang! The frying pan landed on Xianxia's face. A strong force could be felt, and Xianxia was sent flying into the distance. On Lin Fan's chest, there were 10 holes. Each of the holes had countless threads within them. It was as though they had been cut off by someone before they could even enter, and were struggling in his chest all this while. What the hell is this? Disgusting. Lin Fan grabbed the end of the silk threads and pulled them out as if he did not feel pain. He threw them on the ground along with some flesh and blood. Creak! In the distance, Xianxia stood up. Half of his face was covered with a dense layer of silk, blocking the attack. However, the powerful force still caused a trickle of blood to trickle down the corner of his mouth. You're very strong. You're definitely not a nobody. Who are you? Xianxia stared at Lin Fan coldly. He could already tell that Lin Fan was only an Earth Star Border Stage 6 cultivator, but the power that he could unleash was terrifying. Especially Lin Fan's fighting style. Lin Fan did not even know how to defend himself. Xianxia was not able to react to the attack just now. Luckily, he had the silk threads to protect him. Otherwise, his head would have exploded. Just enjoy the fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Boom! With Lin Fan as the center, a vast power burst forth. The ground cracked open like a spider web, sinking deep into the ground. Lin Fan's figure had long disappeared from where he was. Xianxia's eyes turned sharp. He swung his right hand and many silk threads appeared and wrapped around his right hand. His skin that was originally the color of flesh turned into white silk threads in an instant. Found you. Xianxia let out a shout. He moved and raised his right hand, striking at the void. A strong force burst out. It was already terrifying for an Earth Star Border Stage 9 Xianxia to be able to tear the void forcefully. Clang! A figure appeared. The mace in his hand collided with Xianxia's right hand. A strong force exploded, destroying everything in the surroundings. The air was also affected by the shock wave, spreading out layer by layer like waves. Crackle! The two of them kept flashing in the sky. Every time they flashed, there would be a loud rumble. The ground kept cracking, and every time it cracked, an invisible circular energy would spread out. A muffled sound resounded throughout the world. Bang, the two of them appeared gradually and separated from each other. A wound could be seen on Lin Fan's chest. Blood could be seen flowing down the wound like a waterfall. However, the blood that flowed down the wound turned into blood threads that flowed to his feet and were absorbed by him. This feels good. You're really strong. It's been a long time since I experienced such an intense battle. Xianxia was so excited that his blood was boiling. The feeling of being evenly matched with his opponent was so refreshing. It's so much better than a punch. But Xianxia's face turned serious. His right hand was trembling, and a bone could be seen sticking out of his arm. After dozens of collisions, Xianxia's strength was unbelievable. He felt pressured. Furthermore, Xianxia's reckless fighting style terrified him. Just now, he had found an opportunity to tear open a bloody wound on the other party's chest with his right hand. However, he did not expect that the other party would not dodge at all. Instead, the other party directly attacked him, shattering the bones in his right hand and even piercing out of his arm. Drip, fresh blood dripped down from the wound. Instantly, as if the fresh blood had a life of its own, it flowed towards Xianxia. The blood on Xianxia's wound seemed to be attracted by Xianxia and was struggling. If Xianxia did not suppress it, he would have been sucked dry in an instant. You're not bad. You've got some skills. Lin Fan smiled. He raised his finger and a ball of flame appeared on his finger. He then placed the flame on his wound and burned it, causing the wound to swell. What the hell are you? Seeing this, Xianxia gulped. He had never seen someone like Lin Fan who was so cruel to himself. Xianxia could not even see a trace of pain on Lin Fan's face. It was as if Xianxia's injury was nothing to worry about. Alright, don't ask so much. It's a waste of my breath to tell you. You're going to die anyway. Lin Fan smiled excitedly. His fighting spirit was ignited. Awesome. This is way too awesome. Enduring the pain, Xianxia shoved the bone into Lin Fan's wound. He then inserted a thread into Lin Fan's wound to stabilize it. Good, very good. It's been a long time since I've met someone like you. Xianxia swung his arm and stared at Lin Fan. If you think this is all I'm capable of, then you're underestimating me. Suddenly, Xianxia's aura changed. Countless threads came out from his feet and twisted in front of him. I'll let you experience my true strength. Don't be scared. Cover. Suddenly, the silk threads that came out from the soles of Xianxia's feet covered both of his legs. Countless silk threads twirled around him and spread upwards. His legs, waist, and even his entire head were covered by these silk threads. Lin Fan laughed and disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Xianxia, swinging his mace at Xianxia's waist. You're too slow. Xianxia said coldly. He moved his body and punched Lin Fan's abdomen. Bang, his body flew backwards, crashing into the rock wall. In an instant, a deep pit was formed, and a cloud of dust rose up. Xianxia clenched his fists and twisted his neck. You're strong, but not enough. Is that so? Just then, Lin Fan's voice could be heard coming from the pit. 5 thick black fingers grabbed onto the wall and walked out slowly. His abdomen had sunk in, and it looked like it was cut by something. There were many wounds on his abdomen, and every wound was bleeding profusely. You've already used your full strength. I can let go now. I just hope you don't disappoint me. Piak, Lin Fan took a step forward and stared at Xianxia with his blood-red eyes. A thick black mist was emitted from Lin Fan's body. It was like a flame, and it was swaying continuously. What's this? Xianxia sensed the power within his body. Suddenly, his facial expression changed. He could sense a terrifying power from the aura that Lin Fan exuded. Lin Fan walked toward Xianxia. With every step he took, the black demonic aura around him became stronger. Xianxia moved slightly. He could feel that this aura was similar to that of an old demon from the abyss. It gave him a chilling and terrifying feeling. Embryonic devil body, this was the characteristic of the ultimate devil skill. It was also the strange skill that he created after creating new skills. Devil's domain. A gloomy voice rang out. The yellow ground suddenly changed. It was as if there was a black shadow covering the ground and it kept extending. What's going on? Xianxi's heart sank. He realized that the situation had suddenly become strange. When he raised his head and looked at the person, his face changed. The person's body was even darker. Xianxi could vaguely feel that there were black chains wrapped around the person's body. However, it was faintly discernible, and he could not tell if it was real or not. Boom, while Xianxi was still in a state of shock, he realized that the figure had disappeared. When he reappeared, he saw a black fist coming towards him from the void. I don't care what you are. You have to die. Xianxi shouted and threw a punch. The moment their fists came into contact, Xianxi felt a huge force crashing into him. The thin thread wrapped around his arm could not withstand the force and broke apart. Xianxi's body was sent flying backwards as he stared at the sky in disbelief. How could this be? Xianxi could not believe his eyes. The punch just now had rendered him powerless. Suddenly, his pupils shrunk. The sky in front of him was covered by a silhouette. It's not over yet. Lin Fan clenched his fists, raised them high, and smashed them down. Pucci, Xianxi's body suffered a heavy blow, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body fell down rapidly and crashed into the ground. Crack! The ground cracked, and the soil was lifted up, forming a huge pit. Piak, Lin Fan stood at the edge of the pit, looking down and mumbling to himself. He was a little disappointed. Seems like I was thinking too much. If I give it my all, you won't even be able to withstand a single punch from me. Could it be that only Heaven Star border cultivators can make me feel pressured? Lin Fan looked at the sky and stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the sun down from the sky. Ah! Don't be too presumptuous. An angry voice could be heard from the pit. The thin chains wrapped around Xianxi's chest were all broken, revealing his skin. He then turned into a ray of light and dashed towards Lin Fan. Xianxi's eyes were burning with anger. He felt extremely humiliated. Don't bother me. I'm thinking about life. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and slapped Xianxi's head. The thin chains wrapped around Xianxi's head were all broken, and his head exploded. Blood spurted out from his neck. A headless corpse fell to Lin Fan's feet. It's my fault. I didn't control my strength properly, which gave you the illusion that you could kill me. Actually, I haven't used my dragon form yet. But it's a pity that you can't suppress me to that extent. Lin Fan shook his head. His body had recovered, and he could feel the energy in his body becoming unstable. All the injuries that he had suffered earlier had erupted. Lin Fan took out the Tai Sovereign sword and stabbed himself. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan woke up with full health. Damn, I'm like a different person after my resurrection. The frustration from the battle is gone. Even the depression in my heart is gone. Lin Fan went silent for a moment. A thought popped up in his head. Could it be that after reviving, not only would his HP be restored, but all the negative emotions would also dissipate? Let me see what the elite guarding the 6 mysterious regions cave has. Lin Fan started looting. I have to show my respect to the elite by looting their corpses. After all, only powerhouses could arouse his interest in looting corpses. Buluo City, in a tea house. 2 men and a woman sat around a table. The tea in front of them was untouched, and all of them were looking into the distance. That aura belongs to Xianxi. An average-looking man said softly. The handsome man at the side was deep in thought. What happened? Who fought with Xianxi? It was such an intense battle, and it's over now. I wonder what the chances of winning are. Brother Xiao, I think we should go and take a look. If it's one of us, we might be able to save him. We know how strong Xianxi is. Unless he's in the Heaven Star border realm, he won't be a match for Xianxi. The woman said to the average-looking man. Xianxia went silent for a moment. The battle lasted for a long time. This means that the opponent's cultivation has not broken through to the Heaven Star border realm. Now that his aura has dissipated, the battle must have ended. With Xianxi's way of doing things, he will definitely leave someone alive. Come, let's go now. Remember, don't fight him head-on. Okay. The other two nodded and left after paying the bill. 6 Mysterious Regions Cave. Lin Fan took all the items from Qianji's body. He then did the same for the others as well. Suddenly, he started thinking. Buluo City was right up ahead. Should he head over and destroy the city? But then again, the impact would be too great. If he destroyed a city, it would affect his plans. If there were magnificent flame sect disciples hiding in Buluo City, he would be killing his own people for nothing. Then, without hesitation, he turned into a beam of light and shot off into the distance. Every time he fired a shot, he would change locations. He would first find a place to break through. With such a large number of points on him, he would feel very uneasy. After some time, 3 figures appeared stealthily in the distance. When they saw the scene before them, they were completely dumbfounded. There were potholes everywhere. Just how intense is this battle to create such a scene? The woman's face was filled with shock as she stared at the scene before her in disbelief. Xianxia was also shocked. There's a corpse over there. Let's go take a look. A large number of corpses lay there. That's the city lord of Buluo City. He was actually killed. The handsome man exclaimed. Brother Xiao, come over quickly. The woman's voice could be heard. Her voice was filled with disbelief. When she saw the corpse, she was dumbfounded. Chen Tianxiu and the other man rushed over. What's wrong? Look. The woman pointed at the corpse. She was in disbelief, and her fingers were trembling. The two looked over and were stunned. Qianji. They said at the same time. Although this corpse didn't have a head, they could tell with a single glance. That was because the threads on this corpse were things that they would never forget. Countless of their companions had been split apart by these threads. Even when they died, they didn't know how they died. Ha ha ha. Chen Tianxiu burst into laughter. Dead, Qianji is dead. Who killed him? God is watching us. Brother Xiao, let's go. We've attracted attention here. It's too dangerous for us to stay here. Qianji and the Buluo City Lord were both killed. We should contact our men to save the magnificent flame sect citizens in Buluo City. It shouldn't be too difficult. If the Sunshine sect finds out about this and sends more elites here, we might not have a chance anymore. The woman said hurriedly. But we can't get our men here in such a short time. Chen Tianxiu frowned. She did not expect to have such a good opportunity. But it's not an easy opportunity. As far as I know, there's another organization here. They might be able to help us. The woman said. She thought of the person who almost caused a misunderstanding. The Sunshine Sect's mountain gate. The originally cloudless sky was suddenly covered by a huge flying ship. Its huge shadow covered the earth, causing those who were shrouded to think that the sky had darkened. The disciple guarding the gate looked up and saw the huge airship flying towards them. Look, that's Fu Daxing's 8-winged spiritual ship. They're back. I wonder how they went to the magnificent flame sect. Did they bring that guy back? What's going on? What's Fu Daxing doing? Why is the 8-winged spiritual ship flying towards him? Brave soul monument. Kneel down. The Sunshine sect disciple scolded and whipped a man. The man was covered in blood, but his eyes were filled with determination. He stared at the Sunshine sect disciple like a wild beast and grinned. It's great that he died. My life has not been a waste. Kill me or chop me up, as you wish. You bastard. How dare you kill my senior brother? Kneel down. The Sunshine sect disciple scolded. One of the remnants of their sect had actually been killed by someone and died in a dangerous place. In the end, the elders of their sect had taken action personally and finally captured that fella and crippled his cultivation. Right now, that fella had to kneel here and apologize for his senior brother. Do you know who the godson you killed is? An old man at the side said with his eyes closed. I don't care who he is. My life is worthless. Anyway, I've said it before. You Sunshine sect bastards are all idiots. I just used a little trick and this guy is dead. The man laughed. He felt that he had done something great. He's my son. My only son. The old man's voice turned colder and colder. The man did not have any cultivation. Hearing the old man's voice, his blood boiled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The man did not seem to care at all. He smiled. Is that so? So he's your son. I was wondering why you were so stupid. So there's a reason. Let me tell you, I've endured for 13 years just for this day. This bastard killed my entire family, and I've taken my revenge. I've had enough of this life. No matter what you guys do, I'm not afraid. The disciple at the side slapped him. You magnificent flame sect bastard, how dare you be so presumptuous? Elder, let me kill him to take revenge for my senior brother. The old man did not say a word. He raised his hand, and a purple bug appeared on his palm. Do you know what this is? When the disciples at the side saw this bug, they couldn't help but take a step back, clearly fearful. When the man saw this bug, his expression greatly changed, as if he had seen something terrifying. This was a body-devouring demon bug, and it would devour all of a person's organs before laying eggs. These eggs would replace the organs, allowing the host to live, and the host would gradually turn from a human into an insect person. I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you become the host of this body-devouring bug. The old man said coldly. You bastard, kill me if you dare. The man shouted. He did not want to become a bug, nor did he want to contribute anything to the Sunshine Sect. I'll make you beg for death. I'll make you work for the sect and wash the magnificent flame sect with blood. The old man said coldly. They were currently working on the latest war beast. As long as they succeeded, the war beast would be stronger and more violent than before. Suddenly, the sky turned dark. The old man looked up. Fu Dashing, what are you trying to do? What kind of place is this? How dare you drive the 8-winged spiritual boat here? But the 8-winged spiritual ark did not stop. It continued to fly. Boom, the huge 8-winged divine ark directly crashed into the heroic soul monument that towered into the clouds. Gravel continuously rolled down, and the surrounding disciples were also shocked to the point of being dumbfounded as they fled in all directions. Suddenly, the 8-winged spiritual ark shook violently, and a light screen could be seen coming out from the ark. Not good. Seeing this, the old man turned pale. This was a sign that the 8-winged spiritual ark was about to explode. Ha 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 ha. Old fogies, it's time for you to die. The man had been hiding in the Sunshine Sect for more than 10 years, so he knew what was going on. He laughed out loud. I didn't expect God to let me see such a beautiful scene before I die. Boom, in an instant, the 8-winged spiritual ark exploded. A powerful force spread out in all directions with the heroic soul monument as the center. In the depths of the sect, a few figures dashed out. When they saw the signs, their faces turned pale with fright. The figures unleashed their heaven-defying techniques and struck out at the void. The force of the explosion formed a shockwave that spread out. Everything that it touched was destroyed, and the entire sect shook violently. The disciples did not even have the chance to scream before they were destroyed. Damn it! The old man roared in anger. He gathered heaven and earth energy to form a strong shield around him. But under the force of the explosion, the shield did not last long and exploded. The old man was heavily injured, and he vomited blood. The ground cracked. Many houses could not withstand the impact and started to collapse. Help! A disciple was smashed by a collapsed house as he screamed in a heart-wrenching manner. But in an instant, his eyes shone with terror. A gigantic rock fell from the sky, smashing him into a meat patty. The elites of the Sunshine Sect controlled the force of the explosion to a certain area, not letting it spread out. Many disciples were shocked. They did not know what happened. Everything was fine just a moment ago, but suddenly, the ground shook, and the sky darkened. Then, cries of pain could be heard. The Brave Soul Monument was destroyed, forming a huge crater. The surrounding buildings also collapsed. At this moment, the Sunshine Sect disciples could not understand how this disaster happened. They could not figure out how it happened. In a cave somewhere in the mountains, Lin Fan left the 6 mysterious regions cave and looked at the map. The Sunshine Sect's 6 o'clock fortress. This place is interesting. There was a Heaven Star Border Elite and 3 Earth Star Border Stage 9 elites guarding it. It was one of the fortresses guarding the border, and it wasn't far from here. It was a 3-day journey. It was marked as extremely dangerous on the map. At the same time, many magnificent Flame Sect citizens were captured for the construction of the fortress. After choosing a place, Lin Fan started cultivating. I have a lot of points now. I have 150,000, which is enough for me to level up my cultivation. 60,000 points to learn the Extreme Destruction Body. Lin Fan thought. He had already thought about it. No matter what, he had to level up the skill set first. As for the last 2 stages, he would think about it later. But if something lucky happens, he might be able to do it. Extreme Destruction Body, Level 1, Traits, Double My Strength, Shatter Space. Suddenly, Lin Fan could feel the earth energy in his body going berserk. It was as if he had opened the door to life and death, and a mysterious force could be felt. Crack, Lin Fan could hear the sound of his bones cracking, and a destructive force could be felt coursing through his body. Such a strong force. I feel like I can double my strength. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Do you want to spend 120,000 points to learn the Extreme Destruction Body? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat when he heard about this. Could it be that I can continue leveling up? Even if I don't have the cultivation method, I can ignore it. At this moment, Lin Fan was filled with excitement. He felt an indescribable joy. Lin Fan suppressed his excitement and went to check Qianji's storage ring. The big boss is indeed the big boss. He's so rich. It seems like I should kill a genius like him in the future. Lin Fan was excited when he saw the items in the storage ring. But then again, it made sense. Xianxia was guarding the 6 mysterious regions cave, so he must be very rich. But the Sunshine Sect's wealth isn't of much use to me. I should find a place to buy things with it. Eh? This pill? He held a red medicinal pill in his hand. This pill gave him a strange feeling. The red medicinal energy it emitted formed all sorts of illusory images. There were despairing faces of people and ferocious roars of demonic beasts. One look and I can tell that this pill isn't anything good. Lin Fan mumbled to himself. The Sunshine Sect's pills were different from the magnificent Flame Sect's. He could feel the strong medicinal energy in the pill, but he had no idea what it was for. Without hesitation, Lin Fan swallowed the pill. Who cares what it is? I'll eat it first. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, it immediately transformed into a huge amount of medicinal power. Furthermore, there was an extremely mysterious power within the medicinal power that directly flooded his body. Moreover, it was irresistible as it changed the structure of his body. Not good, this pill can turn a person into a half-human half-beast. How dare you harm me? Without any hesitation, Lin took out the sovereign's sword and stabbed himself. In an instant, he died. The medicinal power spread and drifted in the air. Lin sect. Lin Fan opened his eyes in anger. King Sunshine Sect. How dare they develop such a perverted pill that can forcefully change one's physique? Sect, Lin Fan took. Lin Sunday Sect. Lin Sect. Sunshine Sect, you bastards. You've angered me again. If not for my immortal body, I would have been killed by you. If the Sunshine Sect knew about this, they would definitely be furious. How could they waste such a high-class pill? So what if my body has changed? Didn't I just become stronger? Lin Fan continued reading. The pills at the back were normal. There were even Earth low-class pills, and there was more than one. At the same time, there were mortal and mystic pills. Lin Fan decided not to take the mortal and mystic pills. He would bring them back to the sect. As for the Earth low-class pills, he would have to take them all to fill up his body. However, there was a skill set that caught Lin Fan's attention. The void-cutting skill. This seemed to be the skill set that Qianji practiced. Qianji was only an Earth Star Border cultivator, and he had yet to reach the Heaven Star Border realm, but he could already cut through the void. This must be the skill set. Qianji condensed his earth energy into threads and covered the sky. He used the skill set as a foundation to cut through everything. Seems like he's smart. As for the low-grade Earth-class void slicing technique, he was thinking about whether he should cultivate it or not. Even if he did, would it give him any benefits? This was something he had to think about carefully. Points, 20,000. Lin Fan thought. Void cutting skill, level 1, traits, space cutting, sharpness. The first level is useless. I can already cut through space. Why would I need to cut through space? But there are 6 levels too. This skill set. I'll level it up slowly and see what happens next. Level up 2. Points, 30,000. Void cutting skill, level 2, traits, space cutting, sharpness. Lin Fan continued to level up. 90,000 points was only enough to level up 3. Void cutting skill, level 3, traits, space tremor, gung gold earth energy. Suddenly, he felt a change in the earth energy in his body. His earth energy seemed to have become sharper. It was as if he could cut through everything in front of him with a swing of his hand. He threw out a punch, and a sonic boom could be heard. Space cracked, and it was as if a wall had been peeled off. A gray cloth-like object was revealed, and Lin Fan punched it directly, causing the space to tremble. Not bad. It's useful. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. This skill set is not bad. It's impossible to break through space before reaching the Heaven Star border realm, as it involves the rules of heaven and earth. But it's not a bad choice to use a skill set to reach this level. Lin Fan still had 4,000 points. He went from a rich man to a beggar in an instant. All his savings were used up just to level up 2 skill sets. His points were used up too quickly. However, his strength had increased tremendously. Every cell in his body had reached a saturation level. The energy contained in each cell was enough to kill an Earth Star Border Stage 1 cultivator. Now, his experience points had reached more than 9 million. It's time to level up. Plus experience points minus 6 million. Cultivation, Earth Star Border Stage 7, plus, boom, suddenly, a strong force exploded with Lin Fan as the center, forming a circular energy shield that spread in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything was razed to the ground. The golden Gingjin earth energy rushed out and hit the surrounding walls. But it still went through them without any resistance, spreading outwards. Rocks fell, and the cave looked like it was going to collapse. Lin Fan took a deep breath and recalled all the earth energy back into his body. Powerful. But just as he finished his words, he realized that something was wrong. Puzzled, he raised his head, only to realize that a gigantic boulder had fallen from the sky. Following that, more boulders appeared in the surroundings. A small hill was cut open, and Lin Fan was buried in it. I didn't expect to accidentally cut open a small hill. Lin Fan was covered in a layer of earth energy. The earth energy spread out from his body, holding up the huge rocks. Lin Fan felt nothing despite the weight of countless tons. I still have 4,000 points left. I'll use them all. It's quite pitiful to keep them with me. Points minus 3,900. 13 consecutive draws. Suddenly, a row of lottery notifications appeared, and the sound of the notifications rang out continuously. He no longer had any hope for these draws. He had gotten something good from the previous draw, but he had used up all his luck. Human class pills, mystic class pills, and thank you for your participation. Lin Fan was no longer surprised, as if he already knew the result. Silver class lottery, congratulations on drawing an ungraded MP4. Huh? Lin Fan was stunned. A strange look could be seen in his calm eyes. What is this, MP4? What era is this thing from? Before I came to this fantasy world, I already got an 8. How can I get a 4? Lin Fan did not care too much and used the last 100 points. There was nothing left. Looking at the silver palm-sized thing in his hand, Lin Fan was stunned. He looked at the button in the middle and hesitated for a while before pressing it. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. A heavenly voice could be heard coming from the MP4, filling the air. Boom, just then, a loud sound could be heard. The pile of rubble exploded, and a figure stood up from the rubble. He looked at the thing in his hand with shock in his eyes. He could feel energy burning in his body, and the voice seemed to have a magical power that lingered in his heart. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. Alone at the top, the cold wind blowing. I'm so eager to find an opponent that can make me excited. Lin Fan clenched his fists, and his fighting spirit was aroused. He bent his knees, and a strong force exploded from him. Crack, the ground cracked and dust rose up. That figure charged into the sky and turned into a stream of light, soaring in the sky and flying toward the target in the distance. Earth Star Border Stage 7. Earth Star Border Stage 7, one could walk in the air and fly. And there was only one place that Lin Fan could think of. 6 o'clock Fortress. He was going there to find a Heaven Star Border cultivator and have a real fight. This was also the only place that could make him feel pressured. As for Earth Star Border Stage 9, it could no longer bring him joy. The atmosphere in the Sunshine Sect was extremely gloomy. The dark clouds in the sky were like heavy lead, making everyone feel depressed. Many disciples stared at the huge crater in shock. They could not believe that such a thing had happened. The eight-winged spiritual arc had self-destructed, and the explosion had spread across the sect. If not for the elites of the sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who is it? Who is it? An elder covered in blood roared angrily. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. The self-destruction of the eight-winged spiritual arc shouldn't have caused such a scene, because the materials they used couldn't have exploded with such power. However, when he felt the power of the explosion, he was completely dumbfounded. The power of the explosion was simply unstoppable. Perhaps it could only be created by using yuan crystals as raw materials, and the yuan crystals had to be the purest. Plop, many disciples kneeled on the ground. They did not expect the Brave Soul Memorial to be destroyed. Only the huge crater remained, proving that this was where the Brave Soul Memorial used to be. This was where their glory lay, as well as their future home. Every disciple hoped to be able to enter the Brave Soul Memorial in the future. If they were able to enter, they would be able to enjoy the highest glory and be worshipped by the people for generations to come. But now, everything was gone. Suddenly, a few figures could be seen coming out from the crater. They headed towards the Sunshine Sect's main hall and kneeled on the ground. Patriarch, we've investigated the matter. They might have sounded calm, but it was not hard to tell that they were terrified. The self-destruction of the eight-winged spiritual arc at the Brave Soul Memorial had caused a huge loss. There were many casualties. Even though this had nothing to do with them, at this moment, they knew that the rage in their sect master's heart was enough to incinerate the entire heaven and earth. Speak. That tall figure stood in the darkness, as if he had become one with the darkness. Around them, they could faintly feel several gazes looking at them. These eyes were hidden in the dark. They did not make a sound or come out. But they knew that these were the higher-ups of the Sunshine Sect. They held the life and death of the Sunshine Sect in their hands. Someone purposely sent the eight-winged spiritual arc towards the Brave Soul Monument. Furthermore, the energy contained in the arc is pure yuan crystals. That's why it was so powerful. Since this is Fu Daxing's eight-winged spiritual arc, I believe that the Magnificent Flame sect must have done this. The man kneeling on the ground said, shivering. At this moment, several figures rushed over from afar. Then, with a thud, they knelt on the ground. Master, please spare my life. Please spare my life. These disciples who came later were the guards of the sect. Their duty was to intercept all flying ships that came from the sky. They had already seen the flying boat. But when they saw that it was Fu Daxing's eight-winged spiritual boat, they did not stop it. Fu Daxing was the god's son of their sect. At the same time, they were also Fu Daxing's men. Naturally, they would not stop Senior Brother's divine boat. However, when an explosion reverberated through the world, they were already dumbfounded. At the same time, they also knew that they had caused a huge disaster. At this moment, the entire place was silent. There was not a single sound. Is this how you guys guard such an important position? In the darkness, a voice could be heard. It was deep and terrifying. The few people who were kneeling on the ground trembled in fear. Even their limbs felt cold. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Master, please spare my life. They cowed out and begged for their lives to be spared. But what worried them the most was that they would rather die than live. All of a sudden, the originally calm darkness began to ripple. Numerous black shadows emerged from the darkness. These black shadows were like shadows, directly entangling the disciples who were kneeling on the ground. "Ah! Master, please spare my life." These disciples turned pale with fright and screamed at the top of their lungs. Their hearts were already shrouded in fear. Bang! Blood splattered all over the ground. Pieces of flesh fell from the sky. The disciples who were investigating the scene swallowed their saliva and trembled in fear. They did not dare to make a sound. Beads of sweat rolled down their foreheads. They knew that the sect leader was completely enraged, and so was the entire sect. The Brave Soul Memorial was very important to the sect. It was not an ordinary place. The 6 o'clock fortress was an important base for the Sunshine sect. Just then, curses and cries of pain could be heard from the fortress. A dark-skinned Sunshine sect disciple whipped a man in tattered clothes. "Don't be lazy. Hurry up and get to work." The ragged man's flesh was lacerated by the whip, and his flesh was badly mangled. The pain caused him to suck in a few breaths of cold air. He had an urge to fall to the ground, but he knew that he couldn't. If he did, then he would end up being fed to the demonic beasts. In the huge field, countless captives were carrying huge rocks. Each rock weighed a few hundred kilograms, ranging from a few thousand kilograms. These rocks were taken from the Sunshine sect and transported far away to be used to build defensive walls. Just then, a few people walked together among the captives. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. This action did not attract anyone's attention. "You're courting death. Stand up." Just then, a loud shout could be heard from afar. A Sunshine sect disciple whipped a man with his whip, causing him to roll on the ground. Seeing this, the captives who were carrying the rocks clenched their fists. Anger could be seen in their eyes. But they knew that resisting here was courting death. No one could save them. Not long after, the man was whipped until he could no longer move. The Sunshine sect disciple looked at him and spat. "Trash. You're useless now. You can only be fed to the beasts." With a twist of his wrist, the whip wrapped around the man's ankle. With a fling, the man was thrown far away to be fed to the beasts. "Work hard. If anyone can't do it, tell me. I'll feed you to the beasts." No one dared to resist. Most of them were in despair. They felt that they would die here for the rest of their lives. There had been protests in the past, but they ended up in a terrible state. Blood flowed like a river. The Heaven Star border cultivator guarding the place killed everyone who resisted. That time, the people who still had a sliver of hope were pushed into the abyss. Among the captives, a few of them cursed under their breaths. But their eyes were looking into the distance. They were waiting for the opportunity to come. Outside the 6 o'clock fortress, somewhere hidden. A group of people crawled there, not moving an inch. They were waiting for the opportunity. One of the middle-aged men stared at the gate of the 6 o'clock fortress. "Everyone, get ready. There's only one chance. Li Chongshan will lead his 3 deputies and lead the 6 o'clock fortress temporarily to check on the situation in Bulyo City. We have to rescue all the people inside before they leave. Xianxia from the 6 mysterious regions cave was killed by someone. I wonder if it's true or not. Who has the ability to kill Xianxia? This is too exciting." A girl said. Her emotions were fluctuating, as though she had not expected this to happen. It should be true. If Xianxia was not killed, Li Chongshan would not have left the 6 o'clock fortress with his men. If they did not leave, we would not have this chance. Just as the middle-aged man finished his words, a roar could be heard from the 6 o'clock fortress. "Move." Whoosh! In an instant, the person who had been prostrating on the ground turned into a beam of light and dashed toward the entrance of the 6 o'clock fortress. When the disciple guarding the entrance saw someone attacking, he only managed to react when he saw a cut on his neck. Blood spurted out and he fell to the ground. The woman from before held a sharp dagger in her hand. She glanced at the corpse in disdain and followed the group into the cave. She looked valiant, and her movements were clean. At the sight of the labor camp, the members of the organization who were hiding there started to fight back. They killed the Sunshine sect disciples around them and turned to their compatriots who did not know what was going on. What are you looking at? Pick up your weapons and follow us out. They worked together from the inside and outside. Before the other people in the 6 o'clock stronghold could react, they took their people and left this place. They were also prepared. Leader, over here. A man hiding in the camp shouted. Xianxia led the group and charged towards them. Then, they gathered together. Xiao, it's time to go. Xianxia shouted to the woman who was killing the Sunshine Sect disciples. Yes, leader. Xiao swung her dagger and killed a Sunshine Sect disciple. She then retreated. The people who were being held in the camp stared blankly. They did not know what to do. They were surrounded by walls made of huge rocks. How were they supposed to leave? Even if they could jump out, there were so many of them. It was impossible to bring them out one by one. Boom, just then, a loud sound could be heard. The huge rock wall seemed to have been hit by something, and a huge hole appeared in it. The roar of a beast could be heard, echoing across the land. A bear-like beast that was 10 feet tall and had muscles all over its body smashed a huge hole in the thick wall with its bare hands. Beast? The people who were being held in the camp trembled when they saw the beast. The cruel look in its eyes terrified them. Leader, I'm here. Just then, a young voice could be heard from behind the beast. Just then, a child wearing a green hat and a beast robe appeared on the beast's head, as if he was controlling the beast. Seed, impressive. Xiao smiled at the child. This was their teammate, a very mystical child. When they discovered this child, they discovered that he was living together with a group of demon beasts, and he could even order the demon beasts to do some things. Later on, he joined their organization, and it had already been several years since then. With Seed's ability, they were no longer afraid of beasts. They could even ask the beasts to help them monitor their surroundings. If there were enemies, they could leave immediately. However, with Seed's current ability, he could only order beasts below the Earth Star Border Stage 4. This bear-like beast was an Earth Star Border Stage 3 Berserk Fire Bear. Of course, I'm Seed. The child said proudly. But suddenly, a ray of light pierced through the sky, heading straight for the child. Roar! The raging flame bear sensed the danger and shook the child off. Then, it roared in anger and blocked the cold light. Poochie, the ray of light split the Berserk Fire Bear in half, and a drop of blood could be seen. Looking at the scene before him, the Seed's eyes widened in disbelief. He roared out, Tai Xiong. I didn't expect you guys to really come. Just then, a voice could be heard from afar. A figure could be seen in the distance. Li Chongshan. Xianxia looked over, and his face fell. He did not expect Li Chongshan, who was guarding the 6 o'clock fortress, to still be here. What's going on? Catching a turtle in a jar? That's easy. You ant-like organizations are really tenacious. However, you guys are too careless. Since you guys dare to come to the 6 o'clock fortress, all of you shall die here today. Li Chongshan raised a huge rock in his hand and threw it, blocking the entrance of the cave. Lord is mighty. One of Xianxia's group rushed over and knelt on the ground, looking at Lin Fan respectfully. You betrayed us? Xiao shouted, seeing the person who knelt down. Li Chongshan looked at the person kneeling on the ground with a sinister smile on his face. Don't worry, I will definitely give you the wealth that I promised you. Thank you, Lord. Poochie, in an instant, the head of the person kneeling on the ground was separated from his body. Seeing this, Xianxia felt hopeless. He did not expect Li Chongshan to still be here. Sir. 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 Just then, 3 figures appeared and knelt down in front of Li Chongshan. Other than Li Chongshan, the 6 o'clock fortress had the highest authority. They were also the most powerful ones. The sword demon, Du Gai. The rod demon, Zhang Zicheng. The knife demon, Tu Hai. All 3 of them were in the 9th stage of the Earth Star Border realm. Any one of them was strong enough to wipe out their entire organization. Leader, what should we do now? Xiao's face turned pale. She did not expect things to turn out this way. They only dared to come here because the 4 of them were not around. As long as they could save Lin Fan, they would be safe. But who would have thought that all of this was under the control of someone else? The person who had followed them and provided them with many secrets had actually betrayed them for glory and wealth. She really didn't dare to imagine it. The other members' hands started to tremble. But their strong beliefs supported them. They were not afraid. My Tai Xiong is dead. Seed's eyes gradually lost their light as he stared at the corpse that had been split into two. He was completely dumbfounded. Xiong Libai looked solemn. He did not know what to do. Suddenly, a figure dashed out from the side. I'm going to kill all of you. Seed let out a furious roar. Thick fur suddenly sprouted from his smooth skin, and his entire body began to transform. Seed. Seeing this, Xiong Libai was shocked. He dashed forward, trying to pull Seed back. Seeing this, Li Chongshan was overjoyed. Go and catch this bastard. The perfect combination of man and beast is amazing. Yes. The rod demon, Zhang Zicheng, nodded. He turned into a ray of light and went to grab the kid. Xiong Libai grabbed the seed and flung it behind him. Then, he felt a strong killing intent coming at him. He hollered and attacked back as well. Bang, a body was sent flying away. Xiong Libai was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Shui Xiu hurriedly helped the team leader up. She looked very serious. She knew that the other party was strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. Captain was in the 8th stage of the Earth Starborder realm. Even if the other party was in the 9th stage, it was impossible to suppress Captain in one blow. Cough, cough, Xiong Libai spat out a mouthful of blood as his eyes shone with vigilance. Zhang Zicheng put one hand behind his back and swung the silver rod in the air a few times. Then, he looked straight ahead. You're too weak. Hand over the person and I might give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll be tortured endlessly. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Li Chongshan looked at them calmly. However, Xiong Libai and the rest felt that they were going to die here. Looking at their faces, Xiong Libai felt pain in his heart. He did not expect that he would push the organization into the abyss. Some of the laborers knelt on the ground, shivering. Don't kill me. It's none of my business. It's none of my business. Sound. Just then, Xiong Libai asked, did you hear that? What? Shui Xiu was confused. She had no idea what Lin Fan was talking about. Am I hallucinating? Xiong Libai looked at the sky and snorted. Being invincible is so lonely. Captain, what's wrong with you? Shui Xiu shouted worriedly. She did not know what was wrong with her captain. But suddenly, her face changed. She heard the sound too. Just then, the sound became louder and louder. It lingered in everyone's heart and even the sky. Li Chongshan frowned. He had no idea what was going on. He looked at the sky and saw a ray of red light flying towards them from afar. He frowned. Who's coming? As the red light got closer and closer, the voice exploded in everyone's ears. This voice was a little strange, but it made them feel that it contained a kind of cold and lonely emotion, as if it was conveying how much the owner of the voice desired an opponent. Boom, as the red light descended, the entire ground began to tremble. A cloud of dust enveloped everything, covering everything. Captain, who could it be? I can feel a sense of terror in my heart. Shui Xiu said with a trembling voice. If Li Chongshan gave her the feeling of hopelessness, then the red light was terror. It was as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Xiong Libai shook his head. He had no idea who was coming. As the dust settled, a figure appeared in everyone's sight. A huge, pitch-black body was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Its long, blood-red hair represented a kind of berserk violence in everyone's eyes. Thud, Lin Fan lifted his leg and stepped on a huge rock. He grinned and said, I feel the aura of an expert. Who are you? Zhang Zicheng, the rod demon, scolded. He had never seen anyone who looked like that. Where is the elite? Where is he? Lin Fan looked around. When he saw Li Chongshan, his blood-red eyes shone with a red glow. It's you. Are you an expert? I hope you can pressure me and make me feel pain. That would be the best. Lin Fan muttered to himself. In the eyes of the crowd, this person who came out of nowhere was a madman. You're courting death. I'm asking who you are. Don't you understand? Xianxia, the staff demon, roared and moved. He raised his staff and attacked ferociously. Immediately, he swung his staff and the air was filled with staff images, exploding out with a boundless power. You scumbag, I won't allow you to be so impudent here. Seeing the rod demon's attack, Xianxia could feel the difference between them. The rod demon must have reached a higher realm. Even an Earth-Star Border Stage 8 like me would not be able to withstand a single attack from him. Although he did not know who the rod demon was, he still had to warn him. Be careful, he's the rod demon. This is his sealing heaven and earth rod skill. There's nowhere to hide. Weakling, don't disturb me. Lin Fan raised his hand, looking at the guy in front of him. He slapped Xianxia to the ground. How is this possible? Xianxia, the rod demon, fell to the ground with a loud bang. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect Lin Fan to slap him to the ground. Just when he was about to resist, Lin Fan stepped on him. Bang, Xianxia's head exploded. Lin Fan did not care about Xianxia at all. He looked at Li Chongshan and pointed at him. Fight with me? I want to kill you. At this moment, the entire place fell silent. Xiangliabai's jaw dropped. Disbelief could be seen in his eyes. That's the rod demon, Xianxia, an Earth-Star Border Stage 9 elite. But now, he was stomped to death. Just how strong is Lin Fan? Presumptuous. Seeing this, Du Gai and Tu Hai flew into a rage. They attacked immediately. Strong sword and sword intent could be felt as if they were going to tear the world apart. They did not expect someone to be so presumptuous in the 6 o'clock fortress. You guys are too weak. You can't even compare to Qianji. Get lost. Lin Fan took out his mace and swung it at the two of them. The strong force of the mace shattered their sword will and sword will. Then, Lin Fan swung his mace at their waists. Bang, bang, the two bodies exploded, and blood splattered all over the ground. Shui Xiao looked at the scene in front of her. Leader, is he a human or a beast? She was completely dumbfounded. How could there be a person who was 3 meters tall? Moreover, his pitch-black body was mixed with red veins. Especially that blood-red long hair, it was as if it had been drenched in blood, causing people to feel panic. He's a human, and an elite. Xianglibai said blankly. Li Chongshan's eyes flickered with astonishment. He did not expect the three of them to be killed by their opponent in less than a single move. Did you kill Qianji from the 6 mysterious regions cave? Lin Fan felt that he was filled with energy, and he needed to unleash it. He came to the 6 o'clock fortress to feel the pressure. Yes. He was too weak. I can't feel any pressure from him. But I heard that you're strong. I want to see if you can make me feel great. Li Chongshan felt that there was something wrong with the guy standing in front of him. But no matter what, he had to kill him. Anyone who dares to challenge the 6 o'clock fortress must die. But before that, he wanted to know something. You're from the Magnificent Flame sect? Why do you have to talk so much? Lin Fan was a little impatient. He could only feel the voice in his ears, making him very excited. The blood in his body was starting to boil. He needed to vent it out so that he could feel more refreshed. If I can fight after answering, then I'll tell you, yes. Bang, as soon as he finished his words. The ground where Lin Fan was standing just a moment ago caved in, and Lin Fan was nowhere to be seen. When he reappeared, he was already above Li Chongshan, hammering down with his mace. Come, let me see how strong a Heaven-Star Border cultivator is, and how big the difference between us is. Boom, a huge force came crashing down, and the ground started to crack. So powerful. Shui Xiao was dumbfounded. She had never seen anyone with such destructive power. What Lin Fan said was still ringing in her ears. Leader, he's from the Magnificent Flame sect. Xianglibai nodded blankly. He was shocked by Lin Fan's strength. He could tell that Lin Fan had cultivated a skill set that was extremely terrifying. Li Chongshan could be seen from afar. You're not a Heaven Star Border cultivator, but an Earth Star Border cultivator? Lin Fan stood in the pit and looked at Li Chongshan. Yeah, you're right. I'm just an Earth Star Border cultivator. Really? Li Chongshan looked at Lin Fan and smiled cruelly. Since that's the case, then go to hell. The difference between a Heaven Star Border and an Earth Star Border isn't as simple as you think. You seem to be cultivating a skill set, right? Great, so am I. But I'll show you how powerful a Heaven Star Border skill set is. Dong dong, it sounded like a hammer hitting the ground. It was so deep that Lin Fan could feel something in his heart. Li Chongshan's body did not grow taller, nor did he grow bigger. However, his originally skinny and weak-looking body suddenly underwent a huge change. Golden light flickered and enveloped his body. In an instant, the golden light radiated in all directions. Li Chongshan's body had actually turned into an ancient gold color. On this golden body, there were actually runes flashing. Kid, do you know the biggest difference between a Heaven Star Border and an Earth Star Border? Li Chongshan clenched his fist. The difference is that no matter how powerful you are, you will never be able to challenge a Heaven Star Border cultivator as long as you are still an Earth Star Border cultivator. This is the difference between heaven and earth. As soon as he finished his words, Li Chongshan's body seemed to have broken through the void as he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Lin Fan. Throwing out a punch, it landed on Lin Fan's abdomen. Bang! A tremendous amount of power was transmitted through Lin Fan's body, sending him flying into the distance. This feeling, no, he didn't feel any pain at all. However, when the other party's fist landed on his body, he felt as though his body had received a huge impact. Do you know how laughable your skill set is in my eyes? A Heaven Star Border cultivator is a celestial, and you will always be an ant crawling on the ground. Li Chongshan appeared beside Lin Fan and punched him hard. Boom, a strong force could be felt. Although Lin Fan was still in the air, the strong force went through his body and landed on the ground. The magnificent flame sect is quite capable, to be able to cultivate a disciple like you. You are one of the strongest cultivators below the Heaven Star Border realm, and yet you dare to act so presumptuously in the Sunshine sect. It seems like they still remember that as long as a Heaven Star Border cultivator enters the Sunshine sect, war will break out between the two sections. But you are too stupid. Bang! Lin Fan threw a hammer at Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not have the chance to fight back. His body kept falling, and the strong force had already crushed the ground. When his body hit the ground sank. In the sky, Li Chongshan looked arrogantly at the bottomless pit. He then looked at Xianxia and sneered, "Do you think he can save you just because he is here? You guys are thinking too simply. Or perhaps, I should say that your vision is too vague, you guys have no idea how strong Heavenly Dipper sovereigns are exactly." Xianxia and the rest were dumbfounded. They had thought that this blood-red-haired man was strong enough. But when Li Chongshan made his move, they finally understood what it meant to be strong. This was a power that could not be resisted at all. They had been in the Sunshine sect for so many years, but they had never fought with a Heaven Star Border cultivator before. But now, they suddenly felt that a Heaven Star Border cultivator was too strong. As for the red-haired man, he was killed just like that, 10 seconds later. Creak. Feels good. You're really strong. However, that wasn't my best state earlier on. This is my best state. Lin Fan's voice rang out from the deep pit. Flying at supersonic speed was indeed not something an ordinary person could handle. The earth energy in his body could not sustain such a consumption. At the same time, the song that he got from the MP4 shook him to his core. I have an immortal body, and I'm immune to mental attacks, but I was affected by the song. But it's all good now. I can start over, and there won't be any problems. Li Chongshan squinted his eyes and looked down. He did not expect Lin Fan to still be alive and say such arrogant words. Not bad, but it doesn't matter how many tricks you have up your sleeves. As long as you're not in the Heaven Star Border realm, you'll be at my mercy. Lin Fan floated up from the pit with a bright smile on his face. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. He then looked into the distance. You guys are from the Magnificent Flame sect. Leave first. This place will be gone soon. Hearing Lin Fan, Xianxia pushed the boulder away without hesitation, telling everyone to leave immediately. Li Chongshan did not care about those who were running away. After I kill this guy, they won't be able to escape. Where's your form? Could it be that I broke it? Lin Fan laughed. You're strong, but you're still going to die today. As for my form, it's just that I used the wrong method, so I didn't show it completely. Now, I'll show you. Violent body, cruel blood, magic of the 7 gods, embryonic form, dragon body, all of a sudden, he went all out. With Lin Fan as the center, a berserk amount of power burst forth. Li Chongshan felt the energy, but he was still very calm. Not bad, it's strong, but it's still far from enough. You're just an Earth Star boarder after all. You can't feel the real power. Let me show you. Heaven's power. Boom, suddenly, the heavens and earth shook. A mysterious energy could be felt from the heavens and earth, landing on Li Chongshan's body. After stepping into the Heaven Star border realm, Lin Fan could feel the power of the heavens and earth. His body, which was already golden, became even more dazzling. It was so bright that no one could look at him directly. Xianxia and the rest, who were far away, could feel the power of the heavens and earth. Their hearts were pounding. It was as if they were being suppressed. To Li Chongshan, the power of the heavens was probably too much for him to handle. But when he looked at Lin Fan, he was stunned. He did not expect Lin Fan to be fine. It was as if he could not feel anything. What skill set is this? Lin Fan was excited. He had his eyes on this skill set. It had always been hard to get a skill set. It was hard to get a skill set through the lottery, but the chances were low. Even if he relied on his teacher, he could only get a skill set that would only damage the enemy by 1,000 and oneself by 800. But the skill set that Lin Fan was using looked pretty good. Kid, cut the crap. I'll give you one more breath. If you're still like this, you'll be dead in the next moment. Li Chongshan did not reply to Lin Fan. He wanted to have some fun seeing that someone was practicing a skill set, but Lin Fan was too weak. There was a huge gap between their realms. Lin Fan smiled. Since you're not going to tell me, I can only snatch it from you. Extreme destruction body. Suddenly, Lin Fan's strength surged. This was the signal of power roaring. Li Chongshan was stunned. He had not expected this kid to have a secret skill. Great, I'll kill him later and see what kind of skill set it is. Play some music. The battle begins. Lin Fan pressed the button and the invincible voice was heard once more. This time around, Lin Fan was prepared. It was as if he was covered in a special aura. This was the right way to start the battle. I'm coming. Boom, Lin Fan disappeared instantly. His pitch-black gigantic hand turned into a dragon claw and grabbed at the void. The void shook violently as it headed towards Li Chongshan. Qianji's void slicing skill. But it's not deep enough. Li Chongshan could feel the void vibrating. Waving his hand, he shattered the vibrating void and struck out at Lin Fan. Bang, the two of them clashed. A bright light burst out from the collision. The buildings of the 6 o'clock fortress were destroyed by the collision. Die. Li Chongshan threw a punch at Lin Fan's abdomen. Without hesitation, Lin Fan punched Li Chongshan's head. Awesome. You've given me the joy of battle. Lin Fan roared out in laughter. He had completely given up on defending himself. Instead, he went all out and attacked viciously. At this moment, the mace and frying pan were no longer necessary. In a battle of this level, only the fist was the best weapon. The energy that exploded from the two of them was enough to shake the heavens and earth. The shockwaves from the battle continued to spread. The 6 o'clock fortress, which was originally intact, was destroyed in this battle. Xianxia and the rest were busy evacuating the people. But when they felt the battle, their hearts started beating faster. They could not see anyone in the sky. Only the shockwaves from the battle destroyed everything in their path. I found your chance. Li Chongshan did not expect Lin Fan to be able to fight with him until now. The fire in his heart was burning. In an instant, he found his chance and pierced his fingers into Lin Fan's body. Poochie, blood spurted out. How is it, kid? He really wanted to see this kid's pained expression, but suddenly, he discovered that his wrist had been grabbed by that kid. Hee, I found my chance. Lin Fan laughed. He grabbed Li Chongshan's wrist with his left hand and clenched his right fist. The Gingjin earth energy exploded as he punched Li Chongshan's head. Piak! Good job, kid. You can fight back. Li Chongshan raised his hand and blocked Lin Fan's attack. He then grabbed Lin Fan's arm and twisted it. Crack! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Transformation into God swordsmanship. Lin Fan hollered as a strong sword will burst forth from him. Boundless sword will struck out at Li Chongshan. Li Chongshan's face changed when he felt the sharp sword intent. He hit Lin Fan's chest with his palm. Don't try to push me away. Lin Fan grabbed Li Chongshan's wrist tightly and smiled brightly. What's wrong with this kid? Does he not feel pain? But he did not have time to think. His muscles tensed up. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The sword intent landed on Li Chongshan's arm, but it did not cause any damage. But Lin Fan knew that Li Chongshan was taking it head-on. Lin Fan swung his arm, which had broken bones, towards Li Chongshan's head. A loud bang could be heard. Kid, you're courting death. Li Chongshan did not expect that an Earthstar Border Realm cultivator would be able to fight with him for so long. He did not show any mercy and threw a punch at Lin Fan's abdomen with a terrifying destructive force. Come on, kill me first. Lin Fan threw a kick at Li Chongshan's crotch. Clang! Li Chongshan was unbreakable, but there was no reaction at all. Bastard! Li Chongshan shouted. His back bulged, and the space seemed to have been shattered. The sword intent was shattered, and Li Chongshan struggled to free himself. He clenched his fist and punched Lin Fan. Destroy! Bang! Lin Fan's body plummeted into the ground as he was smashed into the ground. All of his organs were destroyed instantly. Who? Li Chongshan stood in the air and touched his back. It was blood. This sword intent is so strong. It can even break my heaven star border. He then looked down. Kid, you've really pissed me off. But you can't see my angry side. You can only vent your anger on your comrades. Ants, it's time to deal with you. Just as Li Chongshan was about to move, he frowned and stopped in his tracks. What are you doing? We're not done yet. 10 seconds passed quickly. Lin Fan woke up again and came to this world. What's wrong with this kid? P.S. Thank you for the 10,000 tips from you Xing'e. Li Chongshan was shocked. He could not believe his eyes. He did not expect Lin Fan to be able to withstand such a heavy blow and still come out alive. Did I go easy on him? Li Chongshan mumbled to himself. He could not understand what was going on. Lin Fan stared at Li Chongshan. His heart was racing. So powerful. The difference between an Earth Star Border Realm and a Heaven Star Border Realm is so huge. If not for my strong foundation and my breakthrough to Earth Star Border Stage 7, I would have been killed by Li Chongshan. But even so, I am no match for Lin Fan even after using all my skills. This shows that the difference in cultivation realms is not so easy to overcome. But even so what? I have to fight to my heart's content. Xiong Libai asked the slaves to leave as he kept an eye on the situation. When he saw Li Chongshan finish off the red-haired man in one move, his heart was filled with despair. He thought that this was the end of the fight. But something unexpected happened. The red-haired man was fine, and his aura remained the same. How is this possible? The others might not know how strong Li Chongshan was, but he knew that even the people from his organization would be killed in seconds if they were to face Li Chongshan. They would not even have the chance to fight back. If you had just laid there obediently, you might have been spared from death. But you shouldn't have stood up. You are so stupid. Li Chongshan stood proudly in the air, looking at Lin Fan as if Lin Fan was already a dead man. Lin Fan clenched his fists and raised his head. He grinned and looked at Li Chongshan excitedly. We'll talk about it after you kill me. Boom, with Lin Fan as the center, a force spread out. A figure could be seen rising from the crater. He clenched his fist and threw a punch at Li Chongshan. Li Chongshan, don't worry. I will let you die a glorious death. Shameless boasting. Li Chongshan snorted. He waved his arms, and space was torn apart. A strong force pierced through space towards Lin Fan. Bang, the two figures collided with each other. Li Chongshan was expressionless, but his heart was heavy. Lin Fan was very strong. Although he was only in the 7th stage of the Earth Star Border realm, the power he exerted was enough to reach the peak of the Earth Star Border realm. This was unbelievable. But today, Lin Fan was going to die here. The gap between the Heaven Star Border and the Earth Star Border wasn't something that could be crossed so easily. Even an Earth Star Border Stage 9 cultivator would be killed instantly by a Heaven Star Border realm cultivator. But this kid was surprising. He was actually able to fight with him to this extent. Mountain-shaking energy. Lin Fan's eyes shone with madness. He swung his arm and landed a blow on Li Chongshan's arm, unleashing his triple force. Dong, a dull sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. A shockwave spread out from the point where their arms collided. Li Chongshan's long hair danced in the wind, but his face was solemn. He was a Heaven Star Border realm elite. He could kill an Earth Star Border realm ant with just a little bit of strength. But now, he had to show his true strength. In the blink of an eye, both of them disappeared from the world. The Sunshine Sect disciples in the 6 o'clock fortress could feel the tremors in the air. They were shocked. Every attack would cause great damage, and they did not feel safe at all. Some of them even stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Who is this guy? How can he fight with Lord Chongshan to such an extent? If this goes on, the entire 6 o'clock fortress will be destroyed. Let's run. Lord Chongshan is really angry. He won't care about us. We will only die if we stay here and watch. The Sunshine Sect disciples were dumbfounded. When they saw the buildings around them collapsing and crushing their disciples to death, they were scared and ran in all directions. Seeing the Sunshine Sect disciples running away, Lin Fan ignored them. All he wanted to do now was to have a good fight with the guy in front of him. He wanted to kill him with his own strength. Destroy! Li Chongshan shouted. He threw a punch that contained a huge amount of power towards Lin Fan. The air cracked like a mirror. To Li Chongshan, he was really angry. As a Heaven Star Border realm cultivator, how could he let an ant like Earth Star Border realm cultivator live until now? What a humiliation this is. Startling dragon palm. Lin Fan did not back down. His right hand shook, causing the void to tremble. He also sent a palm strike towards Li Chongshan. Dragon-shaped earth energy surged out of his hand, slamming towards Li Chongshan's chest. Boom, puke, Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of his body collapsed, and he fell to the ground. Brat, you're so ruthless. Li Chongshan could only feel that the earth energy in this young man's palm was extremely ferocious and had an extremely strong penetrative force. It actually shook his golden body, causing him to take a few steps back. Then, he wiped the corner of his mouth and took a look. It's blood. This is the second time that Lin Fan injured me. Quick, let's go. Shui Xiu shouted, telling the slaves to leave quickly. However, she was also paying attention to the situation at the scene. When she saw Li Chongshan's palm strike the red-haired man's body, her heart froze. Especially when she saw the power transmitted by the palm strike, she was stunned. The power penetrated through her body and bombarded the ground, creating a huge crater. If they were hit by this attack, they would have been torn to pieces. He's indeed powerful, but this is not enough. Lin Fan lay in the pit, staring at the figure in the air. So the difference between an Earth Star Border and a Heaven Star Border is so huge. He could even feel that there was a qualitative change in their strength, or rather, they were not the same type of strength. He had once felt the might of the heavens, and every time Li Chongshan attacked, he would have the same kind of strength. He was able to fight with Li Chongshan until now because of his dense earth energy and his immortal body. Li Chongshan stood in the air, wondering how the magnificent flame sect nurtured Lin Fan. He is only an Earth Star Border Stage 7, but he is able to unleash such power. Xianxia was an Earth Star Border Stage 9 cultivator. Lin Fan's 3 assistants couldn't compare to Xianxia in terms of earth energy. But if Lin Fan wanted to kill Xianxia, he could do so in an instant. However, Lin Fan was able to kill Qianji with his Earth Star Border Stage 7 cultivation. This showed that Lin Fan was not an ordinary person. Seeing the red-haired man disappear from his sight, Xiong Libai started to feel despair. Shui Xiao, do you think we can bring them away? He was starting to have doubts. Li Chongshan was a Heaven Star Border cultivator, and it would be extremely difficult for them to leave. Especially now that the red-haired man was dead, it was impossible for them to leave. Leader, what are you thinking? He is helping us to stop Li Chongshan. No matter how many of them ran away, we have tried our best. If we can't do it, we will be the ones to stop him. Shui Xiao said. Just then, they felt a gaze locking onto them. They felt like their bodies were being locked on, and their every move was being watched. Just when Li Chongshan was about to move and kill the people from the organization, he froze. He looked down with a terrible expression. Xiong Libai, Shui Xiao, and the rest were ready to fight to the death. But suddenly, they realized that Li Chongshan's gaze had disappeared. What's going on? You're not dead yet? Li Chongshan shouted. Dead? Lin Fan floated up from the pit, his blood-red hair swaying in the wind. He raised his head, revealing his sharp teeth. That's impossible. Boom, I don't believe that I can't kill Lin Fan if I'm in my best condition. Transformation into God Swordsmanship. The three sovereign swords swept across the sky. Boundless sword intent gathered in the air, splitting it continuously. It was as if the entire world had turned into a world of swords. Seeing this, Li Chongshan raised his hand. As if he was drawing the energy of heaven and earth, an invisible wall could be seen covering the sword intent. Kid, you're just an Earth Star Border cultivator. You still need skill sets, but I only need the energy of heaven and earth to block all your attacks. Oh, you're so powerful. Lin Fan smiled. The shadow of a dragon could be seen flying in the sky. Suddenly, the shadow of the dragon disappeared, and a figure appeared. The divine art of startling dragons, he roared. Lin Fan punched at Li Chongshan with both of his fists. He then activated the transformation into God Swordsmanship. Boundless sword intent came crashing down on the invisible wall. Li Chongshan was expressionless. He blocked Lin Fan's attack with his fists. Lin Fan spun in the air and swept his leg, leaving a mark in the sky. Clang! Li Chongshan raised his arm and blocked Lin Fan's kick. Kid, you're too naive. To me, your attack is so weak and slow. Suddenly, Lin Fan's face turned serious. He could feel a strong force coming towards him. Li Chongshan stretched out 2 fingers and attacked him. Puke, no matter how strong Lin Fan's body was, it would still be torn apart by Lin Fan's 2 fingers. What do you think? Li Chongshan sneered. But suddenly, his expression changed. He did not expect Lin Fan to grab his arm and let his fingers penetrate through his body. Then, Lin Fan attacked Li Chongshan's face. I'll bite you to death. Lin Fan ignored Li Chongshan's fingers that penetrated his body. Instead, he opened his mouth and bit Li Chongshan's neck. Lin Fan gathered all his strength on his teeth. With a crack, Lin Fan bit the golden body. Bastard. Li Chongshan's expression changed drastically. He roared and his 5 fingers pierced through Sumo's chest. You're the bastard. Lin Fan tore a piece of Li Chongshan's flesh off. 3 sovereign swords pierced through. Suddenly, the 3 sovereign swords floated behind Lin Fan. Without hesitation, they pierced through Lin Fan's body and extended to Li Chongshan's body. Puke, Li Chongshan's expression changed drastically. He could feel his body breaking apart and blood flowing out. He could even feel the blood in his body flowing uncontrollably towards Lin Fan's body. He roared and retreated, pulling his body out of the 3 sovereign swords. Then, he struck out with his palm and sent the 3 sovereign swords piercing through Lin Fan's body flying. Piak! He grabbed Lin Fan's neck with one hand and his eyes shone fiercely. His fingers pierced through Lin Fan's heart again and he pulled his heart out. The red heart was beating in his hand. You're courting death. Li Chongshan snorted. When he saw Lin Fan's neck tilting, he looked into the distance. He realized that the people from the organization had left. Damn it. I didn't expect to waste so much time on an ant like you. Li Chongshan was furious. Not only did he let the people from the organization escape, but he was also hurt by an ant. This is such a humiliation. Then, he grabbed Lin Fan's body and looked around the 6 o'clock fortress. He did not expect the fortress to be in such a state. The wound on Lin Fan's neck was bloody and hideous. All sorts of curses could be heard. Puke, the sound of something piercing could be heard. Blood spurted out. Li Chongshan felt as if his heart was being grabbed by a hand. Lin Fan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Come, let's play a game. Let's call it Crush the Heart. Pull, Li Chongshan's heart was pulled out. Lin Fan's right hand was grabbing a beating heart. How is this possible? Li Chongshan's pupils constricted as if he had seen something horrifying. He looked at the heart in his right hand. This is Lin Fan's heart, but how is he still alive? He then let go of Lin Fan's neck and took a step back. Fear could be seen in his eyes as he reached for his heart. Give it back. Wait. Lin Fan slapped Li Chongshan's hand away and moved the heart away. Let me ask you, am I strong or not? He really felt that this battle would take a long time, but he didn't expect to find an opportunity. Indeed, in a battle, strength is not the most important thing. The most important thing is the opportunity. If Li Chongshan did not stab me in the heart, this would not have happened. Give it back. Li Chongshan's heart was empty, but a few runes could be seen flickering around the wound. Logically speaking, no one would be able to survive without their heart. But to think that a Heaven Star Border cultivator would be able to survive with the help of Heaven and Earth's energy. Especially since Li Chongshan was so desperate to get his heart back, there was still a chance for him to be saved. Lin Fan realized another difference. A Heaven Star Border cultivator's ability to survive is stronger than an Earth Star Border cultivator. I have to pay more attention next time. Answer my question first. Am I strong or not? If I'm not satisfied with your answer, I'll have to play the game of squeezing your heart. Lin Fan smiled. He could feel that Li Chongshan's aura was getting weaker and weaker. If not for his strength, he would have died long ago. Li Chongshan had lost his heart, but the runes could replace his heart and sustain his life. Lin Fan was curious and wanted to study them. But it seems that I can only do so after I reach the Heaven Star Border realm. He couldn't believe it. Why was this kid acting as though nothing had happened? Even though his heart had been ripped out by him, he still looked as though nothing had happened. Just what was going on, but when he looked at the heart in his hand, he was completely stunned. The heart that was still beating a moment ago had actually turned into a black, lifeless object. There was not the slightest bit of aura coming from it. Strong, you are the strongest. Give me back my heart. Li Chongshan stretched out his hand. His eyes were filled with desire. He wanted to get his heart back. No, you're lying. Lin Fan shook his head. Poochie, he clenched his fist and his heart burst. Blood slowly flowed out from his fingers. I'm not strong. If I were, you wouldn't be talking so much nonsense to me, and I wouldn't be suppressed by you time and time again. Oh, right. Do you want to know why I'm still fine? Lin Fan whispered into Li Chongshan's ears. Li Chongshan looked at the shattered heart and the fear in his eyes intensified. However, he still nodded as if he wanted to know. Poochie, but just then, Lin Fan swiped his finger and sliced through the void, slicing off Li Chongshan's head. I will never explain myself to weaklings. You have no right to know why I'm doing this either. Points plus 10,000 inche? Lin Fan was stunned. I didn't expect that killing Li Chongshan would give me 10,000 points. I don't understand this. Even killing an Earth Star Border Stage 9 would only give me 1,000 points, but now I have 10,000 points. Could it be that even my golden finger is saying that those below the Heaven Star Border are ants? However, Li Chongshan is indeed strong. Lin Fan understood the difference between him and a Heaven Star Border cultivator. I might be able to fight a Heaven Star Border cultivator when I reach the Earth Star Border Stage 9. Loot and loot. As the elite guarding the 6 o'clock fortress, his wealth is definitely extraordinary. I have to loot him. Looking down, Lin Fan saw that half of the 6 o'clock fortress was destroyed, and there was no one around. They must have all escaped from the battle. It's a pity that I didn't manage to kill so many Sunshine Sect disciples. Lin Fan shook his head and opened his arms. A strong aura could be felt from him, getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fan swooped down and struck out with his palm. There's no need for the 6 o'clock fortress to exist anymore. Boom, under Lin Fan's attack, the 6 o'clock fortress started to crack. The surrounding walls all collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. The fortress had turned into ruins. I'm the strongest below the Heaven Star border, and I'm the weakest above the Heaven Star border. This is such a bad feeling. Feeling his current strength, Lin Fan was dissatisfied. He had been killed so many times when he fought with Li Chongshan, but it felt good. Li Chongshan had successfully crushed him, but he wasn't someone that could be defeated just because he was stronger than Li Chongshan. Lin Fan then left the scene. I can't stay here any longer. Such a huge commotion might attract the attention of others. In the forest, a group of people could be seen moving forward at high speed. To these laborers, escaping from the 6 o'clock fortress was unimaginable. They thought that they would die in the 6 o'clock fortress even if they died, but they never thought that they would be able to see the scenery outside. This made them extremely excited. Leader, do you think he can survive? Shui Xiu asked worriedly. To her, the chances of Lin Fan defeating Li Chongshan were basically zero. Because Li Chongshan was just too strong. He was terrifyingly strong. It's very dangerous. That was all Xiong Libai could say. Lin Fan was in the Earth Star Border Stage 7, and it was suicide for him to fight a Heaven Star Border cultivator. However, Lin Fan's actions had won everyone's respect. Lin Fan knew that he was no match for Lin Fan, but he still chose to fight. If it was them, they would be filled with fear even if they had the courage to do so. Lin Fan then looked at Seed and shook his head. I didn't expect Seed to suffer so much this time. In a cave somewhere. He did not look for a hiding spot near the 6 o'clock fortress, as he was afraid that he would be discovered. The Sunshine Sect would probably go crazy if the 6 o'clock fortress was destroyed. But this has nothing to do with me. I'm just fighting a strong cultivator. I didn't mean to destroy the fortress, I just did it out of convenience. Let me see what the treasury of a Heaven Star Border Realm cultivator is like. Lin Fan was looking forward to it. He didn't know what would be inside. The pills were not bad, but they were all earth and mystic pills. Earth Low Class, Blood Vitality Pill. There were records of this pill in the Magnificent Flame Sect. It was a good pill for body strengthening. It could be used to cultivate body skills, and it could produce strong blood and energy. The blood and energy would be thick and viscous, not something ordinary blood and energy could compare to. After searching for a while, Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. There were 10 Earth-class pills, and one of them was an Earth Star Border high-class pill. It was almost a Heaven-class pill. If it could become a Heaven-class pill, it would be extraordinary and priceless. Then, he looked at the skill in his hand, the Mega Demolition Fist Scripture. It was an Earth middle grade skill, and it was also the fist technique that Li Chongshan had used earlier on. It was extremely powerful and could shake the void, causing an extremely strong force to come crashing down. Lin Fan had a deep understanding of this skill. When it landed on him, he felt as if his body was being torn apart, especially his internal organs. It was extremely destructive, and it was one of the best among body skills. Not bad. Lin Fan continued searching. He was very interested in the skill set that allowed Li Chongshan to turn his body golden. If he could learn it, would it form some kind of connection with Violent Body, Ancient World's King Kong's physique? What the hell is this? Why does it feel so weird? Lin Fan felt weird when he saw the skill set's name. He then flipped it open to take a look, and his expression changed. There were 9 levels of King Kong's physique, and Li Chongshan was only at the 3rd level, Ancient Golden Body. It can't be. A Heaven Star Border cultivator is only at the 3rd level? Either this skill set is very advanced, or it's very ordinary, and Li Chongshan did not pay much attention to it. But when he saw the points required, he knew that this skill set was not ordinary. The higher the level of a skill set, the lower the points required for the first level. But the first level of the Ancient World's King Kong's physique, Shapeless Body, required 120,000 points. Could this be a Heaven Middle or High-class skill set? To think that it would require such a huge amount of skill set. Just then, something in Li Chongshan's storage ring caught his attention. It was a shiny golden token. There was a golden glow flowing on the token, and it was transparent when Lin Fan lifted it up. At the same time, there was a symbol that others might not be familiar with. But to Lin Fan, it was extremely familiar. Phew. This is the Buddha's heart seal, this. Lin Fan's mind was in a mess. He could not understand what was going on. But when he thought of the vast world that the frog in the door of 1,000 caves mentioned, he felt that the world he was in was just one of them. And Li Chongshan was also a person with great luck. He got the token and the ancient world's King Kong's physique. I told you, it's impossible. Although there is a huge difference between the Heaven Star border and Earth Star border, it shouldn't be so difficult. Li Chongshan must be an elite among the Earth Star border stage 1, and I'm challenging an elite. At this moment, Lin Fan started to comfort himself. I'm so strong. Even though I'm a realm higher than him, it's impossible for me to not be able to fight back. Now that I have found the reason, I feel much better. Great, I've gained a lot. Elites are indeed powerful, especially the ancient King Kong's physique. To me, this is a priceless treasure. Since it's not peaceful outside, I should cultivate here to increase my experience points. Lin Fan thought to himself. Lin Fan thought to himself. The difference between an Earth Star border and a Heaven Star border cannot be ignored. There's no need for me to spend too much time in the Earth Star border realm. I'll just level it up in the Sunshine sect. Lin Fan sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. His experience points started to increase. 6 o'clock fortress. A few figures came from afar and landed on a huge rock. When they saw the once prosperous 6 o'clock fortress turned into ruins, their faces were filled with different expressions. Lord. A figure came and knelt in front of the leader. His forehead was covered in sweat, and his head was lowered in fear. Tell me, what did you find? The leader's hands were hidden in his sleeves. His black robe was imprinted with flame patterns. He was calm and looked like an ordinary person. His hoarse voice sent shivers down one's spine. Lord Li Chongshan was killed. At the same time, the sword demon, rod demon, and knife demon were killed too. As soon as he finished his words, the few figures behind the leader started trembling. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Li Chongshan was killed, and the 6 o'clock fortress was destroyed. This was obviously a big deal. Dead, the leader became silent. Then, he suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. He turned into a ray of light and rushed over. He stopped and looked at Li Chongshan, whose head was separated from his body. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the head. He looked at Li Chongshan's eyes, which could not be closed in peace, and said in a gloomy voice. My little brother, how could you be killed by someone? You said that you would surpass me and trample me under your feet. How could you die like this? Jiying. Lord. Just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere. There was no aura at all. If one did not look with their eyes, they would not be able to tell that there was a person kneeling in front of them. Li Chongyuan did not move. After a moment of silence, he said, Investigate who killed my brother. Yes. The figure that was kneeling there gradually disappeared. If one looked closely, they would be able to see a black shadow moving across the ground in the shape of an arrow before disappearing into the distance. No matter who it is, I will make him pay a painful price. Li Chongyuan clenched his fist. Just then, the people who were waiting behind came. Lord, we need to inform the sect about this. The person who killed Li Chongshan is definitely not an ordinary person. Those hidden organizations in the Sunshine sect definitely do not have the ability to do so. Li Chongyuan stared at the surroundings. I don't care if he is an ordinary person or not, he must die. Let's go. Xiong Libai and the others brought a large number of slaves and escaped from the 6 o'clock fortress, finding a place to hide. Shui Xiao looked at her skinny compatriots and sighed. Leader, what should we do now? It's not easy to send so many people out of the Sunshine sect. I wonder how that person is doing. He won. Xiong Libai was still in shock. The scene at the 6 o'clock fortress was still fresh in his mind. Leader, how are you so sure? Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. After all, that was Li Chongshan, the Heaven Star Border Realm expert who guarded the 6 o'clock fortress. If he didn't win, it's impossible for us to escape. Li Chongshan is a Heaven Star Border cultivator. No matter how fast we are, we won't be able to escape from him. Xiong Libai guessed. At the same time, he felt that it was highly possible. Xianxia's jaw dropped. It can't be. Li Chongshan is a Heaven Star Border elite, and he's only an Earth Star Border Stage 7. How could he kill Li Chongshan with such a huge difference in cultivation level? Xiong Libai shook his head. He didn't know how to reply, but he believed that they had won. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape from the 6 o'clock fortress. Don't think too much. Let's go now. The Sunshine sect will definitely be enraged that the 6 o'clock fortress was destroyed. I'm afraid a storm will come. In a certain pit. Lin Fan cultivated diligently and swallowed all the pills that he had snatched from Li Chongshan. They were converted into the purest form of medicinal energy and spread throughout his body. However, the medicinal power contained in these pills could not fill up every cell, so they could only accumulate slowly. With a breakthrough in cultivation, the capacity of one's body would increase. If one wanted to reach saturation, one would need to accumulate more energy. After breaking through to the 7th stage of the Earth Star Border Realm, Lin Fan would be able to fly in the air and roam the world. At the same time, he would also have to start condensing the Earth Star Border Dharma Idol, which required a lot of energy. The road is getting wider and wider, and the filler needed is also getting more and more. If this goes on, how much power will I need to break through to the Heavenly Dipper Realm in a perfect state? Lin Fan was worried. With the amount of energy he needed to accumulate for each stage, he could already help many people break through to the Heaven Star Border Realm. However, he was only in the 7th stage of the Earth Star Border Realm. How much would he need to reach the 8th and 9th stage? Maybe even more than that. Now that the 6 o'clock fortress has been destroyed, the situation is not good. I might not be afraid, but I still need to accumulate some experience points. When I reach a certain level, I will be able to go out and roam the world. I'll keep the 10,000 points for now. But what makes me feel pity is the Sunshine sect disciples in the 6 o'clock fortress. If I could kill all of them, I would be able to get a lot of points. But now, it's such a pity. 3 days later, in a certain city of the Sunshine sect, far away from the sect, the Sunshine sect's people were living like ordinary people. It was bustling in the tea house. Some Sunshine sect people were chatting. Have you heard? The 6 o'clock fortress has been destroyed, and all the magnificent Flame sect slaves have been rescued. Li Chongshan, who was guarding the fortress, has been killed. It's a horrible sight. A man exclaimed. He was furious. Obviously, he did not expect that someone would dare to cause trouble in the Sunshine sect. That's impossible. The 6 o'clock fortress is an important place for defense. Who would have the guts to go there and cause trouble? The people who heard the news could not believe it. They thought it was just a rumor. To them, the Sunshine sect was the most powerful sect, and Li Chongshan was a Heaven Star Border elite. To them, he was like a god. As far as I know, the person who destroyed the 6 o'clock fortress and killed Li Chongshan has red hair and is 4 to 5 meters tall. He is covered in scales like a beast. At this moment, there were a few people sitting nearby, drinking tea and listening to the conversation of these passers-by. They also looked at each other. Captain, do you think this kind of thing is credible? A girl asked softly. She was Qin Mubing, who was saved by Lin Fan previously. After hearing Lin Fan's words, she did not wear the black tight-fitting clothes anymore. Instead, she wore ordinary clothes. The leader kept quiet. I don't know, but it's definitely not groundless. The faces of the people at the side flickered with excitement. To them, if this was all true, then it would really be too exciting. The 6 o'clock fortress was an important place for the Sunshine sect. Many magnificent Flame sect citizens were detained there. They were all captured by the Sunshine sect during the war. How could they not be excited when they heard that the 6 o'clock fortress had been destroyed? Oh no, oh no. Just then, a man ran into the room and shouted, "Oh no! I just received news that God's son Fu Daxing's 8-winged spiritual ark crashed into the heroic soul monument and destroyed the entire monument. Our sect suffered heavy casualties. The man who shouted was dumbfounded. He could not believe what he had just heard. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone went silent. Then, a voice could be heard. What nonsense are you talking about? The heroic soul monument is the most important place in the Sunshine sect. How could it be destroyed? If you continue talking nonsense, I'll cut off your tongue. It's true. This is the news I brought back from the outside. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The heroic soul monument was their spirit. Every year, the Sunshine sect would open their gates for the Sunshine sect citizens to pay their respects to it. But now, it was suddenly destroyed by someone. How could they accept that? Impossible. Someone stood up in disbelief. But then, he sat down with a thud. His face was as white as a sheet. He mumbled under his breath, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Qin Mubing and the rest were dumbfounded when they heard the news. They were already shocked when the 6 o'clock fortress was destroyed. But now that the heroic soul monument was destroyed, it was unbelievable. Leader. Qin Mubing wanted to know if the news was reliable. Let's go. The leader said softly and left after paying the bill. This matter had obviously brought them great shock, but it also reminded them of one thing, which was that they might have to be more careful in the near future. If this was true, the Sunshine sect would definitely be shaken. When that time comes, it will be a storm. The entire Sunshine sect will be on high alert and conduct a thorough investigation. Magnificent Flame Sect. Tiansu sat on the peak of the mountain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a ray of light shot through the sky, landing on his palm. The 6 o'clock fortress was destroyed, and Li Chongshan was killed. Fu Daxing destroyed the heroic soul monument with an 8-winged spiritual Arkansas. Just then, Tiansu fell into deep thought. This information was too shocking. He was puzzled. Could my disciple have gone to the Sunshine sect? That place is dangerous. I can't let it go. With a thought, Lin Fan's face appeared in the sky. He sliced through the sky, and a layer of golden light shrouded him. 10 days later. In the cave. Lin Fan opened his eyes and stabbed himself with a sword. 10 seconds later, he woke up. A smile could be seen on his face. After 10 days of cultivation, my experience points have increased by more than 6 million. This is the result of not sleeping or resting. It seems that I have the determination to become a powerful cultivator. He checked his body and nodded his head in satisfaction. Name, Lin Fan. Cultivation, Earth Star Border Stage 7, plus, experience points, 9232050 points, 10,000 talent, immortality, 100% chance of grabbing a blade with bare hands, and ignoring seals. Specialty, Extreme Great Demon Skill, 7, Skill Sets, Violent Mace, Max, Cruel Blood, Max, Mountain Quake Energy, Max, Violent Body, Max, Magic of the 7 Gods, Level 2, Transformation into God Swordsmanship, Level 2, Divine Art of Startling Dragons, Level 2, Extreme Destruction Body, Level 1, Cutting Space, Level 3, Lucky Draw, Bronze, 100, Silver, 300, yet to be unlocked. Alright, not bad. It's time for me to come out. The Sunshine sect did not find me these days, so they won't be looking for me. It's time for me to start wandering again. It feels good to be out. I need to think about where I should go. Lin Fan rubbed his chin, deep in thought. He then took out the map and looked at it carefully. This map is not bad. The locations are clearly marked. The dangerous Sky Valley is guarded by a Heaven Star Border Stage 2 elite, and it's close by. But I should stop joking. Li Chongshan was able to beat me to death when he was only in the Heaven Star Border Stage 1. I might not even be able to kill a Heaven Star Border Stage 2 by next year. I should go somewhere else. But no matter how hard he looked, he could not find anything useful. Forget it, I'll go and earn some points to learn skill sets first. I heard that there are many beasts in the Sunshine sect, and there are some strange beasts that can't be found in the Magnificent Flame sect. Whoosh, Lin Fan turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. In a dense forest, two burly men were pressing down on a demon beast. The demon beast's four hooves were struggling, but it could not break free. "Take the chain and tie this leg for me. I'm so lucky this time. I actually met an Earthstar Border Stage 2 beast. I'll be able to earn some money if I exchange it later." After a lot of effort, they finally managed to tie the beast up. They then knocked it out and threw it into the car. There were 3 beasts in the car, including the previous one. All of them were in the Earthstar Border Stage 2. "Who is it?" Just then, one of the men shouted at the back. But when they saw that there was only one person, they heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Fan had just passed by this place because he was a little hungry. Coincidentally, a beast had attacked, so he had suppressed it casually. He had wanted to find a good place to cook up a good meal, but he had not expected to bump into someone. Looking at the 2 men, they are obviously Sunshine Sect disciples. Black robes with flame patterns. Isn't this the uniform of Sunshine Sect disciples? "Who are you?" one of the burly men asked sternly. His face changed when he saw the beast behind Lin Fan. An Earthstar Border Stage 5 beast. Obviously, they did not expect this stranger to be able to subdue an Earthstar Border Stage 5 beast. This was a little shocking. "My matey Chegao." Lin Fan felt that this name was not bad. It gave him a mysterious feeling. Also, he could not guarantee that his real name, Lin Fan, had not spread in the Sunshine Sect. After all, this name was the symbol of a legend. While the 2 of them were still pondering over the name, Lin Fan dragged the beast and walked towards them. His left hand was behind his back, ready to hammer the 2 of them when he got close. Just as he was about to attack the 2 of them, he quietly put his mace back. "Oh, so it's my matey Chegao. Are you also here to capture demonic beasts to exchange?" one of them said. He thought for a long time, but he couldn't figure out where the name came from. But then he remembered that the Magnificent Flame sect usually only had 2 or 3 words in their names. Those who had 5 words in their names were obviously from the Sunshine sect, which was Invincible. "Yes." Lin Fan nodded calmly. He was curious as well. Capturing beasts to exchange? Seemed like this was going to be interesting. "I'm Wang Che, he's Gao Jianzhou," Wang Che said. When he looked at the beast behind Lin Fan, the greed in his eyes could be seen clearly. But when he thought about how he could tame an Earthstar Border Stage 5 beast, he was obviously not an ordinary person. The 2 of them were only in the Earthstar Border Stage, so they might not even be able to fight him. Lin Fan had long seen the greed in their eyes, but he had to pretend that he knew what was going on. It would be bad if he exposed himself. "What about you guys? Shall we go and exchange the beast together?" Lin Fan asked. Wang Che shook his head. "No, we still need to capture a few more beasts." Lin Fan threw the beast over. "This is for you, and this is for me. Let's go back together." Wang Che and Gao Jianzhou were dumbfounded. They looked at each other and shouted immediately. "Are you serious? This is an Earthstar Border Stage 5 beast. If we go and exchange it, we can exchange it for 2 mystic high-class pills. How can he not want such a huge fortune?" "Really? Do you want it or not? If so, let's go back," Lin Fan said. Lin Fan was confused. "Where is this place? Why can't I see it on the map? Did I forget to record it?" "Okay." Wang Che and Gao Jianzhou carried the Earthstar Border Stage 5 beast on their shoulders excitedly and passed the cart to Lin Fan. They did not expect such a good thing to happen to them. They are so lucky. The 3 of them continued to walk forward. Wang Che and Gao Jianzhou were currently in a state of excitement. This was a huge amount of wealth. They were also thinking that there might be something wrong with this guy. If we can fool him, we will use him as our fighter. We won't have to worry about high-class beasts. A sunset. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Isn't this too far? We have been walking for so long, yet we still haven't arrived. My matey Chegao, let's rest here tonight, Wang Che said. They had been walking for a day, and they were exhausted. Lin Fan wanted to say, not yet? But if I say that, I will expose my potential as a country bumpkin. So he said immediately, "Get on the cart. I'll push you there. Let's not waste any more time here." Wang Che and Gao Jianzhou looked at each other. They were 100% sure that Lin Fan was an idiot. If he wasn't, they would do whatever they wanted. Satisfied, the two sat on the cart and allowed Lin Fan to push them. The two of them felt refreshed in the cart. My luck is really too good this time around. If I can get this demon beast up, it'll be a huge fortune. But that place is too scary. Every time I go there, I get scared. I can hear the roars coming from there. It's scary. Gao Jianzhou said. Wang Che twitched his mouth. How can it not be scary? They are experimenting with beasts. I saw a magnificent flame sect slave fusing with a beast and turning into a monster. It was terrifying, but it was a failed product. The big monster master killed it with a slap. Lin Fan pushed the cart with a smile on his face. But when they entered the darkness, his smile turned gloomy. A ray of sunlight appeared in the morning. A building could be seen in front of them. It was made of weird rocks, and it looked creepy. They could hear roars coming from afar. The two of them, who were sleeping, were immediately startled awake when they heard these noises. "We're here. We're here. Monster City," Wang Che exclaimed. Every time he came here, he felt that this place was scary. Lin Fan looked at the situation in front of him. This place is called Monster City, but it's not a city. It's more like the territory of a demon. I can smell the blood and the beasts in the air. Wang Che and Gao Jianzhou carried the beast. "My matey Chegao, let's go." As soon as they finished their words, they disappeared like the wind. It was as if they were afraid that the other party would go back on his words. Lin Fan smiled and pondered. I wonder what's in this monster city. I'll have to take a good look. But there were quite a number of people here. Many of them were here to exchange their beasts. From afar, Wang Che and Gao Jianzhou were queuing up comfortably. At the same time, they were chatting happily with the people around them. They would point at Lin Fan from time to time, as if they were saying, "Look, that's a fool. We got our beasts from him." But Lin Fan noticed that nobody was queuing up. Big Monster Master's assistant. There was only one reason for him to be here. He wanted to find a chance to kill everyone. Since nobody was queuing up, he must go and take a look. Wang Che and Gao Jianzhou were chatting with the people around them. Suddenly, they were stunned and scared. What is he going to do? Could he be applying to be the big monster master's assistant? He's digging his own grave. Shoo, lower your voice. If we disturb him, we'll be the ones to take his place. Is he really a fool? Being the big monster master's assistant is going to kill him. In the past, they thought that it was a great position. But later on, they realized that anyone would be hired. Moreover, they would apply for the position every once in a while. And all the people who applied for the position had disappeared. I heard that they all died in there. They heard that the big monster master was a madman. Sometimes, he would want to merge with his beasts. However, he did not have any slaves with him. Hence, he would ask his assistant to do it. Although it was just a rumor, they believed it. When Lin Fan arrived at the recruitment table, the person was dozing off. Big Monster Master's assistant. The person woke up immediately. He looked excited when he saw Lin Fan. You want to apply for the position? Yes. Lin Fan nodded. He had already thought of all kinds of reasons so that the person would not suspect him. But to Lin Fan's surprise, the person did not even ask any questions. Instead, he said excitedly. Alright, come with me, you have already succeeded, you can receive a middle-grade profound level pill every day. If you can last for 7 days, you can receive a high-grade profound level pill every day. The man said he did not expect that after a month, someone would finally come to apply. He shuddered at the thought of the scene inside. If not for the sex order, they would not want to stay here any longer. Lin Fan laughed. He was curious. Seems like this place is pretty scary. But in terms of scary, could the big monster master be comparable to me? Lin Fan laughed. Since they had met their match, they could give it a try. Lin Fan followed behind the man and walked into the huge cave. As he stepped into the cave, the smell of blood got stronger. Drip. The sound of water dripping could be heard in the cave. Inside was a huge pit. Stone steps circled around the walls and spiraled downwards. Looking down from above, it was a pitch-black abyss. However, from above, there were iron chains hanging down. Each iron chain had a corpse hooked onto it. There were demon beasts, human bodies, and monsters that looked both human and demon at the same time. Puff, the torches on the wall suddenly lit up. They lit up the stairs and the surrounding walls. The leader walked carefully. He did not dare to make too much noise. He then said softly, "Lower your voice. Don't make any noise." Lin Fan felt that this place was weird. But to him, the weirder it was, the better it was. At least, it meant that there would be something unexpected. The man was terrified of this place. However, he was relieved when he thought that he would be able to return to the sect in a few days. This place was even more demonic than the Devil's Land. The big monster master was especially terrifying. He even had the feeling that the big monster master would not hesitate to experiment on him if it was necessary. The only thing he could say to the man was, "I hope you can survive for 3 days." After all, there were very few people who could survive for 3 days in history. The most people who could survive for 3 days were only 7 days. Lin Fan walked all the way to the bottom of the abyss. There were many tunnels in the surroundings. There were roars coming from each of the tunnels. The roars sounded like the roars of beasts and humans. Lin Fan remained calm. However, he could feel that the leader was trembling. It was as if he was afraid of this place. Suddenly, 2 men walked towards Lin Fan. They were dragging a corpse in their hands. However, when Lin Fan got closer, he realized that half of the corpse's face was that of a ferocious beast. There were sharp teeth protruding out of the mouth. It was terrifying. However, there was no aura coming from the corpse. It was obvious that the corpse was dead. "Follow me. You will see these often in the future. But it's too late for you to be afraid now," the man said. Lin Fan smiled and did not say anything. He then walked towards a tunnel. After a while, he pushed open a metal door. The roars of beasts were getting louder and louder. There were even sounds of metal chains clashing. "Big Monster Master, the assistant is here," said the man respectfully. He looked at the huge shadow that was imprinted on the wall. The shadow was obviously a demonic beast that was hung there, but it suddenly split into pieces. "Useless thing, this power can't even hold on." A gloomy voice sounded from within. It was clear that the experiment had failed and was furious. When the man heard this, he trembled even more and broke out in a cold sweat. "Is that so? My assistant is here. Let's take a good look." Footsteps could be heard. In the eyes of the man, it was as if an old abyssal demon had broken through its seal and was walking towards him. A terrifying might swept over, causing him to lower his head, not daring to look straight at it. Lin Fan frowned. This aura was a little strong indeed. But thankfully, it wasn't that strong. The black shadow got bigger and bigger. But when it was about to reach him, there was no one there. When Lin Fan looked down, he was stunned. He was at most 1 meter tall and he looked old. Could this be the big monster master? Not bad. The big monster master looked at Lin Fan and nodded his head in satisfaction. "I'm glad that you're satisfied, big monster master," the man said respectfully. "Follow me," the big monster master said and walked into the room. Lin Fan did not think too much and followed behind. He wanted to see what the big monster master was going to do. Just as he was thinking, the big monster master's voice could be heard. "You will be my assistant from now on. You have to familiarize yourself with my work. The perfect fusion of humans and beasts to form the strongest weapons of war. But I will not tell you anything about your work. You have to learn through research. If I feel that you can't help me, you will become the material for the fusion of beasts and humans," the big monster master said coldly. He then pressed a button on the wall. Suddenly, 2 holes appeared on the wall above them. One was a human chained down, and the other was a demonic beast. "Ah! Let me go!" The human roared angrily and struggled, causing the chains to clatter. You demons, you will all die a horrible death. The big monster master grabbed the token that was hanging under the human's feet. Magnificent Flame Sect Disciple, Earthstar Border Stage 1, Captive. Not a bad material. I can try out my latest research, the perfect exchange of a beast's heart and a human's heart. Lin Fan looked at the man and frowned. He did not expect the big monster master to use a Magnificent Flame Sect disciple as an experiment. But as a fellow disciple of the Magnificent Flame Sect, how can I watch my fellow disciple being experimented on? This big monster master is such a hateful guy. Big monster master, you said that the perfect exchange of hearts did not work, right? Lin Fan asked. As soon as Lin Fan said this, the big monster master stopped what he was doing. A furious aura could be felt from him. What did you say? How dare you say that I did not succeed? As my assistant, how dare you question me? The big monster master's aura was indeed strong, but it was useless to Lin Fan. Why? As the big monster master, can't you accept such a small failure? Actually, I think that your research method is wrong. Lin Fan said calmly. The big monster master, who was on the verge of exploding, retracted his aura after hearing Lin Fan. Wrong? Why would it be wrong? Good, very good. Since you want to know why, I shall bluff you. After all, I was a salesman in my previous life. Have you been experimenting on the Magnificent Flame Sect disciples? Lin Fan said calmly. With his back facing the big monster master, he winked at the man on the chain, signaling him to stop shouting. I'm saving your life. However, the man on the chain could not understand Lin Fan's gaze. He continued to curse. Yes, what's wrong with that? The big monster master thought. It's a big problem. I think you don't understand the true meaning of blood. Lin Fan said coldly. He looked at the big monster master with disdain. Are you mocking me? How could the big monster master not understand Lin Fan's tone? He shouted angrily as if he was going to kill Lin Fan anytime. To Lin Fan, the big monster master was too hot-tempered. However, Lin Fan did not mind. He could tell that the big monster master was a pervert who researched on the fusion of humans and beasts. Why? Don't you want to know why? Lin Fan looked at the big monster master and asked calmly. Tell me. If you can satisfy me, I will reward you. The big monster master said. Why don't you use the Sunshine Sect disciples to experiment? Lin Fan asked. Sunshine Sect disciples? The big monster master looked up. Why do you need the Sunshine Sect disciples to experiment? There are slaves from the Magnificent Flame Sect. Why do you need them? Lin Fan shook his head. You don't understand. It's about blood. There are many secrets in blood. There are 4 types of blood, A, B, AB, and O. Wait, what did you say? What are the 4 types of blood? Hearing this, the big monster master felt a headache coming on. He could not understand what Lin Fan was talking about. He had never heard of the 4 types of blood before. You don't even know the 4 types of blood, and you want to research on the fusion of humans and beasts? You must be dreaming. Or should I say, you're just trying your luck. Lin Fan laughed. Tell me. What do you mean? The big monster master felt as if he had opened a door to a whole new world. There were many things that he did not know about. This Magnificent Flame Sect disciple is not suitable. Get a Sunshine Sect disciple to come down. Lin Fan said and stopped talking. It was as if he was telling the big monster master not to get a Sunshine Sect disciple to come down. To the big monster master, he was dying to know what was going on. He paced around, and suddenly, he thought of something. He pulled the switch, and the Magnificent Flame Sect disciple went up. Another Sunshine Sect disciple came down. The Sunshine Sect disciple was punished to suffer in this place because he had made a mistake. But when he saw the situation around him, he could not help but scream out loud. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm a Sunshine Sect disciple, and I'm only punished to stay here for a year. What are you doing? The Sunshine Sect disciple looked around and knew what was going on. Is he suitable? The big monster master stared at Lin Fan. Yes. Lin Fan nodded. I hope you're not lying to me. If not, you will die a horrible death. Without hesitation, the big monster master took action. The Sunshine Sect disciple struggled, but he could not fight back at all. Puke, the sound of skin being cut could be heard. No, big monster master, you can't do this to me. I'm a Sunshine Sect disciple. You can't do this to me. The big monster master, who was in a state of research, went crazy. Lin Fan pondered. Initially, he wanted to kill everyone here. But suddenly, he realized that this big monster master seemed to be of some use. Thinking back to the time of war and the terror of the gigantic war beasts, one could tell how much research the Sunshine Sect had into this area. Life and death puppet. This is a treasure. If I can use it to control the big monster master, it might be a good choice. Just as Lin Fan was thinking, a mysterious force could be felt. Ha 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 ha. The big monster master laughed crazily. I did it. I really did it. The heart of a human and a beast has merged perfectly. I did it. The body that was being used for research suddenly stood up, and a blood-red glow could be seen in its eyes. Green veins could be seen on the Sunshine Sect disciple's heart, like the roots of a tree. Roar, the disciple let out a roar. He then stood aside obediently under the big monster master's command. How would I know about this? Lin Fan found it hard to answer this question. Could he say that he was just making a wild guess and that he was lucky enough to succeed? Lin Fan suddenly realized that there was a reason why the Sunshine Sect liked to study the fusion of humans and beasts. The Sunshine Sect disciple was in the Earth Star Border Stage 2, but he leveled up to the Earth Star Border Stage 3 after merging with the beast's heart. This doesn't follow the rules of cultivation at all. My cultivation has leveled up after merging with the beast's heart, and my life force has become stronger. This is unbelievable. Even with Lin Fan's intelligence, he still couldn't figure out the reason behind this. Just what kind of place had changed to produce such a powerful force? This was truly inexplicable. Looking at his masterpiece, the big monster master was excited. He then turned to Lin Fan. You're not an ordinary person. Lin Fan said coldly. He was confused. Piak, the big monster master came up to Lin Fan and raised his head. You actually know something so mysterious? What are the 4 great blood types? What's the theory behind it? What's the connection between them? How did this happen? He had been studying the integration of humans and beasts for 30 years. Countless war beasts had been born from his hands, especially during the last war. He heard that a war beast had gained sentience for a short period of time, which made him very curious. However, the war beast was destroyed by the magnificent Flame Sect not long after it appeared. It's a pity. If I can catch it for research, I'll be able to improve my research. Lin Fan looked at the big monster master and smiled. Do you really want to know? Huff, the big monster master breathed heavily. His body trembled as if he was too excited. Yeah, I really want to know. At the same time, I'm even more interested in your identity. Who are you? You're definitely not a nobody. Where did you come from? How did you know so much? I'm so excited that I can meet you. My blood is boiling. Crack, the big monster master's skin cracked. A sticky liquid could be seen flowing out from the cracks. His 1-meter-tall body started to expand. Piak, a thick green beast tail lashed the ground. The human face had also undergone a huge change. The corners of the mouth were split open, extending all the way to the mouth that was filled with sharp teeth like that of a demonic beast. A pair of beastly eyes rolled around, and a long, sharp, scarlet tongue extended out. Tell me, who are you? What else do you know? Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the 2-meter-tall body in front of him. He was shocked. He did not expect the big monster master to be able to merge himself with a beast as well. To be able to transform into a human and a beast perfectly, he must be quite capable. You've become really tall. Lin Fan exclaimed. Hee hee. The big monster master laughed. This is the perfect fusion. I managed to fuse with the beasts by chance. I didn't expect that I would succeed. But ever since then, I have never succeeded again. Tell me, what else do you know? If you tell me everything, I will fulfill all your conditions. The big monster master laughed. No, this isn't perfect. Lin Fan shook his head. The big monster master was stunned. He looked surprised and angry. Impossible. This is the perfect one. Lin Fan said. Lin Fan shook his head. Seems like you still don't know what perfection is. Let me show you then. Violent body, boom, Lin Fan's muscles started to expand and his body grew taller. His 3-meter-tall body looked like a giant in the eyes of the big monster master. The big monster master's body that was perfectly fused with the beast's looked tiny in comparison. No, this isn't fusion. This is just a skill set that changed the bones in your body. This isn't fusion. The big monster master shook his head. However, greed could be seen in his eyes. What a perfect body. If I can fuse with the beasts, I will become a terrifying existence. How about this? Dragon body, in the blink of an eye, Lin Fan's arms underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Dragon scales covered his entire body while his fingers turned into dragon claws. In fact, on his forehead, 2 dragon horns protruded out of his skin and curved upwards. His eyes turned into dragon eyes as well. This was the ultimate form of the dragon body. Although this was the special property of the second level of the divine art of startling dragons, Lin Fan realized that Xianxia did not have this ability. This meant that this was the special property that he got when he upgraded his skill set with his points. Is this the fusion of the Saint Convent Sex Golden Dragon? The big monster master said in disbelief. Impossible. I've tried with the Golden Dragon before. It's impossible. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and grabbed the big monster master's head. You're wrong, son of a bitch. This is the power of the magnificent flame sex blood. The Sunshine sect can only fuse with beasts. What? The big monster master was stunned. He could not understand what Lin Fan just said. But suddenly, something terrifying happened. Life and death puppet. A puppet the size of a palm could be seen floating above their heads. What are you doing? The big monster master roared and struggled. With a thought, the disciple who had just fused with the beast's heart attacked Lin Fan. Poochie, Lin Fan stretched out his palm and sliced down. A sharp beam of light sliced off the head of that disciple. Become my slave and do research on me. I will tell you everything I know about blood. Lin Fan laughed. The life and death puppet was useless to him. But the big monster master is a genius. I'll let him hide in the Sunshine sect and protect the magnificent flame sex people under the guise of doing research on the Sunshine sect's disciples. Don't you like to do research on the fusion of humans and beasts? I'll let you do it to your heart's content. The life and death puppet was already full and filled with boundless power. What is this? Who are you? The big monster master could feel a weird energy wrapping around him. He could not move at all. He let out a beast-like roar. This life and death puppet is indeed weird. When he took out the life and death puppet, he could feel a connection between him and the life and death puppet. The big monster master struggled, but his body was locked. His pupils constricted. He could see that the puppet's face looked exactly like him. What is this? Stop. Stop right now. The big monster master could feel his energy dissipating. It was as if he was being controlled by something. Ha 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 ha. This life and death puppet is indeed a magical thing. To think that it can actually control you. Lin Fan laughed out loud. There was an indescribable feeling of satisfaction in his heart. He then opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the life and death puppet. Everything about this puppet is good except for the process. It's not good to spit out blood. Master servant puppet, controlling life and death. Boom. A ray of light could be seen coming from the puppet, covering the big monster master. The puppet shrunk and returned to Lin Fan's body. Lord Big Monster Master, what happened? A Sunshine sect disciple ran over immediately after feeling the energy. Get out. When the person who had rushed over heard these words, he was so scared that his whole body trembled and he quickly retreated. Suddenly, he remembered that this is the big monster master's important place. The consequences will be dire if I enter. Lin Fan looked at the big monster master in front of him and smiled. Kneel down. Yes, my great master. The big monster master kneeled down without any resistance. Lin Fan did not expect that he would be able to control the big monster master so quickly. It felt great. The way he controlled the big monster master was simple. He had absolute control over the big monster master, and he did not need the big monster master's energy. This was because the strong would not give energy to the weak. What he cultivated was the most realistic. As for the energy feedback, it was all fake and not solid. The big monster master looked the same as before. But other than Lin Fan, no one knew that the big monster master was under someone else's control. How many magnificent flame sect disciples are there? Lin Fan ignored the big monster master and picked up the things around him to take a closer look. He was interested when he saw a drop of golden blood in a bottle. He could feel a strong energy from the blood. There are a total of 13,000 magnificent flame sect disciples and 600 sunshine sect disciples who committed crimes. The big monster master was under Lin Fan's control. This is going to be difficult. It's not easy to bring these magnificent flame sect disciples away. Even if I can bring them away, it will be difficult for me to lead the sunshine sect and reach the magnificent flame sect safely. But luckily, this is the monster city, the territory of the big monster master. This might be the safest place. Remember, the blood of the sunshine sect is the easiest medium to merge with the blood of beasts. Lin Fan said. Yes, the blood of the sunshine sect is the best medium. The big monster master nodded. Lin Fan asked again, are you controlling these creatures that have successfully fused? Yes. Lin Fan went into deep thought. I have to make good use of the big monster master now that I have him. If not, it will be a waste. Furthermore, the big monster master's most outstanding ability is the perfect merging of humans and beasts. Since that's the case, I'll let the big monster master create a perfect army for me. The magnificent flame sect might not allow such an experiment to exist, but so what? If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? I'll leave it to the future generations. I just need to solve the problem in front of me. However, the success rate of the big monster master's experiment was not high. Perhaps it had something to do with the difference in blood types. After all, blood types do not exist in this fantasy world. Big monster master, come here. See if there are any differences between the blood types. Lin Fan ordered. Yes. The big monster master nodded. Once again, he went back to his research. Lin Fan watched from the side. If the big monster master could really figure it out, it would mean that there was nothing wrong with what he was thinking about. This might be the reason why the merging failed. P.S. Thank you, Yu Xing, for being promoted to the leader of the alliance. I owe you 6 updates now. Let's count it. Master, I don't see anything different. Their blood is all red. Apart from those true experts who can condense their blood into a golden color, there's no difference between them in terms of color. The big monster master looked at the bottles of blood in his hands for a long time before coming up with this theory. It was the most satisfying theory he had ever come up with. Piak, Lin Fan slapped the big monster master's head. The big monster master fell to the ground and looked at Lin Fan in confusion. He had no idea why Lin Fan slapped his head. Are you an idiot? How can I not see that the blood is red? I want you to see if there's anything different about this blood. Why is it so hard to communicate with him? I have to be calm, but I can't take it anymore. The big monster master's hands must be stained with the blood of many magnificent flame sect disciples. I might be a magnificent flame sect disciple, but I'm a magnificent flame sect disciple. The sunshine sect reminds me of a country in my previous life. Who else should I kill if not you? Because of the life and death puppet, the big monster master did not hate Lin Fan. He only obeyed Lin Fan. Master, other than the red color, the energy in each blood is different. Some are strong, some are weak. The big monster master said after thinking for a while. You. Hearing this, Lin Fan wanted to slap the big monster master to death. Bull*T. Did he come up with something like this after decades of research? But Lin Fan held it in. Since this is the case, I'll stay here and teach the big monster master some knowledge. I might not understand it, but it will be of some use. Are there many beasts here? Lin Fan thought to himself. I only have 10,000 points now. Since I'm in the monster city, I can hunt the beasts here and save myself a lot of trouble. Yes. There are more than 1,600 beasts. The big monster master said honestly. This was the monster city, and the beasts were also being rewarded by the Sunshine Sect disciples for their research. To some of the Sunshine Sect people, this was something that they would never get tired of. Even the Sunshine Sect disciples would capture beasts for the rewards. More than 1,600 beasts. Hearing such a huge number of beasts, Lin Fan got impulsive. How many points would I get if I kill all of them? It should be at least a few 100,000. Let's go. Take me there. Lin Fan was a little impatient. He felt that his luck was simply way too good. Whenever he was lacking something like this would happen and he would get what he needed. Experience points were easy to accumulate, but points were not. With the advancement of the cultivation technique, the number of points required would also increase. Given the number of cultivation techniques he had now, if he were to upgrade all of them, even 1,000,000 points wouldn't be enough. There was still a long way to go, and he needed to continue working hard. The place where the demonic beasts were imprisoned. Before they even entered, they could already hear the roars of the demonic beasts. After being imprisoned in this dark place, the demonic beasts had long entered a berserk state. Any movement would enrage them. Master, all the demonic beasts in Demon City are imprisoned here. The big monster master had already asked all the Sunshine Sect disciples to leave. He did not want anyone to disturb his time with his master. The big monster master felt honored to be able to work for his master. Earth Star Border Stage 2, Body Tempering Stage 9, Earth Star Border Stage 1. Not bad. The cultivation of the demonic beasts here might not be high, but there are so many of them. If I can kill all of them, I will be able to make a fortune. Lin Fan placed his finger on the bars. He could feel the points waving at him. Roar! In the darkness, a demonic beast fiercely charged out, slamming into the iron railings and causing them to creak. A pair of ferocious eyes emitted a cruel light. Lin Fan raised his finger and shot out earth energy. It killed the demonic beast instantly. Points plus 200 inch. How dare these beasts attack master? I will use them for my research. The big monster master shouted in anger. His face was filled with madness. He could not wait to kill all the demonic beasts here. Move aside. Lin Fan waved his hand and went into deep thought. The big monster master stood at the side respectfully and fearfully, not daring to interrupt his master's thoughts. When should I kill all the demonic beasts in the city? Will it arouse suspicion if I kill all the demonic beasts in the city? After all, there are so many of them here. But if I don't kill them, it would be a waste. What a pity. Do you think the Sunshine Sect will be suspicious if I kill all the demonic beasts here? Lin Fan looked at the big monster master and asked. The big monster master shook his head. No. As long as it's what master wants, I will cover it up for you. Furthermore, there are so many demonic beasts here every day. As long as I can improve my research, it will be fine. Great. Lin Fan nodded. He was in a good mood. Who cares? It's not a big deal even if I'm discovered. I can't let go of these points. I will be letting myself down if I let them go. At the entrance of the city, the Sunshine Sect disciples stood there, chatting with each other. They were chased up from the ground. Breathing in the fresh air made them feel refreshed. This place is too scary. How can the big monster master stay here for more than 10 years? What kind of mentality does he have? Shoo, lower your voice. The big monster master is not an ordinary person. I heard that the big monster master is not a kind person. He will eat people alive. It can't be. That's scary. Let me tell you. Some of the assistants were not used by the big monster master for his research. They were eaten by the big monster master when he was immersed in his research. Hearing this, the disciples turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. They did not expect such a rumor to be true. They were sent here to guard the city for the sect. But they would only stay here for a short period of time before returning to the sect for another batch of people. Now that the big monster master had asked them to come up, they heaved a sigh of relief. Underground. Lin Fan was explaining all sorts of knowledge about blood to the big monster master. He might not know why humans and beasts could merge perfectly, but he was sure that it had something to do with the blood. Under Lin Fan's punch, the big monster master finally understood the difference between the 4 types of blood. Master, I understand now. These are the 4 types of blood that you mentioned. But why do they reject each other even though they are the same type of blood? The big monster master finally understood, but he still had a problem. This is the Rh-negative blood type, but it contains the 4 types of blood. But don't worry about that. Just merge the same type of blood. Lin Fan was too lazy to explain. The situation was too complicated. It was hard for him to explain it to the big monster master with his half-baked knowledge. But it was already an improvement to be able to differentiate the 4 types of blood, merging with each other, forming a perfect combination between humans and beasts. I can't believe that I didn't stop such a crazy experiment. This is insane. The big monster master nodded. But he did not give up. He would definitely do more research. But Lin Fan had no control over the results of his research. You can keep the beasts below the Earth's starborder realm. I will kill the rest. Lin Fan was prepared to kill all the beasts above the Earth's starborder realm. He would leave the body-tempering beasts for the big monster master to study. Yes, master. The big monster master had submitted to Lin Fan. He would not stop his master from doing anything. Thinking about the huge amount of points waiting for him, he could feel his heart pounding. Excitement. I'm so excited. Lin Fan came to the place where the beasts were kept. Roars could be heard. This life and death puppet is great. Fu Dashing is such a waste. Why can't I be as lucky as him? It's such a pity. Lin Fan had high hopes for the life and death puppet. The puppet progenitor must be a genius to be able to make something like this. I wonder if the puppet progenitor is dead. It would be great if he's still alive. At least I can talk to him when I meet him in the future. Footsteps could be heard coming from the place where the beasts were kept. Roar, the demonic beasts all became active, constantly banging on the iron gate, the waves of roars containing endless anger. Don't worry. I'm here. Points, I've been waiting for a long time. Lin Fan opened the metal door and walked into the darkness. Puke, suddenly, beams of light could be seen in the darkness. What followed were the cries of the beasts. Points plus 300 points plus 200 when these beasts saw a human entering, they were initially excited. However, at this moment, they realized that this human was simply way too strong. Violent mace. Fire. Lin Fan held the mace in his hand and swung it down. The entire prison shook, and blood flowed like a river. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Monster City entrance. The disciples who were chatting with each other shivered when they heard the screams. They could not help but shiver when they heard the cries coming from below. What's going on? What's happening? The big monster master is torturing the beasts again. This is too scary. Since when did the big monster master appear in the Hall of Beasts of the Sunshine Sect? Are you tired of living? How dare you speak ill of the big monster master? Remember, the big monster master is the best fighter that the Sunshine Sect has. We will be relying on him to invade the Magnificent Flame Sect in the future. Some of the disciples were horrified, but some of them were laughing out loud in excitement. It was as if the more miserable the voice was, the more excited he became. Because this meant that the Sunshine Sect would have a more powerful force in the future. The Magnificent Flame Sect had a large population, and the human wave attack was too scary. But with the war monsters created by the big monster master, it would not be a problem. In the prison. 2 days and 2 nights. Lin Fan did not close his eyes. If all the beasts were together, he would have killed them all with one strike. But these beasts were locked in cages individually. If they were together, they would definitely kill each other. Are there any more? Lin Fan looked around, looking for the beasts that he had missed. On the first day, the beasts were ferocious and wanted to bite him into pieces. But on the second day, they were afraid of him. Low-level demonic beasts lacked intelligence. They didn't have any wretched thoughts of growing up. They just wanted to charge around recklessly. However, they weren't stupid. Such a thick smell of blood had long since made them afraid. They naturally knew that this human in front of them couldn't be provoked. The body-tempering realm beasts crawled in the cages, shivering. They thought that they had escaped death, but they did not know that Lin Fan did not want to kill them. "Hey, I found it. It's hiding here." Lin Fan saw a beast hiding in a dark corner of the cage. It was trembling and motionless. Creak. Lin Fan pulled the metal door open. "Interesting beast. I have already opened the door, but you are not coming out." "Come out, I will let you do whatever you want," Lin Fan said. But the beast was still motionless. It growled a few times as if it was saying, "Brother, forget it. Don't kill anymore." So disobedient. Lin Fan walked in and grabbed the beast by its hind legs, dragging it out. Woo-woo, the beast scratched the ground with its front hooves, leaving deep marks. It did not want to come out. It did not want to die in the hands of this cruel human. It was wrong. It shouldn't have been so arrogant earlier. When it was first released, it also roared in anger at that reckless human. But later on, it discovered that countless demonic beasts were brutally smashed by this human. It was afraid. It then opened the cage obediently and hid in its original spot. It did not dare to make a sound, hoping that Lin Fan would not notice it. But it did not expect that this human would still find it. Roar. The fearful demonic beast felt humiliated. It turned its head violently and tried to bite the human's head with its ferocious mouth. Bang, Lin Fan punched out and pierced through the beast's head. Blood spurted out and dripped onto the ground. Points plus 500, not bad, so it's an Earth Star Border Stage 4 beast. No wonder it knows how to hide. Lin Fan flicked the blood off his palm and checked his points. Points, 305300 inch, ha 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 ha. Lin Fan laughed and smashed his mace on the ground. He did not expect to accumulate so many points. It was really exciting. What kind of wealth was this? Even if one were to split their pants and risk their lives to accumulate points, they still wouldn't be able to accumulate such an abundance of points. This place was indeed a good place. This trip was not in vain. "I'm a little tired." Lin Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He was prepared to be in his best condition to level up his skills and raise his cultivation base once more. His death would not affect the Big Monster Master, as the Big Monster Master was controlled by the life and death puppet. Since Lin Fan had already refined the life and death puppet, his death would not affect the Big Monster Master. A decisive sword strike instantly killed him. Demon City entrance. The disciples heaved a sigh of relief. The screams of bullying had finally ended. To them, it was a form of torture. It's finally over. What happened down there? Don't think about it. Don't ask. This is not something we can know. We just have to do what we need to do. This is hell. I wonder who will take over our position next time. The thought of someone taking over their position made them think that the nightmare had just begun. Underground. Ancient world's King Kong's physique. Lin Fan thought to himself. Since I have enough points, let's start leveling up. Points 120,000 inch Ancient world's King Kong's physique, level 1, traits, shapeless body, void quake, physical body enhancement. Instantly, Lin Fan could feel a mysterious power appearing within his body. This power shone with a golden light and was boundless, bringing with it an ancient aura. This skill set is indeed powerful. My capacity has increased by a lot, and my energy keeps on increasing just because I have comprehended the first level. Indeed, my foundation has reached a certain level. Even the difference between Heaven Star Border Realm and Earth Star Border Realm is not enough to make me feel helpless. Li Chongshan was indeed a man of great luck. He had cultivated the skill set Ancient World's King Kong's physique, allowing his strength to increase by leaps and bounds. Even Heaven Star Border Stage 1 cultivators would not be able to defeat him. However, he was eventually tortured to death by Lin Fan. Comprehend the devastating fist scripture. Lin Fan thought to himself. Lin Fan had a deep understanding of this skill. It was extremely destructive. Even he wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from it. Points 30. 1000-inch devastating fist scripture, level 1, traits, shattering wave, strength amplification, destruction destroy. Lin Fan raised his hand and clenched his fist into a fist. He then punched out casually, causing the space around him to tremble. A destructive force could be felt from his fist, stirring the space around him. Boom, the wall in the distance shook violently under the impact of the force. There was even a bottomless hole in the wall. Gravel could be seen rolling down from the wall. So powerful. I didn't even use much strength, but it's already so destructive. Lin Fan exclaimed. He could feel the energy in his body surging like a dragon, creating huge waves in the ocean. I still have half of my points left. What skill set should I use it to level up? Level up magic of the 7 gods. Points 150,000. It took a lot of energy, but he didn't regret it. Among all the skills he knew, the magic of the 7 gods was the most powerful, besides the ancient world King Kong's Dharma body. It was also the most powerful one. Supreme Tao, divine. Suddenly, Lin Fan could feel a strong vibration in his body. Dong dong, his heartbeat became more and more violent. This. Lin Fan was shocked. This was something that he had never thought would happen. Suddenly, a cracking sound could be heard. He realized that his heart had cracked open, and there was a mysterious force coming out from the crack. A terrifying aura burst out from Lin Fan's body. This aura was very pure, and when the surrounding body-tempering realm beasts felt this aura, they felt as if their hearts were being suppressed. They all prostrated on the ground, trembling in fear. Crack, it was the sound of flesh peeling off. Lin Fan's heart kept cracking as if it was peeling off its skin, revealing a golden piece of flesh. Supreme Tao, divine, true heart. A godly spirit was birthed from his heart. And this godly spirit was the most fundamental existence that Lin Fan had ever wanted to achieve in his heart. Lin Fan closed his eyes, and various people appeared in his mind. Destroy the world with one punch? No, it's too weak. Break the chaos, open up the world, step on the earth, extend infinitely, and stand in the infinite world. Boom, as soon as this thought appeared in Lin Fan's mind, earth energy rushed towards his heart, as if it was condensing the god in his mind. In an instant, 1/3 of the energy in Lin Fan's body was absorbed. In the blink of an eye, 2/3 had been absorbed. Lin Fan was stunned, feeling a little incredulous. This speed of energy absorption was way too horrifying. I'm in the Earth Star Border Stage 7 now, and the energy in my body is enough for a few people to break through to the Heaven Star Border realm. But now, it's almost dried up. I can't kill myself. If I do, everything will stop, and I won't be able to reach the perfect state of Supreme Tao, divine. Increase cultivation. As the energy in his body was about to be completely absorbed, Lin Fan used his experience points to increase his cultivation without hesitation. I must persevere. Supreme Tao, divine. The bigger my heart is, the stronger my God is. I can't let it end so easily. Experience points minus 7 million. Realm, Earth Star Border Stage 8, plus, Lin Fan's energy was replenished once again. Become a god. The 3rd god of the magic of the 7 gods, Supreme Tao, divine. Boom, suddenly, a beam of light shrouded Lin Fan. A ray of light could be seen coming from his heart, and an illusory figure could be seen floating behind him. The illusory figure might not be big, but it was standing on the abyss of the universe, and its hands were holding up countless galaxies. An extremely powerful aura could be felt from it. The big monster master, who was in the middle of his research, stopped what he was doing. He could feel a terrifying energy coming from the abyss. He could not resist the energy at all. It was terrifying. But very soon, the energy disappeared. The big monster master heaved a sigh of relief. He had no idea what his master was doing, but the energy was too terrifying. At the entrance of the monster city. While the disciples were chatting, they felt the ground shaking. They did not feel anything else but thought that the big monster master was doing some terrifying experiment again. Suddenly, the disciples stopped talking and saw a figure coming towards them. Who's that? they shouted. It seems to be a woman. But the mask is too much. Let's see who it is. This is the monster city. We'll be in big trouble if we disturb the big monster master. The disciples went forward and stretched out their hands. Take the mask. If you look good and serve us well, we'll spare your life. Puke, a head flew into the air. Disbelief could be seen in the eyes of the head. How dare you? The faces of the surrounding disciples flickered, and they immediately began to berate him. However, it was at this point that their expressions of anger suddenly turned into that of terror. When they saw the command medallion in front of them, their hearts began to pound. Plop, the disciples knelt on the ground, sweating profusely and shivering. Spare our lives. Big Monster Master, are you here? The voice was cold. It sounded like the voice of the Grim Reaper when it reached the disciples' ears. Yes, Big Monster Master is inside. The Big Monster Master was now in complete silence. With the guidance of his master, he realized that a brand new door had opened up in front of him. The Sunshine Sect disciples are the best candidates. The Magnificent Flame Sect disciples are not suitable. He mumbled to himself. His voice got louder and louder as he stared at the Sunshine Sect disciple. Big Monster Master, what are you doing? I'm an inner disciple of the Sunshine Sect. You can't do this to me. You will be punished severely if you experiment on me. The disciple was dumbfounded. He was an inner disciple of the Sunshine Sect. He was imprisoned here because he made a mistake. He could feel how scary this place was. But because he was a Sunshine Sect disciple, he would not be a candidate for the experiment. But now, the situation had changed. The Big Monster Master in front of him put him down and wanted to use him for research. No, you're suitable. You're the best candidate. The Big Monster Master shook his head. He was so excited that his hands were trembling. He was so excited that he was going to have a perfect piece of art in front of him soon. Who? The Big Monster Master turned around and looked at the entrance. When he saw the figure, he laughed. So it's you. Jiying. The disciple was so scared that his pants were wet. Save me. The Big Monster Master is a lunatic. He's a lunatic. I'm an inner disciple of the Sunshine Sect. I'm not a candidate. Hee hee. The Big Monster Master laughed sinisterly. Lunatic? Is there anyone in the Sunshine Sect who doesn't see me as a lunatic? Big Monster Master, since there are Magnificent Flame Sect citizens here, why are you still using the Sunshine Sect disciples? Seeing this, Jiying asked with an indifferent look on her face. The Big Monster Master stared at her with a murderous look. You don't understand. Because the Sunshine Sect disciples are more suitable. Hearing this, the disciple shouted in anger. No, those lowly Magnificent Flame Sect disciples are more suitable. I'm an inner disciple, and I will become a pillar of the sect in the future. You can't do this to me, or the sect will not let you off. The Big Monster Master looked at the disciple and sneered. You don't understand. The sect has already decided your fate by punishing you here. Impossible. The disciple's face changed. He didn't dare believe this was real. What are you doing here? The Big Monster Master ignored the disciple and looked at Jiying. She was Li Chongyuan's butcher knife. God knows how many people she had killed. I'm here to look for someone. He's with you, Jiying said gloomily. Who is it? The Big Monster Master put down his tools and looked at Jiying. Besides you, me, and him, who else is there? The Big Monster Master did not say anything. He knew that Jiying was very sensitive to smell. She could track her opponent by smell. However, the person she was talking about was his master. He is my assistant. What are you trying to do? The Big Monster Master shouted. His expression turned ferocious. He destroyed the 6 o'clock fortress and killed Li Chongshan, Jiying said as she looked at the corridor in the distance. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from afar. Who is looking for me? After Lin Fan recovered from his cultivation state, he could feel that his strength had become even stronger. This was a form of confidence. He even had the confidence that he could kill Li Chongshan with a single punch if he were to bump into him. I'm only an Earth-Star Border Stage 8 now, but I have such a feeling. I wonder if it's just my imagination. I'll find an opponent to test this out when I have the chance. When Lin Fan reached the big monster master, he saw a stranger standing there. It's you. Jiying could smell a familiar scent. I smelled you at the 6 o'clock fortress. Are you looking for the wrong person? I don't think I've met you before. Lin Fan asked curiously. But in his heart, he was cursing. He had been hiding for so many days, and yet he was still found. Did this guy have a dog's nose or something? I wanted to live a peaceful life here, but it seems like I won't have the chance to. We don't have to. Your aura won't lie to me. Big Monster Master, he's the person that Lord Li Chongyuan wants. Help me. Jiying said coldly. Whoosh, an ear-piercing sound could be heard. A green tail wrapped around Jiying's waist. How dare you harm my master? I can't let you live. The Big Monster Master said coldly. Big Monster Master, how dare you betray the Sunshine Sect? Jiying did not expect the Big Monster Master to betray her. This is unforgivable. Damn it. You think you can trap me? Dream on. We might be in the Heaven Star Border realm, but you're still far from me. What about me? Jiying shouted. It's been a long time since I last fought. Let's see how strong I am. Jiying could feel a terrifying force coming towards her. She looked up and was shocked. This is the devastating punch scripture. Boom, Lin Fan punched Jiying's head. In an instant, a strong force pierced through Jiying's head, causing it to explode. When the disciple who was tied up caught sight of this, he was completely dumbfounded. In fact, he could not believe what he was seeing. Jiying is a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 elite. How can she be killed so easily? This is impossible. Lin Fan looked at his fist and then at the headless corpse. He was in disbelief and muttered to himself, it can't be. I've become so strong now? She might be weaker than Li Chongshan, but she's still a Heaven Star Border Realm elite. The Big Monster Master knelt down immediately. Master, you're so powerful. Lin Fan blinked. He wasn't used to it. Who is he? Master. She's Li Chongyuan's butcher knife, Jiying. The Big Monster Master bowed. He did not expect his master to be so powerful that he could kill Jiying with a single punch. Li Chongyuan? What has he got to do with Li Chongshan? Lin Fan asked. Li Chongshan is Li Chongyuan's younger brother. The Big Monster Master said. Lin Fan could feel that the power that he had just unleashed was simply way too horrifying. It was way stronger than even a full-powered punch from before. Could it be that his strength had really reached such a terrifying level? Lin Fan looked at the corpse. It didn't even have a storage ring. Indeed, it was extremely poor. However, this was the first time that he had met someone whose face he hadn't even seen before he had killed. Is she a man or a woman? Looking at the body, Lin Fan had no idea. Since she had lost her head, it was hard for him to guess. Master, I don't know, but I think she's a woman. The Big Monster Master shook his head. Really? Lin Fan was astonished. Then, he waved his hand. Forget it, there's no need to know. I'm a little disappointed. I thought that he would be strong, but I didn't expect him to die with one punch. Although part of the reason is because of you, he's really too weak. Master, let me take a look. The Big Monster Master took off her clothes to answer his master's question. However, he couldn't tell because it was too flat. He then touched her lower body and said, Master, she's a girl. I verified it myself. Lin Fan looked at the Big Monster Master. What a pervert. He then walked away. I'm going to see how the magnificent Flame Sect disciples are doing. Seeing that his master had left, the Big Monster Master looked at the body and went into deep thought. This is troublesome. I have to destroy the body. At this moment, the Big Monster Master opened his mouth and grabbed the corpse. He stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Ah! Help me! When the disciple saw this, he looked like he was going crazy, as though he was scared stiff. The Big Monster Master looked at the disciple. You saw it. You saw everything. I can't let you live anymore. I can only merge you with me. In a dark and damp corridor, Lin Fan walked in. He could feel that the people in the cages were trembling in fear. It was as if they were afraid of Lin Fan, an outsider. Puff, the lights lit up, lighting up the dark place. Lin Fan stopped walking and looked to the side. There was a man in the cage. He was as skinny as a match, and his eyes were sunken. He raised his hand when he saw Lin Fan, as if he wanted to scold him. But he put his hand down as he was too weak. However, the way he looked at Lin Fan was filled with rage. Earthstar Border Stage 2. Not bad. But because you have been locked up here for a long time, your blood has dried up. You have no strength left. Let's see if I can help you recover. Lin Fan thought for a while and made a cut on his palm. A drop of blood flowed out. As if it was attracted by something, it swayed its tail and flowed towards the man. When the man saw the drop of blood, his expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but he was entangled by the drop of blood. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted from the man's mouth. I'm sorry. My blood is a little too strong. Let me help you. Lin Fan did not expect his blood to be so strong. Even a drop of blood was too much for the man to handle. Lin Fan then used his blood energy to absorb more than half of it. Indeed, the man did not seem to be in pain. Instead, his skinny body was filled with energy. His pale face started to turn red. Who are you? The man did not expect to have such a change. He looked at the man in the corridor in shock. And who are you? Lin Fan asked. I'm Wu Siming, a third-class inner disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect. I was caught and brought here a year ago. The man said proudly. Lin Fan nodded. So he's one of us. But he's lucky to be alive after a year. The big monster master is not a kind person. But now that he's under Lin Fan's control, he can protect them. He ignored Wu Siming and continued walking forward. However, as soon as he took a step forward, a hand grabbed his ankle. Please, kill me. The voice was soft. It was a woman's voice, but it was filled with despair. Lin Fan looked down and saw a black-haired woman lying on the ground. Her slender arm reached out from the cage and grabbed his ankle. She looked weak, but her grip was strong. What's your name? Lin Fan asked. Please, kill me. She still said the same thing. She sounded so desperate. Lin Fan was confused. He did not know what made this woman want to die so badly. Life is precious, and I can only have hope if I'm alive. Sigh. Wu Siming sighed. If it's possible, I hope you can give her a quick death. To her, this is not despair, but relief. Do you know who she is? Lin Fan looked at Wu Siming and asked. Wu Siming nodded. He did not want to talk to Lin Fan at first, but he realized that there was something wrong with Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not think that Lin Fan was the kind of person he was. Her name is Ji Wekong. She's a member of an organization in the Sunshine Sect. She was caught by the Sunshine Sect disciples in Buluo City and was paraded around the city. She suffered unimaginable things. To her, relief is probably the best. Wu Siming said calmly. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. These animals should all be killed. Kill me. Lin Fan frowned. This is unimaginable. This is really unimaginable. Lin Fan then grabbed the chain of the metal door and opened it. He walked up to the woman and held her chin. Look at me. He had a delicate face, but his eyes were lifeless. It was as if he didn't care about his surroundings at all. His despair was so intense that it almost condensed into something solid. Please, kill me, Ji Wekong said, repeating the same words over and over again. Do you want relief? It's very simple. I just need to pinch lightly, and I can make you die painlessly. But is this just because you are afraid? Do you want hope? I can give you hope. Lin Fan said softly, rubbing her lips with his thumb. Hope? Ji Wekong was stunned. There is no hope. I am no longer who I used to be. I hate myself. Everyone will despise me. This is your cowardice controlling your heart. For example, I don't hate you and look down on you. Do you want revenge? Lin Fan's voice was gentle, like he was guiding her. Revenge? Ji Wekong lowered her head. Do I still have the ability to take revenge? Lin Fan stood up and stretched out his hand. Look at me. Trust me. I can give you a new life. From now on, when you place your hand in my palm, you will no longer be the you of the past. You will have a brand new start. Ji Wekong raised her head and stared at the man in front of her. She was in a daze for a long time as the man's words echoed in her mind. Only the weak will think of death when they encounter pain and torment. True experts will rise from the ashes and turn the pain into motivation and strength. Lin Fan looked at her expressionlessly. To Ji Wekong, his outstretched hand was like a giant black hand piercing through the darkness and landing in front of her. If she could grab that hand, she would be able to leave this darkness and enter another darkness. Clatter, Ji Wekong's hand landed on Lin Fan's palm. Lin Fan smiled. He felt like he was quite experienced in this area. Ji Wekong half kneeled on the ground. Master, please give me a name. Lin Fan paused. What was with giving a name? He was a person that hurt a lot. Erguden? Hope from despair? Lin Fan went silent. Then I'll be Wang Shi. Wang Shi prostrated in front of Lin Fan. From now on, I will change my name to Wang Shi. I am willing to be a sharp blade in your hands, master. I will never betray you. Please allow me to follow in your footsteps. Lin Fan didn't quite understand. He just didn't want a life to disappear like this. He didn't expect her to want to be his shadow, or a blade. Looking at Wang Shi's eyes, Lin Fan felt that she would sink into the darkness again if he rejected her. But you're too weak. You'll only end up as a broken blade if you want to be my blade. But, never mind. All right. Lin Fan said softly. Wang Shi prostrated in front of Lin Fan again. Her lifeless eyes were glowing, but there was no other emotion other than the master in front of her. Wu Siming stood in the cell with his mouth wide open. He couldn't understand what was happening. Why did that man only say a few words, but it had such a huge impact on that despairing person? Who is he? How can he have such an ability? Lin Fan didn't know what ability it was either. Maybe it's because I'm too charming. Or maybe I'm a glorious being, and more people will submit to me under my radiance. Yes. This is the only explanation that makes sense. There's nothing wrong with it. Are they all from the Magnificent Flame sect? Lin Fan asked Wu Siming. Wu Siming stared at Lin Fan blankly. He nodded immediately. Yes, they're all from the Magnificent Flame sect. Lin Fan could feel the deathly aura around him. It was obvious that the aura of the people locked up here had weakened. Lin Fan sliced his palm open again, and blood spurted out. With his previous experience, he knew how powerful his blood was. To them, if it was too powerful, it wouldn't be a miracle pill, but a lethal poison. Drops of blood dripped onto the ground, and they spread out in all directions as if they had a mind of their own. The power of blood is indeed powerful. I didn't waste it. Lin Fan smiled. He could feel that his aura was getting stronger. What's going on? I'm fine. I've regained my strength. Who's saving us? What's that drop of blood? Voices could be heard from all directions. Wu Siming was at a loss for words after witnessing everything that had happened. Powerful. He's too powerful. A single drop of blood was able to allow everyone to recover. Just how majestic and powerful was this? Who are you? Wu Siming stared at Lin Fan, dumbfounded. It was as if he had seen a god. I'm Lin Fan, the peak leader of the Magnificent Flame sect's 10th peak, the Invincible peak. Lin Fan laughed. How can this be? When did the Magnificent Flame sect have an invincible peak? Wu Siming was taken aback. He could not believe what he had just heard. But looking at the person in front of him, he felt that Lin Fan was not lying to him. Without any hesitation, he knelt down on one knee. Disciple Wu Siming greets senior brother Lin. Lin Fan nodded. Stay here for now. I might be able to bring you out of the monster city, but I can't bring you out of the Sunshine sect. But don't worry, nothing like what happened in the past will happen again. When the time is right, we will take down the Sunshine sect. Hearing Lin Fan, Wu Siming lowered his head again. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Yes. I believe that this day will come. After taking one last look, Lin Fan turned around and left. Wang Shi followed behind him. Seeing his master, the big monster master went up to him. Master. How's the fusion going? Lin Fan asked. But when he looked at the half-integrated disciple, he knew that it was a success. Master, it's a success. Master, it's a success. According to you, the experiment was successful. That guy was in body tempering stage 9, but after merging with the beast, his cultivation has reached Earth Star border stage 1. His body, strength, speed, and vitality have all improved tremendously. As long as his head and heart are not destroyed, he will not die. He even has the ability to heal slowly. It's true. It's perfect. This is a masterpiece that I did not even dare to imagine. Who is she? The big monster master looked at the girl behind Lin Fan, confused. Lin Fan could not bring a girl with him, let alone a burden. He decided to leave her here first. This is the assistant I found for you. Remember, do not hurt her. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. The big monster master nodded. Just then, Wang Shi caught sight of the Sunshine sect disciple who was tied up. She turned into a ray of light and grabbed a dagger from the side. Under the horrified gaze of the Sunshine sect disciple, she plunged the dagger into the head of the Sunshine sect disciple and split the disciple into two in an instant. Ah! This is my material, a perfect material. How can it be destroyed like this? Seeing this, the big monster master jumped up and down anxiously. If not for Master's order not to hurt this girl, he would have taught her a lesson. Lin Fan mumbled in his heart. Damn it. Compared to her, his methods were a little kinder. Have you vented your anger? Lin Fan asked. Wang Shi kneeled on the ground. Master, please punish me. Lin Fan went up and patted Wang Shi's head. Remember, do not be so impulsive in the future, at least not now. Yes. Wang Shi lowered her head and felt Master caressing her head. It gave her the motivation to live on and serve Master. Great. It seems like I can leave this place now. There's nothing worth staying in the monster city anymore. I need to go out and see what's going on. With my Earth Star border stage 8 cultivation, it should not be a problem for me to defeat a Heaven Star border elite. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to hide anymore. I'll just go all out. This feeling of hiding was not a good feeling. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still run away. Awesome. P.S. Thank you? Protector? Boss, 10,000 Chidian coins. Thank you. Monster City. In a dark research lab. The big monster master looked at Wang Shi gloomily. Master has left. I hope you will not disturb my research. I am creating the most terrifying weapon in the world for my master. If you disturb me, I will not go easy on you. The life and death puppet was indeed overbearing. After controlling the big monster master would only stay with Lin Fan. Even though Wang Shi was Lin Fan's subordinate, the big monster master would not go easy on her if she interfered with his research. I want to research too. Wang Shi wanted to prove that her existence was not useless. She wanted to contribute to Lin Fan. You? The big monster master laughed maniacally. Woman, do you think you can learn how to fuse something so profound? Don't even think about it. It's not something you can learn. Piak, Wang Shi walked up to the big monster master and bowed. Big monster master, please teach me how to fuse. I don't want to be useless. I want to contribute to master. Please. The big monster master stopped smiling and looked at Lin Fan seriously. All right. Since you want to contribute to my master, I shall fulfill your wish. From now on, you will be my assistant. You will learn the art of fusion from me. But before that, you need to understand the structure of the human body. I hope to see the corpse that you cut in half return to its original form today. If you can't even do that, it proves that you don't have the talent. He did not want to waste his time on useless people. It might affect his research. Yes. Without hesitation, Wang Shi walked up to the corpse that was cut into half and started to repair it. Invincible Peak. While Lin Fan was away, the development of Invincible Peak had been smooth. Large amounts of mortal and mystic pills were enough to support the disciples of Invincible Peak. At the same time, the body-tempering pool attracted more disciples to join Invincible Peak. Lu Qiming knew that he had a heavy burden on his shoulders. He did not even have much time to cultivate. Hence, his cultivation increased very slowly. But he knew that if Invincible Peak wanted to grow stronger, he had to have a clear division of labor. His talent was not as good as Zhang Long and the rest. Hence, he asked them to cultivate and become the main force of Invincible Peak apart from senior brother Lin. As for Zhang Long, Yin Xiaotian, Gao Dazhuang, and Huang Fugui, they did not disappoint Lu Qiming either. During this period of time, their cultivation levels had increased, which was a good start. Qin Tian might be an Earthstar border stage 4 elite, but he was mentally unstable and could only stay at the Invincible Peak. When Lu Qiming arrived at the body-tempering pool, he was satisfied to see countless disciples cultivating there. This was a holy land for cultivation that senior brother Lin had opened up. Disciples below the Earthstar border realm could use the water here to refine their bodies. The effect was obvious. It was a complete change from the brutal tempering that the sect used to do. At this moment, a loud noise could be heard. Who do you think you are? This is the body-tempering pool. Even trash like you dares to come here? Scram to the side. A disciple slapped out, slapping a thin disciple to the side. The muscular disciple next to him kicked him. You're so weak, yet you're taking up space. It's such a waste. I heard that you're a servant from a big family, and you joined the Magnificent Flame sect to change your fate. But let me tell you, a servant will always be a servant, and you will never have the chance to change your fate. Wang Fu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to give up. He had just joined the Magnificent Flame sect with his body-tempering stage 6 cultivation, and he was unfamiliar with the place. He thought that he could improve his cultivation after joining the Magnificent Flame sect, but who would have thought that he would be ostracized and suppressed? He had been cultivating in the body-tempering pool for a day and a night, enduring the pain, just to improve his cultivation. But just as he was about to break through, he was interrupted by a group of people, causing his qi and blood to turn against him. Thinking of the torture he went through in the body-tempering pool, Wang Fu could no longer hold back his anger. He wanted to change his fate, and at the same time, he wanted to kill these people. He refused to believe that there would be no place for him in this world. Just as he was about to go berserk and kill these body-tempering stage 8 guys with his body-tempering stage 6 cultivation, a shout could be heard. Stop. Lu Qiming walked over with an ugly look on his face. Seeing Lu Qiming and Lu Qiming's heart skipped a beat. Senior brother Lu. Senior brother Lu was the favorite of the Invincible Peak leader, senior brother Lin. He was in charge of the entire Invincible Peak, and they could not afford to offend him. Previously, Wang Xingkong and Xianxia from the Yunxiao Peak came to the Invincible Peak and injured senior brother Lu. What happened to Wang Xingkong was unbelievable. What are you guys doing? Lu Qiming asked, holding back his anger. Senior brother, this disciple insulted us, and we couldn't take it anymore. We taught him a lesson. If you don't believe us, you can ask the junior brothers around you. The muscular disciple said and looked at the disciples around him. It was as if he was telling everyone to cooperate with him. Wang Fu wanted to yell at Lin Fan to explain himself, but he held it in. No matter what, he had to admit that the Magnificent Flame sect was just a scam. As long as this day passes, he would leave the Magnificent Flame sect. He refused to believe that he would continue to sink like this. Is that so? Lu Qiming asked the disciples around him. The surrounding disciples were also very conflicted. They really wanted to tell the truth, but offending these two senior disciples for the sake of a new disciple was clearly not a wise move. Yes, this disciple insulted senior brother Li and senior brother Zhou. That's why they taught him a lesson. Hearing this, senior brother Li and senior brother Zhou could not help but laugh. Hearing this, Wang Fu felt even more resentful. He could feel the pain of living under someone else's roof and the unwillingness of being looked down upon. He swore to himself that he would teach these people a lesson in the future. He would let them know the consequences of bullying him. But right at this moment, an unexpected scene occurred. Lu Qiming slapped the two of them to the ground. Do you think I'm deaf? Or am I blind? Lu Qiming ignored the two and walked up to Wang Fu, extending his hand. Junior brother, are you all right? Wang Fu looked at Lu Qiming and gritted his teeth. He forced himself to stand up. I'm fine. There's something wrong with your qi and blood. It's obvious that you were interrupted during your breakthrough. This is a healing pill. Take it first. Lu Qiming took out a mortal high-class healing pill and passed it to Wang Fu. Seeing this, the surrounding disciples gasped. They did not expect senior brother Lu to give this kid a mortal high-class pill. Isn't he overestimating him? Even Wang Fu was stunned. He had only joined the Magnificent Flame sect for more than 10 days, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Seeing that Wang Fu was in a daze, Lu Qiming grabbed his hand and placed the pill on his palm. Take it and take it back. If you delay your recovery any longer, it will leave hidden injuries. Thank you, senior brother Lu. The anger and darkness in Wang Fu's heart dissipated as soon as he saw Lu Qiming smile. It was as though he could feel the warmth of a sect. Lu Qiming looked at the two. You two are not allowed to step into the Invincible Peak from now on. If you dare to step in again, I'll break your legs. Senior brother Lin opened up the body tempering pool to give all the disciples a place to cultivate. How dare you two bully a new disciple just to take up space? How shameless are you? Consider yourselves lucky today. If senior brother Lin saw this, you'd be in deep trouble. Scram! A loud shout exploded in their ears, scaring them so much that they broke into a run, not daring to stay any longer. Lu Qiming looked at the junior brothers who were trying to distort the truth and snorted. Remember senior brother Lin's words. Fellow disciples of the same sect should support one another and help one another. If you guys were to distort the truth because of your authority, wouldn't you disappoint the hearts of others? How can the sect be strong then? The surrounding disciples lowered their heads, looking very ashamed. Forget it. I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, the Invincible Peak will not welcome you. Lu Qiming waved his hands and looked at Wang Fu. Junior brother, if you encounter any injustice in the Invincible Peak, you can look for me. My name is Lu Qiming, and I'm in charge of the Invincible Peak on behalf of senior brother Lin. Wang Fu looked at the senior brother in front of him. Suddenly, he felt the fire in his heart burning again. He knew senior brother Lin of the Invincible Peak, but he was too far away to be touched. How domineering was Lin Fan to be able to suppress 3 peak leaders? Wang Fu was envious, but he was not jealous. He believed that he would be like Lin Fan one day. Lu Qiming did not say anything else. After settling the matter here, he would go to other places. It was not easy to manage such a huge peak. At this moment, Wang Fu saw the figure that was about to leave and called out, Senior brother Lu, please wait. Lu Qiming turned around. He did not know what his junior brother wanted. Can I join the Invincible Peak? Even though my cultivation base is very weak right now, I believe that I will become stronger very soon. Wang Fu roared. Justice and fairness. Weren't these the greatest obsessions in his heart? He had hidden all these in his heart. Before he had absolute power, all these were just wishful thinking. But now, he had met a powerful peak that matched his desires. He wanted to be a part of it and use his strength to protect it. Lu Qiming was silent for a while. The Invincible Peak was full, and he might not be able to provide for so many disciples. But he could see the spirit in Wang Fu's eyes. At the same time, he felt that if he rejected Wang Fu, the Invincible Peak would suffer a loss. It was a strange feeling. All right. Although the Invincible Peak is full, I'll make an exception and accept you. Go back and take some pills. Rest up, and look for me tomorrow. Lu Qiming said. He waved his hand and left. Wang Fu clenched his fists in excitement. Thank you, senior brother Lu. On the way, Lu Qiming thought for a while and took out a small book. There were a few words on the cover. Senior brother Lin's words, I'm so full of myself now. Ever since Lin Fan left the monster city, he had become so full of himself. He urgently needed an elite to teach him how to be a good person, to let him know that he still had a long way to go, and that he mustn't be full of himself. However, it was hard to stop him from being full of himself. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. He took out the map and looked around. Dangerous Sky Valley, the place that scared him previously. Because there was a Heaven Star Border Stage 2 elite, he didn't dare to go there. But now, he was too full of himself. He really needed an elite to care for him. The Sunshine Sect is a good place. I can do whatever I want. I might be killed if I meet an elite, but I have nothing to fear. What's there to be afraid of? The Magnificent Flame Sect was troubled with both internal and external problems. There weren't any invasions from the outside, but the divine religion kept causing trouble in the Magnificent Flame Sect. It might be difficult to achieve my dream of world peace, but at least it's not impossible. As long as I continue to work hard and kill all those who don't like peace, the world will be truly peaceful. Lin Fan stepped on the air and flew towards the dangerous Sky Valley. The wind blew on his face, making him feel weird. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the world. The sun and the moon reversed, and the sky darkened. Lin Fan landed on a branch and looked around. He took out his cooking utensils and started cooking. The Imperial Cauldron of Heavenly River is a good treasure. It has an infinite space inside, and the amount of water used for cooking is just a drop in the ocean. It's so small that it's not even worth mentioning. Lin Fan looked for a beast, killed it, cleaned it, and started cooking. After eating, he went to cultivate. Experience points might be good, but I can't forget that I have to cultivate constantly. Now, I can get 600,000 experience points by cultivating for a day. It took me 7 million experience points to level up from Earth Star Border Stage 7 to Earth Star Border Stage 8. It should take me 8 million to level up from Earth Star Border Stage 8 to Earth Star Border Stage 9. It might look huge, but it's only because I didn't eat or sleep for 10 days. At this point, the most important thing was still points and one's own foundation. Once one's foundation was accumulated enough, cultivation would be a joke. Who's there? Just then, Lin Fan sensed that someone was hiding around him. However, there was no sound coming from the dark. It was so quiet, as if it was just an illusion. You're not coming out? This was something that was really difficult to deal with. Being hidden in the darkness was really annoying. The pitch-black skies were incomparably silent. Startling dragon palm. Without any hesitation, he sent out a palm strike. The trees in front of him collapsed, forming a huge crater. However, even after the explosion subsided, there was still no movement. Hee hee. Just then, a weird laughter rang out from all directions. Just like a demonic voice, it entered Lin Fan's ears. This kind of voice was actually able to seduce one's mind and make one sink into it. But to Lin Fan, it was useless. Stop trying to mystify me. Come out if you have the guts. I'll smash your head open. Lin Fan looked around warily. To be able to appear in the surroundings without anyone noticing, he must have some capabilities. His cultivation state was pretty high, wasn't it? Could it be that the heavens knew that he was very arrogant right now and sent him an opponent? Hee hee. Another strange sound sounded out, but there was still no sign of anyone. Suddenly, the surroundings changed slightly, and bright spots appeared in the surroundings. The surrounding space started to distort, as though they were about to enter another strange space. Lin Fan's vision went dark. When he looked around, he realized that he was no longer surrounded by trees, but a blood-colored battlefield. A blood-colored crescent hung high in the sky, giving off a red glow. This glow seemed to be able to pull at one's heart, causing one to become even more violent. Red stone walls, red corpses. The ground was filled with them, and they were densely packed. They stretched out all the way, and Lin Fan was standing on a pile of corpses. Lin Fan, you're strong, but you've gotten stronger too quickly. Don't you feel that you've killed way too many people? They're all looking for you. The voice came from all directions. Just who are you? Hurry up and come out. I'm in a rush, and I don't have time to waste with you. Lin Fan stood in the sea of corpses, looking around warily. Answer my question. Don't you feel that you've killed way too many people? You're just venting out the killing intent in your heart. You've already become a demon. The voice rang out once more. Look, these are all the people you've killed. Suddenly, the corpses on the ground seemed to be pulled by something as they stood up. Controlling corpses? That's a pretty good ability. Lin Fan looked at the densely packed corpses around him and nodded. However, the cultivation bases of these corpses are really too weak. Don't you know who these people are? Don't you recognize them? The voice in the air roared. Lin Fan looked at the corpses. No, I don't. Just who are you? You. The voice paused for a moment, then continued. You've already become a demon. You're killing the innocent. Becoming a demon? That doesn't exist. Whether I become a demon or not, it's all up to me. Also, killing the innocent is something that doesn't exist. I'm creating peace. Do you understand? If you don't, then don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan frowned. This space was really mysterious. There was no energy or substance at all. It was as if it belonged to the void. Ha 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 ha. Creating peace? How can you create peace with such a method? You're just creating massacres. The voice rang out, and it was filled with maniacal laughter. There are thousands of ways. My method is the best and the simplest. Kill all those who don't want peace, then the world will be peaceful. So don't talk nonsense with me. Who are you? Come out. Lin Fan shouted angrily. Since when did such a powerful being take a fancy to me? To think that he would play with me while I was eating. How infuriating. Since you don't know how to repent, then I'll come out. Just then, there was a fluctuation in the surrounding space. Figures appeared one after another. These figures looked exactly the same as Lin Fan. Even their expressions were the same. What? That scared me. So it's the tribulation of inner demons. I thought it was something else. Lin Fan originally thought that this world was created by some powerful being, but when he saw these figures that looked exactly like him, he knew that this was the tribulation of inner demons. However, he was a little puzzled. Shouldn't the tribulation of inner demons only appear when an Earth star border stage 9 breaks through to the heaven star border? Why did it appear when I'm only in the Earth star border stage 8? Hee, you've already become a demon. Only by following your heart will you know who you are. The heart demon laughed out evilly. With his voice, a mysterious mental force was transmitted into Lin Fan's mind. Some Earth star border stage 9 elites died when they failed to pass through the tribulation of inner demons. This was enough to show how powerful the tribulation of inner demons was. Great Emperor Peaks Zhan Hongdi was indeed a genius. He had successfully passed the great inner demon tribulation. However, Zhan Hongdi had made ample preparations before passing the great inner demon tribulation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to casually pass the great inner demon tribulation. Lin Fan's head shook. When the mysterious spiritual force entered his mind, it shattered instantly. There was no way for him to resist. Lin Fan came up to the inner demon and looked into its eyes. It was as if he was looking at himself. Are you the inner demon? Lin Fan raised his hand and touched the inner demon's face. No, I'm not the inner demon. I'm you. The inner demon sneered. Slap. Tell me the truth. Are you the inner demon? Lin Fan slapped the inner demon. The slap stunned the inner demon. It was as if it had not expected this. Inner demons were best at invading one's mind. They could evoke the darkest and most important things in one's heart. And the feeling. You inner demons are really something. But how dare you trick me with this? Tell me, am I the inner demon? Lin Fan slapped the inner demon again. The inner demon might look exactly like him, but he was a ruthless person. How could he not do it? Lin Fan might not have studied the sect's knowledge about inner demons, but he knew that inner demons came from a strange space. When a person descends, the inner demon would enter the body and accompany the person as they grew. For those who did not cultivate, their inner demons would appear when they encountered a huge change in their mentality. For those who cultivated, the inner demon would appear when they reached a certain realm. Therefore, the inner demon and the body belonged to the same body. They were just two different spirits. The heart demon was stunned by Lin Fan's two slaps. It then screamed out, "Look! These are all people that you've killed. They want to take revenge on you. Look at how badly they died." The people he killed appeared again. Every one of them was in a terrible state. "So what if you're dead? How dare you come out and create trouble? So what if I kill you again?" Lin Fan glanced at them. He stretched out his hand, and a mace appeared in his hand. He smashed it down. All the things created by the inner demon were turned into ashes. The inner demon was in disbelief at the scene before him. Slap! Lin Fan raised his hand and slapped the inner demon again. "Tell me, are you the inner demon?" The inner demon looked to the side in disbelief. His mind had entered Lin Fan's body. How could he be so calm? "I'm you." The inner demon opened his mouth, revealing his sharp teeth. Slap! "Tell me the truth. Are you the inner demon?" Lin Fan slapped the inner demon again, then kicked it to the ground. He picked up the mace and smashed it again. "Tell me, are you the inner demon? Why are you scaring people in the middle of the night? Are you crazy?" He smashed it again. If he was a human, he would have been turned into meat paste. But every time the inner demon was smashed, it would recover on its own and take Lin Fan's appearance. "You're not human." The inner demon roared. "I've been with you all this time. How can you be like this?" Crack! The surrounding void was like the surface of a mirror, constantly shattering, and finally dissipating. Lin Fan opened his eyes and found that nothing had changed. It was still so quiet. "You're crazy." Lin Fan shook his head. Looking at the delicious soup in the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River, he took out a spoon and took a sip. "My strength has increased." After taking a sip of the soup, Lin Fan realized that his strength had increased, and his foundation had expanded. It was as if there was a surge of energy spreading from his body, enriching him. Interesting. Lin Fan did not know much about inner demons. He could only understand a small part of it. "I'll have to read up on it when I return to the sect. But I already have inner demons when I'm only in the Earth Star Border Stage 8. I wonder if I will have inner demons when I reach the Earth Star Border Stage 9. I'm looking forward to it." After tasting the delicacy, Lin Fan poured away all the residue in the imperial cauldron of Heavenly River. He then raised his finger, and the cyan abyssal hellfire started burning under the cauldron. The water in the river started boiling, and Lin Fan went into the water. He felt extremely comfortable, as if all the pores on his body had opened up. Lin Fan took a bath and started cultivating. Dawn. Lin Fan woke up from his cultivation. After cultivating for a night, his experience points had increased by a few 100,000. Not bad. Lin Fan kept his equipment and looked into the distance. Dangerous Sky Valley, here I come. After reaching the Earth Star Border Stage 7, Lin Fan gained a lot of benefits, especially for traveling. He could now fly, and his speed was extremely fast. He no longer needed to walk slowly and steadily like before. This is what an elite should be like. After a long time, Lin Fan could see the sky in the distance. The mountains on both sides of the sky stretched out, and there was only a gap between the sky and the earth. That was the dangerous Sky Valley. However, Lin Fan's attention was not on it, but on the caravan below him. A long line of cars was moving towards the dangerous Sky Valley. The beasts pulling the caravan were all body-tempering Stage 8 beasts. They might not have intelligence, but they could be used as laborers after being tamed. "What are these things?" Lin Fan asked curiously. "It seems like the caravan is heading towards the dangerous Sky Valley as well. The people escorting the caravan are all Sunshine Sect disciples, and the strongest among them is an Earth Star Border Stage 8 cultivator. Since they are protected by such elites, the things they are transporting must be extraordinary." Lin Fan hid his aura and floated in the air, listening to the conversation below. "Lord Sato, the dangerous Sky Valley needs such a huge amount of resources. Is there going to be another war?" The leader looked at the silent middle-aged man and asked. This silent middle-aged man was Master Sato, an Earth Star Border Stage 8 cultivator from the Sunshine Sect. He was strong and had a high status in the sect. "Yes, now that the situation has changed, it's time to seize the opportunity," Sato Hei said coldly. Hearing this, the leader's expression changed slightly. They had just stopped fighting with the Magnificent Flame sect because of the Saint Convent sect's interference. But now, the Saint Convent sect was busy suppressing the remaining members of the Magnificent Flame sect. He also knew that if the Sunshine sect were to start a war with the Magnificent Flame sect, it would be too late by the time the Saint Convent sect reacted. At the same time, the Saint Convent sect would not punish the Sunshine sect severely. He knew that the Saint Convent sect still needed the Sunshine sect's help to suppress the Magnificent Flame sect, and so did the Oceanus sect and Truyang sect. The Saint Convent sect wanted to suppress the Magnificent Flame sect because the Saint Convent sect did not want another sect to become strong all of a sudden and shake their control. Just when the leader was about to ask something, Sadohei said, "Never ask what you shouldn't ask. The more you know, the faster you will die." Yes. The leader's expression changed. He lowered his head and did not dare to say another word. However, his heart was burning with excitement. If the Sunshine sect were to start a war with the Magnificent Flame sect again, the Sunshine sect would be able to gain more benefits. This was what all the Sunshine sect disciples wanted to see. So they are transporting resources. It seems like I have to find a chance to snatch them. Lin Fan mumbled to himself. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. The fastest way to get rich other than looting corpses was to snatch them. They might be called evil, but if I don't go to hell, who will? Soon, he was convinced by this reason. Just when Lin Fan was about to make his move, he suddenly stopped. No, I can't be so impulsive. I can't lose the bigger picture because of a small gain. These resources might seem abundant, but the resources in the dangerous Sky Valley must be even more abundant. If I can sneak into the dangerous Sky Valley, I will be rich in an instant. Lin Fan thought to himself. I might not be smart sometimes, but I will not make a mistake at such a crucial time. At their current speed, it was very likely that they would only arrive the next morning. Furthermore, these demonic beasts all looked exhausted and clearly needed to rest. Great. I'll make my move at night. If I fail, I'll start immediately. Lin Fan followed them all the way until night time. Everyone, rest for 6 hours. Sadohei shouted, gesturing for everyone to rest. The disciples who were transporting the resources heaved a sigh of relief. They could finally rest. Some of them even needed to relieve themselves. At this moment, the last supply vehicle's disciples walked forward. Lin Fan grabbed hold of this opportunity. Retracting his aura, he dashed forward without making a sound. He then opened the box at the back. Not bothering about what was inside, he waved his hand and kept everything into his storage ring. He then laid there quietly. Creak, the sound of the box closing might have been soft, but it caught Sadohei's attention. Lord, what's wrong? The leader asked curiously. Sadohei frowned. He looked around cautiously, but nothing happened. His heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling about this. He stood up. Stop resting. Let's go. Lord, the beasts and the disciples are tired. The leader said anxiously. Continue to rest if you want to die. Hurry up if you don't want to die. Sadohei said coldly. His voice was filled with killing intent. The leader's heart skipped a beat. He did not dare to ask any more questions. Continue to hurry up if you don't want to die. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked Lin Fan to be so powerful and have a higher status than him? To him, no one would dare to be impudent in the Sunshine sect's territory, especially since they were so close to the dangerous Sky Valley. Lying in the box, Lin Fan heard the conversation outside. He was glad. Good heavens, they are so alert. But they probably did not expect me to be hiding in there. Forget it. At this speed, it might take some time. I'll take a nap first. God knows how long had passed. There was a loud bang. Lin Fan woke up with a start. Then, he heard the sound of footsteps getting further away and the sound of the door closing. Seems like I've reached my destination. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Finally, this is the time I've been waiting for. He rubbed his hands together. I did not expect to see such a huge fortune one day. Lin Fan pushed the box open. There was no one around. What he saw was a huge box. This was obviously where the dangerous Sky Valley stored their resources. Lin Fan came out of the box and opened a box. It was filled with pills. He opened the bottle and poured out a pill. Not bad. Although it's only a human middle-class pill, the wealth in this box is not to be underestimated. It seems like the Sunshine sect has taken out all their money for the war. Lin Fan waved his hands and confiscated all the pills in the box. There are at least 100 bottles in this box. And this is where I am. There are so many boxes stacked together. It's hard to imagine how much wealth there is. Lin Fan opened another box. It was filled with pills again. They might be low-grade, but they were not to be underestimated. It feels good to use other people's pills to feed my invincible peak. Open them all. Lin Fan laughed out loud. His earth energy exploded out as he controlled all the boxes. Pills filled the air and floated in the air. Then, with a wave of his hand, he collected them into his storage ring. These are energy crystals. Lin Fan looked at the dozens of huge boxes that were filled with energy crystals and smiled. These are rare resources. I might not be able to use them for cultivation, but the energy contained in them would be earth-shattering. I wonder how badly the 8-winged spiritual arc would blow up the Sunshine sect. In the main hall of the dangerous Sky Valley, Sadohei looked at the people around him respectfully. Sirs, the resources have been delivered safely. 1,000 bottles of human middle-class pills, 1,000 bottles of human upper-class pills, and mystic low-class pills. He reported on the resources that had been transported from the sect's pill refinery hall. Thousands of pill refinery masters had been refining pills day and night, producing large amounts of pills that had been transported to the various strongholds. Too little. A middle-aged man who was sitting there stood up with a serious look on his face. There are 100,000 disciples in the dangerous Sky Valley. How long can these pills last? I'm afraid that they will be used up if we distribute them. Lord, the sect's pill refining masters have been refining pills day and night. But the stronghold needs too much, so. Sadohei explained immediately. The man in front of him was an elder of the sect, and he was in the Heaven Star Border Stage 4. The other 4 were in the Heaven Star Border Stage 3 and Stage 2. They were much stronger than him. If the people in the sect are willing to take some from us, these pills will be nothing. Li Yaohuang said coldly. The aura he emitted was terrifying. This might be the aura of a Heaven Star Border elite. Suddenly, the dangerous Sky Valley shook. Shit, someone is stealing our resources. Li Yaohuang's face fell. He turned into a ray of light and dashed away. The rest looked at each other and followed closely behind him. They knew what would happen if their resources were stolen. But they did not know who would be so daring. Ha 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 ha. I'm rich. I'm really rich. Lin Fan did not know what the cave was when he saw it. However, he did not expect to see pills rolling out of the cave when he pressed a button. They were like soybeans rolling out of the cave. Although they were not of high quality, the smell of the pills was strong when they were mixed together. After Lin Fan was done looting the cave, he saw 3 boxes in front of him. He opened it and felt as if his breath had stopped. Heaven class. Heaven class low class pills. This pill could already be considered as a true high-tiered pill. The medicinal energy coiled around the surface of the pill and formed a strange phenomenon. A single look was enough to tell that it was an extraordinary treasure. Furthermore, the other 2 pills were earth-tiered upper-grade pills. They were treasures amongst treasures as well. However, the entire dangerous Sky Valley shook when Lin Fan took away the heaven-class low-class pills. Initially, he thought that it was an earthquake. However, it seemed that he was discovered by someone else. Suddenly, he felt 5 auras coming from afar. This made him excited. I'm so arrogant now. Let's see if you guys can stop me from being so arrogant. Boom, he didn't even bother counting the loot. Instead, he kicked the stone door that was as heavy as a mountain into pieces. He could see the entire dangerous Sky Valley in his eyes. So the place where the resources are stored is built on the peak of a mountain. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Lin Fan took a step forward and floated in the air, looking at the figures coming from afar. The wealth here is really rich. But now, it has already been obtained by me. Now, it belongs to me. However, it's not like you don't have a chance to obtain it. As long as you can kill me, then this wealth will eventually belong to you. Don't worry. I won't run away. I'm right here. Either you guys kill me, or I'll kill you. Lin Fan said proudly. He looked calm and did not care about the figures coming from afar. It was clearly marked on the map that there were only Heaven Star Border Stage 2 cultivators in the dangerous Sky Valley. Li Yaohuang shouted. Thief! How dare you steal the resources of the dangerous Sky Valley? Stay here. Without further ado, Li Yaohuang raised his hand and a strong aura could be felt. It was as if the entire sky was in his hand, forming a gigantic palm that covered the sky. Destroy. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and threw a punch, colliding with the gigantic palm. With such power, I can destroy it with a single punch. But all of a sudden, something was wrong. He raised his head and opened his eyes wide. The gigantic palm in the sky did not disappear. Instead, it grew stronger. Boom, his palm covered the sky and slammed down, causing the entire ground to tremble. A huge shockwave spread out in all directions. Seeing this, Sadohei immediately knelt down in front of Li Yaohuang. Li Yaohuang harumphed and stood with his hands behind his back. Go, check if the item is in his storage ring. Yes. Sadohei nodded and quickly went down. He had witnessed Lin Fan's strength. It was too terrifying. The power of a Heaven Star Border cultivator shook the heavens and earth with a single punch. The Heaven Star Border cultivators behind Li Yaohuang's side when they saw the power of Li Yaohuang's attack. Li Yaohuang's proficiency in using the energy of heaven and earth made them admit defeat. It was not because of the difference in cultivation, but the difference in their understanding of the energy of heaven and earth. Sadohei snorted in disdain when he saw a corpse buried in the ground. Bastard, how dare you sneak into the dangerous Sky Valley? How audacious. He then looked at the storage ring on Lin Fan's finger. He went forward and was about to take it. 10 seconds had passed. Lin Fan's heart was racing. What's going on? Wasn't he supposed to be in the Heaven Star Border Stage 2? Why did the aura he exuded seem to be different? I might be too arrogant and need to be suppressed, but I can't just take out a super elite to kill me. Isn't this too unscrupulous? Li Yaohuang heaved a sigh of relief. If the resources were stolen, I would be in big trouble. The war with the Magnificent Flame sect would be delayed because of me. Luckily, I managed to catch the thief and protect the resources. Ah! Suddenly, a scream could be heard. It was Sadohei's scream. Under everyone's gaze, Sadohei was killed by the thief. He did not even have the chance to fight back. Thief, how dare you? Li Yaohuang shouted. He did not expect the thief to still be alive. To him, it was impossible. You're despicable. How dare you hide an elite to ambush me? Just you wait. Lin Fan punched Sadohei, who wanted to take his storage ring. Just as he was about to escape, he caught sight of the storage ring on Sadohei's finger and grabbed it. Instantly, he turned into a beam of light and shot into the distance. Since the wealth is right in front of me, I can't waste it. Chase! Li Yaohuang shouted and chased after Lin Fan. Lin Fan was in a bad mood. He felt that he was tricked by these people. Despicable. Didn't they say that I would be in the Heaven Star Border Stage 2? What the hell is going on now? The 5 guys behind me are obviously strong. And the one who killed me with a single punch is the strongest among them. He's at least in the Heaven Star Border Stage 4. F***ck violent body, cruel blood. At this moment, Lin Fan could no longer think. He went all out, not to fight them, but to run away. I might be immortal, but one of the 5 guys is too strong. I can't afford to offend him. How am I supposed to fight him when he's 5 realms higher than me? If there were only 4 of them, Lin Fan would still have the confidence to fight them. But now, forget it. Bastard, stay here. Li Yaohuang slashed out with his palm. A ray of light sliced the space apart as he dashed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head. He could feel Li Yaohuang's aura coming towards him. This is a true expert. I can't afford to offend him. Even if I fight him head-on, I won't be able to retaliate. Lin Fan's figure flickered, and the space where he was just a moment ago was sliced apart. Heaven Star Border cultivators are indeed terrifying. I only wanted to fight a Heaven Star Border stage 2. Why didn't they give me the chance? What should I do? Lin Fan started to think. Suddenly, he had an idea. He stretched his neck and shouted, "Don't be too presumptuous. Do you know who I am? I'm someone who dares to harm myself. If you dare to chase after me again, you will end up like this." Lin Fan pulled hard and tore off one of their arms. He then threw it far away. See that? If you dare to be presumptuous again, you will end up like this. However, Lin Fan did not stop and continued to run. Other than Liao Huang, the other 4 Heaven Star Border cultivators were dumbfounded. They could not understand what Lin Fan was trying to do. Why did he tear off his arm all of a sudden? Could it be that Lord Liao Huang's terrifying aura had changed his mental state? Bastard, you are courting death. Hand over everything and I will spare your life. If not, I will turn your bones into ashes. Come if you dare. Lin Fan snorted coldly. He activated the shadow of the dragon. At the same time, he was glad that many of his special traits increased his speed. If not, it would be impossible for him to escape from such a powerful enemy. Heaven Splitter! Liao Huang shouted, causing the space around him to shatter. A strong force pierced through space and landed on Lin Fan's back. Pooey, Lin Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he did not stop. Instead, he made use of the force to increase his speed and ran far away. What a strong force! His internal organs were already starting to rupture. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If not for the fact that he was in full swing, coupled with the support of the colorless body, that force just now could have killed him directly. But it's still not enough. I have to run further. After some time, Lin Fan stopped and floated in the air, facing the 5 people in front of him. Hand it over. Liao Huang's voice was cold, deep, and filled with anger. Lin Fan waved his hand, looking weak. I told you that I'm a cruel person. I'm afraid you don't believe me. Let me show you. Transformation into God swordsmanship. Rumble, a strong force exploded from Lin Fan's body. Boundless sword intent floated behind him, covering the sky and forming a world of sword intent. Humph, small tricks. You overestimate yourself. Liao Huang stared at Lin Fan coldly. He did not take Lin Fan seriously. Lin Fan might be strong to others, but to him, Lin Fan was just like an ant. The 4 Heaven Star Border cultivators were calm as well. They even smirked. Lin Fan was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It was like throwing an egg against a rock. With his strength, he was nothing in front of Lord Liao Huang. However, in an instant, a shocking scene occurred. Piercing swords. Whoosh, countless sword intents could be seen falling from the sky. However, the sword intents were not attacking them. Instead, they pierced through the thief's body. You idiots. I'll remember you. Boundless sword intents sliced through Lin Fan's body. Even a piece of his flesh was cut into pieces. Suddenly, the sword intents disappeared, and so did the thief. The 4 Heaven Star Border cultivators looked at each other. Where did he go? Liao Huang was stunned. He came to where the thief was, but he did not feel anything. He did not travel through space, nor did he use a secret skill to escape. He just disappeared. Where did he go? Liao Huang's face turned pale. He looked around, but the thief was nowhere to be seen. He did not believe that the thief would commit suicide in front of him. He must have used some kind of skill and left. Drops of blood could be seen dripping onto the ground. An arm could be seen hanging on a branch. At this moment, the arm changed. It was as if a corpse had appeared out of nowhere. Ah, I'm alive again. Lin Fan opened his eyes and cracked his neck. An eternal buff, undying body. This was truly strong indeed. I can turn into nothingness and appear out of nowhere. I can revive at the place where the blood is. The place where the arm is at is the safest and furthest away from the thief. I'll revive here then. Lin Fan looked into the distance and gave Lin Fan the middle finger. You win. Just you wait. Lin Fan turned into a ray of light and left. Dangerous Sky Valley will let you off for now. I'll come back when I'm stronger. The Dangerous Sky Valley, the place where the resources were stored. Li Yaohuang stared at the empty storage area. He was enraged. All the resources needed by the disciples of the Dangerous Sky Valley were stored here. Now, all that was left were the empty chests. Nothing else was left. Thief, you deserve to die. Li Yaohuang shouted. His eyes were bloodshot due to his anger. He could not afford such a loss. Even if he returned to the sect, he would be severely punished. This was a huge crime. The 4 Heaven Star border cultivators stood behind him, trembling. Lord, what should we do? Without these resources, the Dangerous Sky Valley disciples will not be able to survive. It was hard for them to imagine how the thief had suddenly disappeared. If it was a suicide, then the storage ring wouldn't have disappeared. In their minds, there was only one possibility, and that was that the thief had some kind of mystical ability to deceive them and escape. But how is this possible? Putting aside their cultivation, their lord is in the Heaven Star border stage 4. He can control heaven and earth energy and is extremely familiar with the laws of the void. He has already mastered the art of the void. Trying to escape through the void in front of an expert who had comprehended the divine ability of the void was like trying to show off in front of an expert. But now, all of this made them feel confused. If we don't find the resources, not only will our Lord be punished, but we will also be implicated. The more they thought about it, the angrier they got. Killing intent could be seen in their eyes. Just because of this scoundrel, they had fallen into a pit of fire that they could not extricate themselves from. If he could find the other party, he would definitely tear him to shreds. Lordly, I have already made a drawing of the thief. As long as we spread it out, we will definitely be able to find him. One of the Heaven Star border cultivators raised his finger, forming a virtual image of Lin Fan in the air. It was so real that it looked exactly the same. Spread it out. Reward us for finding him. Since he managed to escape from us, he must have some kind of mystical ability that we don't know about. I'm afraid ordinary people won't be able to kill him. Spread the word. If you find him, don't do anything. Yes, Lord. After the 4 Heaven Star border cultivators left, Li Yaohuang clenched his fist. The space around him seemed to have been shaken by his anger, causing ripples to form in all directions. Despicable thing, I will definitely find you and grind your bones to dust. In a cave somewhere. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan held onto his stomach and laughed out loud. Looking at the mountain of pills in front of him, he was about to jump up in joy. He then dove in and was drowned in the sea of pills. Every time he raised his palm, countless pills would roll down from the gaps between his fingers. Although the grade of these pills was not high, and there were very few of them above the earth grade, just these mortal grade and mystic grade pills were already a huge fortune. It was an undeniable fact that the Magnificent Flame sect was poor. A Saint Convent sect disciple, even the most ordinary disciple, might have a mystic class pill, but it was impossible for a Magnificent Flame sect disciple. Even a first-grade outer court disciple or a third-grade inner court disciple would have to pay a huge price to obtain a profound-grade medicinal pill. This was because the Magnificent Flame sect had too many people. Even if they had pills, it would be difficult for every disciple to have such a fortune. At the same time, the pill-refining masters of the Hall of Pills were far behind the Saint Convent sect in terms of pill-refining techniques. Due to the lack of heritage and resources, the Hall of Pills refining couldn't be compared to the other sections. Pill refining techniques were not passed down to outsiders. On the other hand, the Sunshine sect had the support of the Saint Convent sect, so their pill refining techniques were much more advanced. It only took them some time to refine the pills, and their success rate was much higher than the Magnificent Flame sect. The Sunshine sect's pill refining masters might be able to refine one batch of pills in 2 batches, but the Magnificent Flame sect would need 4 batches or more. All the techniques were being tested. Heyish, stop being arrogant. I can't be arrogant anymore. Lin Fan lay in the sea of pills, resting. There were many mistakes in the map that Lin Fan got from Qin moving. For example, the dangerous Sky Valley was marked as a Heaven Star Border Stage 2 Elite. But when Lin Fan got there, he found out that it was a Heaven Star Border Stage 4. They might hate me now, and they might even be looking for me. It seems like I have to be more careful, Lin Fan thought to himself. But he didn't think too much about it. It was the first time that he had such a huge amount of wealth, and he was so excited. With this amount of wealth, he could probably feed 10 or even 100 invincible peaks. There were countless mortal-class pills, as many as the stars in the sky. There were also a lot of mystic-class pills, tens of thousands of them. If he were to exchange them for money, even the magnificent flame sect wouldn't be able to take out so much money in a short time. Lin Fan then took out some Earth-class pills. They're all good. I'll take them later. But the Heaven-class pill piqued Lin Fan's curiosity. I was too busy collecting and didn't have time to study the Heaven-class pill. Now that I've taken it out, I can study it. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan kept all the pills and the surroundings into his storage ring. This storage ring was indeed worthy of being one that he had gotten from the lottery draw. Even though it was only a small to medium-sized storage ring, it was still huge compared to the storage rings of others. If it was an ordinary storage ring, it wouldn't be able to store so many pills. Let me see what this Heaven-class low-class pill looks like. When the Heaven-tier medicinal pill appeared, a strong medicinal aroma wafted out, and a dense mist formed on the surface of the pill. Within that mist were numerous astral vortexes, almost like they were universes. What kind of pill is this? I've never seen it before. Lin Fan could recognize ordinary pills, but Heaven-class pills were rare. Even if they appeared, it would be difficult to know the name of the pill. If the frog, who was still in the door of 1,000 caves, saw this pill, it should know its name. After all, the frog's knowledge was quite extensive. The efficacy of an Earth-class pill is like sh*T compared to this pill. There's no comparison at all. Lin Fan didn't think too much about it. He pinched the pill and swallowed it directly. Lin Fan revolved his skill set and started refining it. As soon as the pill entered his stomach, it rose all the way from his body to his brain. Then, it exploded. Rays of light flashed, and a strong medicinal efficacy surged like a flood. He was ready to kill himself immediately if there was a problem with the pill. But at this moment, something strange happened. The medicinal efficacy kept spinning in his brain, forming a galaxy whirlpool. There were lightning bolts swimming in the galaxy. It was a spectacular sight. The blood and energy in his body started boiling, as if they were attracted by the galaxy whirlpool. But suddenly, a shocking scene occurred. When practicing the magic of the 7 gods, every time a god was opened, a pearl would appear. However, the third pearl, which had a god in it, suddenly began to spin rapidly. A figure emerged from the pearl, opened its hand, and grabbed the Milky Way whirlpool, as if it could cover the sky and earth, and dragged it down. Then, the figure let out a roar and stepped on the galaxy whirlpool with its left foot. Boom, the energy in Lin Fan's body started boiling. Every cell was greedily absorbing and growing stronger. What's going on? I don't understand. Soon, the phenomenon disappeared, and so did the absolute Tao with divinity. However, a galaxy whirlpool was still spinning under the third pearl. Something big seems to have happened. Lin Fan could feel that he had become stronger. However, the absolute Tao with divinity could steal the energy of a Heaven-class pill. This is weird. My foundation is getting stronger too. It's much stronger than before. The foundation needed to break through to the Earth Star Border Stage 8 is too huge. It's not something that a pill can make up for. Lin Fan then swallowed the Earth-class pill and refined it, turning it into the purest energy in his body. Just then, he was thinking about something. I have such a huge fortune with me now, and the Sunshine sect will definitely not let me go. Should I go back to the sect to hide or go to another sect? The big monster master's research will not be effective in a short period of time. I need some time. As for the organizations that are hiding in the Sunshine sect, I can't help them. Staying with them will only make them disappear faster. There's no benefit for me. Go back to the sect. I don't want to play around in the Sunshine sect anymore after taking all the resources from the dangerous Sky Valley. I can only go back to the sect to store my resources and think of a way to increase my cultivation. I wanted to stay in the Sunshine sect and reach the Heaven Star border realm. But it seems impossible now. Lin Fan smashed the boulder blocking the entrance. Taking a look at the situation around him, he turned into a streak of light and flew off into the distance. He stopped halfway. This won't do. How can I still think of going back after being beaten up so badly? It's not my style to not increase my cultivation and beat them up. Lin Fan stood in the air. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. There was a hint of madness in his eyes as he turned around and flew in another direction. What's the point of going back? I'll just do it. I'll make a mess in the Sunshine sect and let them know how powerful I am. Just then, the Sunshine sect disciples and the cities started to distribute the wanted posters one by one. When the disciples saw the wanted poster, they were all excited. As long as they meet this person and report his location, they will be rewarded with a Heaven low-class pill. This kind of reward had already made everyone dumbfounded. Inside a secret base, a group of people sat in a circle. A middle-aged man put a list on the table with a serious look on his face. Take a good look. Does anyone know this person? He has become the biggest bounty in the history of the Sunshine sect. A Heaven low-class pill. How generous. Chen Tianfeng was shocked. He was the person in charge of the Radiant organization, and he had been lurking in the Sunshine sect. When he saw the list, he was curious. But when he saw the contents of the list, he was completely shocked. A Heaven low-class pill. This was a hefty price. It was enough to make everyone go crazy. When the members saw the list, they all had different expressions on their faces. But all of them had the same thought: this person is incredible. Leader, what did he do? How could he make the Sunshine sect pay such a hefty price? A female member asked. She had a delicate face and a pair of bright eyes. She looked very capable. Chen Tianfeng shook his head. I can't imagine. I wonder if he's from the Magnificent Flame sect. Just then, an old man took the list and looked at it carefully. He's from the Magnificent Flame sect, and he's a core disciple. The group looked at the old man in shock. You can tell? The old man nodded. My cultivation might not be good, but I have some experience in the art of divination. I can tell from his face. This bounty came from the dangerous Sky Valley, which means that something must have happened there. Since he was able to leave the dangerous Sky Valley that Li Yaohuang was guarding, he must be quite powerful. Therefore, I can tell that he's a core disciple of the Magnificent Flame sect. Everyone was impressed by the old man's speculation. As expected of the old man who was known as the think tank of the organization. If we can get to know him and join our organization, we might be able to bring more influence to the Sunshine sect. Chen Tianfeng sighed. Sigh, I wonder when the Magnificent Flame sect will become stronger. The divine religion is stirring up trouble in our territory, and the Sunshine sect is eyeing us. At this moment, everyone fell silent. This was not what they wanted to see, but it was the truth. Therefore, they wanted to bring hope to the Magnificent Flame sect with their own strength. They wanted to bring a better life to their descendants. And these wanted posters were also circulated to the hands of countless organizations. Palace City, in a residence house. Captain, he is Lin Fan. Qin Mubing pointed at the man on the list and said excitedly. That's him? The captain looked at the person on the wanted poster and was obviously shocked. Qin Mubing nodded. Yes, he's the elite that killed the Majestic Winter Trio. He's from the Magnificent Flame sect. But what did he do to make the dangerous Sky Valley pay such a huge reward to find him? The surrounding crowd remained silent. The behavior of such an expert was not something they could guess. Heaven-ranked medicinal pills. To them, this was an unimaginable wealth. But now, all they had to do was to inform him of his destination and he would be able to obtain it. Evidently, he had brought great harm to the dangerous Sky Valley and forced them to offer such a huge reward. Suddenly, a voice resounded throughout the city. I, your father, am the one who has a bounty of a Heaven lower grade pill. If any of you want to kill me, come out. His voice reverberated throughout the entire palace. Hearing the voice, Qin Mubing took a look at the list in her hand. She was shocked. Captain, he can't be here, right? This is the Palace City, and the mayor is a Heaven Star Border Stage 1 elite. Let's go and take a look. Don't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary. The captain said solemnly. They were just discussing the person on the wanted poster. Who would have thought that he would come to the Palace City, outside the huge Palace City? Lin Fan placed his hands behind his back and stood in the air proudly. He looked at the Palace City. He could feel the aura of many people. Many people in the city looked up into the sky. Some of them turned into rays of light and dashed out of the city. It's that guy, the one who has a bounty of a heaven lower grade pill. Ha ha ha. I'm so lucky. Such a huge reward is coming my way. I'll take it. This is mine. Don't you dare snatch it from me. All of a sudden, a powerful aura burst out from the city lord's mansion like a pillar of fire, followed by a thunderous roar. How dare you come to the palace? You're courting death. The Sunshine Sect disciples, who had seen the wealth being delivered to their doorsteps, were shocked when they felt the aura. It's the mayor of the palace. It seems like the reward is not ours. The mayor is a Heaven Star Border elite. It'll be a piece of cake for him to take down this arrogant thief. Lin Fan stood in the air, looking down. Many people had already raised their heads to look at him. 10? 100? That's too little. These are the Sunshine Sect disciples who stayed in the Palace City. Apparently, they know that I'm here and want to capture me for the reward. Among the crowd in the city. Captain, it's him. I won't get it wrong, Qin Mubing said softly. She would never forget Lin Fan's face because when he faced the majestic winter trio, the power that he unleashed was simply too violent. But now, she couldn't help but worry about him. The leader frowned. This isn't good. The Palace City Lord is a Heaven Star Border Realm elite, but he seems to be only in the 8th stage of the Earth Star Border Realm. With such a huge gap between them, I'm afraid it's not good. Qin Mubing paused, her expression changed. Captain, then I'm afraid we won't be able to help. It's fine if he's in the Earth Star Border Realm, but there's an insurmountable gap between the Heaven Star Border Realm and the Earth Star Border Realm. No matter how many people we have, we won't be able to help. Lin Fan looked up ahead. Within the stream of light that was streaking towards him, there was an extremely strong aura within it. It's the aura of a Heaven Star Border elite. But it's a pity that he's in the Heaven Star Border Stage 1. You're the one who's wanted. A middle-aged man in a yellow robe stood in the air. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, and his expression was solemn. When he spoke, the earth trembled. It was as if he was afraid that no one would know that he was a Heaven Star Border elite. Lin Fan ignored him and continued, Is there anyone else coming out? What is he trying to do? Qin Mubing asked solemnly. The crowd was confused. They had no idea what he was trying to do. Why did he ask if there was anyone else? Impudent. Can't you hear me talking to you? The mayor was enraged. He did not expect Lin Fan to ignore him. He took a step forward, causing the air to tremble. A strong aura could be felt coming towards Lin Fan. Qin Mubing and the rest paled when they felt the aura. Even though they were so far away, they could feel the aura. It was as if they were floating in the ocean. So strong. Is this the power of a Heaven Star Border? Why did he come here? He's clearly seeking his own death. Lin Fan remained calm in the face of the aura. He looked at the Heaven Star Border Stage 1 elite and the Sunshine Sect disciples below. He shook his head regretfully. Too little. What did you say? The mayor shouted. Lin Fan raised his hand and clasped his fingers together. His aura exploded, forming a powerful storm. Destruction. He punched out. The space seemed to have been heavily damaged. It collapsed as a strong force pierced through the air. Even though the prodigious demolition fist scripture was only an earth-rank cultivation technique, the energy that erupted out from it was extremely violent and terrifying. Seeing this, the Sunshine Sect disciples below were terrified. But before they could react, the terrifying force had already pierced through them. Boom, the ground shook and caved in. The entire palace started to shake. Points plus 200 points plus 90 points plus 400. His points jumped. One move to kill 100 people. 33,000 points. It's still too little. If there were more, it would be so much better. Lin Fan sighed. But there was nothing he could do. There were only so many elites in the palace. What else could he do? Bastard, how dare you? Seeing this, the mayor's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lin Fan killed a Sunshine Sect disciple right in front of him. He's not taking me seriously at all. The flames of anger burned fiercely and reached the sky. When the heavenly dipper was enraged, the heavens and earth appeared. Half of the heavens and earth were dyed red. This was enough to show how furious City Lord Gong was. How is this possible? Qin Mubing's mouth was wide open. Even her leader was dumbfounded. It was as if she had seen a ghost. That move had obviously caused the space to collapse. A strong force pierced through the space, forming a huge impact. This was not something an Earth Star Border Realm cultivator could have. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at the mayor and shook his head. Your Heaven Star Border is the weakest I've ever seen. What did you say? The mayor was enraged. He then laughed maniacally. Great, great. Since that's the case, I'll show you how strong I am. In that instant, City Lord Gong let out a roar. His body turned into a ray of light that transformed into a sharp blade that slashed across the sky. Violent mace, go all out. Lin Fan straightened his arm. Just as the blade was about to hit him, he attacked. You're the weakest Heaven Star Border I've ever seen. You can't even make me feel anything. Boom, a loud explosion could be heard as the mace landed. A blob of blood sprayed out and dyed the world red. Weak, too weak. Lin Fan shook his head and waved his hand. The storage rings on the corpses flew into the air and landed on his palm. Killing enemies and looting corpses is a good habit. I can't forget it. I can't forget it even if I know that there's nothing good in it. Because you never know if there will be a miracle. Lin Fan took a look and flew into the distance without any hesitation. No one knew when, but the people in the city were screaming in fear. The mayor is dead. Mu Bing, pinch me. The leader was dumbfounded as he looked at the blood-red sky. Qin Mubing and the rest were already dumbfounded. They were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. They didn't even have the time to react. A Heaven Star Border elite was killed just like that? He took out all the things in the storage rings and put them away. Then, he threw them away. Humph, how dare you guys from the dangerous Sky Valley ambush me? Do you really think that I'm a pushover? Let's see who's more ruthless this time. Lin Fan flew in the air with a maniacal look in his eyes. He took out the map and looked at it. He chose the location. Yong City. The mayor's mansion. The mayor was as fat as a pig. His face was greasy, and he had a lecherous look on his face. He was hugging beautiful women and kissing the courtesans. Days like this were very comfortable for him. He used to be a bright young man. But when his cultivation reached a certain level and he became the mayor, his life was at its peak. He could enjoy wealth and endless beauties. He was a groom every night. As for the boring cultivation, it was just for a bunch of idiots. Mayor, please don't touch me. The courtesans were all smiling, but they had had enough of this disgusting face. But who asked this man to be the city lord of Yong City? He had a high status and authority, and had the power to decide life and death? Just a little. Just a little. The mayor was drooling. He couldn't wait any longer. Suddenly, a loud voice could be heard from the sky. I'm a wanted man. I'm worth a heaven lower grade pill. Whoever wants to kill me, come out now. His voice was loud and clear, as though it could pierce through the void. The city lord, who was enjoying himself, was startled by those words. He then shouted, "Who is it? Who is it that is making a ruckus outside? Capture him and chop him up." At this moment, a guard hurried in with an excited look on his face. "City lord, it's a joyous occasion." The mayor walked up and kicked the guard to the ground. "How dare you say it's good news after disturbing my mood? Tell me, what's going on?" Even though the guard was kicked to the ground by the mayor, he did not dare to show any signs of dissatisfaction. He then said hurriedly, "The criminal who is wanted by the dangerous Sky Valley is outside the city. If you can capture him, you can exchange him for a heaven lower class pill." Heaven lower grade pill? The fat mayor's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Even though he was powerful and controlled a city, a heaven lower grade pill was not something he could get his hands on. But soon, he calmed down. "How's his cultivation?" The guard said respectfully, "City Lord, his cultivation is only in the 8th stage of the Earth-Star border realm." "Are you sure?" The obese City Lord was overjoyed. "Earth-Star border stage 8, that would be easy. This subordinate is certain." The guard was also very excited. If the City Lord could capture this fellow and obtain the heaven-class medicinal pill, he would be happy and reward them with good things. "Really?" The guard lowered his head. "Absolutely. Let's go. Let's capture this guy." The City Lord was overjoyed. He was in a good mood. An Earth-Star border stage 8 dared to be so presumptuous. He was simply courting death. He was in the 9th stage of the Earth-Star border realm. Although he had not broken through to the Heaven-Star border realm, there was no problem in catching an Earth-Star border stage 8 trash. Lin Fan floated in the air, waiting patiently. Many Sunshine Sect disciples had already gathered in front of him. However, the cultivation of these disciples was simply too weak. It was hard to even look at them. Fortunately, there were still tens of thousands of points. As for the City Lord's cultivation, he was looking forward to it. "Thief, surrender now, and you will be spared from suffering." Just then, a voice could be heard coming from the city. A few figures could be seen flying out from the city gate. When the City Lord saw that there were so many people around him, he immediately yelled, "All of you, scram! Could it be that you want to snatch it from me? We don't dare." The City Lord looked at them and snorted. "It's good that you don't dare. If anyone dares to snatch it from me, only death awaits you." These disciples might be Sunshine Sect disciples, but the obese man was the City Lord. His status was much higher than theirs. Unless the sect's god's son or elders came, they would not be able to suppress him. Lin Fan was initially looking forward to it, but when he saw the obese man below, his expression changed. It was as if his anticipation had suddenly turned into boredom. "You are the City Lord?" He could not believe it. The City Lord, who was as fat as a pig, raised his head and opened his thick lips. With an arrogant look on his face, he stretched out his short hand and pointed at Lin Fan. "Thief, I order you to come down now and surrender. Otherwise, you will regret it. I am in the Earth-Star border stage 9, and you are only in the Earth-Star border stage 8. Do you think you can overturn the heavens?" Lin Fan sighed. He looked into the city and realized that it was filled with people. It was very different from the cities that he had passed before. The City Lord was a tyrant, and he was even a little stupid. "Destroy." Boom, the arrogant City Lord's gaze changed. He saw that the people on both sides of him had all turned into flesh and blood under the force. In fact, he could sense that this power was filled with an unparalleled might. Even if it were him, he might not be a match for the other party. Plop, the obese City Lord knelt on the ground and buried his head deep into the ground. Landing from the skies, Lin Fan looked at the City Lord who was kneeling on the ground. He then walked forward, and the storage rings flew over from both sides into his palms. When the City Lord saw the storage rings, he immediately understood. He took the 10 storage rings off his fingers and held them high in the air. However, his head was still buried in the ground, and he didn't dare to act presumptuously. If the City Lord of Yong City was a Heaven-Star border cultivator, it might be interesting. But when he realized that the City Lord was only in the Earth-Star border realm, he gave up. This was the second weakest City Lord he had ever seen. However, Lin Fan would not kill him, because he realized that the City Lord was a good person. He was a tyrant, greedy, and did not care about the lives of his people. A City Lord like him is really good, really good. Looking at the 10 storage rings, I can't believe that he's a rich pig. There are gems embedded in the 10 storage rings. He's really rich. Lin Fan grabbed the 10 storage rings and weighed them in his hand. He nodded in satisfaction. Bang, he flew up into the sky and left Yong City. The City Lord knelt on the ground for a long time. When he felt that the surroundings had quietened down, he raised his head. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the scary guy had left. But then, he felt his heart ache. All his storage rings were gone. They were the wealth that he had accumulated over the years. Hateful. This is too hateful. It seems like I can only continue to exploit the people. That's the only way I can be rich. But now, he stood up immediately. He was panicking and terrified. He had to spread the news that the thief had passed by Yong City. When the Sunshine Sect citizens saw the fat city lord again, all of them fell into despair. They did not expect this greedy guy to still be alive. Damn it. Damn it all, they hated the thief to the core. Why didn't he kill the city lord, Dangerous Sky Valley? Li Yaohuang had left the place to return to the sect to answer for his crimes. He might not have lost his life, but the fact that all the resources in the Dangerous Sky Valley had been stolen was a big deal. He might not be able to escape punishment. God's son Wu Min, this is what happened. One of the 4 Heaven Star border cultivators said. God's son Wu Min's face darkened. You were so careless that you allowed the thief to steal all the resources in the Dangerous Sky Valley? These 4 Heaven Star border cultivators might have higher cultivation than Wu Min, but their positions were not as high as God Wu Min. They were already very old, and their potential was gradually depleted. They could not be compared to God Wu Min. They could only get a position as an elder in the sect, and an ordinary one at that. God's son, we did not expect this to happen. The 4 of them said with a terrible look on their faces. Ying Sha, Hao Jun, Chen Fuzi, Zhou Wudong, the 4 of you are really good. You are all Heaven Star border cultivators, but you let an Earth Star border cultivator escape. It's hard to believe that you are betraying the sect. God's son Wu Min said coldly. Or do you really think that everyone is like me, an Earth Star border stage 9 cultivator who can kill a Heaven Star border stage 1 cultivator? Or do you think that the thief can escape from Heaven Star border stage 2, stage 3, and even Li Yaohuang when he is only an Earth Star border cultivator? Every word was like a knife that cut through their minds. The 4 of them were so shocked that they didn't know how to reply. Report. Just then, a disciple rushed in. What's the matter? God's son Wu Min asked. The thief has appeared. He killed the city lord when he passed by the palace city. He also killed many people when he passed by Yong City. The disciple reported. The Dangerous Sky Valley had suffered great losses after this incident. Everyone was panicking, and no one knew what would happen next. As soon as he finished his words, God's son Wu Min flipped his palm. A map could be seen floating in front of him. He looked at it seriously and kept the map. Follow me. It's time for you to redeem yourselves. The 4 of them were overjoyed. God's son, do you know where he is going? If I'm not wrong, he should be going to Mound City. God's son Wu Min said. God's son, the thief has a mysterious way of escaping. I'm afraid that we might not be able to catch him. The 4 said hurriedly. God's son Wu Min stared at the 4 coldly. Do you think this Heaven's Fate River drawing is just for show? The group was shocked when they heard the name Heaven's Fate River drawing. They knew what it was. It was the sect's treasure, and it had mysterious powers. Even they did not have such a treasure. Let's go. God's son Wu Min waved his hand. A long scroll floated out and enveloped the group. It tore space apart and flew away. End of chapter 219. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.